Chapter 356. From now on, the leaders of Yunhai will all owe me a favor, Huai Shang said angrily, almost gritting his teeth when Ji Jian looked up and wanted to say something, but in the end, his lips moved. But in the end, looking at Zhang Tian, when Ji Jian continued to take deep breaths, Jia Yun's betrayal in the factory was discovered. All this happened in just a few hours. Take it away. Zhang Tian waved his hand. Although Wei Sun's position is higher than Zhang Tian. To be precise, Zhang Tian is only at the deputy section level now. At most, he can serve as the deputy captain in the municipal bureau. Wei Sun is the captain of the 2nd Brigade. According to his position, he is a section-level cadre. Even in terms of police rank, Wei Sun is actually much higher than Zhang Tian. But now, after Wei Sun saw Zhang Tian's gesture, he didn't feel the slightest bit of disobedience. When Ji Jiang and Jia Yun were taken out of the office. As the office door was closed, Huai Shang seemed to have lost all his strength at this moment and sat slumped on the sofa. He hadn't imagined that the criminal gang had infiltrated to such a terrifying extent. Even the Wenye group was filled with all kinds of crimes. What about other groups? What about other forces? It's terrifying when you think about it. In fact, Zhang Tian did not expect that even a group of this size would be involved. This can only prove one thing, that the drug trafficking problem in Yunhai has reached a point where we have to do something about it and we have to deal with it. Xiao Jiang, what you just said, that the higher-ups are paying attention and taking it very seriously, is it true? Huai Shang asked with a complicated look. Zhang Tian's brows jumped. He didn't expect Huai Shang didn't know. Oh no, it should be said that Huai province has always been dealing with economic issues, and as for crime, that is a political and legal issue. Under normal circumstances, we should maintain a stable environment and pursue economic growth reasonably. Moreover, given Huai Shang's status and position, he would not pay attention to these situations. Of course, even if people paid attention to it, it might not have attracted much attention before. After all, there might be the idea that a cat is a good cat, whether it is black or white, as long as it can catch mice. So, when Zhang Tian didn't say anything, Gao Xiaolong had already shaken his head and spoke. The higher-ups are fed up with the public security here. Xiao Jiang is right. Now we are not afraid of chaos or any economic problems because everything is backed up by the higher-ups. Cao Xiaolong said directly. Huai Shang sat on the sofa and smoked 2 cigarettes. The air was filled with smoke, but Huai Shang's eyes were complicated. He seemed to have been taking the wrong path all along. Compared with economic development, various criminal activities bring the greatest losses to the people. Yes, in that case, Xiao Jiang, you can go ahead and do it with confidence. If any problems arise, we will take care of them and make Yunhai's crimes a thing of the past. Huai Shang seemed to have figured something out. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yes, he had been thinking about what to do if there were economic problems. It is a stagnant place, but deep within the stagnant water, such horrific crimes are rampant every day. Even the number of people who go to Kyoto to file complaints every year is almost the highest in Yun province. No matter how peaceful they were, Kyoto couldn't possibly not know about it. Now, the higher-ups are just giving them another chance to solve the problem themselves. It is hard to imagine what would happen if the above were involved. If you think about it this way, even if the economy suffers certain losses, compared to combating crime, the latter seems to be the most important thinking of. This, Huai Shang was mentally prepared. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Tian. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Tian continued, besides, who said that Huai province's economy would have problems? This earth will continue to rotate without anyone. Without the Wen family, there will be others to fill the gap. Huai Shang looked at Zhang Tian in surprise. I have already made an appointment with Mr. Su Zhenxing. If Mr. Su is willing to accept Wenye group, I think Yun province will not only not suffer any loss, but may even move to a higher level. After all, this is Zhang Tian's hometown. If possible, Zhang Tian really wants to do something for his hometown, at least, do something within his ability, and this sentence, Huai Shang, who had already prepared himself mentally, looked at Zhang Tian. What did you say? Huai Shang's face was full of disbelief. Mr. Su Zhenxing, I don't think Mr. Su will refuse. After all, Wenye Group is a business that is sure to make money, and if Yun province can develop in the future, he can also make more money. Zhang Tian continued. Hiss. Huai Shang was completely shocked. Zhang Tian's gaze was a little too terrifying, too far-sighted. Could it be that have you even planned for the mess that will occur after the Wenye group is taken down? If all this could be thought of and done within a few hours, it would be too terrifying. This is simply a monster. Okay, comrade Xiao Jiang, don't worry. You have made great contributions to Yun province this time. The entire Yun province will remember you. Without any other nonsense, Huai Shang spoke directly to Zhang Tian. Then, he gave Zhang Tian his business card and contact information. I strongly request that you convince Su Zhenxing, because Zhang Tian and Su Zhenxing have a connection with Su Tong. He believes that Zhang Tian's chances of success are greater. Naturally, Zhang Tian has no intention of refusing this, because this is a win-win situation. And I have to say, the impact that Wenye Group had on Yun province was even somewhat beyond Zhang Tian's expectations, especially this time. It really angered Huai Shang. Zhang Tian is in the office. I watched helplessly as Huai Shang asked his secretary to call each member of the standing committee one by one in the dark evening, asking them to hold a meeting overnight. However, Zhang Tian also knew that Yun province had reached a critical moment. After all, There are many problems behind the collapse of Wanya Group about the takeover candidate. Su Jinqing is naturally the one they pursue most, but they also have to consider that if Su Jinqing is not willing to come, they must have a backup plan. Next, I will hold a meeting and prepare to crack down on criminal activities across the province. All those arrested will be dealt with to the maximum extent possible and will not be tolerated. Huaisheng stood up and said. Jiang Tian's eyebrows jumped, because he didn't expect that Huaisheng had such terrifying courage. Is it because Wanya Group has completely touched Huai province's bottom line? Jiang Tian looked at the furious Huaisheng and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Eradicate all illegal and criminal activities at all costs. Huaisheng stood up. Of course, this is just Huaisheng's initial idea. After all, there are many aspects that need to be taken into consideration when promoting a severe crackdown across the province, and it is estimated that they cannot be resolved in a short period of time. Wait until Huaisheng leaves. Gao Xiaolong then turned his gaze towards Jiang Tian and said unhappily, "Good boy, you've grown so independent that you even hid this from me. I don't even know a single thing." That's right, Gao Xiaolong has been in the municipal bureau, but for such a big thing, such a big plan, this bastard Jiang Tian didn't even tell him a word. I also made this decision at the last minute. Jiang Tian coughed dryly. This time, I owe you another first-class merit. Gao Xiaolong couldn't help but speak softly. This is the most important thing, another great achievement. The most terrifying thing is that he made all the top leaders in Yun province owe him a favor. Who can withstand this? Chapter 357. Are you crazy? A first-class merit every day converted down. Gao Xiaolong didn't want to know, and was shocked when he calculated. After thinking for a while, Jiang Tian was almost getting a first-class merit every day. Is this a fucking god? It's mainly because of good luck. I didn't expect these criminal groups to be so arrogant. I didn't provoke them, and they jumped out on their own. Jiang Tian spread his hands and said whether it was Blood Hand or Wanya Group, Jiang Tian would not have targeted them so easily if they had not taken the initiative. All I can say is, you reap what you sow. Okay, now gather the people and get ready to work. Gao Xiaolong's smile gradually faded. Jokes aside, when it comes to work, Gao Xiaolong's true nature is fully revealed. This temperament. Jiang Tian thought about it for a long time, and finally used one word to describe it, that is, not recognizing any relatives. Gao Xiaolong is truly an iron-blooded man who does not recognize anyone when facing evil forces. That is, when Jiang Tian dealt with the Wanya Group, he implemented a series of measures quickly and planned them quickly. In total, it took less than a few hours to basically close the net. And the most important thing is that, so far, although some people have been exposed, it is expected that most of the people involved in the case will never be discovered. For example, 2,000 kilograms of drugs. These drug dealers will not do anything without profit. Moreover, these things, when kept in hand, are evidence of a crime at all times. According to common sense, anything can be hoarded, but the only exception is white powder, which is absolutely impossible to be hoarded. Since 2,000 kilograms of white powder were stockpiled at the drug factory, it meant one thing: there must have been serious transactions recently, and this deal. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered. Since this buyer can consume 2,000 kilograms in one go, no, 2,000 kilograms are just the ones that have been produced and stockpiled, and there are also those that are being produced. It means that it is at least close to 3,000 kilograms. Anyone who can swallow nearly 3,000 kilograms of white powder in one breath cannot be an unknown person in this sea of clouds, or even in the entire Yun province. These are all great achievements. In fact, whether Jiang Tian participated or not had no impact on the subsequent arrests, because he has already taken the credit. The small fish and shrimps that appear later are also a kind of profit sharing of the merits. However, it is obvious that the entire municipal bureau is seriously understaffed. It can even be said that one person is doing the work of 3 people. If Jiang Tian strolls around leisurely, it will not look good. In the dark night inside the municipal bureau compound, a flag was erected in the center, fluttering in the wind. Under the flag, approaching the 3 columns, they were standing in an orderly manner. Everyone stared straight ahead. There was no doubt that their eyes were shining brightly and excitedly, because there is no doubt that this is another major operation. Everyone understands that there are dangers in every operation, but if it is for safety, who would choose to join the anti-drug detachment? Any police system is safer than the anti-drug detachment. Choosing to join means that they have lofty ambitions. Gao Xiaolong stood at the front. Besides Gao Xiaolong, there were Jiang Peng and Song Ligua, but Song Ligua's expression was not good at the moment, because today the provincial department's anti-drug brigade arranged an on-site meeting for the captains of the provincial anti-drug detachments. This was a targeted meeting in response to the recent escalating drug crimes in Yunnan province. The meeting lasted all afternoon. I just drove back to the city bureau. Good job, Jiang Tian. This guy is going crazy. Just take down Wenya Group directly. God knows how Song Ligua felt as he was completely unaware of this operation. To the extent that Song Ligua looked at Jiang Tian with a hint of resentment in his eyes. At the same time, the entrance of the municipal bureau, more than 10 police cars were parked, shining brightly. A major operation is about to take place across the entire sea of clouds. Simply, although Wanya Group is a pillar industry of Yun province, Yunhai is the provincial capital after all, so the headquarters of Wanya Group is in Yunhai. Therefore, basically 70% to 80% of the key figures are basically on Yunhai's side. The remaining part of the staff. We had just discussed whether or not to coordinate province-wide action, but ultimately gave up because this action must be quick, accurate, and ruthless, leaving no one time to react. Once the action spreads throughout the province, there is no guarantee that information will leak out. This will add great difficulty to the operation. Comrades, we've gathered everyone here tonight because a major incident was discovered today. The Wanya group attempted to attack Comrade Zhang Tian, but was discovered by Comrade Zhang Tian. Finally, evidence of the Wanya group's crimes was uncovered. For years, they've sold large quantities of drugs and harmed the people. The Wanya Group CEO has confessed to all of this, but there are still a large number of criminals involved in the Wanya Group who haven't been apprehended. Our action now is to apprehend all of the criminals in the Wanya Group. Gao Xiaolong said loudly with a gloomy expression. Uncovering a huge criminal group should have been a happy thing, but Gao Xiaolong was not happy at all as such a huge enterprise and group. A company that is least likely to be involved in drug crimes turns out to be such a huge drug lord. Even the Wanya Group is like this. So, with such disorderly support and expansion in Yun Province, how many forces are innocent? Today we have only one target. I authorize you to kill on the spot any target who shows signs of resistance. Everything should be done to ensure your own safety. Do you understand? Gao Xiaolong shouted. That's right. Before that, fortunately, Zhang Tian did not let Gao Xiaolong participate. Everyone knows that Gao Xiaolong's character cannot tolerate any sand. If Gao Xiaolong knew about it first, he would have reported it directly to the headquarters and reported it directly to the capital, without the Yunnan province being aware of it. From top to bottom, the entire Yun province is definitely worse off than the other. In fact, it is precisely because of this that Huaisheng has been saying that almost the entire Yun province owes Zhang Tian a favor. Yes. Everyone cheered in the playground. Everyone, act according to the plan. Gao Xiaolong gave the order directly, then he took Zhang Peng directly back to the municipal bureau. Even Song Ligua had to personally participate in the arrest in this operation because so many people were involved. The nature of the case is extremely bad, the scope of impact is also extremely wide. As for Zhang Tian, the person responsible for arresting him this time was relatively simple. He was a vice president of Wanya Group and a family member of the Wen family. He was a brother of Wen Zhejiang. On the surface, everything seemed clean, but in fact, according to Jia Yun's narration, Wen Zhejiang's brother secretly carried out large-scale human trafficking many times, and also involved in drug trafficking, etc. He has even caused deaths more than once. Chapter 358. My second brother did so much for main short. Zhang Tian also understood Rendao Zongyuan's feelings. In fact, this feeling not only did not become less important as he solved the case and arrested the drug lord, but became heavier instead. When I thought I had uncovered all the hidden sins, I finally discovered that what I had uncovered was only the tip of the iceberg. Zhang Tian did not take action immediately because there was still no arrangement for Zhang Ning. At this moment, Zhang Ning and Guana, two little girls, were standing together next to the green plants on the third-floor corridor of the anti-drug office. On the soil of the green plants, there were a few cigarette butts that were about to go out, emitting intermittent smoke, but at this moment, the two of them were obviously unaware of it. He just stared blankly at the three teams standing under the flags below. An anti-drug team. There were also two armed police teams assisting. There are about 70 people participating in the anti-drug team alone. The number of armed police participating reached 150. Of course, the number of armed police officers is only responsible for assisting the anti-drug detachment in handling cases. There is a saying that goes, there is no ceiling for the number of people that anti-drug police can shake down. In other words, there is no upper limit within the country. No matter how powerful you are, even if there is an army, they can call for missile support for you. This is the power of drug control. As time passed, soon the three teams began to move in an orderly manner. Guana's face was full of worry, because her father also participated in the operation. When facing extremely vicious criminals, danger may arise at any time. Zhang Ning, the place you live now is no longer safe. Why don't you stay at my house for a few days? Guina invited Zhang Ning. No, I'm disturbing you too much. Besides, the person who attacked us has been caught. I'd better go back and live there. Zhang Ning was silent for a moment and shook his head. Guana thought of the small dark room in her mind. She didn't know how Zhang Ning managed to stay there and how his academic performance was so good. Can people live in that kind of house? There are all kinds of people there, and you're not far from home. There are even vendors. It's too unsafe. It's okay if your uncle is at home, but it's too dangerous for you, a little girl. Guana kept inviting, but Zhang Ning has already experienced the fickleness of human nature from Zhang Tian. After being rejected twice by Zhang Tian, she has become accustomed to being self-reliant. This is the case even for cousins, not friends who are not related by blood or kinship. Forget it, it's too late now. I'll go home first. Zhang Ning lowered his head silently and walked towards the stairs. Guana looked at him in a daze. Just now, when Captain Guo was leaving, he told her to wait at the municipal bureau first, and then come back to take her home after he completed his mission, but now it's getting late. A little after 8 o'clock. How are you going home? Guana chased after him. Zhang Ning held the deformed and soft change in the pocket of her pale school uniform and bit her lip, because this was her living expenses for 2 days. It was so late, there was no doubt that she would need a taxi to go home, but at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps. The next moment, Zhang Ning seemed to have bumped into something, causing her head to hurt badly. Before he could even shout, Zhang Ning was grabbed and almost fell to the ground. Little sister, didn't I tell you to wait inside? Why did you run out? Jiang Tian was speechless. Fortunately, he did not leave immediately and came back to take a look because he was worried. As for Dad Jiang Pang, he is probably busy sweating and planning the entire operation with Gao Xiaolong in order to control the operation targets and keep it confidential. Even the people in the lower branches were not informed at all. Brother, it's too late. I want to go home first. Jiang Ning said in a low voice with his head down. Don't go back. Jiang Tian said directly. Second brother? Jiang Ning looked up in disbelief. What are you thinking about? The place where you live is too dangerous, and it has been targeted by bad guys. It's just right, why don't you stay at my house? Jiang Tian smiled with his eyes narrowed. To your house? Jiang Ning shook his head frantically. No, second brother, there's no need to trouble you so much. This is an order. If you don't want to be captured and tortured by drug dealers, don't refuse. Jiang Tian said with a deliberately cold face. Jiang Ning lowered his head even more. Jiang Tian turned to Song Qiuwan, who had followed him, and said, Qiuwan, don't follow us for now. Send my second sister home. By the way, send Miss Guana back as well. Good. Song Qiuwan had been standing behind Jiang Tian and nodded continuously when she heard what he said. At this moment, Jiang Ning looked at Jiang Tian's back as he hurried downstairs and left without any pause after he finished speaking. He was stunned for a moment, and no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. What are you looking at? Your second brother has left. Let me see you off. Song Qiuwan waved her hand. Is my second brother going on a mission? Jiang Ning asked with pursed lips. Yes, your second brother is worried that you are in danger. In fact, this big operation is also related to you. Song Qiuwan sighed softly. One wrong step of the relationship between the two sides eventually developed a crack. Recently, Song Qiuwan has been looking for opportunities to repair the rift between her and Jiang Tian, but Jiang Tian seems to completely treat her as a mere subordinate. It seemed as if other than that, it had nothing to do with her. First, Song Qiuwan thought Jiang Tian was sulking, so she didn't respond angrily, but this time passed, not only did Jiang Tian not change at all, but he increasingly treated her as a familiar stranger. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call her a strange subordinate and colleague. This made Song Qiuwan a little panicked. As time went by, she realized that the rift in her relationship with Jiang Tian was growing bigger and bigger. Jiang Ning's appearance gave Song Qiuwan some thoughts. Because of me? At this moment, Jiang Ning was completely confused. Hundreds of police officers were dispatched because of her. Jiang Ning's little head was completely confused. That's right. It's not easy for your second brother either. Being a drug enforcement officer is not easy. If you make meritorious contributions, you'll easily be retaliated by drug dealers. Drug enforcement officers are different from other police forces. Drug dealers are almost always organized and powerful. Once they take action, they will face retaliation. Your second brother himself has been assassinated but failed. And your second brother's family is also in danger. Not only is he in danger, but so are his family members who work in this industry. If those people can't deal with your second brother, they will turn around and deal with his relatives. Even for your own sake, you have to go live in your second brother's house. It's safer there. Song Qiuwan did not hide anything and comforted Jiang Ning. Song Qiuwan had a relatively good understanding of what Jiang Tian was like before. To put it simply, he was a bastard. Jiang Ning is such a nice girl. As a result, Jiang Tian treated him as a poor relative. You mean, this time, second brother is catching those bad guys for my sake? Jiang Ning's eyes seemed to light up. Not entirely, but almost. Song Qiuwan nodded imperceptibly. Jiang Ning nodded with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she was struck by lightning. Second brother had done so much for her. Did she misunderstand him in the past? Certainly Jiang Tian naturally didn't know what was happening here. Chapter 359, The Shocking Net in Yun Province, The Collapse of the Giant. The task he gave Song Qiuwan was to take Jiang Ning over no matter what, even if it meant kidnapping him. The Wanye group is such a powerful force that even if an all-out attack is launched, it is impossible to wipe out all of them. There will always be some that slip through the net and retaliate wildly. By then, it can be foreseen that Jiang Tian's situation will definitely be more difficult than it is now, because this means that war has been completely declared against the criminal groups in the entire Yun province. This time it is Wanye group. Who will it be next time? Neither knows. Jiang Tian will face more and more retaliatory actions in the future, but Jiang Tian understood that someone had to do this kind of thing. He doesn't do it. That's for others to bear. This time's action is far different from previous ones. Cultural industry group. After all, it is a huge pillar industry. On the surface, almost all of the people involved in the case have a bright identity. Most importantly, the impact is huge. Dongwanai group represents the earthquake of the entire Yunnan province. In fact, this was also the source of Wen Zhejiang's confidence at the beginning, but what he never dreamed was that Jiang Tian would act so quickly. And swiftly he was killed directly. The result is that most people have almost no reaction. After all, no one expected that without any warning at all, the entire Wonye group would collapse completely. More importantly, before this, there had been no news from either the province or any other party, which caught them off guard inside of Villa.as when Ji Jiang's brother, he is also one of the major shareholders of Wonye Group, Wen Yulin, who is also one of the leaders of the criminal group, was holding his mobile phone, staring at the call in a daze. Yulin, don't think too much. Big brother's phone may just be out of battery. A noble lady wearing light pajamas comforted Wen Yulin. Impossible. Big brother's backup phone is always on, so it's impossible for it to be out of power. Wen Yulin shook his head, a gloomy expression on his face. I have a bad feeling. When Lang was beaten and arrested in the street by that Zhang Tian. It's really outrageous. What's the big deal? The worst that can happen is that you can just go back and find a few people to kill them. No matter how arrogant they are still flesh and blood. A single shot will still make their heads explode. The lady comforted him when Yulin's expression gradually relaxed. What's more, after so many years of development, Wonye Group has assets of more than tens of billions, which is related to the jobs of hundreds of thousands of people. Not to mention the small municipal bureau, even the provincial government will not allow it. Even if they really want to take action, with their efficiency, we would have run away long ago. Now there is no news in the province. The lady continued to comfort. The worried expression on Wen Yulin's face gradually disappeared, but at this moment, Wen Yulin's phone suddenly rang. How's the thing I asked you to keep an eye on going? Wen Yulin asked directly. Boss, here in the province, Huai province has convened an emergency standing committee meeting. Someone spoke quickly on the phone. Hiss. What did you say? Wen Yulin stood up suddenly again. No one who can achieve this is a fool. My eldest brother just lost contact. The province convened an emergency standing committee meeting. No one would believe that the two incidents were unrelated. After all, the standing committee can hold a meeting overnight. Could it be a small matter? Hiss. The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat appeared on Wen Yulin's forehead. Dad, what happened? Just at this moment, on the stairs of the villa, a pair of long legs appeared first, followed by a sleepy face, rubbing his eyes, blinking, looking at his father. Go back to sleep. No matter what happens, you must not know. Wen Yulin shouted with a cold face. Dad. The girl couldn't believe it because her father had never been so fierce. Minmin, listen to your father and go back to sleep. If someone asks you something, tell them everything you know. If you don't know, don't say anything. The lady stood up and said. Wenmin was stunned. What are you still standing there for? Go back to sleep. Wen Yulin scolded just at the moment when the words fell. Woo woo woo. The wailing sound of sirens, like the voice of judgment, resounded in people's ears. As time goes by, the sirens were getting louder and louder, more and more shrill. Sometimes, when taking action or performing tasks, the horn will not be sounded. However, the whistle will also be blown during the closing phase. It is also a deterrent to criminals. Accompanied by the shrill sound of sirens, Wen Yulin slumped on the sofa. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all his strength. This day finally came. At the same time, Wen Yulin's cell phone kept ringing, one wave after another. He understands Wonye Group has been attacked. Wen Yulin's face was full of bitterness. After taking a look at Wen Yulin, the lady quickly came to Wen Min's side. Wen Min's eyes were glistening with tears and she vaguely guessed something but was unwilling to face it. The noble lady stroked Wen Min with a trembling hand and said in a trembling voice, Min, listen, Wonye Group is going to collapse, but your father has made huge profits from all his overseas investments over the years. All those industries are in your hands. Don't think about saving us, it's useless. You won't have us by your side in the future, so you must take good care of yourself. Take good care of yourself, and be careful not to be deceived by men. Live a good life in the future. The noble lady's voice trembled, as if she was explaining her last wishes. Mom! Wenmin's eyes were filled with tears. Snap. The next moment, the door of the villa was pushed open. Wenmin's eyes were blurred with tears. I watched helplessly as the door of the villa was forced open, and a man, or boy, who looked somewhat familiar, but at this moment, with a cold face and no expression, walked in step by step with his men behind him. Dozens of police officers and armed police quickly ran to every corner of the villa to stand guard, pointing their automatic rifles at her father. It's such a tear-jerking scene. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. After a moment, the leading man shook his head with a hint of sneer on his face. Pity, except for the brain, there is nothing else. Anyone who has seen the crimes Wen Yulin committed and how many people he harmed will know that he deserved the punishment he received. You know us so well. You have arrested and killed so many drug lords. Don't you know that sometimes, once you step into this business, you have no choice? Wen Yulin said with cracked lips and a hoarse voice. Chapter 360, The End of the Hero, Sensation, News of Special Merit. The hero falls, but for Jung Taeyeon, there is no psychological burden. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. That's what I said. Not only did they sell a large amount of white powder, but the Wonye Group's rise was accompanied by countless bloody storms and harmed countless civilians. Not only does it involve drug crimes, but the most serious thing is that it even involves overseas forces. This has even reached the point where Jung Taeyeon has to use another identity to deal with it. What is touched is no longer the red line, but the red line is placed under the feet. Officer Jang. Just as Jung Taeyeon was about to approach, when Yulin suddenly called out Jung Taeyeon's name loudly, then stood up and said, "I know you. We've been paying attention to you from the beginning. You are Yunhai's hero. Thank you for the compliment." Jung Taeyeon's expression remained unchanged. Was this praise from a big drug lord? That's right. If Wen Jiang is the leader, then according to Jung Taeyeon's investigation materials, there is actually another most important person here, and that is Wen Yulin. The number of shares he holds even exceeds that of Wen Jiang. Jung Taeyeon personally took charge and even brought dozens of armed police to cooperate in order to prevent any accidents. However, the result is now good. Officer Jang, Wen Yulin, admit defeat. I fell into your hands, and it was what I deserved. I told you from the beginning not to hit you, but you refused to listen. Wen Yulin seemed to have a lot of feelings in his heart at this moment. Unfortunately, Jung Taeyeon didn't have that much time to accompany Wen Yulin to reminisce about the past. That's it, it's time for you to follow us. After all, there are many people involved in the case in your Wonye group, and we still have to conduct a thorough investigation of your Wonye group. We still have a lot of work to do, and we don't have time to listen to the remembrance of a hero before his death. Jung Taeyeon's expression did not waver at all. Thinking and feeling this way now. I wonder what I was doing before. Not only did they harm so many people, they even set their sights on him and his family, and now, it is not Wen Yulin who has passed away, so it is Jung Taeyeon who has passed away. Jung Taeyeon had failed once in his previous life, and that failure in life taught Jung Taeyeon a painful lesson. Since you don't want to fail, you must keep winning. Officer Jang, I deserve it, and so does Wonye Group. However, my daughter Wenmin is innocent. She has never known about these things and has never been involved in them. She just graduated this year. Jung Taeyeon frowned, glancing at the figure around the corner. Jung Taeyeon turned back calmly. You should go to the municipal bureau and explain these things to them. I am just a team leader and have no right to make any conclusions. No, others are not qualified, but you are. You are the first person to receive special merit in peacetime, a pioneer in history, and the holder of multiple first-class merits. You are the legend in the police force of Yunhai. Wen Yulin said in a deep voice. As Wen Yulin said this, at the corner of the stairs, Wen Min was pointed at by several automatic rifles. Bewildered and confused, she looked at Jung Taeyeon with a look of astonishment. The words, police legend, were simply hard for her to believe. In particular, when Wen Min saw Jung Taeyeon for the first time, she was shocked and at a loss. When he heard the words legend in the police force, his eyes were filled with confusion. Why so shocked? Although Jung Taeyeon didn't recognize her, but Wen Min recognized Jung Taeyeon High School. There are only a few key high schools in Yunhai. In addition, Jung Taeyeon and Wen Min are about the same age, so they are naturally students of the same grade. Of course, although they are students of the same grade, they are not in the same class. This is also the reason why Jung Taeyeon did not recognize him and did not know him at all, and Wen Min could recognize it. Naturally, this was due to the fact that the principal had insulted Jung Taeyeon in front of all the teachers and students in the school, publicly humiliating Jung Taeyeon and saying that he could only carry bricks at a construction site in the future. If they don't learn well in the future, they will have to carry bricks with Jung Taeyeon, etc. Wen Min still remembered this classmate clearly at that time. A few years had passed, and Jung Taeyeon's appearance had not changed much, so she recognized him at a glance, but it was precisely because he recognized her that Wen Min found it hard to believe the one who was once caught by the principal and used as a model for the whole school, of course, a typical bad student, and the one whose best friend teased Jung Taeyeon by saying that she would definitely be a waste in the future, and now, he has become a legend in the police force? You're too kind. I've never heard of you, a legend in the police force. Besides, you have no qualifications to discuss any terms with me now. Jung Taeyeon had a blank expression on his face. When I heard the words legend in the police force, my emotions didn't change at all. Of this made Wen Yulin, who had been staring closely, gasped. He had investigated Jung Taeyeon's information. He was only 20 years old, about the same age as his daughter, but he had such a terrifying personality. The young man has accomplished such great things and is so brilliant that he must have floated to the sky, but Jung Taeyeon's expression did not change at all despite being praised so highly. What a cultivated character he has. I can only say that it's not unfair. Their loss was not unfair at all. Wen Yulin shook his head and said, I'll use a piece of information in exchange for your promise. News? Jung Taeyeon's heart moved. That's right, a very important piece of news. If you can succeed, you might even be able to get a special merit. When Yulin continued, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Special merit? What kind of news could be related to the special merit? Jiang Tian had attacked hundreds of miles at night some time ago, crossed mountains and jungles, saved so many comrades and killed so many people, but in the end he didn't get a special merit. He was only nominated as a first-class hero model, which was completely confirmed, and no one could say anything. If you are lucky, you might even get a first-class merit award. Of course, once you become a model hero, you will most likely lose the first-class merit. However, Jiang Tian did deserve credit for saving people. A special merit. For Jiang Tian, this news is extremely important. Of course, even if it is not for ourselves, even if it is just for the people, we cannot turn a blind eye. Do you trust me so much about my promise? Jiang Tian asked, when Yulin smiled bitterly and said, in our line of work, we offend a lot of people, both openly and covertly. You anti-drug police are in danger, and none of us are safe either. If we deal with those desperate criminals, they might bite us back. When they're powerful, they don't dare to do anything, but after they lose power, I'll die. I deserve it, but my daughter is innocent. In that case, why don't you send your daughter abroad? At this moment, Lu Chun, who was standing next to Jiang Tian, couldn't help but reveal a curious expression on his face the next moment. Chapter 361. No one will believe it except you. The legend of the police. Lu Chun saw that both Wen Yulin and Jiang Tian looked at him as if he were a fool. Lu Chun's expression was stiff. Comrade police, you're joking. There's no place like the ends of the earth that you can go. If you go abroad and are found, you'll probably be gone without even a sound. It's actually safer to stay in the country. Wen Yulin smiled bitterly. That's right. If Wen Min had gone abroad, there would probably not be a trace of her left. If Wen Yulin could escape with them, the presence of an old fox like Wen Yulin would be able to protect Wen Min. However, without Wen Yulin, Wen Min was like a walking treasure, like a baby passing through the market, but carrying a large sum of money. Anyone who sees it can't help but want to try it. In the entire Wenye Group family business, if Wen Min was the only one outside, even a fool would know that Wen Min was definitely rich. No fool would believe that the family would not leave any money for such a huge behemoth. Next, countless eyes will be staring at Wen Min. He wanted to seize the huge wealth left to Wen Min by Wenye Group. I just want a promise. Once we go in, you, the god of the police force, can protect my daughter's safety. Wen Yulin said, his eyes fixed on Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wen Min with her long legs. He looked at Wen Yulin again. Indeed, Jiang Tian had scanned with the eye of judgment and found that Wen Min was indeed innocent. If Wen Min is innocent, at worst, Jiang Tian will just pay more attention to and protect her in the future. Okay, I promise you, once you go in, I will protect your daughter's safety, and no one will be able to harm your daughter. Jiang Tian nodded. Compared to clues in a huge case, Jiang Tian did not have any psychological burden to protect a weak little girl, especially since the little girl was innocent. But do you trust me so much? Jiang Tian asked curiously. Even his sister and cousin almost got into trouble. Jiang Tian himself was even attacked by Mr. Yin using a powerful weapon called TNT. If Jiang Tian didn't have a cheat, I really don't know how many times he would have died. Therefore, Jiang Tian understood more clearly in his heart. Ha ha ha, Wen Yulin laughed heartily with a face full of joy. I would never believe what others say, but I have no doubt what you, Jiang Tian, the legend in the police force, say. Most importantly, I trust you. Only you can protect my daughter. Tap tap tap. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, Jiang Tian walked step by step to Wen Yulin, and after a moment, Jiang Tian stopped. It's truly my pleasure. Now, tell me your news. Jiang Tian looked at Wen Yulin. You have my promise, but I hope your information is worthy of the bargaining chip you put up. Come closer and listen. Wen Yulin said. Boss. Lu Chun held Jiang Tian and was a little worried. The main thing is, if something goes wrong with Jiang Tian here, or if Wen Yulin has any conspiracy, then Lu Chun will be really confused. After all, it is not impossible for a boat to capsize in a ditch of fine. Jiang Tian shook off Lu Chun. What a joke. After failing in the gutter here with Wen Yulin, Jiang Tian had no reason to live anymore. He could just die. The attributes of Jiang Tian's equipment are now top level, except for the red entry for martial arts master. Aspects like physique are already gold, and every shot hits its target. Jiang Tian got closer to Wen Yulin, and Wen Yulin stared at Jiang Tian closely. After seeing Jiang Tian approaching without any fear, Wen Yulin sighed. He knew that his loss was not unfair, not at all. A legend in the police force, his reputation is well deserved, but this way, he felt more at ease. Wen Yulin didn't play any tricks and whispered in Jiang Tian's ear. Jiang Tian's expression didn't change at first, but as time passed, his expression became colder and colder. It's getting more and more shocking. Jiang Tian has experienced so much and handled so many anti-drug cases. It can be said that he has seen all kinds of cases and is knowledgeable. However, the news received from Wen Yulin absolutely overturned Jiang Tian's cognition. What Jiang Tian didn't expect was that the drug trafficking network of the entire Wenye Group had actually been operating so well without destroying the Wenye Group. We only know that the entire Yunhai, and even the entire Yun province, has been covered by criminal groups almost everywhere. During the day, the sea of clouds looks like a bustling first-tier city. Night, this is Gotham. In the dark night, countless crimes are happening every moment. In particular, the number of missing migrant workers is increasing every year. The evil has not disappeared under the increasingly peaceful appearance, but their darkness is too huge. It was so huge that it was almost terrifying, as if it could cover the sky with one hand. They almost created an entire network and structure of a criminal group, coordinating and concealing each other's activities in all links and channels. Of course, to it is impossible to obtain evidence against those criminal forces from the Wonye group, although, when these people unite, it seems like they have a huge momentum, just like the 18 princes fighting against Dong Zhuo, but there has never been a lack of secret intrigue. So, does your Wonye group have evidence of crimes committed by other groups? Zhang Tian asked. Although we collected it, unfortunately, we didn't collect too much. We all know what the other party is thinking, so we won't take the initiative to collect it. But we still know who the other party is. It depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Wen Yulin said. Don't you understand what your current situation is? I'm here, and no evil forces are allowed to exist in the entire Yunhai. Zhang Tian grinned. Snap. The next moment, Zhang Tian handcuffed Wen Yulin. Next is for the lady, although Zhang Tian did not interrogate him, but there is something sinful about the lady that is worth it. Zhang Tian took a special look with the eye of judgment and found that the situation was relatively good and the sin value was not high. It's basically a crime of knowing something but not reporting it. This kind of crime, if one does not personally participate in directing others to make profits, can only be regarded as a crime of concealment and concealment. Given the particularity of the Wonye group, it is possible that it will come out during normal operations, but now, I have to stay in there for at least a year and a half. As for Wen Yulin, now that he is in prison, he will never be able to come out in this life. It can even be said that there is no such thing as a suspended death sentence. As a typical example, a bullet is definitely necessary, unless he can continue to contribute more valuable information, assist Yunhai in solving more cases, and make meritorious contributions while serving his sentence, he may be given a suspended death sentence. All I can say is that the charges are too serious. Chapter 362, Desperate and Mad, their true colors are completely exposed, they dare to defy the will of heaven. Officer Jiang, I'm counting on you. The lady nodded at Zhang Tian. Perhaps they were already mentally prepared when they started this business. Boss, what should we do with this person? Lu Chun looked at Zhang Tian and asked. Zhang Tian looked at Wen Min. There's nothing wrong with this guy, don't put handcuffs on him. Zhang Tian said, there is absolutely no problem with the Eye of Judgment. It is impossible for anyone to hide in the Eye of Judgment. Zhang Tian knew one more thing, these are the successful criminals and even the big drug lords, like the Yun family in Myanmar. An innocent person will be left behind. These people, without a doubt, are of clean origin. He has absolutely no involvement in the family's business, and he carries all the clean wealth left by the family. This money has definitely been with these people from the very beginning, and from the beginning to the end, it has no connection with any crime. No matter how you investigate, it is clean. Doing too many bad things, there are always some backup plans. Zhang Tian has also become accustomed to it. Thank you. Wen Min looked at Zhang Tian and thanked him. I know you are innocent, but I hope you can learn from your parents' lessons in the future. Zhang Tian said. Please rest assured, Officer Jiang. Wen Min said hurriedly. Wen Min is not a fool. After the series of events that just happened, Wen Min realized that there was probably a huge problem with his family's business, and it was a horrific criminal act. Otherwise, how could he bring Zhang Tian the news of a special merit? However, you have to follow us back to the police station and make a statement. After you come back, I suggest you don't live here anymore. Find a more secluded place, at least that's the case for the time being. Zhang Tian said, because of the collapse of Wonye group, the entire Yunhai, and even the entire Yun province, will undoubtedly fall into chaos. It's like Zhang Tian just eliminated a big drug lord. The price of white powder will rise in the market. At the same time, out of stock occurred in some places. Those drug addicts, after the supply is out of stock, can do anything and dare to do anything. Therefore, it is foreseeable that in the next period of time, not only the municipal bureau, but also the police system will be very busy, and Zhang Tian definitely can't take care of Wen Min recently. So now let Wen Min find a safe and secluded place to hide. From now on, if you want to be safe, don't trust anyone, cut off contact with the outside world, and wait until this case is over. Zhang Tian thought about it and gave the instructions. Thank you. My family bought me a house outside. My dad said no one knew about it, so I moved in. Wen Min said. It's up to you. Zhang Tian nodded, then closed his eyes to rest. Now Wen Min sat in the Peugeot police car, feeling a little uneasy. After all, this was the first time she had ridden in a police car in her life, and what happened today had left her physically and mentally exhausted. Boss, what news did Wen Yulin just tell you? As the driver, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel curious. After all, he didn't know anything else, but he heard the 3 words special merit clearly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Zhang Tian didn't even open his eyes and spoke with an expressionless face. Liu Chun sat in the driver's seat, scratching his head. After all, the special merit belongs to the leader, and as a team member, it is not excessive for him to get the first-class merit. As for the team, it is not too much to say that the entire collective deserves first-class merit. Seeing Zhang Tian closing his eyes to rest, Lu Chun swallowed his saliva and finally did not ask, although Chu Jing, who was sitting in the Passenger seat, did not ask any questions. The bright light in her eyes still revealed her inner unrest. Good job, who can withstand it? How can I withstand such a great achievement? But they don't know. At this moment, Zhang Tian's mind was spinning wildly. Although he appeared calm on the surface, Zhang Tian was still in turmoil deep down in his heart, thinking of the news when Yulin said. Zhang Tian felt a gloom deep in his heart. This problem is very serious, just as Zhang Tian was thinking about it. The car braked suddenly. What happened? Zhang Tian opened his eyes. Zhang Tian had been too tired in recent days, and he had been thinking about the news when Yulin had just told him, so he didn't notice what was happening in front of him. There was a traffic accident ahead and there's a traffic jam. Lu Chun said. Traffic jam? Zhang Tian suddenly opened his eyes. After taking a look, they saw that just in front of their vehicle, a van that came out from a side road collided with a private car. The front ends of both cars were almost completely destroyed. The force of the collision was enormous. The two cars were parked right in the middle of the road, and the van was overturned. I'll go down and take a look. Lu Chun opened the car door. Etc. Zhang Tian grabbed Lu Chun. This time, they collided with each other by such a coincidence. The two cars collided, but it was not a pre-collision, but not good. Zhang Tian's eyes suddenly changed. What's wrong, boss? Lu Chun also noticed something was wrong. Did the car that just took when Yulin passed by? Zhang Tian asked. We left last, and they left first. Lu Chun nodded in confusion. He hadn't noticed anything wrong yet. Zhang Tian's eyes were gloomy. Really, this time, they dispatched a total of 12 vehicles. The people were detained in a large 9-seater armed police vehicle with railings welded on the windows. Everyone knew that it was used to detain people, because Zhang Tian was with Wenjing. He arrived a little late and followed at the back of the convoy. Now, although there were 6 or 7 armed police vehicles blocking the road ahead, but there were still 5 or 6 armed police vehicles. These people are really looking for death. Zhang Tian sneered. Originally, Zhang Tian was skeptical about what Wen Yulin said. After all, the matter was too big, and he was a little reluctant to believe it. I just want to start investigating the authenticity later. The result was totally unexpected. Those people acted so quickly and swiftly. I didn't expect it to be so crazy. It even reached the point of lawlessness. But this is the real criminal force. Zhang Tian thought of his previous life. The 3 consecutive directors of Yunhai were all parachuted in. They all spent 10 days or half a month to stabilize the situation and understand the facts at the beginning, and then took quick action. Each action caused a huge sensation, but then he died suddenly. Or because of sudden death. Or because of a car accident. The most outrageous cases even led to suicide by jumping off a building. The key point is that even the surviving relatives can be found in the room. See how outrageous it can be. As it happened. This actually happened in Zhang Tian's previous life. In the end, 3 consecutive directors died in accidents, and the capital was outraged. Directly block all roads, big and small, at the border with the military. Internally, the crackdown was carried out with an iron-blooded approach. This is also the reason why Yunhai's economy has been stagnant for decades and has finally declined further. Captain Wang, hurry up, return the same way, there is danger. Zhang Tian dialed the number of the armed police. Danger? Almost before Zhang Tian finished speaking. Boom. A terrifying and deafening roar suddenly sounded and appeared in the distance. In the dark night, the roar was particularly loud and deafening. The flames illuminated Zhang Tian's face. Chapter 363, Stopping the Driver? A baton saw too much milk. Captain Wang is the person escorted by the armed police. Generally speaking, this kind of operation is escorted by armed police, and Zhang Tian and his team are basically responsible for arresting and directing the operation. This was also the case from the very beginning. They escorted Wen Yulin and his wife away first, so Zhang Tian and Wen Min were only 1 or 2 traffic lights late. The main thing is that Zhang Tian himself did not expect the other party to do such a cruel and insane thing. It is more than just cruel and insane. Who would have thought they would dare to use a bomb in a downtown area? Of course, this is not because Zhang Tian underestimates them. The main reason is that their arrogance and recklessness make Zhang Tian feel unbelievable. This is crazy. As the saying goes, if God wants to destroy a person, he must first make him crazy. But the madness of this action definitely does not include the courage to use a bomb of such a scale in the downtown area of a first-tier city. This is no longer something that can be described as a simple criminal, and can even be convicted of an attack under the charge of terrorism. This is two different concepts from drug control. But how is this possible? Lu Chun stood beside Zhang Tian and looked at the fire in the distance in disbelief, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. Are you crazy? These people have gone completely crazy. Zhang Tian's expression remained unchanged. In the light of the fire, Zhang Tian's face was expressionless and indifferent. Previous life. Think about it. Can a few simple criminals influence the development of a city? It's impossible. It's simply impossible. The cost of being able to halt a city's economic development is to deploy a large number of military personnel to control it. This can explain many problems. It's not that these criminal groups are brainless, but that they have been local tyrants in Yunhai or Yun province for too long. They had even begun to think that no one could deal with them. It can even be said that this is not the first time they have done something similar, such as explosions, but the nature of this incident is completely different. This is not an arrest, but a large-scale attack on the armed police. How many people are there in the convoy? Jiang Tian asked. There are about 30 people in our armed police convoy, the size of a brigade. Lu Chun replied after thinking for a while. More than 30 people, 7 or 8 cars, but the vehicle in which Wen Yulin and his wife were detained was a clear target. Quickly call everyone, and arrest these 2 drivers. Jiang Tian immediately took command. In fact, during this period of time, the distance between the 2 sides was greater at the first 1 or 2 traffic lights. When the car stopped, the distance between the 2 sides actually became farther for a while, and the other party deliberately got stuck in this place. In other words, from the moment they took action, the other party knew everything about them. They dared to attack more than 30 armed police officers, but he had to stop Jiang Tian. Is it because of simple fear, or is there another reason, or they were afraid that something unexpected would happen if he showed up? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Jiang Tian didn't even need to do anything to the driver of the vehicle. People like him were basically terminally ill or in urgent need of money. These people have only one characteristic, that is, they live in remote areas and have no contact with the outside world. There may not be many in other places, but in the year 2003, in this Yun province, there are people everywhere in remote places who have never been exposed to the outside world. Besides, Jiang Tian looked thoughtful. Generally speaking, if you give people like this some money or something, they will act obediently according to what the criminals say. For example, you were given 10,000 yuan or 20,000 yuan and hired to drive a car at a specific time and place to collide with a certain car. You don't need to be responsible for anything else, etc. However, in the law, there is no such thing as ignorance without guilt. When Jiang Tian arrived at the car, Lu Chun had already called for help, and together they moved the medium-sized van to the side of the road, enough space for at least 1 car to pass. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you touching my car? Who told you to touch my car? The van driver was still in the driver's seat, constantly trying to stop them. Really, Jiang Tian took a look and saw that there was no red light on the van driver. In other words, he had never committed any crime, seemingly an innocent person. Only Jiang Tian walked over. At this moment, the driver of the car had already gotten out. He was a relatively young driver in his 30s and was preventing others from moving their cars. Who told you to move my car? Are you traffic police? If you're not, who told you to move it? Move the car back to me. The driver pushed Lu Chun while cursing. This also made Lu Chun look at Jiang Tian. If it were before, Lu Chun would have taken action long ago, but it is different now. As a drug enforcement police officer, he does not have as high authority as before. Of course, facing this situation. Are you their leader? What are you doing? I'm telling you, even if you are police officers, you can't just move the car. I had a car accident and I have to wait for the traffic police to come. Seeing Jiang Tian coming towards him aggressively, the driver's tone gradually became weak, but in the end he still gritted his teeth and stopped Jiang Tian and stood in front of him. Swish. Jiang Tian pulled out his baton. What do you want to do? I'm filming you with my camera. The driver said to Jiang Tian with a cold sweat on his forehead while holding the camera, but the next moment, bang. The driver's vision went dark in an instant, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. Then, his grandmother, who had passed away many years ago, appeared in front of him. The recording camera also fell to the ground. Just before he lost all consciousness, the driver heard Jiang Tian's voice. I believe you may not have been involved, but you received excessive compensation, provided cover-up for criminals, particularly extremely bad criminals, and obstructed public service, causing serious consequences. In the end, you received a huge reward from the criminals. The driver's heart suddenly shook. Jiang Tian is right. In other words, for Jiang Tian, who holds the title of King of Criminal Investigation and is well versed in criminal psychology, he understands this method of criminals very well. Just as Jiang Tian thought, he was just an ordinary person from a remote mountain village. It was just because one day a group of people came to him and gave him tens of thousands of dollars as long as he did some simple things. Tens of thousands of dollars are like heaven to him, not to mention tens of thousands. Even a few $1,000s would be an astronomical figure for him. What's more, what we do is so simple. We just need to stop a group of people. All you have to do is simply drive out at a specific time, hit a car, cause an accident, and block the road for a short period of time. Such a simple thing could actually pay so much money, so he took action without thinking. But the final result is just like this. He thought nothing happened. He thought he had done nothing criminal, but there is no such thing as ignorance of the law. Chapter 364, Outsiders wake up and watch the storm rise with a smile. Just like when you enforced the law before, there is no need to worry about the intensity of drug enforcement. Jiang Tian said directly. He understood what Lu Chun meant. After all, they have changed their clothes now. Although they still belong to the State Department, the clothes they wear belong to the police system. They are probably afraid that if one of them does not do it well and it is exposed, the impact will be too bad, but Jiang Tian could only say that he was overthinking it. Normal means are no longer able to deal with these vicious criminals. Besides, after they took action, they should understand one thing. Jiang Tian sat in the police car with a gloomy look in his eyes. What's the matter? Chu Jing looked curious. That is, normal drug control requires evidence of catching the person red-handed, but counter-terrorism only requires confirming the identity, not evidence, Jiang Tian said. That's right, this is no longer a drug crackdown. All I can say is that Jiang Tian has no idea why those people are so brave. It would be fine if they used various means to assassinate and murder in secret. They actually dare to use such cruel means so blatantly, and what is to be expected is, what will be waiting for them next? Is a terrifying thunderstorm. The police car roared. Jiang Tian and his team used 2 police cars for their anti-drug operations. One person was left on the spot to guard the unconscious driver. As for the other driver, Jiang Tian saw that he had no criminal record, but he was also kept in custody for the time being. Both of them may seem to be fine now, but they may both have problems. It is possible that both drivers who crashed into the car received the money, but, as long as they get any benefits, what awaits them is life imprisonment. It doesn't matter as long as it doesn't cause any major impact, and such a terrible impact. It will take at least 10 years to recover from such a severe impact. It is even possible that the maximum penalty will be imposed, including life imprisonment. These people are crazy. Lu Chun drove the car, completely ignoring the traffic lights, and rushed towards the explosion site. In fact, the distance from where they were stuck in traffic was at least 3 kilometers. 3 miles is already a long distance. Lu Chun drove at full speed and it still took him a few minutes to arrive. At the same time, Jiang Tian's cell phone was constantly dialing Captain Wang's number. Captain Wang is the team leader this time, but after the explosion, we completely lost contact, and no matter how hard we tried to call, we couldn't get through. Faster. Every second, a major accident may occur. Jiang Tian didn't dare to delay even a little bit, but at this moment, Jiang Tian's phone rang. Jiang Tian took it out and took a look at it, and found that it was Huai Shang's phone number. Before this, Jiang Tian had already saved Huai Shang's mobile phone number, so he recognized it at a glance. Huai Shang. Jiang Tian said quickly. Jiang Tian, what exactly happened? I just held an executive meeting here, and there was a huge explosion in the city. And according to those who called the police, many police cars have appeared. I asked the municipal bureau, and they said that it was in that area. Now you are the only one with your men there? Provincial office. Right now it was very quiet, all the people participating in the meeting were silent. This very spacious and solemnly decorated office has more than 10 single sofas in total. At this moment, the sofa was already full of people, including Shinhan. At this moment, he could only sit half of his butt on the sofa, slightly bent over as if listening to the speech. And sitting in the main seat was Huai Shang, who was holding a mobile phone and calling Jiang Tian. After thoroughly understanding the criminal activities of the Wenye group, Huai province was extremely shocked. He immediately ordered all personnel to take action to arrest the criminals, and at the same time, he held an emergency meeting and called all the decision-making leaders in the province for an important meeting. The content of the meeting was about the future direction of Yun province. The current economic development situation in Yun province is not optimistic. Although it seems that there is Yunhai, a pillar first-tier city, as a facade, it is still difficult to drive development in the surrounding areas, especially the development of Yunhai, which has gradually stagnated. Among these, there is also a very critical factor, which is the idea recently issued by Kyoto to vigorously promote the development of first- and second-tier cities, vigorously support the economic improvement of first- and second-tier cities, and promote the idea of the rich leading the poor. With first-tier cities as the core, we will gradually drive the vigorous development of surrounding cities and achieve common prosperity. For this reason, Kyoto has provided strong political and economic support even to first-tier cities, but what is intriguing is that Yunhai is not on the list of economic development where the rich first drive the poor. The situation in Yun province was already in a state of panic, and at this time, the Wenye group had such a problem, which was opposed by many leaders on the spot. It is believed that at this time, when Yunhai is operating the list of the first rich, no problems can arise, and everything must be based on stability. If Wenye group is gone, we will take complete action against it. Once Wenye group collapses, hundreds of thousands of people will lose their jobs. At that time, it may be even more difficult to get elected. Even Kyoto may begin to doubt their abilities, and further, will not vigorously develop and support Yunhai. Even if we want to take action, we have to at least wait for a while, until Yunhai is added to the list and it is completely confirmed. Otherwise, how to say it, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. After communicating with Jiang Tian and getting confirmation from Gao Xiaolong, Huai Shang was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. In the past, they subconsciously kept the lid on everything. No matter what, everything else can be put aside for now. No matter what happens, stability and peace are always the first priority. They thought they were not on the list because of the chaos in Yunhai, but, on the contrary, it was because Yunhai was not chaotic enough that criminals were still extremely rampant, and the number of victims was increasing and the situation was getting worse. The funny thing is that they go against the above ideas. The key point is that even the leaders above cannot speak openly about this kind of problem. Does it mean that if you do things like crazy, the more people you arrest and the bigger the things become, naturally, the more support you will receive? But Jiang Tian's words woke everyone up, and Gao Xiaolong said, "Are you going to use up a lot of Kyoto's economy to develop a Gotham City? And then let all the money go to criminals, further developing and strengthening them?" Chapter 365. The meeting exploded. Who dares to be so cruel? This last sentence, this is a decisive blow for Hubei province. Before this, everyone was still opposed, and Huaisheng was still thinking about how to convince them. As a result, at this time, Mr. Mu, who had almost recovered and was attending the meeting, received a call from the political and legal leader of the municipal bureau. It turned out that the alarm call was received by the municipal police station. The municipal bureau reported it to Zhang Peng immediately. Zhang Peng was shocked and terrified. He immediately reported the situation in news to Mr. Mu. Originally, this kind of thing needed to be reported to the city's political and legal leaders, but unfortunately, the city's political and legal leaders had already been transferred. It is still vacant, waiting for Zhang Peng to take office. It was in this situation that Zhang Peng was able to call Mr. Mu as soon as possible. After receiving the call, Mr. Mu emphasized that Zhang Tian should be the one carrying out the mission in that area. You can ask Zhang Tian. As for Zhang Peng, he has no time now. We have immediately increased the number of armed police personnel. The city police department is now facing a serious shortage of police officers, but this is also because the recent caseload has been too tense, with major cases occurring one after another, not to mention the anti-drug detachment. Even the personnel of other detachments and the operatives have almost all been dispatched, not to mention the city bureaus. Manpower, even a large portion of the armed police were mobilized for this operation. Even the armed police are now facing a shortage of personnel. On the one hand, Zhang Peng quickly reported to his superiors. On the other hand, they quickly contacted the armed police officer Lao Chen and sent people to reinforce the explosion site. But for now, all we know is that a huge explosion occurred. But Zhang Peng himself doesn't know the specific circumstances, but this does not delay Zhang Peng, who is now very confused that he has been promoted immediately. I can't just stay up for a few days, just wait a few days and let him get promoted first, and then these problems will arise. You have to know that if this kind of major incident goes wrong, Zhang Peng will have to bear heavy responsibility. If strictly investigated, it would even be enough to dismiss him from his post as the director of the municipal bureau. How can I not panic? Therefore, after Zhang Peng reported to Mr. Mu attached great importance to it and reported it to Huaisheng immediately. It also instantly interrupted the debate in the meeting. After all, most people still insist on their own opinions, believing that stability is the key to everything, but they don't know that Huaisheng is sitting on the Diaoyutai at this moment. He clearly knows what happened, but did not say it at the first time. It was not until Mr. Mu's voice sounded that everyone's discussion stopped instantly, and everyone looked towards Huaisheng. Huaisheng did not delay and immediately called Zhang Tian with great importance, wanting to know the situation on the scene as soon as possible. What? An explosion? Why did it reach Hubei province directly? And the entire meeting place was extremely silent. What a joke. The same explosion depends on where it happens. If it is in a remote place, no one may notice it. If you are in a third or fourth tier city, take action in the urban area first, but in the provincial capital, the provincial office is nearby. Explosion, what is it? Explosion. Hiss, I just heard a loud bang, but I didn't pay much attention to it. It turned out to be an explosion. I heard that, too. Are you crazy? How could there be an explosion? Aren't dangerous goods not allowed into the city? A burst of discussion continued to be heard. At this moment, Huaisheng also called Zhang Tian. It's obvious, even they heard the explosion, so it was estimated that it was not too far away, maybe only more than 10 miles away, and no more than 20 miles away at most. That's the real core urban area. There was a huge explosion, and Huaisheng's heart skipped a beat. He called Zhang Tian and turned on the speakerphone so that the leaders could hear the details of the situation and save Huaisheng the time of narrating the situation. What exactly caused the explosion, and what were the casualties? In the event of an accident or a problem, no matter what unit it is, the ceiling is 3 people. In other words, if there are less than 3 people, it can be handled simply, but if there are more than 3 casualties, it is a major accident and may even need to be reported directly to the province or even Kyoto for backup. I'm rushing to the scene. The casualties are still unclear. Zhang Tian replied quickly. It's very close. Zhang Tian had already seen some flames right under a cliff, otherwise how to say it. Although the entire sea of clouds has been thoroughly developed, however, there are still some mountains in the urban area that are difficult to transform or cannot be sunk into foundations. Some of these mountains have been directly turned into parks, while others have been left as scenic spots because of their historical relics. The route where the accident occurred was a circular road dug from the mountain. Of course, due to long-term development, there are no longer many secrets. There are only some jungles on the mountain, but there is also an 8-way driveway. Many residential areas have been built on the mountainside. They are walking in the driveway in the rear area of the residential area. This is also where the accident happened. It's still unclear. Find out as soon as possible what caused the explosion, what the explosive material was, and the casualties. Once you find out the situation, report to me immediately. Huaisheng said after a moment's hesitation. Reporting to Huaisheng, although I don't know the casualties, I know that the explosion was not an accident, but a man-made bomb. Zhang Tian said directly. Boom. Huaisheng was confused. All the leaders fell silent instantly. Nonsense, this is a busy city, who dares to do this? A leader's face darkened and he couldn't help but say unfortunately, the distance was too far for Zhang Tian to hear clearly on the phone, so he continued, in fact, judging from the sound and power of the explosion, it's not ordinary explosives. It should be a considerable amount of TNT. Boom. Nonsense, and TNT. Who would be so bold as to do this? That's right, isn't this courting death? Catch the murderer immediately. How is this possible? This is the Municipal Bureau. Who would dare to do this? What's their goal? Just to cause a big explosion? Isn't this courting death? How could someone be so stupid? This is absolutely impossible. Exploded, even this leader's conference room exploded. Huaishang's head felt a little stuck, and then his blood boiled. Just as he was about to order Zhang Tian to conduct a thorough investigation in anger, Zhang Tian's voice continued to ring out. Moreover, the TNT detonation was not intended to cause chaos, but to attack us. Some comrades may have already been killed. Boom. Accompanying this sentence, all the leaders exploded with a bang, attacking armed police, TNT attack, and they are also armed police and drug control. Are you crazy? Who is it? Chapter 366. The new leader is confused. I was just about to say that we have just arrested Wen Yulin, a key suspect in the Wenye group. The criminals attacked the vehicle carrying Wen Yulin and his wife. We are currently rushing to the scene. Zhang Tian quickly told the side that was closest to the truth, but Zhang Tian didn't know that at this moment, in the dignified conference room, at this moment, his voice was so loud that you could hear a pin drop. Silence, deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by this news, looking at the mobile phone in Huaisheng's hand. Yes, the phone was on speakerphone. So Zhang Tian's meaning was already very clear, that is, an operation had been launched against the Wenye group, but the final result was that after they arrested the important suspect, someone actually used a TNT bomb in the downtown area. This is just crazy. Everyone was stunned. This isn't crazy, this is what is. What you mean is that after you got the evidence of Wenye Group's crimes, you took action. However, when you were taking action against Wenye Group, an unknown force attacked you with TNT explosives? Huaisheng asked expressionlessly. Yes, that's probably the case. Zhang Tian did not hide anything and told everything. Huaisheng's summary is also very accurate. But everyone's expression changed. Zhang Tian had no idea what kind of debates and arguments had taken place in this office at this moment. In this era, when everything is based on the economy, those who are capable want to develop a more efficient economy, and those who are due to retire also want to land smoothly. Therefore, when Huaisheng opened his mouth to target Wenye Group, almost many people were opposed. Huaisheng also did not reveal the evidence of Wenye Group's crimes. That's why they feel unbelievable. Just now they were still arguing about whether Wenye Group should take action, but now they have turned around and taken action. What on earth is going on? Have they already taken action against Wenye Group? Why don't we know about it? At this time, an old man frowned and said in disbelief. Yes, it has already started. Facing everyone's inquiring gazes, Huaisheng nodded slowly without any change in expression. Boom. Really? Everyone's eyes widened. The mere fact that they were attacking the Wenye Group was enough to make them unbelievable. The key point was that they were attacked by a bomb after the attack. This, no matter which one it was simply unimaginable to them. Why is it so sudden? Why was there no news before the action? At this time, another person spoke up. Hasn't Huaisheng already said it just now? It has also been brought up for discussion, but everyone's opinions are full of controversy. Old Mu said calmly, until now, there has been no investigation into the case involving Mr. Mu. After the driver drowned in the water, a comprehensive investigation was conducted. However, no matter how the Provincial Police Department and the Municipal Bureau, the three-party joint investigation team conducted the investigation, there are currently no more clues. In other words, the clues from the driver's side were instantly cut off. In particular, they found out from the driver that he had been an orphan since childhood and had almost no family or circle of friends. This is the most difficult part, but there is no doubt that the person who took action definitely has great power. If he can kill a few powerful forces, he might be able to collect some clues. Generally speaking, as he is in charge of politics and law, he certainly agrees with the actions of the Wenye Group. Old Mu, what you said is wrong. We just discussed it, but we haven't reached a conclusion yet. A leader next to Old Mu frowned and said, while the argument was going on, Huaisheng, who was sitting at the front row, patted the small table next to the sofa, and the entire conference room fell silent again. Huaisheng also said calmly, everyone's opinions are full of differences, but the battle in the police system has begun. The battle with criminals is a battlefield, and the opportunity is fleeting. By the time we discuss any opinions, the criminals will probably be enjoying themselves in their villas on the other side of the Atlantic. This action has been approved by me. Huaisheng directly issued the final conclusion. But if we do that, the economy of the entire Yun province, which has been worked hard on for many years, will be wiped out in a moment of carelessness. Yes, we can use a softer approach. This is a bit too sudden. At least let us know. After Huaisheng spoke, several voices appeared one after another from the people below. Huaisheng glanced at the people who were talking, his eyes meaningful. After they finished speaking, Huaisheng spoke up. Now that you've finished speaking, let me tell you something. According to investigations, Wenye Group started out as a drug trafficker, and eventually, after they became successful, they even had a large drug factory. Not only that, but both the drug factory and the Wenye Group itself are closely connected to foreign forces on the island country. During the arrest operation, not long ago, 2,000 kilograms of white powder were seized from the drug factory. Chairman Wen Jijiang nodded in confession on the spot. Now, do you still say, don't touch the Wenye Group? Huaisheng's voice was not loud, but every word he said had a terrifying and shocking effect, at least making everyone present feel their scalp tingle. Every piece of evidence was enough to break their defenses. Some people even blushed and stammered as they tried to say something, only to find that no matter what they said, it would be too much. Moreover, the evidence of Wenye Group's crimes is far more than that. Although economic development is necessary, it cannot be based on sacrificing the social environment. Now, do you have any other questions? Huaisheng continued. This means that the Wenye Group has been arrested. Then, what's going on with the bomb? A leader keenly noticed that something was wrong. It's obvious that the Wenye Group has evidence of certain forces' crimes, and they're afraid that the Wenye Group will reveal it, so they're taking action against them. In other words, it's already rotten. The Yunhai under our feet is completely rotten, comrades. What we need now is to scrape the bones and cure the poison, so that we can move forward with ease. Otherwise, if everything is based on the economy, once the poison breaks out, we will all die without a burial place. We are all sinners of Yun province. Huaisheng slammed the table. At the scene, some people lowered their heads with blushing faces, some were shocked, and some were confused and seemed to have no idea. All kinds of life are constantly happening in this small conference room, but unfortunately, Huaisheng didn't want to see their faces. In fact, at this moment, Huaisheng was feeling very heavy and angry. He didn't understand a lot of the situation because it was only his second year in Yunnan province. I was transferred here not long ago. Chapter 367 Crazy Attack. Completely crazy for him, he is currently in the stage of understanding Yun province, but the feeling that Yun province brings to him has completely angered him. Before this, the Yun province he knew was poor, but on the surface it was also quite prosperous. There were occasional chaos and problems, but no major problems broke out. But in recent times, Huaisheng's worldview has been constantly refreshed. Do you really think Huaisheng just found out about Jiang Tian? No, he has been paying attention to him since Jiang Tian showed up. When Jiang Tian won the first-class merit for eliminating the first criminal gang, he still felt that Hubei province was not as peaceful as it seemed. The second first-class merit, there are some problems in Yunnan province. The third first-class merit, Yunnan province has big problems. The fourth first-class merit, not only is there a big problem in Yun province, but his feet are almost covered by a dark cloud. Of the fifth, the sixth, okay, now, even Wenye Group has encountered such big problems. Who was innocent? A slightly confused expression appeared on Huaisheng's face. If it weren't for Jiang Tian, would these problems always exist and continue to exist with the development of Yunhai? So, what about in this conference room? Is there really someone who doesn't know anything? It doesn't matter if he doesn't know since he just arrived. But what about these people? Of course, there was another thing that made Huaisheng feel even colder, that is, why were the two leaders from Yunnan province transferred away, and now he is arranged to take charge of the overall situation? Why is the top position still vacant? He suddenly understood the meaning of the above. It was because he knew this that Huaisheng's hands and feet were cold. The problem is too big, however. It is obvious that even TNT was used to attack armed police in public places. How rampant have the criminals become, regardless of whether they have their own thoughts or not? The emergence of this problem has undoubtedly changed everyone's direction. We will investigate thoroughly and will never compromise. It's completely lawless. It's crazy that such a terrible incident was discovered in the provincial capital. Everyone was shocked. Got the situation clear, but no matter whether everyone has other ideas in their hearts, no one can tolerate this problem, because if they dare to bomb the armed police today, will they dare to? Huaisheng pondered for a moment, stood up, took his cell phone and left the meeting room, then walked out the door and called someone unknown. At the same time, Shinhan also stood up. Leaders, I will go to the scene immediately to deal with it. Well, this matter must be handled with caution. In this regard, the blockade of the scene must be done well so as not to cause panic among the people. Mr. Mu instructed it. Obviously, for such a big thing, Shinhan must go to the scene. The other leaders also had gloomy expressions, because this explosion is nothing less than an extreme provocation to them. Of course, Jiang Tian didn't know anything about what was happening here. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tian had already arrived at the scene. The fire is still burning. When the distance was still 100 or 200 meters. Bang bang bang. The sound of fierce gunfire continued to ring out. Is this a fight? Jiang Tian's face was shocked. Everyone, prepare for action. While speaking, Jiang Tian's scanning radar continued to scan continuously. It's human nature to watch the fun. When it was more than 200 meters away, the car stopped. Why? Because the traffic was completely blocked. The place we chose is good. Although this is a highway, it is obvious that whether we go up the mountain on the left or go down the mountain on the right side of the road, we can retreat quickly after taking action. After getting off the car, Luchun frantically pushed the crowd away. That's right. At this moment, just over 200 meters away, in addition to the traffic jam, many people got off their cars to watch the excitement. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. If someone is accidentally hit by a stray bullet, they will die here, but it is obvious that these people are not aware of it. The fact that the armed police had not yet evacuated the crowd at this time was enough to show that the fighting was very intense and there was almost no time to evacuate the crowd. Damn, are these people crazy? Zhang Tian's eyes were cold. Quick, get out of the way, everyone, quickly evacuate to a safe area. Also, Zhu Jing, you stay behind to evacuate the crowd. Zhang Tian turned his head and shouted to the crowd who were still watching the excitement and talking. Zhang Tian took out a gun from his waist. When he was about to leave, someone grabbed his hand. When he looked back, he found out it turned out to be Wen Min. Save my parents. Wen Min's voice trembled. Although she was strong and calm, her lips were obviously trembling, and even the hand holding Zhang Tian was obviously cold and without any warmth. Try your best, Zhang Tian said, and rushed forward with a pistol. Zhu Jing did not dare to be negligent. After Zhang Tian went out, Luchun followed Zhang Tian closely. Zhu Jing did not dare to be careless either, because Wen Jing was beside him. Since those people attacked Wen Yulin and his wife so cruelly, who can be sure that they will not attack Wen Jing? But Zhang Tian didn't know. At this moment, the center of the battlefield, Captain Wang, who had just spoken to him, endured the pain and hid behind a car. Next to him were the bodies of 2 armed police soldiers who had just died. Captain Wang's face was also covered in blood. Captain, there are 10 casualties. An armed police officer reported to him. 10 people, damn, these beasts. Captain Wang's face was full of anger. Are you crazy? Are you sure this isn't crazy? Such a terrible incident has not happened in many years. Moreover, this is not outside the country, but in the provincial capital this problem occurred. Captain Wang's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing was rapid. The other side chose a good position and placed TNT on the road in advance. No one expected them to be so cruel. The statistics subordinate reported. Captain Wang stretched his head and took a look. The sound of gunfire continued to ring out. Just like Captain Wang's mood, the flames of anger were also burning. Audacious in the extreme of this is simply crazy. Of course, Captain Wang knew that at this moment, the most important issue was another one. How is Wen Yulin? Captain Wang gritted his teeth. We rescued them right after the explosion, but they look to be in great danger now. Wen Yulin and his wife have both lost consciousness, said a team member. In fact, at the beginning, when Captain Wang and his team were driving normally, 40 or 50 escort personnel were guarding them from the front and back. In other words, it wasn't that Captain Wang was careless, but that he hadn't expected any accidents to happen with such a strong escort. Unexpectedly, the other party used TNT. Chapter 368, arrived, tool, crushed the whole audience. Simply the other side probably didn't have too many weapons, and the equivalent was not that large. After the explosion, they immediately rescued the people in the burning escort vehicle. If only the explosives were a little more powerful. Without a doubt, there is absolutely no hope of survival for the people in the car. Even now, surviving is not an easy task, because the other party uses TNT. It will be fine even if it is run over by a car. As long as the built-in detonator is not detonated, there will be no problem. The other party was just staring at the transport vehicle, and then, when they were rescuing, there was suddenly a burst of gunfire on both sides of the roundabout road on the mountain. Because of a moment of carelessness, they lost more than 10 people on the spot. In fact, Zhang Tian was stuck in traffic, then we caught up all the way, only about 3 minutes late, but these 3 minutes were enough for a lot of things to happen. From the time those unknown criminal groups took action until now, it has only been less than 2 minutes. Captain, those people are trying to run away. At this moment, an armed police officer who was firing back shouted. Captain Wang looked up and saw that it was indeed the case. I saw that the gunfire that was dense just now suddenly became much sparser, and it seemed more like they were covering a retreat. Captain, should we catch up? Someone asked angrily because, from the very beginning of the attack, before they could react and fight back, these people retreated quickly. The speed is too fast, the key is that they are too frustrated. No, protect Wen Yulin. Although Captain Wang felt aggrieved, he spoke rationally. He clearly understood that anyone could die now. However, Wen Yulin must be alive because he is definitely involved with this group of people. As long as he is alive, he will definitely be able to tell us news about them, and at this moment, they don't know in the dense forest beside the road. Zhang Tian has already located these people through scanning radar. Zhang Tian, those bright red dots were like targets, once Gao Xiaolong was ambushed. At that time, Zhang Tian only had one bullet that never missed its target, and he was still able to kill people in the dark, and now, Zhang Tian's entries are almost exploding, so it's not difficult to deal with these people. If Captain Wang is in charge, it would be really good. Zhang Tian was hiding in the darkness, his bright eyes flickering, as if he was looking for the criminals with red glow one by one. Of course, on the other hand, he was also looking at his own entry. Never miss a target, gold, scanning radar, gold, extraordinary human, gold, martial arts master, red, king of criminal investigation, red, photographic memory, blue, extreme recovery, blue, ocean god, gold, special entries eye of judgment 1, the god of body shape, 2, blessing of the god of wealth, For yuan automatically generated every minute, reserve, 620,000, 5/6. The next stage reward is a Rolls-Royce, current sin. Value, 163054. That's right, this is Zhang Tian's entry panel now. It is almost shining with golden light and is about to explode. It is indeed a bit too brilliant. Of course, Zhang Tian originally accumulated more than 200,000 sin points. After upgrading to the God of the Ocean, he spent more than 100,000 sin points to save Su Tong. There were originally more than 100,000 people left, but when Ji Jiang and his gang were subsequently arrested, it brought Zhang Tian a lot of sin value rewards. Now it is more than 160,000, but it's not a lot, but it's not a little either. However, Zhang Tian is quite jealous of the next level of Rolls-Royce and philatelic entry rewards, although it seems to be enough now. The headquarters even owes him 2 first-class merits and a first-class hero model, but who would complain about having too many contributions? If we can capture this group of people, I think it will be enough for a first-class merit. No, if we can completely eliminate the forces behind this group, I think it will be enough for a special merit. Zhang Tian thought of the words when Yulin whispered to him before leaving, but the action was not slow at all and they had already found the drug dealers lurking among the crowd. "Boss, what should we do if these cops refuse to be fooled?" someone said. "When Yulin should have been killed. We shouldn't stay here for long. Retreat quickly according to the planned route. If you are captured, you all should know what to do. Your family and I will be taken care of." The boss said something worriedly. The others didn't say anything, but they all agreed. Threats from family members. A common tactic used by evil forces. Zhang Tian looked at the leader. The expression is slightly different. There were about 30 attackers, all of whom were hiding from the armed police on the road behind cover, while there were also more than 20 people on the other side of the road. Probably, nearly 50 people were dispatched at one time. Zhang Tian fell into deep thought. What kind of crazy crime could make the criminals so crazy that they would mobilize so many people and kill Wen Yulin regardless of the terrible consequences? No wonder it's news of a special merit. It seems Wen Yulin was right. Zhang Tian's eyes flickered, and then he raised his pistol and pointed it at the leader. At this moment, the leader seemed to have a keen intuition and turned his head suddenly to look back, but in the next moment, bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out. The gunshots were so fast that they almost sounded like the sound of an automatic rifle. 6 bullets to it was shot out almost instantly, and a thick black smoke slowly emerged from the muzzle, but accompanied by gunshots. The boss had already fallen to the ground just before the gunshot was heard, the moment before losing consciousness. The boss looked confused and didn't seem to understand what was going on, but, at this moment, it's not just this boss, the leader beside the boss, hiding behind a tree. The 6 people who were almost exposed to Zhang Tian's position were all shot in the head by Zhang Tian at this angle. Snap. The next moment, Zhang Tian's body disappeared in an instant like a cheetah. In less than 0.1 second, Zhang Tian's bullet clip fell to the ground. The new magazine has been loaded. In less than a second, the place where Zhang Tian had just stood was covered by a dense barrage of bullets. Just a short while at night, Zhang Tian would become a hornet's nest because he was skilled and bold. In order to resolve the situation quickly, Zhang Tian got too close. The moment the shooting started, those people were able to react, perhaps, except for Zhang Tian. Anyone would feel a chill down their spine when faced with this situation, but unfortunately, Zhang Tian has already changed to a new position at this moment. Bang bang bang. Instant kill. Chapter 369, dozens of people can only make me feel slightly happy. Well, when you stare into the abyss also stares into you. Zhang Tian touched the slightly hot barrel of the gun. He had fired 12 bullets in a row and the barrel was about to catch fire. He opened his mouth and blew into it, staring at the 6 people in his sight. 12 murderers have died suddenly. As for the living, there is no need to do too much. Zhang Tian just took a glance at the recent intelligence of these people. There are recent intelligence on 4 or 5 people, which means that the sin value is more than 1,000. For Zhang Tian, the information he obtained was sufficient, and this time point, there are too many people, at least the scene needs to be cleaned up. A ghost. It's a ghost. Third brother, asshole. When the 12 companions fell to the ground and lost all sound in an instant, everyone became panicked almost instantly. There are probably less than 20 people left. These people had just been lurking in various positions, hiding behind bunkers, trying to ambush the armed police in front. In other words, after Zhang Tian arrived, their backs were all exposed to Zhang Tian at the first moment. To some extent, this is a waste of sin points for Zhang Tian. The crime is heinous, altogether. The sin value is at least 10,000 or 20,000. Snap. Zhang Tian changed the bullets casually. At the same time, the empty magazine fell to the ground. Zhang Tian moved his position like a ghost and ran more than 20 meters away, looking for a back-to-back position. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out one after another like the scythe of the god of death. It is constantly reaping their lives. As the gunshots rang out, Zhang Tian changed his position almost every time he fired a round, which resulted in these people being able to only chase after Zhang Tian. The hail of bullets posed no threat to Zhang Tian. On the contrary, every time Zhang Tian fired a gun, he could take away at least 2 or 3 people. Sometimes there are as many as 4 or 5 people. There are only less than 30 people on this side of the road. How can they withstand several waves of attacks from Jiang Tian? After a few rounds in a small clearing in the jungle, 3 lone criminals stood back to back, each looking in the direction in front of them. At this moment, unsurprisingly, their legs were shaking constantly, their faces were pale, and they looked ahead in horror. Who is it? Someone shouted with a trembling voice. Although he wanted to shout out to boost his morale, his voice was trembling when he shouted out. Not only did it not increase morale, but it made the people on his side seem to have completely lost the will to resist. Jiang Tian, we know it's you, and only you. Another person said in a trembling voice. That's right. When the name Jiang Tian came out, Jiang Tian, who was standing on a tree with the gun pointed at the 3 people, did not change his eyes at all. Or, it could be said that having his name known by these people did not affect his mood at all. Joke from being attacked myself to having my family members attacked. To some extent, Jiang Tian is already in a semi-public state. It cannot be concealed. There is no way to conceal it. Jiang Tian's current first-class merit and special merit are actually not in accordance with the standards, because among the public merits, only the first-class merit was reported in the news, and it was not a name, but a surname of Jiang. Everyone in the Yunhai criminal group knew what it meant. We also know who this Jiang represents. On the other hand, there are also internal problems. Occasionally, Jiang Tian used the scanning radar or the eye of judgment to look for problems inside. Overall, the influence of these criminal forces has been too great over the years. Apart from the relatively clean municipal bureau, it can only be said that it is difficult to ensure that there will be no problems in the lower level branches. As long as there is any problem, Jiang Tian's information cannot be kept, but now, Jiang Tian's information has been leaked to this extent. Even the soldiers know about it. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed. It seemed that there was no need to hide his identity in the future. Of course, Jiang Tian didn't actually realize what he had done. He even killed hundreds of criminals. Compared to the leak of his own information, Jiang Tian himself is like the god of death to these criminals, an existence that makes people tremble with fear when his name is mentioned. Why are you so fast? Asshole, isn't it already blocked? Yes, surrender, we surrender, don't shoot, don't kill me. One of them seemed unable to bear the pressure any longer. He threw the weapon in his hand to the ground, then raised his hands above his head and couldn't help shouting. Following the surrender of the first man, the remaining 2 men also dropped their weapons and surrendered with their hands on their heads. After all, who would want to die when they can live? Is this the only resistance you can offer? Jiang Tian shook his head slightly. Inertia made Jiang Tian feel that those arrested were basically extremely vicious drug dealers. These people would rather die than surrender, and would fight to the death as long as there was a glimmer of hope, not to mention asking them to confess honestly. Even if they were given a few large memory recovery techniques and dragon fruit packages, it might not be of any use, because they knew that if they confessed, they would definitely die, not to mention a chance of survival, especially on the battlefield. These people have almost no concept of surrender, except for certain death. Now it seems that these people have no chance of escape at all, because the surrounding armed police were also approaching tentatively. There was some appreciation in Jiang Tian's eyes. Others can't see clearly, but Jiang Tian was in a high position, and now Jiang Tian's superhuman physique allowed him to see people's faces clearly even from 100 meters away in the dark. Captain Wang and his men slowly approached. It should be that there were sudden and exciting gunshots in the jungle just now. The key is that the location of the gunshots was not them, which made Captain Wang feel that something must have happened to these criminals, so he brought his men to approach quietly, but he was not at all greedy for merit or reckless. The previous ambush caught them off guard, and he seemed particularly calm in the face of such a cruel criminal. This also made Jiang Tian quite satisfied. Captain Wang and Jiang Tian were familiar with each other. In previous operations, it was Lao Chen who led the team, but among them, Captain Wang under Lao Chen was very much to Jiang Tian's liking, especially during the operation. Captain Wang's performance was absolutely in line with Jiang Tian's taste. He had his own ideas, but the key was that he knew how to cooperate with Jiang Tian and followed Jiang Tian's orders without any unnecessary questions. Especially today, these criminals occupied advantageous terrain for ambushes. Once those people were greedy for merit and rushed in, they would be attacked from the front and back by large numbers of drug traffickers in an instant. By then, the losses will be difficult to measure. Chapter 370, A Sudden Change in the Night. He came when the whole army was annihilated. Jiang Tian took action, but he was also able to sense something unusual and brought people over. Definitely a very qualified partner. It's too quiet. At this time, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the young armed police officer next to Captain Wang. The silence was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and his heart beat twice as fast, for fear that something would suddenly happen. He should have run away, but that's impossible. There were gunshots just now. How could he run so fast? Another young armed police officer asked in confusion. It's too quiet, everyone be careful. Captain Wang gasped, trying to calm down, and led his men to slowly disperse in groups of 3. But in the next moment, in a small open space in front of him, swish, 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 there was a loud noise of guns being raised. Who? Captain Wang suddenly asked. The next moment, a strong light shone, revealing 3 figures. At this moment, everyone was bent over with their hands on their heads. It seems like he is waiting for someone's judgment. We surrender, don't shoot. No more fighting, we surrender. Don't hit us. When the three heard the sound, they shouted to Captain Wang with surprise on their faces. God knows how much terrible pressure the silence just now brought to them. A bullet could hit their heads at any moment. God knows, in just a short while, some people felt like they were about to be scared to death. If they had arrived a little later and the man in the darkness had not spoken, they would probably have been scared to death here. The three people's surprising performance also stunned Captain Wang. What happened? Captain Wang approached in confusion. We just attacked you, hurry up and catch us. One of the criminals collapsed. This made Captain Wang confused. So, why surrender, besides? Where are your accomplices? Captain Wang was startled, thinking it was a trap. When the accomplices were mentioned, the expressions of the three people changed. His face was pale and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. God knows what they just went through. They were still discussing evacuation a second ago. The next second, dozens of teammates were gone. When Captain Wang asked, the three people's eyes instantly shifted in one direction. Captain Wang also followed them and looked in that direction. He buzz. Corpses were lying all over the place. To say that I can persist at the beginning, but after seeing their companions fall one after another, these criminals completely lost their minds. Even for professional fighters, it would be difficult to withstand a casualty ratio of half, let alone this mob of drug dealers. When there were only 15 or 16 people left, they began to run away, running for their lives. But in the end they could not escape the gunfire. Corpses were scattered everywhere. There are ones in every location. Captain Wang's heart kept beating. He carefully came to the side of a corpse, took a look at the bullet hole on the forehead, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Captain, what's going on? At this moment, a young armed police officer came to Captain Wang and asked in a trembling voice. Xiao Lu is a member who has just joined the team recently. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. The key point was that he encountered such a scene in his first action. Zhang Tian. He's here. The captain looked a little pale. He's coming? Zhang Tian? Xiao Lu widened his eyes, but when the captain looked around, he found that there was no one around. Where's Officer Jiang? Where's the guy who beat you up? Captain Wang looked around and immediately came to the three of them. Are there any of you who are running away? No, there are only 3 of us left. We are all dead. We were beaten to death. The 3 of them dared not hide anything and immediately opened their mouths hurriedly and nervously. This made Captain Wang frown slightly. The result happened at this moment. Suddenly, in the completely silent environment, a burst of fierce gunfire rang out. Captain Wang's face changed and he suddenly looked in one direction. At this moment, Captain Wang's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Captain, there's heavy gunfire at 6 o'clock, hiss. Captain Wang widened his eyes. Which is 6 o'clock? Isn't that the other direction of the road that just attacked them? That is, the direction of the mountain. This mountain range is very long. Perhaps it is precisely because of its length and lush forests that even though the Sea of Clouds has developed to this day, the development of this mountain range has not been thoroughly explored. There are still a lot of problems left, such as after these drug traffickers chose this place and planned their escape route according to their plan, that is, they had 3 minutes to act, and after that, regardless of success or failure, everyone would start to escape. But now, whether it is the scientific level or other aspects, it is completely different from what it will be 20 years later. There is no comparability at all. In this case, naturally, these drug traffickers had no scruples before taking action. They escaped within 3 minutes, quickly dispersing in 2 directions along the mountain range. Once they get into the mountains, it will be much more difficult to continue the search because this mountain range can even lead directly to Myanmar. Of course, there are checkpoints on the mountain, but it is impossible to guard all checkpoints, which is why these people are so bold. A total of nearly 50 people were dispatched. After Zhang Tian caught up with the 30 people in this direction, the remaining 20 people meant time for Zhang Tian to chase them. In other words, if these drug dealers had not fled separately, Zhang Tian would have been able to solve the problem in a shorter time, but now, it just takes Zhang Tian a little longer. But the result remains the same. Back then, Zhang Tian was able to kill so many drug dealers with just 1 bullet. Now he has explosive attributes, terrifying speed, and invincible endurance, and now Zhang Tian can even possess the speed of a cheetah and the endurance of a zebra, and with the help of the bullets hitting the target, how can these people run away? So the moment the gunshots rang out, it's like a death knell, hiss. Captain Wang's scalp tingled. He looked in horror at the corpses scattered all over the ground, as well as the 3 drug dealers who were so frightened that they didn't dare to escape even though no one was there. Listening to the gunshots in my ears, Captain Wang got goosebumps all over his body. Catch these people first, and we'll deal with the others later. Also, call for backup, and get the emergency personnel and the medical examiner to come over. Captain Wang hurriedly gave orders and began the cleanup work. After all, he had cooperated with Zhang Tian for so long and so many times, and he always understood that Zhang Tian was a guy who only cared about killing and not burying. No matter what happens, first shoot and kill the enemy, then capture the drug dealers, and then leave all the remaining small drug dealers behind. This is also because the Municipal Bureau has been very busy recently. Who? Chapter 371 Exchange. When Min was shocked, you also know medicine? Who? Just at this moment, suddenly, a voice appeared in the jungle, and Captain Wang shouted with his gun. It's me. In the jungle, Lu Chun walked out with a depressed look on his face. It turned out that Zhang Tian had brought him along when they took action just now, but in order to prevent anyone from escaping, he asked Lu Chun to wait behind and catch any fish that slipped through the net. As a result, the fish that slipped through the net were not caught. Instead, after the gunshots rang out, I waited and waited but no one showed up. I thought about going back to check, but when I saw him, damn, the battle was over. Officer Lu. Captain Wang's face was obviously relaxed. Yeah. Lu Chun was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk. After seeing Lu Chun's expression, Captain Wang understood something. After leaving someone to clean up the battlefield, he quickly led his men back to the road. It was also at this time, there was a buzzing sound in the sky at high speed. That's right, this action and this behavior were indeed too bad, so bad that even the military was dispatched directly. The helicopter arrived at the scene immediately to provide support. In addition, there are even special forces soldiers on the way. However, Captain Wang understood at this moment that these people would probably have made a wasted trip. Taking the current situation into consideration, the remaining drug dealers are probably also in Jiang Tian's pocket, but why so fast? There is no doubt that the wounds of these people were definitely caused by Jiang Tian, but the most terrifying thing is also here. When they arrived, the gunshots only stopped for a few dozen seconds. During these tens of seconds, plus the distance from this location to the road, it is nearly 100 meters. After crossing the road and then reaching the other direction of the road, it is at least 100 meters away. If it is a track and field race, 200 meters will take about a few tens of seconds, but what kind of environment is this? Outside the road, there are jungles and mountains, full of potholes. Track and field athletes will sprain their ankles when they come here. This speed, thrilling, what a pervert. Captain Wang's heart was filled with sighs. However, Captain Wang has become accustomed to this kind of perversion, from the initial shock to gradual numbness. When they arrived on the road, right now, everywhere you look, Captain Wang saw a familiar figure, Buzz. Even the numb Captain Wang felt his scalp tingling, because at this moment, Jiang Tian was squatting in front of a figure. That's right, the person lying on the stretcher was Wen Yulin. Captain Wang has already made a rough examination of Wen Yulin's injuries and can only say that it is very difficult to save his life. It can even be said that under current medical conditions, the chances of survival are slim. Most importantly, the person fell into a coma. Thinking of this, Captain Wang's face was full of guilt, because these were the Wen Yulin couple he was escorting, and this kind of thing happened on the way. Captain Wang's face was filled with shame and disgrace. Team leader Jiang, this is my fault. I didn't expect that they would actually dare to do this and even use TNT. Captain Wang walked to Jiang Tian hesitantly, and at this moment, but now Jiang Tian had a thoughtful look in his eyes, and was pinching a part of Wen Yulin's body with his hand. As Jiang Tian took action, Wen Min, who was standing next to Jiang Tian and crying her heart out, was stunned, because as he took action, her father's expression gradually stabilized. Vital signs are gradually stabilizing? Are you crazy? Is Officer Jiang a medical genius? In fact, Jiang Tian is not the god of medicine. Wen Yulin is so important. To Jiang Tian, or rather, to the entire municipal bureau, Wen Yulin is an important person because in some ways, Wen Yulin represents a complete revelation of the tip of the iceberg of the Yunhai criminal group, or in other words, a member of their core. As for Wen Jijiang, after a brief interrogation, and even when he was taking action, Jiang Tian felt that Wen Jijiang didn't know much. At least, this guy, although he looks good on the surface, but secretly Jiang Tian keenly noticed that the real person in charge of Wenye Group was someone else. As expected, after Jiang Tian arrested Wen Yulin, he became completely certain of this conclusion. It seems that Wen Jijiang is the boss, but in fact, the person who is really behind the Wenye Group and even in charge of the crimes and the development of the group is Wen Yulin, and Wen Jijiang is not a waste. However, I guess they are just people who are just benefiting from the dividends, otherwise, the sin value would not be very low, only a few thousand, not even half of Wen Yulin's. Then it can be seen from the fact that when Wen Jijiang was arrested, those people did not react, and when Wen Yulin was arrested, those people went completely crazy. Wen Yulin is definitely involved with the terrifying figure in the rear. After Jiang Tian dealt with all the people in the first place, he asked Chu Jing to bring Wen Min over first. Whether it is for humanitarian reasons or to understand the case, it is very necessary. On the other hand, Jiang Tian did not stop his skills. Among the many criminals he killed, there was one who came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine and had some knowledge of it. He had picked up entries on it. Jiang Tian himself had plenty of sin points, so he didn't synthesize them. Staying here is indeed useful now. Byte, spend 100 sin points. Currently have some knowledge of Chinese medicine. White, successor of Chinese medicine. Green, you already have a sufficient understanding of all aspects of Chinese medicine, comparable to a doctor of Chinese medicine. Byte, cost 1,000. Byte, costing 10,000. A basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. White, medical master. Red, as a righteous anti-drug police officer, you often encounter teammates getting hurt. In the past, you always watched them die in front of you, powerless to do anything. But now, your level of traditional Chinese medicine in this world is already top-notch. Perhaps you can try to leave your name in the history of traditional Chinese medicine. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying amount of knowledge appeared in Jiang Tian's mind. The various structures of the human body are the basis, and each acupuncture point corresponds to a certain part of the human body. You can be fully proficient in observing, smelling, listening, and feeling, and you can see the symptoms at a glance. Most importantly, there are various treatment methods. His Zhang Tian's eyes lit up. More than 10,000 sin values, which is half of the sin values gained tonight, were added casually to produce such a perverted entry. In other words, if Zhang Tian repeats the same mistake in the future, he will be able to achieve great things with this skill. As for Wen Yulin's physical condition, Zhang Tian took a look and knew roughly what it was: massive cerebral hemorrhage. Under normal circumstances, he has not been sent to the hospital yet, but he is definitely in a vegetative state. Chapter 372. Liaoying arrived and she was stunned. How could this be done? Luckily, he was in a vegetative state. If he was a little late, he wouldn't have had a chance of becoming a vegetative state at all. The explosion of TNT would have blown the car into the sky. Moreover, this is also a chance for Zhang Tian to take a general look at his injuries. A more systematic examination has not been conducted yet, but it is certain that brainstem hemorrhage is relatively serious, but it is definitely not the most serious of all injuries, given the impact. Just look at the few armed police officers who were escorted and sacrificed. Zhang Tian glanced over and saw that 3 of those who were dragged out were beyond saving, including Wen Yulin's wife, who lost all signs of life on the spot. In other words, the person with the best luck and the least injuries in the entire car is also on the verge of death. Even with Zhang Tian's current skills, he can only say that he is not sure whether he can save his life. But now, at least it is enough to keep Wen Yulin hanging until the hospital arrives. So, when Captain Wang rushed over, he saw Zhang Tian holding a set of silver needles. Zhang Tian doesn't have anything like silver needles, these people don't have it either. However, with so many people watching, there will always be some. Although it was not a professional silver needle, it was just an ordinary needle in the car's first aid kit, which was slightly sufficient for Zhang Tian to use. Team leader Jiang, what is this? Captain Wang sucked in a breath of cold air, mainly because the scene was too horrific. After Zhang Tian inserted the needle into Wen Yulin's Tianling several times, a large amount of bright red blood gushed out from it. Everyone looked pale when Captain Wang saw them. If he hadn't seen Wen Yulin, whose face was as pale as gold paper and looked like he was on the verge of death, but now looked much more relaxed, he would have almost thought that this was a murder. He had a brainstem hemorrhage, but he was lucky to survive. The specific injuries still need to be examined in detail in the hospital. But even if he is rescued, we don't know when he will wake up. Zhang Tian shook his head. No, I mean, do you know medicine? Captain Wang said in confusion. This is the most important thing, okay? And being able to identify the injury so quickly, and being able to use medical skills so boldly and provide first aid with such terrifying means, an ordinary doctor would definitely not be able to do it. Oh, I'm just interested in this. I've read some books on Chinese medicine before. Zhang Tian stood up without changing his expression, then he patted his bloody hands. At just now, during the fierce chase in the jungle with a gun, his hands were clean, but after saving Wen Yulin, Zhang Tian's hands were covered in blood. Team leader Jiang, whoa, thank you. If we were to say who is the most devastated at the moment, it would naturally be Wen Min. This girl is miserable too. She originally lived a wealthy life, had a happy family, and was a wealthy lady. In the blink of an eye, everything changed overnight. Suddenly, I heard the shocking news that both my parents were criminals. Moreover, he has committed a very terrible crime and may even be shot. Before she could even catch her breath, she was blown to the sky by a group of mysterious people while being escorted. The mother died suddenly on the spot, and the father is now seriously injured and in a coma, and it is not known whether he will wake up. To be honest, Zhang Tian also felt a little sympathetic towards the little girl. Moreover, even though she was crying and collapsed, the little girl took the handkerchief and carefully handed it to Zhang Tian. Thank you. Zhang Tian took it and wiped his hands. Don't be too sad. I've already killed the people who attacked your parents. As for the real culprit, I'll definitely catch him. Zhang Tian's eyes flickered. Even if Wen Yulin was guilty of a heinous crime, he should be judged by law, rather than asking who could be so cruel as to attack like this. The most important thing is, before, Zhang Tian might have had to consider the impact and was always a little restrained in doing things, but this wave has completely exposed the criminal group in Yunhai. Oh no, the entire Yun province. This not only made Yun province, but even Kyoto see how crazy and cruel the criminal groups in Yun province had become. It is no exaggeration to say that this is just the tip of the iceberg. It is now possible to indiscriminately arrest and kill suspects without the need for evidence. Only after Zhang Tian said this, Captain Wang swallowed. These seemingly ordinary words of comfort carry such a terrifying message. What does it mean to kill them all? No one escapes the net, even if there were any survivors. Perhaps only those 3 prisoners would survive. Hiss. Team leader Jiang, have all the attackers been killed? Have the 6 o'clock position also been resolved? Captain Wang gasped. Zhang Tian turned around and nodded slightly, saying, there were more than 20 people at 6 o'clock, but when I arrived, they had already fled in 2 directions. I wasted a bit of time chasing them. Otherwise, if Wen Yulin had received emergency treatment earlier, his condition might not have been so serious. Gulu. Captain Wang swallowed and looked at Zhang Tian as if he was looking at a ghost, and just at this moment, accompanied by a buzzing sound, the armed helicopters are transporting personnel quickly. In addition, there are military vehicles parked outside for guarding, and as such a big event. To be honest, this is a huge secret, and no one can cover it up. In particular, the ambulance arrived at the scene after clearing a path. In short, the entire chaotic scene has been stabilized. At least, more and more onlookers are being dispersed. As for the blocked vehicles, they gradually dispersed under the command of a large number of police forces. Crash. Liaoying quickly jumped out of the ambulance, his face was full of fatigue. Very tired, she didn't know what had happened recently. In short, there were more and more emergency rescues, leaving no time for people to catch their breath, especially as an emergency department. As the most authoritative and best hospital in Yunhai, the municipal hospital is generally the one that is dispatched the most frequently in major accidents, especially something like this. The most confusing thing is in the past, at most a car accident could keep people busy. The most serious and busy thing is the chain reaction accident. Only while rescuing others, they were stopped. This time Wen Yulin is definitely the most serious and also the most important among them. According to the crime, Wen Yulin must be shot, but at the same time, Wen Yulin is definitely the key to tearing apart the entire criminal group. Even if the armed police were injured, at this time, the first person to be rescued should be Wen Yulin. What's going on? Chapter 373, Continuous Support, a bomb that explodes completely. But when Liaoying arrived, she was also confused. Cute little face. He stared blankly at the wounded man lying on the ground. The key point was that there were several silver needles inserted into his head, and blood was still dripping from the needles. It's a brainstem hemorrhage. I can only provide emergency drainage. You'll need to return to the hospital to confirm the extent of the other injuries. However, I estimate that the cervical and lumbar vertebrae are likely broken, and the internal organs are also damaged to varying degrees. At this moment, a shadow appeared in front of Liaoying's eyes, followed by a voice. Liaoying raised her head. He looked at Zhang Tian in astonishment. It's Zhang Tian again. Oh no, it should be normal for Officer Zhang to appear at this kind of murder case, which is obviously the arrest scene, but the key issue is that this drains the brainstem hemorrhage. Liaoying was simply unheard of. Officer Zhang, this was done by you. Do you know medical skills? If it was true, Liao Ying's scalp was tingling. How profound medical skills must be required to achieve this? At least even if Liaoying made up her mind, it would be impossible to divert traffic in this way. Not to mention her, she felt that there were definitely no more than a handful of people in the country who could and dared to do so. I know a little bit. Zhang Tian said modestly. Puff. Good job. Liaoying was confused. His job is to catch criminals, swim to save people, and even create miracles. Now you say, even saving people is so outrageous? Be careful when you lift him. Zhang Tian was not exaggerating. He just took a rough look and understood about 70% to 80% of the injury. There is absolutely no problem in providing the first treatment, as he said. Liaoying also conducted an examination as soon as possible. In particular, when Liaoying looked at the silver needle on the wounded man's head, a lot of blood had already emerged and was still flowing out. Such a large amount of bleeding. If it is not drainage. Hiss. This is certain. Apart from brainstem hemorrhage, the injury with the most terrifying mortality rate, how could so much blood be drained from the skull if there is no drainage? With such a terrible amount of bleeding, even in the hospital, 7 or 8 out of 10 people will become vegetative, and the remaining 1 or 2 may be lucky enough to wake up. What's more, if they rushed over and took him back for emergency treatment, there would definitely be no chance of him becoming a vegetable. But, precisely because it was confirmed, Liaoying felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Immediately afterwards, Liaoying did not delay. He quickly asked his men to carefully move the injured into the ambulance, but when she walked to Zhang Tian, Liaoying looked at Wen Jing, who was standing next to Zhang Tian. Her delicate yet pitiful appearance instantly made Liaoying's eyes show a little resentment. This made Zhang Tian's eyelids twitch. However, Zhang Tian had nothing to fear. As the saying goes, a man with a clear conscience fears no crooked shadow. Zhang Tian acted uprightly and sat uprightly. There's nothing to be afraid of. Snort. Liaoying snorted from her nose, and even though the mask was blocking her voice, one could still clearly hear the dissatisfaction in her tone. Of course, Liaoying also knew the seriousness of the matter. After giving Zhang Tian a blank look, she quickly took everyone back to the ambulance. After all, if Wen Yulin really did what Zhang Tian said, it would be very serious. As for Zhang Tian, I was a little worried at first and wanted to leave with him. Having him watching over me could help me prevent emergencies and provide first aid. It's just that the problem on the scene is too serious now. A large number of armed police and military personnel have surrounded the surrounding area in 3 layers. What made Zhang Tian even more stunned was that the number of people surrounding him not only did not decrease, but increased. Later, there were more than 10 armed helicopters flying in the sky. As for disturbing the public. Joke, what time is it now? This is simply a slap in the face. Perhaps it can be said that the criminal group has been the local tyrants in Yunnan province for too long, so long that they have lost their sense of awe. They only thought about getting rid of Wen Yulin. As long as Wen Yulin is dealt with, they will definitely be safe. Just like before, they continue to live in peace, but they ignored one thing. This criminal case, this attack, is an absolutely unforgivable bottom line issue for the entire Yun province, and even for the officials. Again, if the situation permits, there is no limit to calling for support. No matter how powerful you are, they can even call in missiles for you. Zhang Tian was still thinking about something. He has already led his men to the periphery, surrounded by 3 layers of defense. A large number of leaders were already waiting. Of course, Zhang Tian could also understand why they mobilized so many people. After all, For such a serious problem, almost all the leaders had to rush to the scene very urgent, especially the casualties and other aspects. This can be said to be one of the worst cases in recent years. In addition to the previous large-scale attacks on senior leader Gao Xiaolong, the influence was so bad and the methods used to commit the crimes were so cruel, especially when there were so many people watching on the scene. Even if the news was blocked, it would be impossible to completely block it. It would eventually leak out. The armed police were attacked in large numbers. The criminal gangs even used high explosives. A large number of people were dispatched to publicly attack the armed police in the city. What if the prisoner escapes? Who can bear this responsibility? When Huaisheng arrived at the scene, he was already disappointed. In the conference room, Huaisheng received Zhang Tian's message and organized people immediately without any delay. Immediately afterwards, he followed Shinhan in a government car to support the scene. At the same time, almost all support, including military support, was called in at once. It can be said that this is really surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Of course, if Zhang Tian had not taken action, even if so many people were mobilized, but in the dark of night, the criminals fled into the mountains. We can definitely catch some of them, but there will definitely be a large number of people who slip through the net. These people took off their clothes, changed their clothes, hid their guns and ammunition, and entered the city, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is even difficult to tell even if someone threw away their weapon and dived directly into the crowd of onlookers, because we have no idea who attacked. The province rushed there as soon as possible. Yunhai's direct leader, the city leader, also rushed over in a panic. From the situation at the scene and what we know, the attackers' modus operandi clearly involved scouting the area ahead of time, choosing a location that would be ideal for retreat. Furthermore, the initial blast, followed by the subsequent shooting, took a total of 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, they quickly retreated without a fight. The information we collected was incredibly limited. We didn't even know their age or whether they were male or female. All we could do was search the entire mountain. Chapter 374. The leader is furious. Run away and I will kill you all. Zhang Peng was sweating profusely, and based on the situation on the scene, he also gave a detailed analysis to the leaders on the scene. When they heard Zhang Peng's words, they understood everything and knew what he meant. The most important thing now is the casualties, and most importantly, what happened to Wen Yulin. Huaisheng said with a gloomy look. Although Huaisheng is not a new official and this is his 2nd year in office, he was transferred here shortly before the new year. We have just sent in rescue vehicles. We are still unable to confirm the criminals' information. We can only wait for the on-site personnel to come out. Shinhan couldn't help but look gloomy at this moment, same as Zhang Peng. Such a big thing happened. Zhang Peng, the Yunhai director, is responsible. He, Shinhan, should also be ranked among the responsible persons. It can be said that for a case with such a great influence, if it is not handled properly, he will be dismissed from his post in one breath. There is absolutely no room for bargaining. To this end, Shinhan has already called for all the manpower available to the provincial department, including a large number of armed police personnel from provincial units, to provide support. Including the military forces stationed in Yun province, they also came to the rescue in a steady stream. However, according to the information we currently have, there were probably more than 50 criminals. During the attack, more than a dozen of our armed police officers were killed on the spot. Zhang Peng wiped the sweat from his forehead. God knows, he and Gao Xiaolong were in the municipal bureau, giving orders and marveling at how smoothly today's arrest operation went. Who the hell could have imagined the outcome? In the blink of an eye, such a big case occurred. It is no exaggeration to say that the sky has fallen. Shinhan and Zhang Peng were both in a cold mood, because no one understood this situation better than them, and they planned in advance. Even if they sent so many people, they could only capture a part of them at most. It is almost impossible to follow the leader's orders and execute everyone, even if the mountain is completely closed. Who can ensure that no one will go down the mountain to change clothes? This is not a targeted matter. We know who it is and just issue a wanted order and arrest them. It has been nearly 30 minutes since they organized the team. From the beginning to the end of the attack, the criminals took 3 minutes to attack and 27 minutes to escape. Think about it this way, after searching all over the mountain, I'm afraid we'd be lucky if we could find half of them. Moreover, they are under great pressure. But the other leaders couldn't escape either. At most, they will bear the main responsibility, but these big leaders, one by one, will attract the attention of the whole country in such a big case. So many people were there. It can't be hidden. It can't be hidden at all, especially in Kyoto. It is impossible to hide it. No matter what the cost, we must investigate this thoroughly and not let any of them go. And today, those people were so audacious and ruthless as to carry out such a daring attack. This is a provocation to our entire Yun province and to all law enforcement officers. If this is not dealt with lightning speed, similar incidents will never stop. This is a vicious attack with no bottom line. I don't care how difficult it is for you. I have only one request: arrest all criminals involved in this operation. Huaisheng was completely furious at this moment. Before this, Huaisheng had always been a good man. In other words, their emotions have always been relatively stable. They are the kind of people who can solve problems and control the overall situation without changing their expression no matter what happens. But now, Huaisheng was also completely furious. If anyone can't do this, all of you, the director of Yunhai or the director of Yun province, take off your hats. Huai Shang said with a cold and merciless expression. Boom. That is, as Huai Shang finished speaking, the scene was suddenly silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Although there were many leaders, all of them had cold sweat on their foreheads because, after investigation, this case has become extremely serious and terrifying. Even Huai Shang will be held accountable on this issue. The fact that such a serious problem has occurred in the area under your jurisdiction proves your incompetence. Are you still saying that you have no responsibility, even Huai Shang cannot escape responsibility, let alone the leaders below him? How could these leaders know nothing about Yunhai's situation? How is that possible? Otherwise, how could Jiang Peng be able to take up such an important position as director? It's because no one can do it. Ultimately, the power of the criminal group is too terrifying and too huge from the very beginning, or even if someone discovered it, no one dared to reveal the tip of the iceberg. Maybe some of them were touched, but they all died due to various accidents before that. That makes sense, but, in the face of such a high explosives attack, who could sit still? And who could stay out of it? No one in the entire Yun province could stay out of it. No matter what, we won't look at the process or the result. Let everyone be punished. If one escapes, you two will both be punished. Huai Shang had a blank expression on his face and spoke without any mercy. It was obvious that he was really angry. Or rather, before this, if Huai Shang still had any concerns, after arriving at the scene, we saw from afar the armed police transport vehicles that were gradually burning into scrap metal. There are also people who are seriously injured, and after losing more than a dozen armed police officers, Huai Shang could no longer sit still. If there were more than 3 people involved, this would already be a case that would reach the ears of the emperor. What's more than 10 people were attacked in public. Who could cover up this? No one, yes. Mr. Shen's face was full of bitterness. Who did he offend? But, do your job well. Assumed the right to this position. Naturally, correspondingly, one must also bear the responsibilities that come with this position. Even so, this may be an impossible task. Jiang Peng sighed and said nothing. He knew in his heart that this was too difficult. How could it be possible in this geographical location, when you were still worried? Just at this moment, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Peng. A moment later, Jiang Tian, along with Captain Wang and his men, as well as almost half of the injured armed police officers, couldn't help but shrink their pupils, because Jiang Peng knew the importance of Wen Yulin. He mobilized almost an entire brigade of armed police to cooperate with Jiang Tian's operation, together with Jiang Tian's own emergency response team. The total number of people is close to 50. But now, almost everyone is injured, especially the armed police officers who followed Jiang Tian. Jiang Peng took a look at them and his heart skipped a beat. An entire brigade of 40 armed police personnel were dispatched, but now only more than 20 are left, and almost all of them are injured. More than 20 people were killed or injured. And what about the perpetrators? Quick, tell us the escape routes of those criminals and start the arrest operation as soon as possible. Jiang Peng said anxiously. Jiang Tian glanced at it in confusion. Jiang Peng was anxious. What's going on? All the perpetrators have been killed. Chapter 375, Chaos. The more chaotic the better. Let's make it completely chaotic just now. All the criminals who carried out the attack have been basically killed by me. Only about 3 people were left. Jiang Tian said slowly. Although Jiang Tian's voice was not loud, it really made Jiang Peng, as an old father, feel unbelievable and surprised. You should know that Jiang Peng and his team had already received accurate information while on the road. Those are the attackers, probably at least 40 or 50 people, not much less than the number of the armed police force. Otherwise, the armed police force would not have sacrificed so many people in the first place. But now, you tell me they were all wiped out? Did the other party send out 40 or 50 gangsters to carry out the attack? Jiang Peng asked in confusion. Based on my observation, there were roughly 52 people, and I killed 49 of them on the spot. Jiang Tian calculated the number of bullets he had used, and basically it was 1 bullet per person. In the end, exactly 8 magazines of bullets were used, no more, no less. Hiss. Already shot dead, Jiang Peng gasped wildly. Just now, a death order was issued from above, and if he failed to complete it, he would be fired. But the surprise came so unexpectedly. Good boy, are you hurt? Jiang Peng asked hurriedly. No, most of the time, I chased and killed them from behind. When I took action, these people were already running away. Jiang Tian shook his head. And no matter how you look at it, Jiang Tian's scanning radar is a powerful weapon. Whenever a red dot appears, Jiang Tian can quickly find out the situation of these people. If a red dot stays in place, it basically means they are preparing for a sneak attack. The red dot was moving quickly, and Jiang Tian also sped up to destroy it. It only takes a few minutes in total. To be honest, it is not difficult for Jiang Tian to move in this dark jungle. It can even maximize his ability to move the cheetah's terrifying speed, its ability to hit the target without missing a single bullet, and even its invincible endurance, and most importantly, Jiang Tian's ability to locate them. If those people escaped, Jiang Tian would really be able to find a piece of tofu to kill himself. And at this time, Shen Han, who was behind Jiang Peng, was mobilizing troops with a walkie-talkie in his hand. According to the original plan, tighten the encirclement and ensure that all criminals are apprehended and brought to justice. Shin Han's eyes were solemn, he felt tremendous pressure. Certainly, most importantly, Huai Shang was indeed furious, although it may seem like an angry remark to take it down directly. If this matter is not handled well, Shin Han's future path will basically be over. The deputy provincial level position that I had been dreaming of for many years now seemed like a dream, ultimately. Huai Shang came to Yunshang not long ago. We now have a general understanding of the economic environment and other aspects of Yunnan province, as well as the political development situation and direction, and have just begun to prepare for action. As a result, such a big problem arose. Now you tell me that the criminal group in the entire Yun province is so terrifying. You only told me this in the second year after I came to IT. Turns out that the higher-ups asked me to parachute in. They didn't ask me to develop the economy, but to make me the vanguard of producing evil forces in criminal groups, especially at this time. Such a big case with such a bad impact happened. Huai Shang was almost furious. Shin Han really didn't dare to delay at all. Just now, all available manpower was mobilized. The provincial armed police and even the military made calls immediately. To ensure that nothing goes wrong. As for the military, thousands of people entered the mountains to ensure that all routes for the criminals to escape were blocked from top to bottom. As for whether it was too late during the operation, or by the time the encirclement was tightened, the criminals had already escaped. In this regard, Shin Han can only leave it to fate. It was just after Shin Han gave the order, then Jiang Peng came over with Jiang Tian, looking very surprised. Comrade Xiao Jiang, regarding the situation of those criminals, please cooperate and bring them to justice. After all, Jiang Tian arrived earlier, and Shin Han thought that Jiang Tian had some understanding of the attackers. Director Shin, there is no need to mobilize those people. Jiang Tian said quietly, seeing the 3 layers of armed personnel inside and outside and the continuous support coming. Jiang Tian almost felt his scalp tingling. What do you mean? Shin Han looked at Jiang Tian in confusion. As a result, the next moment, a voice came from Shin Han's walkie-talkie. Report, we have discovered a large number of bodies of unknown armed individuals. We speculate that they are the criminals who just attacked. Director, a large number of criminal bodies were also found at the 6 o'clock direction. Just now, after Jiang Tian and Captain Wang came out, Director Shin had already dispatched the provincial armed police to quickly and carefully enter the jungle to conduct a detailed investigation, and now, they had just found the bodies. Shin Han looked around the road with a dull look. How many bodies are there? Shin Han subconsciously asked while holding the walkie-talkie. According to our detailed search, there are about 20 people at the 6 o'clock direction, all armed with firearms. At this moment, the voice from the walkie-talkie sounded. A moment later. Report, a large number of bodies have appeared at the 11 o'clock position. After a thorough search, we estimate there are approximately 30 bodies. 2 voices rang out in succession. Shin Han fell into silence for a long time. He seemed to be still immersed in the voice on the intercom and couldn't come back to his senses. Director Shin? Jiang Tian waved his hand. At this moment, Shin Han also seemed to come back to his senses. He stared at Jiang Tian intently and asked tentatively, did you do it? If Director Shin is referring to the attackers, I have basically killed them all, except for 3 captives. Jiang Tian nodded. As a matter of course. It's not difficult to say, but it's not difficult for Jiang Tian. In other words, Jiang Tian handled many major cases. This also led to the fact that, to some extent, Jiang Tian underestimated the impact of this incident and problem. It's no exaggeration to say, this is an exaggeration that has reached the ears of the gods. No one can hold it. The ultimatum issued by Huai province was to ensure the capture and annihilation of all criminals and not to let anyone go. This was already the simplest ultimatum, because even if I reflect on myself now, I don't know what attitude the higher-ups will have after they learn about these situations. Of course, Jiang Tian himself didn't feel anything, because he knew it from the beginning. The leaders are not afraid of chaos. What they fear most is that there will be no chaos, because everyone knows which is easier to deal with, a deep-sea monster in a stagnant pool of water or a turtle making trouble in a shallow pool. Chapter 376 Heavy Losses, Leadership Shock for Kyoto. As long as they can find you and as long as you can jump out, they can kill you. However, what Kyoto fears most now is that these evil forces are lurking in the deep pool. The most important thing is that no matter who is called in, they cannot solve the problem or uncover the surface of the deep pool. Even if I wanted to take action, I wouldn't know where to start. Where are those 3 gangsters? Shin Han asked. When Jiang Tian heard this, he immediately waved to Captain Wang in the distance. After Captain Wang saw Jiang Tian's gesture, he hurriedly approached with the 3 captives. Report to the director, all 3 prisoners are here. Captain Wang pointed behind him. In fact, if Jiang Tian was willing, he could still leave behind a lot of prisoners. At least a dozen or 20 could be left behind, but Jiang Tian turned around and thought that leaving so many prisoners would not be of much use except for increasing the uncertainty. Except for these 3 who surrendered voluntarily, Jiang Tian shot all the others dead. As for these 3 people, Jiang Tian was also very skilled and brave. Before Captain Wang arrived, Jiang Tian had already chased the people at the 6 o'clock direction. In other words, these 3 people had a chance to escape before Captain Wang arrived. The prerequisite is that if their speed can be faster than Jiang Tian's pursuit speed, they may be able to escape, but it is only a slight chance. Shin Han's gaze gradually turned to the 3 captives. There are 3 people at this moment. There was no trace of despair, pain, or loss of soul on his face. On the Contrary, there was a kind of, yes, it gave Director Shin the illusion that he had survived a disaster. These criminals who were basically doomed to be shot were caught, but they still looked like they had survived a disaster. Is this reasonable? Did you catch the wrong person? Director Shin swallowed his saliva. These people are scared out of their wits. Who knew they could be so vulnerable? Jiang Tian complained speechlessly. He thought that the attackers were very fierce or tough after all. He did such a thing. At the very least, the operatives should be of high quality, otherwise, how could they have pulled off such a big case? Were you the ones who attacked our armed police? Shen Han looked at the three gangsters huddled together with confusion. Yes, it's us. Yes, sir, we did it. We confessed everything. Someone paid us to do it. The three of them spoke one after another. When Shen Han heard this, his face instantly turned ugly for the entire Yunnan province. In fact, the problem we are facing now is that there are too many backward areas. The situation in Yunhai is not bad. All aspects of economic development have solved the problems of backwardness and poverty. In fact, the economic development has even been at the forefront of the country. However, due to the influence of various objective factors such as roads, the envisioned scenario of the rich leading the poor did not occur. The villages around Yunhai are still extremely backward and outdated. To the extent that, due to extreme poverty, many remote areas are even under illegal control. In particular, many villages are located in deep mountains and forests, or on cliffs. The fight against poverty has always been the biggest problem in Yunnan province. In this situation, falling behind will easily give rise to many ignorant criminals. These people, if you give them some money or some benefits, give them a gun, they will do whatever they want. In fact, it's not that Jiang Tian doesn't want to stay and take the lead. It's just hard to tell, because these people were not committing crimes for the first time, and they all had a lot of red light on their bodies. It is obvious that even if these people were quiet before, they were probably engaged in smuggling. In other words, there may be certain illegal and criminal activities in Myanmar. After all, the distance between here and Myanmar is too close. Xiao Jiang, come with me. After Shen Han made up his mind, he looked at Jiang Tian and spoke, then took Jiang Tian straight to the location of the many leaders behind him. At this moment, Huaisheng was standing in front of the official car and did not approach, although they are leaders, but there is a saying that goes, leave professional matters to professionals. If they get involved now, it will only cause trouble and increase risks. When it comes to catching criminals, Shen Han, Zhang Pang, and the military leaders are all professionals. Huaisheng loosened the zipper of his jacket. It was a dark night with a cool breeze blowing gently, and the temperature was not high, but Huaisheng's face was already covered with sweat. Xiao Jiang, are you okay? Huaisheng was the first to receive the news from Jiang Tian. When he saw Jiang Tian arriving, although Huaisheng was anxious, he still smiled and shook hands with Jiang Tian. The scene in an instant, the atmosphere among the leaders around him became a little calmer. You can say that now in the entire Yun province, there are not many people who don't know Jiang Tian. Especially these leaders. Joke.as the first holder of special merit in recent decades, he has won 5 first-class merits and has been awarded the title of 6 merits. Moreover, he is the temporary king of 6 merits, and recently he owes Jiang Tian a first-class merit which is in the process of being processed. They already knew that not only one first-class merit would be awarded to Jiang Tian soon, but also a first-class hero model was on the way. Such a terrifying existence, such a hero appeared in the territory under their jurisdiction. Even they themselves only felt proud. At least, even the leaders who had never met Jiang Tian were filled with good feelings towards him after seeing him, and now, seeing Huaisheng's warm welcome, these leaders immediately had a lot of thoughts in their minds, because they had no idea when Jiang Tian and Huaisheng had such a good relationship. But if you say that you have a good relationship with Lao Mu, it is understandable based on your relationship with Gao Xiaolong. But Huaisheng and Jiang Tian, these two people, really made many leaders wonder when they had a relationship. I heard there were more than 50 thugs attacking. Did you suffer any damage? Huaisheng knew that after hanging up the phone, Jiang Tian joined the battle. It can be said that Huaisheng was able to speak without reservation, even angrily, and scold Director Shin and leaders such as Zhang Peng. However, when facing a frontline combatant like Jiang Tian, his attitude was definitely extremely enthusiastic. At least Jiang Tian felt it deeply. Sadly, when I arrived, more than 10 armed police officers had died. As soon as Jiang Tian finished speaking, the scene became even quieter. Many leaders looked visibly pale. The sacrifice of more than 10 armed police officers is a major event that has shaken the world. Where are the important people you arrested in the case? Huaisheng asked in a deep voice. Huaisheng had personally participated in the Wenye group case and understood the specific circumstances of the case. However, even Shen Han had no idea what had happened in this regard. The important criminal, Wen Yulin and his wife, were escorted in a vehicle that was blown up on the spot. Mrs. Wen Yulin and the 5 escort personnel in the vehicle were all killed on the spot, and Wen Yulin is seriously injured and in critical condition. Jiang Tian shook his head. At this moment, even Huaisheng looked grim. Chapter 377, Alone? Oh no, the clown is actually me? These bastards. Huaisheng gritted his teeth, but the next moment, Jiang Tian continued, the good news is that all the criminals were killed on the spot. Not a single one escaped. There were a total of 52 perpetrators, 49 of whom were killed on the spot, and 3 were captured. Zhang Tian already had a general idea of the direction of the investigation in his mind. The most crucial thing is the words or the place that Wen Yulin said to Zhang Tian, the key sentence that can bring Zhang Tian special merit. Therefore, Zhang Tian did not have much hope as to whether to keep the criminals or not, or whether he could get valuable intelligence and information from the criminals. Because these people can be pushed out at this time, it is basically impossible to implicate the people behind them. Those criminal groups may be arrogant, but when it comes to taking action, he also has some brains, otherwise, he wouldn't have been the king of Yunhai, and even Yun province, for so many years. He must have some skills, and Zhang Tian's words, "it" really did make the leaders on the scene explode instantly. Even Huaisheng's face was full of disbelief. Hearsay, after all, I heard it, and now even these leaders could not sit still after hearing the horrific deeds of the person involved. Xiao Jiang, this must be the result of the hard work of all of you on the scene. How can you say you wiped it out by yourself? At this moment, a leader walked out from the crowd, looked at Zhang Tian and spoke slowly. Zhang Tian took a look, and when he recognized him, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Although we say we have an intersection, in fact there is not much intersection in this life, but in his previous life, Zhang Tian had some interactions with this leader Fang Ju, the leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission in Yunhai. However, Zhang Tian didn't know why this person said this at this time, When this sentence was said, it was almost like saying to Zhang Tian indirectly that the young man was too greedy for credit, especially in front of so many leaders. Zhang Tian would leave people with the impression that he was greedy for credit and arrogant, and unable to unite and take care of his comrades. Zhang Tian racked his brains but couldn't figure it out, because indeed, apart from the previous contact when investigating Jiang Peng in the previous life, the other party also had a business-like attitude. Why did you suddenly stand up at this time? This was already a direct and almost merciless statement to Zhang Tian. Really, Jiang Peng, who was following behind Zhang Tian, had a slightly changed expression. Even though Jiang Peng's ability may be a little lacking, this is only relative. After so many years in the physical fitness industry and being able to work his way up from grassroots to where he is today, it shows that Jiang Peng is not a fool, and naturally, he understood how damaging this sentence was to Zhang Tian's subconscious mind. Sure enough, Jiang Peng's eyes turned. It was discovered that many leaders looked at Zhang Tian with slightly frowned faces. In their subconscious, they might have thought that with so many armed police officers, how could Zhang Tian have done it alone? Moreover, it was not certain whether it was true. Jiang Peng felt a chill in his heart just at this moment. Then Captain Wang, who had been following Zhang Tian, suddenly walked out. Looking at the Discipline Inspection Commission leader who had just spoken, he suddenly said, "Leader, I think you may have misunderstood something. Unfortunately, after we initially withstood the attack, we didn't rush to seek credit. It was only after Officer Jiang took action that we arrived. By the time we arrived, the criminals had already been killed. It was all Officer Jiang's doing." Swish. Fang Ju was stunned. "Didn't you sacrifice more than 10 people? That's right, more than 10 people sacrificed their lives, and you told me that you didn't kill a single person." Captain Wang shook his head. "Over 50 of them attacked us instantly from the 6 and 11 o'clock positions. We didn't even have time to react and were killed on the spot." Hiss. Fang Ju suddenly realized the time. "I just felt a burning pain on my face." Certainly, and now no one can see the ugly expression on his face, because Huaisheng's gloomy face was now filled with a smile. Good, well done, Comrade Xiao Jiang. Thanks to you this time, you have made another great contribution." Huaisheng's heart was beating fast. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Tian. At this moment, Huaisheng suddenly felt the breakthrough point that was thrown into this chaotic place of Yun province was found. Perhaps, it was in Zhang Tian. That's right, when I first arrived, I didn't understand the situation and there was nothing urgent to do. I could only say that I was very hardworking, but the problems in Yunnan province were too serious, and he was a newcomer and had no idea about many aspects. I used to feel that the security environment in Yun province seemed to be okay, and I didn't understand why people all over the country were talking about Yunhai Brother Tan and the like, until Zhang Tian continued to uncover the criminal group. So, it was not until this time that he suddenly realized the problem. Then, the problems of Wanya group broke out. Huaisheng understood instantly, that is to say, the real intention of placing him in the Sea of Clouds. If he could completely solve the crime situation and problems in Yunhai or Yun province, then he might be able to soar to success in the future, but if he can't solve it, it proves that he is not capable enough. What else can you do when the higher-ups think you are not capable enough? Of course I'm retired. Therefore, when such a big situation occurred, Huaisheng took it so seriously, but now looking at Zhang Tian, he seemed to see a knife stabbing fiercely into the criminal group. Really, when Huaisheng enthusiastically asked Zhang Tian about the details, Zhang Tian did not hide anything. He simply went around and opened fire, and then described in a few words the scene of the criminals being shot in the head one by one. In short, it gives people a very simple feeling, as if I can do it myself. They are all like sitting ducks. That's too simple to say. But isn't this bullshit? There are more than 50 gangsters. There were even 3 of them who were almost scared silly. After dealing with these leaders, Zhang Tian took Wen Jing directly to the hospital. After all, Wen Yulin played an important role in Zhang Tian's subsequent actions, because he felt that Wen Yulin did not lie to him. The more this happens, the more it shows how terrifying the implications behind this are. Chapter 378, Sensation. Which master is taking action? After Zhang Tian left, Bodies were carried out from the jungle one after another, then it was placed in front of many leaders. As usual, every corpse that died at Jiang Tian's hands was basically killed by a single shot. The bullet holes between the eyebrows were so accurate that it made people feel chilled. There were more than 50 corpses lying in front of him, which made him feel cold all over. Huaisheng looked at the corpses one by one. This was Huaisheng's first contact with Jiang Tian, and also the first time he was so close. On the way, he also understood the seriousness of the problem. So after arriving, he issued a death order. And now. Okay. Huaisheng took a deep breath. It doesn't matter if it's abroad, any trouble is allowed, but in this sea of clouds, in this place, such a problem actually occurred, which is already a world-shattering thing. The most important thing is that there are so many people watching at the scene. If there is no explanation next, even if the news is blocked, all kinds of news will probably be flying around, but at the same time, Huaisheng felt relieved. In the past, I often heard people say and complain that most of the country's white powder came from Yunhai. The criminal gangs in our Yun province have reached a heinous level. To be honest, I have never been able to believe how such a small criminal force could be so arrogant. Huaisheng took a deep breath. There was a lot of emotion in his tone. This is no longer a secret, white powder, there is no way around Yun province. This place is nothing compared to the Triangle area. However, the chaotic situation in the dark is definitely no less serious. In the past, Huaisheng also wanted to do some digging, but once he tried to take action, he was restricted everywhere and felt resistance everywhere. Even if he had a small clue, he could not find anything. Huaisheng has always felt it. The water in Yun province is like an abyss, and now, Huaisheng was looking at the corpse of the gangster. Besides being furious, he was also extremely excited, because this meant that the criminal group was in a panic. If they panicked, it meant that Jiang Tian had absolute evidence of his guilt, that Wen Yulin definitely plays an important role in Yunhai's criminal group, and as for Wen Yulin, he is the only relative he has outside. Wen Min's identity is extremely important, especially the dangerous nature. Those people dared to attack Wen Yulin so cruelly, so what about Wen Min? I'm afraid that a crazy and ruthless extermination will be inevitable. Obviously Jiang Tian, who has the title of King of Criminal Investigation, also thought of this matter. It also made Jiang Tian realize that the protection of Wen Min might need to be increased. I now understand more clearly why Wen Yulin finally entrusted Wen Min to him. I can't believe it. You are an old fox after all. Have you figured all this out? Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. Although he was plotted against, Jiang Tian discovered it. I can only protect Wen Min, whether it is for the police uniform or for the case, but Jiang Tian didn't know. That's when he rushed to the hospital. The ambulance has arrived at the hospital. Let's not talk about the other things for now. However, the most important witness and the criminal Wen Yulin were treated with the most advanced standards and measures. Jiang Tian stayed behind to deal with those leaders, but asked Xu Jing and Lu Chun to take 2 armed police officers and squeeze into the ambulance to go together. When the 2 fully armed police officers got off the ambulance first, Xu Jing and Lu Chun followed closely behind. At this moment, Director Zhou of the municipal hospital had already been waiting at the hospital entrance with his men. Around him are all the top surgical experts in the city hospital. Because the ambulance was on the way, Huaisheng personally called the provincial leader in charge of the health department, insisting that Wen Yulin, the witness, be saved at all costs. Huaisheng personally issued the order. Director Zhou naturally organized the most professional experts from the municipal hospital to wait at the hospital entrance as soon as possible. Injured, hurry, expert Ding. In order to show himself, Dean Zhou stood at the front and organized it. What? You said the leaders didn't come. Who are you showing this to? Joke, even if the leader didn't come, there must be no problems with the injured. What's more, this is something the leader personally instructed and must be resolved. Really, along with the emergency bed being brought down, the experts did not dare to be negligent at all and hurriedly gathered around to observe the situation. Just what you see, the one called expert Ding opened his eyes wide. What is this? What is this for? Who did this? Expert Ding pointed at the silver needle on Wen Yulin's head. Sure enough, Expert Ding's voice sounded. Everyone's eyes instantly noticed Wen Yulin's condition. Dean Zhou's breathing suddenly stopped, and he looked at Liaoing in shock and said, Director Liao, what's going on? Why are there so many silver needles on the patient's head? What are they for? Liaoing smiled bitterly. It seemed as if he had already anticipated all this, because even when she saw it at first, it was inevitable that she couldn't believe it. Same as them. So, he told Jiang Tian all the injuries he mentioned on the spot, and as Liao Ying's voice fell, Director Ding took a quick step forward and took a look. Sure enough, blood was still dripping from the silver needle. You must know that the impact on cerebral blood vessels is very strong. Once a cerebral blood vessel is damaged, the intracranial pressure will rise rapidly in a short period of time, and then compress the brain tissue inside the head. Among them, brainstem hemorrhage is the most dangerous. Not to mention outside, few people can be saved. Even in the hospital, timely first aid may not be enough to save the patient, and seeing that Wen Yulin, whose breath was weak but who was already receiving a blood transfusion, had maintained his vital signs and was relatively stable. You did this? Expert Ding looked at Liaoing in shock. No, how can I be at this level? Liaoing shook her head hurriedly. Joke, even in the whole country, there are only a few people who can perform this terrifying medical skill. Not only does this require a formidable level of traditional Chinese medicine, but it also requires extensive experience and strong psychological quality. Can this kind of treatment be carried out directly on the spot? Who? There are only a few people in the country who can perform this acupuncture technique. Who is this master? Expert Ding choked. Dean Zhou also understood what he meant instantly at this moment. His eyes instantly turned to Liaoing. Chapter 379, 20 years ahead, complete explosion. In his opinion, this person must be an important person. Because he is too important, the leaders above may have invited a master to provide emergency treatment. No, you misunderstood. It wasn't some master who did it. It was Officer Jiang who made these judgments. Liaoing spoke quickly. Today, traditional Chinese medicine is actually gradually being integrated with Western medicine. Among the experts present, most have some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Because of this, they were shocked by the acupuncture technique and the insertion location. Some of these acupoints are even fatal, but at this time, it can become a key position for saving lives. Such horrible medical skills, these experts don't quite understand, but when Dean Zhou heard the name of Police Officer Jiang, he was instantly stunned. After all, Zhang Tian stayed in their hospital twice, and Dean Zhou also met Zhang Tian twice. You mean Zhang Tian? Dean Zhou asked. It's him. Liaoing nodded very affirmatively. He still has this level? Dean Zhou's eyes widened and turned red. You must know. An expert can tell whether something is good or not at a glance. Dean Zhou also comes from a professional background. By chance, he took up an administrative position due to the needs of the country, but that doesn't mean that Dean Zhou doesn't understand the professional level. That's not all. Dean Zhou even came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and his family has a long tradition of traditional Chinese medicine. I have also been researching it myself, for with just one glance, Dean Zhou understood how terrifying the level of the person who was giving the acupuncture was. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a master. And what is a master? It is the kind of existence that can turn decay into magic and can snatch lives from the king of hell. There are no more than a handful of people in the whole country who have this level of Chinese medicine, and in Yun province, there is not a single one. If it is confirmed, such a young leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. But he ended up doing such a dangerous job as a drug enforcement officer. What a waste of resources. Has Officer Jiang arrived? Dean Zhou asked excitedly. He now couldn't wait to find Zhang Tian to confirm it. Now, every master is almost at the treasure level, not to mention anything else. Just this one acupuncture technique alone, there are no more than 5 people in the country who can do it. He should be here later. Liaoing said uncertainly. Dean Zhou was breathing rapidly and pacing back and forth. God knows, for a hospital, how valuable is the existence of such medical skills. So, when Zhang Tian arrived, then he saw a group of people staring at him intently. A group of old men, all wearing white coats, were looking at him eagerly. Dean Zhou, why are you doing here instead of saving people? Zhang Tian asked in confusion. Silence. No one spoke. Dean Zhou was still staring at him. Zhang Tian saw this and touched the back of his head. The next moment, Dean Zhou suddenly took a leap forward and held Zhang Tian tightly with both hands, as if he was afraid that Zhang Tian would run away. Xiao Jiang, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you. Wait for me? Zhang Tian was confused. Just as you speculated, the patient's high cervical vertebrae are broken, not just in one place. In addition to the neck, the lumbar vertebrae are also broken. There is severe bleeding in the head and brainstem. Fortunately, you took emergency measures to prevent the occurrence of intracranial hypertension. There are also a large number of bleeding points in the abdominal cavity. Dean Zhou kept talking. Since you have already completed the examination, why don't you rush to provide treatment? Zhang Tian complained speechlessly. Officer Jiang, your acupuncture skills are unheard of by us. We are afraid that if we do this, we will disrupt your treatment ideas and cause irreversible consequences. Dean Zhou said. In fact, if it weren't for Zhang Tian's acupuncture, they might not have been able to recover from the problem of intracranial hypertension. Of course, on the other hand, the patient is now temporarily trapped by them, the vital signs have stabilized, so Dean Zhou actually wants to see Zhang Tian's miraculous acupuncture skills with his own eyes, not to mention anything else. Just this acupuncture technique. He has been able to walk sideways in the medical field. Zhang Tian didn't think much about Dean Zhou's little thoughts at first. Chu Jing and Lu Chun were arranged to look after one min. In fact, one man should be sent to the municipal bureau for a more detailed investigation, and he should remain in detention during this period. But Zhang Tian also understood Wen Min's situation, and it was not necessarily safe in the municipal bureau. Just like the previous poisoning case in the recent period, before solving this case, Zhang Tian still has to protect the safety of this little girl. It's quite cold inside the operating room, and after Zhang Tian came at first glance, I saw Wen Yulin on the operating table. His face was very pale and his breathing was very weak, but fortunately, his vital signs were relatively stable. The brainstem hemorrhage issue hasn't been resolved yet. I'll take the needle out first, and you can perform a craniotomy at this bleeding point. Jiang Tian pointed at Wen Yulin's head. The first thing to solve now is the fatal problem. Another issue is bleeding. As for spinal fractures and the like, they can only be treated after the patient's life is saved. And next, Jiang Tian did not hide anything. He quickly took the silver needles from Wen Yulin's head, and then flicked his hand, and several silver needles pierced into Wen Yulin's abdomen. Use hemostatic needles to stop bleeding at several key points. Quick, the acupuncture was done too quickly. Dean Zhou saw that in the blink of an eye, less than half a second, more than 10 silver needles were inserted into Wen Yulin's abdomen. This left Dean Zhou and the old guys behind him stunned. In particular, Jiang Tian didn't even look at the inspection report during this period, the expert directing the operation. During this period, Jiang Tian also showed medical treatment ideas that were far beyond the reach of this era. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Tianhong's entry on medical giants was 20 years ahead of its time. Many treatment ideas are simply not available in this era. It's numb, these people are completely numb. Especially Dean Zhou, who knew Jiang Tian's background, was stunned. How can one person be so omnipotent? He knew that even though Jiang Tian was only a drug enforcement officer now, he had many first-class medals of honor. Why would such a medical giant become a drug enforcement officer? Why can't it be developed and promoted in medicine? The more Dean Zhou thought about it, the more worried he became. What a waste. This is a monster that can advance medicine by at least 10 or 20 years. In the end, Jiang Tian even personally presided over the cervical vertebrae bone setting surgery. Without taking any x-rays or viewing any films, he directed the surgical experts to suture the bleeding points in the abdominal cavity and personally performed the operation on the spine. Chapter 380, an unexpected visitor from Kyoto. When it comes to nerves, in later generations, once a spinal fracture occurs, people face the risk of high-level paraplegia, and the risk factor is very high. 9 out of 10 people cannot stand up. The medical conditions will be like this 20 years later, let alone in this era. It was only after Jiang Tian took the microscope and sutured the nerves with dazzling movements, Dean Zhou was numb again. His nerves are ruptured in many places. Whether he can stand up depends on him. His brain injury is serious. But if he recuperates well, he should be able to wake up soon. After Jiang Tian finished all this, he took a deep breath. All I can say is that after this operation, he felt more tired than killing dozens of drug dealers. Of course the result is good. To let the patient stand up directly is a magical skill. It can only be said that between the two choices of absolute high-level paraplegia and vegetative state, Jiang Tian forcibly gave the patient the hope of recovering to become an ordinary person. Expert Ding, who was replacing the nurse and getting tools for Jiang Tian, was looking at Jiang Tian eagerly with eyes wide open. The thirst for knowledge in those eyes was so strong that one was almost kneeling down to become his disciple. Someone should have said that this witness is very important and does not need to be sent to the intensive care unit. Just arrange for him to be in the safest and top-level ward. Jiang Tian said to Dean Zhou. I know, Officer Jiang, don't worry. Dean Zhou nodded continuously. Jiang Tian walked to the hospital entrance and looked at the dozen or so old men in white coats following closely behind him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he asked, anything else, that? Dean Zhou hesitated to speak, then finally shook Jiang Tian's hands and said, Officer Jiang, I'm wondering if you can come to our city hospital for a temporary position? Yes, Officer Jiang, if this patient can finally stand up, it would be a miracle in the national medical community. Officer Jiang, your medical skills are definitely 20 years ahead of the world. It's outrageous that they could actually perform the surgery to this degree. It's simply perfect. Not only that, they even combined it with acupuncture to perfectly handle various surgical emergencies. In many cases, after acupuncture, even the bleeding during surgery stopped. Exaggerate, numerous experts all praised it crazily. If it weren't for Jiang Tian. As for this patient, after examining his condition, they all said that he was about to die halfway. What's more, he was able to perform such a perfect operation, they believe that almost no one in the world can do it. Forget it, you all know that I'm a policeman. Being a doctor is a joke. Jiang Tian refused righteously. Mainly, he felt that saving people was not as easy as catching criminals. It's even easier than killing someone. What's more, killing one person can save more people. Although sin points can be gained by saving people, the sin points Jiang Tian gained after saving Wen Yulin were very few, almost not even a fraction of what he gained from capturing Wen Yulin. No. What we mean is, Officer Jiang, can you work part-time as an expert in our city hospital? We will pay you 100,000 yuan a month. You don't need to go to work on weekdays. You just need to come and help with consultations and lectures in some emergencies. Dean Zhou said hurriedly. He asked for 100,000 yuan a month, and in this era, but Jiang Tian looked at the busy city hospital. As the most authoritative hospital in Yunnan province, the city hospital was the first choice for almost all critically ill patients in the province. The second choice is naturally to leave the province. Of course, many diseases cannot be treated in today's municipal hospitals, and most patients have to go to hospitals in other big cities outside the province. To be honest, this condition. Jiang Tian fell into deep thought. He has no shortage of money apart from anything else, with the blessing of the god of wealth. He now makes over 100,000 a month. What's more, there is an office building, and the rent collected in a year is a huge income. In addition, there are nearly 3 million in Jiang Tian's bank card. This money is the bounty Jiang Tian received for capturing a large number of wanted criminals recently, and some of it is rewards, etc. Of course, according to the system's explanation, the system's rewards, office buildings, etc., every penny can be traced, and they are completely reasonable and legal, with no violations. But Jiang Tian changed his mind and thought that although the money didn't matter, it was more important to have more careers and more insurance. What's more, if there isn't opportunity, it would be quite fulfilling to make the municipal hospital the best hospital in the country. The premise is that it doesn't take up too much of his time. Okay, I can give it a try. Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly, but it can't delay my normal work. Yes, definitely. Dean Zhou nodded hurriedly. Joke. 100,000 a month, Jiang Tian doesn't have to do anything. It seems they are losing a lot, but this is just hilarious. It is known that once when Yulin recovers from this injury, it will become a medical miracle in the country, and even in the world. With this publicity, their city hospital could even become famous throughout the country and even the world. One can imagine how huge the profits would be. Dean Zhou, Officer Zhang doesn't have a medical diploma or medical qualifications. Will this have any impact? Liaoling said with a bit of worry on her face, who knew that the next moment, Dean Zhou sneered and said, "These rules are used to restrict those charlatans. A true medical master would never have such rules. When you reach Jiang Tian's level, who can guarantee that you will not get sick and have no need for Jiang Tian? And moreover, this medical level has been tested on site. This cannot be faked. After the operation, when they took the x-rays, they were stunned. The suturing and treatment were absolutely perfect, so perfect that there was absolutely no flaw at all. Certainly these were just a small episode for Jiang Tian. You too, keep an eye on Wen Yulin and be careful of any suspicious people." Jiang Tian looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Although a lot of things happened today and such a big incident occurred, we only arrested 3 prisoners of no value and could not get anything out of them through interrogation. Jiang Tian was too lazy to go back to the municipal bureau. Yes. Chu Jing and Luchan looked at Jiang Tian, couldn't help swallowing, and then left in a trance. After all, they saw a god today, narcotics police officer and medical expert, 2 professions that seem unrelated at first glance. They couldn't understand how one person could be proficient in both. Moreover, each one of them has reached such a terrifying level. What are your plans next? In fact, Jiang Tian is now feeling a bit troubled looking at Wen Min. After all, this girl is in real danger now. If she is left alone, she will probably not live for more than a few days and will be killed by the criminal group, but he has been carrying it with him all the time. Jiang Tian is now seeing the news of a special merit and is preparing to go and find out more. "Officer Jiang, I'll stay with you in the hospital." Wen Min moved her lips. At this moment, I can no longer express my gratitude in words, because Wen Min knew that if it weren't for Jiang Tian, her father would have died countless times. Okay. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. At this moment, Jiang Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. When Jiang Tian answered the phone, Zhao Qioni's voice appeared. "Officer Jiang, some friends of mine from Kyoto want to see you." Chapter 381. Goodbye Zhao Qioni, family, top second-generation friend from Beijing. Jiang Tian squinted his eyes and glanced at the time. He originally wanted to go see the place when Yulin mentioned, but Jiang Tian saw that it was only 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, so it was still early. Besides, 7 or 8 o'clock is not a safe time for investigation. Of course, the most important thing is that Jiang Tian has not forgotten the follow-up handling of Wanye Group. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Tian agreed to Su Tong. It just so happened that Jiang Tian could contact Su Tong about a follow-up issue of Wanye Group. Jiang Tian had a pretty good impression of the girl Su Tong. Although there might have been some misunderstandings at the time, he had to say that this girl was quite honest. She was really good at diving and could use her life to repay her inner guilt. You can absolutely feel at ease when interacting with such people, and you don't have to worry about any tricks behind their backs. Okay, I'll go over now. Jiang Tian thought that there was still plenty of time, so he nodded and agreed. As for the current situation, Jiang Tian's network of contacts is already very strong, but who would complain about having few friends? What's more, if Jiang Tian remembered correctly, the people from the capital had always given Jiang Tian a lot of help. For example, about the incident that was in the news. Thinking of the news, Jiang Tian thought of Zhao Kainan, Zhao Qioni's aunt, who had helped Jiang Tian a lot. The most important thing is that he was on the news. Although Jiang Tian's identity and name were hidden, the help he could provide to Jiang Tian was absolutely terrifying. It can even be said that this is equivalent to directly gilding Jiang Tian, and it is the kind of invincible golden body. Even if Jiang Tian has any problems in the future, those people will have to consider them. Are those who have registered in Kyoto or even been in the news something they can touch? Where are you? I'll pick you up. Zhao Qioni said with obvious surprise in her tone. I'm at the city hospital. No need to pick me up. I'll take a taxi. Jiang Tian shook his head and refused. Wherever you are, I can go directly there. It's okay. Several of my friends here want to meet you. Besides, your car is here with me. Don't bother taking a taxi. The municipal hospital is very close to us and we can get there quickly. After Zhao Qioni finished speaking, she hung up the phone in a hurry, probably not even 10 minutes. A phaeton was already parked in front of the hospital. After Zhang Tian got in the car, he saw that Zhao Qioni was alone, so he sat in the passenger seat. Where did you guys go? It can be seen that Zhao Qioni was having a lot of fun and was in a good mood when he saw Zhang Tian. His eyes narrowed. Today during the day we visited the tourist attractions in Yunhai and went to Qingshan Temple. By the way, have you eaten? Zhao Qioni recounted what happened today, and then she came to her senses and asked Zhang Tian have a meal. Zhang Tian thought about it and realized that he really didn't have time to eat tonight. Forget it, just come with me. I'll treat you tonight. Zhang Tian said with a wave of his hand. Brother Jiang, you are so nice. Zhao Qioni's face was full of joy. Of course, considering that the other party were all from Beijing, Zhang Tian thought for a moment and arranged to have dinner in a relatively high-end and private restaurant in Yunhai. Zhang Tian has actually only been here a few times, however. Gao Xiaolong did bring Zhang Tian here once. That time, Yunhai's leader invited Gao Xiaolong to dinner, and it was Zhang Tian's first time seeing it. Among the 8 major cuisines in the country, Shandong cuisine is the most important. Among them, I heard that the owner of the Shandong cuisine restaurant was once an apprentice of the imperial chef in the palace. I don't know whether it is true or not, but I have eaten it once and the taste is really good. The only drawback may be that it is a bit expensive. Zhang Tian is not short of money now, so he doesn't care whether it is expensive or not. Of course, considering that those who came from Kyoto were either rich or noble, Zhang Tian felt that he needed to look a little better. It's very expensive here, why don't we go to another place? Zhao Qioni pulled Zhang Tian and immediately understood the level of the place by looking at the decoration. Okay, tell your friend to come over quickly. There is another reason why Zhang Tian came here, that is, there are not many people here. At least there's no need to queue. Of course, this is also temporary. With the improvement of living standards, Zhang Tian knew that in a few years, it would be impossible to even queue up for an appointment here. Of course, the economic development has not yet taken off completely, and there are still very few rich people. After booking a private room, Zhang Tian ordered the dishes. Suddenly I remembered that I seem to have cooking skills. If you upgrade, you may not be worse than this professional boss. Forget it, I won't use it anyway. Zhang Tian breathed a sigh of relief when Zhao Qioni looked at the menu. A look of pain could be clearly seen on her face. This almost made Zhang Tian laugh. I'm treating you, why are you feeling bad? If someone didn't know, they would think you were the one paying. Zhao Qioni pouted and said, if you want to invite them, they can just go to the street stalls. It's a complete waste to come here. Hearing these words, Zhang Tian's eyes flashed instantly. Zhang Tian was able to understand some of the meaning of this short sentence. It seems that Zhao Qioni's family background is the best in Beijing, and even in this group. That's interesting. Why was Zhao Wei sent to Yunhai? Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes, but obviously Zhao Qioni didn't think that much. Actually, I asked you to come along this time because I wanted to introduce you to someone. Zhao Qioni suddenly said. Oh? Zhang Tian was slightly interested. Among those who came here, one of them seems to be going to work in the Discipline Inspection Commission in Yunhai. It's a good opportunity to introduce you to each other. Zhao Qioni didn't think too much about it. I just felt that I seemed to be able to help Zhang Tian. For Zhang Tian, coming from Kyoto to the Discipline Inspection Commission to gain experience was actually a matter of indifference to him, because of the nature of his work. He has nothing to do with the Discipline Inspection Commission at all. After all, if there is any real involvement, it would be unless Zhang Tian is involved in corruption and bribery. Actually, there's no need. Zhang Tian suddenly felt that he shouldn't have come here. Of course, Zhang Tian is upright and not afraid of his own shadow, so he doesn't care in his heart. Seeing that Zhao Qioni was so enthusiastic, Zhang Tian did not refuse the favor. I waited for about 10 minutes. 4 people walked into the box, 2 men and 2 women. 2 of them were men, one was in his 30s and the other looked to be in his mid-20s. The 2 little girls looked much younger. Zhang Tian even felt that they might be about the same age as himself. When you came here, didn't you always want to see Officer Jiang? Look, this is Officer Jiang. Zhao Qioni pointed at Zhang Tian. The 2 little girls who came into the box had faces full of surprise. Chapter 382, Flowers in the Greenhouse, each one more terrifying than the other. Officer Jiang, just call me Han Lu. I just graduated from university this year and am doing my internship at the Procuratorate in Beijing. One of the little girls came up and shook hands with Zhang Tian in surprise. Hello. Zhang Tian was startled by the enthusiasm of the 2 girls, mainly because they are too enthusiastic. It was the Procuratorate in Beijing that made Zhang Tian's heart skip a beat. Good job. Sure enough, there is no simple one that you can work in an institution in Beijing right after graduation. Through the introduction, another young girl named Si Cheng, who also just graduated this year, also entered the Supreme Court in Beijing for internship. At the same time, I was already pursuing a master's degree. While still working. In short, there is nothing simple here. As for the 2 men, one of them was a businessman, but of course, Zhang Tian didn't ask what he did, but it is also related to real estate. What caught Zhang Tian's attention was the older man, probably close to 30 years old. This is what Zhao Qioni said. The disciplinary inspection work is about to come to Yunhai from the capital, you must know. Generally, people in this kind of relationship have a lot of energy, moreover, they are extremely well informed. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for them to enter some uncontrollable environment. Even the roads are planned. Why did you come to Yunhai to work? Is the capital city going to take any action against Yunhai? Zhang Tian was pondering in his heart. Since he acquired the talent of the king of criminal investigation, Zhang Tian has made terrifying progress not only in solving cases, but also in various psychological and analytical abilities. Often, we can get some important clues from only some information, such as this person. I've heard of Officer John's name in Beijing. The problems in Yunhai are known nationwide, even within the police system. Every year, nearly half of the drugs flowing into the country come from Yunhai, and even from Yun province. That's why there's a saying that all the cocaine in the world comes from Yunhai. After introducing each other, everyone took their seats. The oldest person was named Han Chi. Han Chi is Han Lu's brother. I met him through Han Lu. Zhao Qioni whispered in Zhang Tian's ear. It turns out they are brother and sister. Zhang Tian's eyes understood instantly. This Han Chi is the one who will soon come to Yunhai to work at the Discipline Inspection Commission. Don't worry, brother Han. Rumors are just rumors after all. You will know when you come to Yunhai. Zhang Tian smiled slightly. You will understand when you come to Yunhai. The sea of clouds is much more outrageous than the rumors say. That's why I don't believe it. After all, I work in the Discipline Inspection Commission in Beijing, and I've also seen the situation in Yunhai. I understand that rumors are just rumors after all and can't be taken seriously. It's just because we are close to foreign countries that this happened. After all, regarding illegal and criminal issues, the proportion in Yunhai has not been high for a long time, and it's even below the average. Han Chi said with a smile on his face. Although it was a smile, however, Zhang Tian clearly saw a glint in the depths of Han Chi's eyes from the smile. Obvious, this Han Chi is not as simple as he seems. Even said, I have always believed that breaking the law and committing crimes are unacceptable. As human beings, we must always keep ourselves clean. We must resolutely crack down on those who indulge in depravity. Officer Jiang, I hope we can have the opportunity to work together when you come to Yunhai in the future. Han Chi obviously seemed to be full of a sense of justice, even said, some of the justice, well, gives people a sense of artificiality. But when Zhang Tian saw Han Chi looking at Zhao Qioni beside him from time to time, he seemed to understand something in his heart. Zhang Tian has no interest in these things. And no matter how many corrupt officials there are, they have nothing to do with Zhang Tian. For Zhang Tian, he just does his job. If he were in the Discipline Inspection Commission, he might seek to fight against corrupt officials, but since he is in the anti-drug team, his goal is naturally to arrest drug dealers and crack down on drug lords. The rest has nothing to do with Zhang Tian. As for why the two girls were full of affection and curiosity towards Zhang Tian, after chatting, Zhang Tiankai finally understood that it turned out that the two girls, Han Lu and Si Chang, heard it from Zhao Qioni. Of course, Zhao Qioni herself didn't know exactly what Zhang Tian had done, but I only know one thing, that is, Zhang Tian saved her and Zhao Wei from the criminals at the critical moment. Therefore, Zhao Qioni praised Zhang Tian so much that the two little girls became curious about Zhang Tian. As for Han Chi, although it was concealed well, after meeting, the hostility in his eyes and the comparison in his words were not felt by others, but Zhang Tian was too sensitive to control such emotions. Officer Jiang, I've heard Zhou and I talk about you for a long time. Tell me quickly, do drug dealers all have guns? Are they as dangerous and full of crises as in the movies? The little girl Han Lu looked at Zhang Tian with eyes full of curiosity. Zhang Tian pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. That's what I said. Movies and TV shows are all shot with exaggerated techniques. They are not real at all. It's a peaceful time now. There won't be so much gunfire and hail of bullets. Han Chi said with a laugh. No. Zhang Tian shook his head with a half smile. What I mean is that movies and TV shows are all fake. The real combat scenes and arrest processes are countless times more dangerous than those in movies and TV shows. Isn't it? Zhang Tian thought about his past period of time. Not to mention anything else, just the time when he was in Myanmar and saved Gao Yanyang. What happened apart from Zhang Tian, it can be said that no one else would be able to come back alive, let alone save others. Puff. The next moment, Han Chi burst into laughter. Officer Jiang, I understand you want to exaggerate, but there's no need to. It's dangerous, just tell me how dangerous it can be. I'm in Beijing and I know friends in the anti-drug team. It's not as dangerous as you say. Han Chi said with a smile. Zhang Tian smiled. I have to say, there is indeed a difference between this era and later generations. Indeed, this era was somewhat more chaotic than later generations. However, you must know that the more backward the region, the more chaotic and disorderly it is. Disorder gives rise to the three major crimes such as pornography, gambling, and drugs. These are also the three most important crimes in the dark world. In fact, the more developed the city, the more of this type there are, but compared with the Sea of Clouds, it is no longer as simple as a small witch meeting a big witch, or especially the capital. What place is that? It's under the feet of the emperor. Even if there are drug dealers who are willing to take risks, they will never dare to overstep the boundaries in Beijing. There can be chaos anywhere, but there will never be chaos in the capital. Chapter 383 A small case gave the flowers a big shock. The security environment there is unique in the country. What's special about Yunhai is that it has an extremely terrifying economic environment and, more importantly, there is a disordered underground world. Good job. Simple poverty will not lead to too much disorder, while wealthy places generally have extremely strict supervision. Only Yunhai belongs to the wealthy and is comparable to the Triangle region. This place is a criminal's paradise. Comparing it with the place with the best public security in the country, Yunhai, which is not the place with the worst public security in the country but is not much different from Beijing, can be compared with Beijing. I can only say, too tender. Zhang Tian saw at a glance that it was because he had too little experience. She looks to be in her 30s, but she has too little experience. In other words, she is like a flower grown in a greenhouse. If you run headfirst into the criminal arms of Yunhai, a bloody head would be the least of your worries. Logically speaking, I can't reveal this to you. Zhang Tian was neither hurried nor slow. Can't or don't have it? Han Chi subconsciously thought that Zhang Tian was bragging about himself. Han Chi. At this time, Zhao Qioni also noticed that Han Chi had a bad attitude towards Zhang Tian. At this moment, Zhao Qioni's face, which was originally smiling, turned a little gloomy. You must know that Zhao Qioni had a lot of opinions about Zhang Tian at the beginning. She thought that Zhao Wei was fooled by Zhang Tian and was a big liar and a bad guy who deceived people. As a result, when they met for the first time, they were kidnapped by criminals. Zhang Tian rushed in alone and killed those criminals. Zhao Qioni's mentality changed 180 degrees in an instant. From then on, Zhao Qioni instantly became Zhang Tian's biggest flatterer and believer. As time passed, Zhang Tian was injured and hospitalized. When Zhao Qioni found out, God knows how worried she was. In the process, a feeling that probably went beyond friendship was born. However, Zhao Qioni herself didn't feel it. At this moment, she just saw Zhang Tian being targeted, and her heart was boiling with anger and she wanted to speak, but Zhang Tianxia seemed to see Zhao Qioni's anger at the moment, and patted the back of Zhao Qioni's hand. This instantly made the angry red on Zhao Qioni's face turn into a blush of shame. There was a momentary blank in my mind until Zhang Tian's voice sounded. Of course, since there are so many people watching, this case has already been exposed. There's a high probability that all kinds of rumors will be flying around tomorrow, so it's okay to tell you. The two little girls, Han Lu and Si Chang, looked at Zhang Tian with curiosity. Han Shi smiled lightly, as if he wanted to see what case it was. Just an hour ago, I was leading an operation with an entire battalion of armed police officers, capturing a major drug lord. On the way back, a TNT bomb was used on the road, killing 3 heroic armed police officers instantly. Then, over 50 armed criminals attacked the armed police, resulting in over a dozen deaths tonight. Now, do you think it's dangerous? Zhang Tian spoke casually. In fact, it was just for Zhao Qioni's sake that Zhang Tian used this case to give Han Chi some advice. Anyway, in Zhang Tian's opinion, Han Chi has a background and is from Kyoto. If he comes to Yunhai, he wants to do something big. All I can say is that if it weren't for Zhang Tian, several directors would have died accidentally in Yunhai's previous life. At the same time, in fact, Zhang Tian also wanted to give him some advice. Perhaps someone knows about Zhang Tian's achievements. Some people may also know that Zhao Wei is now at the peak of his life, has won many collective merits, and even won 2 individual second-class merits with Zhang Tian. This attracted the attention of some people, so they all thought that Yunhai was a hotspot and came to Yunhai to gild themselves. But Zhang Tian now clearly stated that Yunhai has made many contributions. The criminals are inexhaustible. In Beijing, 10 people were killed by a brick, 8 of them were directors, but in Yunhai, if 10 people were killed by a brick, 8 of them would be big drug lords. It's really dangerous here. If you have the ability, you can take any credit you want. No ability. If you come here, you can lose your life if you are not careful. Even with Zhang Tian's leadership, look at how many people died in the recent operations. A lot more, at least hundreds of people died. In particular, Yunhai's anti-drug detachment has lost more than half of its members recently. We even seconded anti-drug personnel from the lower-level branch brigade to supplement the team, and we are barely able to keep up with the progress. Are they crazy? They dare to do this? You didn't lie to us, did you? How is it possible? More than 50 armed bandits attacked the armed police brigade in public. This, hiss. I have to say. As Zhang Tian finished speaking, these people were in the greenhouse after all, and it was the first time they had seen such a scene. Zhang Tian's narration was very calm, but the danger and terror involved, as Zhang Tian said in a calm tone about the sacrifice of more than 10 armed police soldiers, those were lives. Impossible, Officer Jiang, your fabrication is a bit too much. More than 50 gangsters attacked the armed police brigade in public. If they really dared to do that, it would be a major case that would shake the whole country and shock Kyoto 3 times. Who would dare to do that? He must be crazy. Han Chi shook his head wildly with disbelief. Joke, how could there be such a terrifying criminal? This is not a gangster, this is simply rebellion, except they're crazy. That's right, they're crazy. And, do you think those drug lords are just playing house with you? Are they just playing cops and robbers? Don't be ridiculous. This is a life and death struggle. Catching them means their demise. Faced with life and death, they can do anything crazy. Zhang Tian sneered and finally shook his head. Generally speaking, it's very simple. Of course, that's all. Zhang Tian would not be able to leak more details of the case. Besides, you'll all know about this major case tomorrow through the news. I have no reason to lie to you. To be honest, the impact is very bad. You have a point. The capital city will indeed be shaken 3 times. After all, even in Yunhai, a case like this is the worst. Zhang Tian sighed slightly. I can only say, this Hanshi looks a bit simple, but the judgment is still correct. Zhang Tian has some understanding of people like this from the capital, just like Zhang Fan before. He discovered that they all had one thing in common. Even though Zhang Fan transferred from the local area, he still had one thing in common with those who came from the capital, that is, the understanding of the local area is inaccurate, and people are still looking at the local area from the perspective of Beijing. It can only be said that the final result will be very tragic. Buzz. Han Shi seemed a little confused. After all, Zhang Tian said that such a horrific case seemed to be a coincidence. You said, this is a coincidence. Is such a big horrific case also a coincidence? Is this definitely not among the top in the country? Chapter 384, Repaying Kindness with Evil. I invite you to dinner, and you suspect me of corruption. After all, these people are all from Kyoto and grew up in Kyoto. They have never seen such things in Kyoto, and they have never even heard of them. I had just arrived in Yunhai and happened to encounter such a horrific case. If it is really as Zhang Tian said, then wouldn't it mean those evil people are extremely vicious and cruel, especially Han Shi, who seemed calm on the surface, but I was already holding the cup in my hand, and I unconsciously drank some water to calm myself down. Unconsciously, the table is already full of dishes. Zhang Tian also wanted to express his importance, so he ordered a lot of food. Brother Jiang, you eat first. At this moment, Zhao Qioni's eyes were shining as she picked up the chopsticks and put the food into the small plate in front of Zhang Tian without any hesitation. Thank you. Zhang Tian didn't think much about it. However, this scene made Han Shi's expression on the opposite side become worse and worse. Prejudice. Han Shi felt that Zhang Tian was just bluffing. He just arrived in Yunhai. If you say that Yunhai belongs to a foreign country, then forget it. In this peaceful and prosperous country, how could such a horrific case happen? A few years ago, Kyoto was attacked and several armed police officers were killed, which caused a terrible sensation. It is directly called the most horrific and worst major case since the founding of the country. More than 50 gangsters attacked the armed police and blatantly wanted to kill witnesses to silence them. The case in Kyoto a few years ago suddenly seemed like a joke. He couldn't believe that criminals could be so arrogant. So, Zhang Tian was just bragging. Seeing Zhao Qioni's admiring look, Han Shi became even more furious. Of course, Han Shi was angry in his heart, but he was well educated after all. In his opinion, Zhang Tian was not worthy of close friendship. Not only is he not worthy of close friendship, Han Shi even felt that Zhang Tian was a rather materialistic, vulgar person, and full of lies. Thinking of this, Han Shi lost even more interest in Zhang Tian. Han Shi was not interested in Zhang Tian, and Zhang Tian was not a masochist. He was just being blatantly targeted by Han Shi, and Zhang Tian was completely bewildered by the hostility. What's more, it's just the Discipline Inspection Commission. Through Zhao Qioni's narration, Zhang Tian probably understood. Han Shi, 31 years old this year, was transferred to the Discipline Inspection Commission of Yunhai. Of course, since he came from Kyoto, he was promoted one level and finally promoted to a deputy division level cadre. In short, Zhang Tian probably knew where that inexplicable arrogance came from. He seems to have a warm face and is easy to get along with, but Han Shi, after all, is an idealist who appears bright and noble on the outside but is actually extremely narrow-minded. And he's the self-righteous kind. As a result, Han Shi spoke less and ate by himself, and Zhang Tian ignored him. Han Shi's appearance instantly made Zhao Qioni extremely unhappy. In Zhao Qioni's opinion, Han Shi was just looking for trouble. Zhang Tian didn't do anything after he sat down, but you came up and targeted him like that. The most important thing is in fact, this matter was not proposed by Zhao Qioni. At the beginning, Zhao Qioni and her good friends Han Lu and Si Chang would not leave Zhang Tian for 3 minutes. After Han Shi found out, he insisted on asking Zhang Tian to come out and meet him. After they met, it seemed as if Zhang Tian owed Han Shi money. This is really something Zhao Qioni can't do. After all, Zhao Qioni is not a person with a good temper. Although she looks harmless, she is also Zhang Tian's biggest black fan and most loyal supporter. Zhao Qioni was quite restrained for not exploding on the spot when her idol was targeted by you. Han Lu and Si Chang also felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Si Chang quickly spoke with a smile on his face to ease the situation. Han Lu didn't know what her brother was thinking today, but Zhang Tian obviously didn't do anything today, so why are you so hostile? No, my brother seems to be. Han Lu's eyes turned. She looked at Han Shi and then at Zhao Qioni, her expression lost in thought. My brother is 31 years old and still unmarried, and his family is very anxious. However, Han Shi rejected all the introductions he had made before in various ways, simply saying that he already had someone he liked, but he never said who it was. Could it be? Han Lu looked at her good friend Zhao Qioni, who had just graduated this year, but Han Shi is over 30 years old. I'm just too embarrassed to speak up. Han Lu instantly felt that she seemed to have discovered some truth. Of course, during this process, Zhang Tian had a smile on his face. Don't look at the fact that Han Shi is much older than him, but to be honest, he really looks like a rookie. He chatted with a few people as usual. Also because of Han Shi, Zhang Tian looked at the time and decided not to stay long. I have something to do here. You guys can do whatever you want. I'll leave first. Zhang Tian saw that it was almost 10 o'clock. You can't just say that you made an appointment with Su Tong at 12 o'clock and then really go to see Su Tong at 12 o'clock. Zhang Tian doesn't sleep, but the little girl still wants to sleep. Thank you, Officer Zhang, for your hospitality. Si Cheng and Han Lu both said goodbye with smiles on their faces, including the one sitting next to Han Shi. His name was Ji Song, but when it was Han Shi's turn, although Han Shi had a smile on his face, his expression was wrong as he said, Officer Jiang, I'm sorry for the expense tonight. It's my duty. Zhang Tian just responded politely. This meal tonight should be quite expensive, right? Han Shi sighed. Not bad. Zhang Tian was too lazy to pay attention, but the next moment, Han Shi changed the subject and said, Officer Jiang, civil servants like us, including drug enforcement officers like you, may not even be able to afford this meal with our annual salary. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene froze for a moment. Even Zhang Tian had a deeply furrowed brow, and even Zhang Tian's temperament was a little angry. Damn, I'll treat you guys to a good meal. What's the matter? Do you have any opinions? I've heard a lot about Yun Province. Although Yunhai seems prosperous on the surface and its GDP is rising steadily, there are still many people who can't afford to eat, and many of them have even sold their children. Han Shi said, this sentence is true. Zhang Tian also agreed very much. This is really not fake. Zhang Tian looked sideways a little. He didn't expect that Han Shi had actually done research on Yun Province. That's right. The development of Yunnan Province is a long and arduous journey, and it cannot be achieved without the joint efforts of everyone. After all, Yunnan Province has been fighting the battle against poverty. Zhang Tian nodded. It seems that Officer Jiang also agrees with what I said. Han Shi smiled. So, Mr. Han, what do you want to express? Zhang Tian said expressionlessly. He had already guessed what Han Shi wanted to say. Brother, you've drunk too much. Han Lu pulled Han Shi. Chapter 385, Showdown, no more pretense, slapped in the face, but Han Shi shook off Han Lu and looked directly at Zhang Tian. Dao, we drank 2 bottles of mutai for this meal. The food looks very high-end, especially this Yunlu cuisine. There are so many people in the entire Yun province who don't have enough to eat. As ordinary public servants, we spent what an ordinary family of 3 in Yun province might spend for several years on a single meal. Does Officer Zhang feel ashamed of this? Han Chi, what do you mean? Jia Qioni stood directly in front of Zhang Tian, her face turning pale with anger, shivering with cold. So angry. At this time, Jia Qioni really wanted to kill Han Shi. The main thing is that before this, although Han Shi seemed a little unreliable, he was still very steady in doing things, and his values seemed to be very positive. In addition, Han Shi wanted to get to know Zhang Tian, so Jia Qioni introduced the two to each other. Then, you, Han Shi, said these words. I treated you to a delicious meal, but you actually wanted to overturn the table, and you did so after you finished eating. Zhang Tian smiled slightly and was not angry. Pushing Jia Qioni away slightly, he smiled at Han Shi and said, I'm not ashamed. This is what I should eat. Joke. Zhang Tian never thought about enduring hardship. Otherwise, what was the point of him trying so hard to grab the credit? Why did he rush to the front without caring about his life? Aren't these enjoyments what we deserve? As a righteous policeman and a public servant, don't you feel any shame? Han Shi said angrily. Okay, then I'll tell you why. As Zhang Tian finished speaking, everyone looked at Zhang Tian. Even Han Shi's expression became a little subtle when he saw Zhang Tian acting so righteously, because those who are corrupt don't seem to be so righteous. Zhang Tian said expressionlessly, I have won many first-class merits. This money is a reward from the state. Is it enough? I've captured several wanted criminals from headquarters. Is the reward money for these wanted criminals enough to cover this meal? I've been working non-stop for days to catch drug dealers. Is a good meal enough for me? Or, can you just sit in your office and make peace with your mouth? Zhang Tian's tone was neither hurried nor slow, but every word was like a thunder. Han Shi's face turned pale. Are these reasons enough? Zhang Tian asked. You said it yourself, who can confirm it? Han Shi's face was burning. Zhang Tian said with a smile on his face, by the way, I'm not afraid to tell you that I was on the evening news a while ago. Xiao Ni's aunt personally interviewed me. If you have time, you might as well go and take a look. Zhang Tian patted Han Shi's shoulder. What a hatred, so targeted, so eager to be a clown, and Zhang Tian was really helpless. He came here today to meet these young men. Of course, let's not talk about other people for now. Just Han Shi left a really bad impression on Zhang Tian. Ability, I guess it's nothing. If the conditions were not good, I don't know if I could become a deputy subject. Han Shi, brother Zhang kindly treated you to a nice meal, but you actually wanted to arrest him for corruption. That's fine, but brother Zhang nearly died fighting criminals, and yet you still stand on the moral high ground and accuse others? Zhao Qioni looked at Han Shi coldly. This made Han Shi's face feel even more burning with pain. This time, the waiter had already come in. Hello sir, our total bill is 25,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Zhang Tian had just called the waiter to settle the bill, so Han Shi suddenly stood up and started to attack. Swipe the card. Zhang Tian handed over his bank card, and on the way to checkout, not to mention Han Qi.at this moment, the other three people were on pins and needles. After all, the IT seemed like every bite of food they ate was Zhang Tian's life money. They were all rewarded for fighting criminals on the front lines, more than 20,000. It would take at least a long time to fight against the criminals in the hail of bullets, so the reward is so high, right? Swish. Moment. Don't ask if Zhang Tian feels ashamed anyway. Ji Song, who was standing next to Han Qi, had already blushed. It feels like eating a stomach full of needles. I really want to vomit it out. It felt like every bite was made of Zhang Tian's hard-earned reward from the country when he was in life or death crisis. Most importantly, of course, is the news. Xioni, Officer Jiang was on the news. Why didn't you say anything? Han Lu asked in surprise. After saying this, Han Qi also looked at Zhao Xioni. Brother Jiang belongs to the anti-drug team. He has confidentiality, even his identity is kept secret. Some things can be told to you, but how can you tell me something like this? Zhao Qiuni said. I was saying, I seem to have seen it a while ago, but the face was blurred. When that police officer was interviewed, I was moved to tears. Especially after I died, on the first day, the body was left there, the enemies were happy, and the relatives were sad. Si Cheng stared at Zhang Tian with wide eyes and trembling fingers. Officer Jiang, is that what you said? Zhao Qiuni's face was instantly filled with pride. He hugged Zhang Tian's arm with both hands and said proudly, that's right, that's what Officer Jiang said. Also, I didn't tell you because if Officer Jiang's identity was exposed, it would lead to the exposure of many criminals. There was once a time when those criminals wanted to retaliate against Officer Jiang's family. Those people are organized and premeditated criminals, very scary. If they knew Zhang Tian's identity, who knows how terrible the retaliation would be. Zhang Tian thought that his identity had been exposed long ago. In fact, Zhang Tian has already considered it and decided to reveal his true feelings directly. There is no need to hide it anymore, because there is no need to hide it. Those who can take revenge on him basically know his identity, and those who don't know his identity will not take revenge on him, but this still requires an opportunity, and what Zhao Qiuni said completely confirmed what Zhang Tian had just said. Han Qi took 2 steps back, his face turning much paler. Ji Song, who was beside him, looked at Han Qi with some sympathy. Good job, what a great guy. Clown, this is more than just a clown. Look at Han Qi's face, it's as red as a monkey's butt. It's like he's been slapped in the face repeatedly, standing on the moral high ground and blaming others. You never expected that they are moral. If a hero like this doesn't deserve a good meal, then who does? Zhao Qiuni watched Han Qi pressing forward step by step. She did not forget how Han Qi had just accused Zhang Tian. At this moment, she was almost furious. At this moment, I just feel relaxed all over. Chapter 386 Contrast, Asset Entrustment. Loyal fans. Zhang Tian felt the touch on his arm and tried to pull his hand back without making a sound, because he didn't think much about it at first. Now he feels that Zhao Qiuni's attitude towards her is a little wrong. This made Zhang Tian's forehead sweat. After all, Zhao Qiuni's identity was a bit too terrifying. Zhang Tian just wanted to maintain a good relationship with Zhao Qiuni, but he absolutely didn't dare to go any further. But maybe he was overthinking it. Zhang Tian looked at Zhao Qiuni's smug look and thought he must have been overthinking it. Han Qi, on the other hand, seemed to have no face to stay here any longer. His face flushed red like a monkey's, and he turned and left without saying a word. Officer Jiang, please keep in touch if you have the chance. Han Qi just drank too much. I'd like to apologize on his behalf. Ji Song smiled awkwardly at Zhang Tian, but Zhang Tian also knew that this was just a polite remark. To be honest, don't even think about contacting this guy. Zhang Tian was afraid of being splashed with blood. This young man just walked straight into the sea of clouds. At that time, unless you can keep your tail between your legs, you will definitely fall, and it will be good enough if you can survive. This is a sea of clouds, not the capital. Here, there is disorder, and meeting this guy will definitely not bring good things. Zhang Tian nodded calmly all the time. Only after the two men left did Zhao Qiuni's anger seem to subside a little. However, it can be seen that his anger has not subsided. Han Lu and Si Cheng looked at Zhang Tian with curiosity on their faces. You guys continue playing, I've already paid the bill. Zhang Tian felt uneasy when he was stared at by the two little girls. Officer Jiang, could you please leave your contact information? Si Cheng grabbed Zhang Tian Dao. Well, alright. Zhang Tian left his contact information. Originally, Zhang Tian wanted to expand his network, but after getting in touch with them, Zhang Tian found that these people were probably trouble. He decided to stay away from this group of second-generation people in the future. I can only say, when they met for the first time, Han Qi left a very bad impression on Zhang Tian. But it's not reasonable to stay away from it completely. For example, Zhao Kainan conducted an exclusive interview with Zhang Tian very smoothly. If he had any questions, he could even go directly through them in Kyoto. At the local level, no problem is too difficult to be solved, but when it arrives in Beijing, it may just be a trivial matter, and may be easily resolved by a leader with just a few words. In short, it is better to be prepared, and Zhang Tian also understood Si Cheng is a girl of the literary type. Especially, because of what Zhang Tian said in the interview at that time, she simply regarded him as an idol. According to her, when she heard this interview, she dreamed of meeting him. This time I came to Yunhai just to see if I could meet that police officer. I don't ask for too much, as long as I can get in touch and chat with them, I'll be satisfied. I'm definitely a fan, and he's a brain-dead fan. Zhang Tian can't do this anymore. As for Han Lu, it won't be that serious, but I also understand what Zhang Tian went through to be on the news. Needless to say, the thrilling and terrifying crisis involved is probably beyond the imagination of flowers in a greenhouse like them. Because of this, Han Lu felt even more guilty that Zhang Tian was misunderstood by her brother, but Zhang Tian really doesn't have time, because Zhang Tian was planning to meet with Su Tong as soon as possible and then investigate the clues of the case. Delay will lead to changes. What if when Yulin is caught and those people are prepared? Zhang Tian has always been decisive and resolute in handling cases. Zhang Tian might have chosen to do the same thing before, including setting up blockades and tracking, arresting people and seizing stolen goods, and having solid evidence at the scene of the transaction. But that's not necessary now. The scanning radar provides full coverage, and the eye of judgment locates and strikes. What are you doing about arresting people and getting dirty? As long as the person is caught, the evidence will come out immediately. How could Zhang Tian bother to follow those damn criminals around cautiously and nervously? After leaving his contact information for Si Chang, Zhang Tian also left the same for Han Lu. Although these two are siblings, however, Zhang Tian never looks at people through tinted glasses. Han Chi is Han Chi, and Han Lu is Han Lu. Zhang Tian also saw through people like Han Chi. He had no bad intentions. He was simply too idealistic and dreamy. To put it simply, he was even a little pretentious. The key is that I am still narrow-minded. Don't you need a car? Zhao Qioni pointed at the phaeton. No, I have something to do later, and it's not convenient to drive this car. Zhang Tian shook his head and left the car. Because of this car, Zhang Tian might be able to catch the criminals. Good job. But if the phaeton were to be destroyed, Zhang Tian would be heartbroken. More than 1 million. It hasn't been open long. In that case, let's leave it to Zhao Qioni to see first. Thank you so much, Brother Jiang. Zhao Qioni's face was full of surprise. Looking at the look in his eyes, he couldn't wait to kiss Zhang Tian a few times. Okay, I'm leaving now. Zhang Tian waved his hand, leaving Zhao Qioni with only his back. This back view made Zhao Qioni feel depressed. The smile and joy on his face gradually faded, and everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. I don't know why. Zhang Tian's departing figure coincided with the gloomy night sky and the drizzle under the street lights at this moment. It seems to be getting farther and farther away. It gave Zhao Qioni the illusion that Zhang Tian would never come again. Brother Jiang, please don't get into trouble. Zhao Qioni's smile faded and her lips felt a little dry. Although Zhao Qioni has an impetuous and exaggerated appearance, she has a delicate heart. Zhang Tian had been frowning since they met, and it was obvious that he was worried about something. And there are such serious cases today. Zhao Qioni didn't know why, but she felt a little nervous and irritated when she saw Zhang Tian leaving. If Han Chi is around when you go out, don't call me. At this time, Zhao Qioni suddenly spoke to Han Lu and Si Chang. Si Chang is fine yet, but Han Lu smiled bitterly. My brother, hey, if you say one more word for him, we won't even be friends anymore. Zhao Qioni did not allow any refusal, and sure enough, with Zhao Qioni's completely serious expression, Han Lu also realized the seriousness of the problem. His face was also full of bitterness. Among them, Zhao Qioni has the best family background. It can be said that it is as horrible as it can be. Han Lu originally wanted to match Han Chi and Zhao Qioni, but now she understands. It's simply impossible. Also, I plan to settle down here in Yunhai in the future. Zhao Qioni said with a twinkle in her eyes. Just before they came, Zhang Tian told her some things. This was also the first time Zhao Qioni knew about IT. It turns out that Zhang Tian has so many terrifying assets in his hands. There are still so many investments. Zhang Tian thought that it required a lot of management, so he directly entrusted it to Zhao Qioni. Anyway, Zhao Qioni is a businesswoman, and she has a teacher Qin Shiyu to help her, so Zhang Tian is not afraid at all. Besides, the system was given to me for free, so if I lose it, I lose it. Hey, Zhou and I, what do these people do? Chapter 387, Drunk and Causing Trouble, Dare to Cause Trouble to Kyoto? Officer Jiang is incredibly busy and hasn't had a rest in several days. As you can see, he squeezed out time to have dinner with us. After all, such a major case just happened. After Zhang Tian left, the three women who followed Zhang Tian walked to the door of the restaurant. They didn't speak until Zhang Tian's back disappeared, especially Si Chang, who stared at Zhang Tian's back for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Of course, this is purely a kind of worship that comes from the heart, not to mention anything else. Just this kind of work with almost no time off and overtime all the time. If you put yourself in Si Chang's shoes, you feel that he can't stand it, and it's such a dangerous job. Yes, it's so dangerous. We should at least have enough rest time. Otherwise, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? How can we fight criminals? Han Lu followed closely behind, and even said that she felt full of guilt towards Zhang Tianxin. Help those who are right, not those who are close to you. Tonight, in Han Lu's opinion, her brother was simply being unreasonable. Zhang Tian was kind enough to invite you to dinner, but you actually flipped the table over and accused him of corruption. This, even Han Lu was embarrassed when facing Zhao Qioni. Qioni, don't take what happened tonight to heart. You know my brother has always been like this. He has offended many people because of this kind of thing before. In fact, he is still quite upright in his heart. Han Lu, just treat me as a friend and don't mention him. I don't want to see him in the future. Zhao Qioni was calm however. Han Lu and Si Chang, two girls who knew Zhao Qioni, were instantly shocked and their expressions changed slightly because they know Zhao Qioni well. They know it more clearly at the calmer she was, the more it showed that the anger deep in Zhao Qioni's heart was about to explode. Han Lu nodded with a wry smile, but in my heart I was still unwillingly thinking about how to ease the relationship. Moreover, it is not certain whether what Zhang Tian said is true. Maybe it is exaggerated and for show. Of course, Han Lu is different from Han Qi, so she won't bring it up directly. At least he has more brains than his brother Han Qi. While the three of them were talking, they also had to walk out of the alley. Otherwise, how to say it, the main feature of this restaurant is that it is low-key, luxurious and meaningful, and most importantly, it is secretive enough. Find a quiet place in the midst of noise. In the city center, there is a forest park at the door and there is a section of alley to get in. So even though it is in the downtown area, it has a very remote feeling, especially around 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening, when it seems very dim. The parking location is not inside the restaurant, but in a small parking lot outside the alley. But as they walked out of the alley, before I knew it, there were suddenly a few more people around me. Who are you? When the three women noticed it, they were shocked. The main reason was that there were not many people around, and they were startled by the sudden appearance of a few big men. Ladies, why are you walking so fast? Come and have a drink together. At this moment, a slightly drunken voice sounded. As the voice rang out, two young men with frivolous expressions walked out, their eyes shining as they looked at Zhao Qioni and the other two. Nothing else to say. The main thing is that the appearance of these three people is absolutely top-notch. Si Chang and Han Lu are both very beautiful, but the key is that Zhao Qioni is even more beautiful than them. Under normal circumstances, Fong Tai has the intention but not the courage to do something. But it happened that I was having dinner with some friends from society today, and one of them saw some very beautiful girls when he went to the restroom, but they are not fools and they did not do anything wrong in a restaurant of this level. But when he left, he found that the male companions of these beautiful women had all left. Suddenly, under the stimulation of alcohol, Fong Tai took a bold look, and this look made Fong Tai thrilled. Pretty. So beautiful, each one is more beautiful than the other. My heart is pounding. In fact, if they hadn't drunk, Fong Tai might have been able to tell from their composure in the face of danger and even their accents that these women were not simple people. But now that he was drunk, he didn't care about those trivial things. Not interested. A good dog doesn't block the road. Han Lu's face turned cold. Okay, I like fierce women like you, Lao Jiu. Fong Tai's eyes lit up instantly. The young man named Lao Jiu who was following Fong Tai also seemed to be drunk and had drunk a lot. After hearing Fong Tai's words, flames of desire appeared in his eyes. You are so shameless. Lao Jiu was furious. At this moment, they didn't even feel that anything was wrong, because, from beginning to end to them, they seemed like three ordinary little girls, but it was obvious that this was not their first time and they seemed to have rich experience. At worst, you can give some money as compensation afterwards. If you accompany us for a drink, nothing will happen today. If you don't, you will know what's going on. Fong Tai continued to press forward with threats and inducements. Ah, you beast. Zhao Qioni's face was full of sarcasm. She had already used her cell phone to send a message to Zhang Tian and Zhang Tian should have received it by now. In fact, Zhao Qioni has been in Yunhai for a while and has some understanding of the security environment there. Before, when she had nothing to do, Zhao Qioni usually didn't go out at night. Recently, Zhao Qioni is even considering buying a house in Yunhai. The main reason was that Zhao Qioni originally wanted to follow her master Qin Shiyu to the international metropolis of Donghai, but later, some problems occurred on Qin Shiyu's side. The market environment in Yunhai, which was originally in a state of collapse, now seems to have taken a turn for the better. Of course, Zhao Qioni didn't know. After reconciling with the Mu family, Zhang Tian also called Qin Shiyu specifically and told her directly that the economic environment in Yunhai was good and hoped that her normal investment would not be affected because of him. Qin Shiyu also understood something. In fact, this part of the investment, leaving aside these unexpected situations. It's a sure win. Yunhai is now developing vigorously and is leading the country in terms of policies, support, and economic environment. This is why many large companies have chosen to take root in Yunhai without the influence of Zhang Tian's subjective factors. Qin Shiyu recontacted Mu Feng and re-evaluated the investment issue, and Zhao Qioni is now in charge of this business, and these investments will not be completed in a short time. During this period, Zhang Tian also took the opportunity. After knowing that Zhao Qioni would not leave in the short term, he directly threw all his assets to Zhao Qioni for management and became a hands-off boss. Chapter 388 Killing like crazy, like a demon lord from heaven. Little girl, stop struggling, or we'll hit you hard. Seeing that the three women were indifferent, Fong Tai and Lao Jiu's expressions instantly turned cold. In their eyes, this is tactlessness and shamelessness, and this old nine even walked out, looked at the three women with lustful eyes, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If you don't want to be killed by so many of my brothers, just have a drink with us too, and we will let you go. Lao Jiu continued to press and control them. In the past, this trick was almost always successful. After giving a good beating and a sweet treat, you can basically handle it steadily. So they have plenty of experience in this move. Once they agree to have a drink together, then what happens next is no longer up to them. Scum of society, bah. Si Cheng sneered. Although there were 4 or 5 people with dyed yellow hair approaching them, they were not too panicked, because Jiang Tian had just walked not far. He probably couldn't even get a taxi. As long as Zhao Choni sends a message to Jiang Tian, he will probably be back soon. However, through what happened tonight, they suddenly realized that the security environment in Yunhai seemed to be not much different from what Jiang Tian said. No wonder people who come to Yunhai basically slander Yunhai in various ways after returning to. That's not a slander, this is the real little brother. Confusion, disorder. They had almost never seen such a scene in the capital. If they didn't know that Jiang Tian would be here soon, they would probably be panicked and at a loss at this moment. Shame on you. Lao Jiu frowned. He took a step forward and swung his hand to slap Si Cheng. This sudden scene made Si Cheng's pupils shrink continuously just at the moment when Lao Jiu took action. Eye in the darkness. A strong wind blew by. A cool breeze blew through the drizzle. The next moment, Lao Jiu felt a burning pain on his face. No, it was a burning sensation at first, and then the next moment, there was a pain of broken bones. A puff. Blood splattered, accompanied by a clicking sound amidst the screams of Lao Jiu as he fell to the ground. A person was standing in front of him without him noticing. The speed is too fast. By the time everyone reacted, Lao Jiu had already fallen to the ground, covering his face and screaming. The bridge of his nose had completely collapsed, and blood was constantly flowing out from between his fingers. With the help of the streetlights, Lao Jiu's miserable condition was so shocking that it made people gasp. Who? I'll kill you. Lao Jiu covered his nose, tears and blood mixed together. As he spoke, he was in excruciating pain. When had he ever endured such humiliation in Yunhai? Who to kill? The next moment, a voice sounded, and then Jiang Tian rubbed his wrist with one hand and approached Lao Jiu step by step. Do you know who I am? You are finished. I tell you, you are finished. No one in Yunhai can save you. Lao Jiu screamed in pain. At this time, even Fong Tai was shocked to see Lao Jiu injured. Boy, do you know who you hit? Fong Tai was also shocked. To be honest, Jiang Tian tilted his head. He really didn't know who he was hitting, but Jiang Tian's eye of judgment looked at him. Good job, whether it is Lao Jiu or Fong Tai, the one who shouts the loudest, their sin values have exceeded 1,000. What are you still standing there for? Go and kill this bastard. Fong Tai commanded the younger brothers around him and continued to curse at Jiang Tian, but Jiang Tian took a look. To be honest, Jiang Tian had fought against extremely vicious criminals, most of them are big drug lords. As for these two, although their sin values have exceeded 1,000. However, Jiang Tian found out from their recent intelligence that although he was not a drug dealer, he had harmed many decent girls. According to recent intelligence, these two men had forced themselves on several young girls yesterday. As for these yellow-haired little brothers, Jiang Tian frowned slightly. Boy, you even dare to hit brother 9. You are really looking for death. A yellow-haired man approached with a sneer, then there was a swish sound, and I saw these yellow-haired guys took out butterfly knives from their pockets. Brother Jiang, be careful. Zhao Choni widened her eyes and quickly spoke up to remind her. Si Cheng and Han Lu stood behind Jiang Tian, and their faces turned pale after seeing the other party's weapon. Jiang Tian turned around and gave a comforting smile. When he turned around, Jiang Tian's face was cold. Anyway, these people are all from the capital, and to be honest, they don't look like anything special. But one word. It can often cause a considerable impact, especially if it is said in front of the elders at home. It will have a huge negative impact on Yunhai tonight. We must also adopt an attitude that satisfies them. Moreover, these scum may seem far worse than drug lords, but they are definitely no less bad. Be careful when you take action, don't hurt those 3 women. Fong Tai helped Lao Jiu stand up and gave instructions to the 4 or 5 yellow-haired men. Kill him, stab him to death, it's all my fault. It seemed that this was not the first time that Lao Jiu had done such a thing. This also made Jiang Tian ponder for a moment. It seems that these two leaders have complicated backgrounds, but no matter what, murder is inevitable. In this situation where the conditions for confrontation are met, the person is armed with a weapon and can engage in unlimited self-defense. Jiang Tian can kill the person with one kick. But there are simpler ones, and there is no need. So, the next moment, snap. The sound of a pistol being loaded was heard. It doesn't matter if he's unfamiliar with it, but as for the familiar ones, Fong Tai didn't feel anything when watching Jiang Tian's actions, but Lao Jiu's pupils contracted, etc. But Lao Jiu's voice had not yet fallen. Jiang Tian held a black pistol in his hand and aimed it at the nearest yellow-haired man holding a knife. Moment. Silence, deathly silence. Sweat broke out on the yellow-haired man's forehead, and his pupils trembled uncontrollably. The yellow-haired man opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Bang. Gunshots rang out. With a puff, the yellow-haired man fell to the ground with a bloody hole on his forehead before he could say anything. Silence, deathly silence. But after Jiang Tian took action, how could he give them the chance to lay down their weapons? Quick, put down your weapons. Lao Jiu seemed to have thought of something and shouted hurriedly. Just the next moment, they put down their weapons, but Jiang Tian didn't act as fast as he did. It can even be said that just before Lao Jiu shouted, Jiang Tian fired at the exact moment. Bang bang bang. It's a bit regrettable to say, maybe just now, Lao Jiu and Fong Tai did not use weapons directly, otherwise Jiang Tian would not mind shooting each of them directly. After all, Jiang Tian has so many cases and so many things to deal with now, so he doesn't have the time to play cops and robbers games with these people. If he can kill them, he will kill them directly. It can be regarded as getting rid of harm to the society. Chapter 389. My name is Zhang Tian. If you want revenge, I'm here for you anytime. As the gunshots rang out, 4 or 5 yellow-haired men, all holding weapons, fell to the ground unconscious. Smoke was still coming out of Zhang Tian's gun, but the gun was pointed at Fong Tai and Lao Jiu. The two men had sweat on their foreheads and cold hands and feet, and looked at Zhang Tian with horror on their faces. I just felt like my scalp was exploding. They are still like this. Zhao Qioni had seen Zhang Tian kill a robber and a drug dealer once, so she could still accept it. Sai Chang and Han Lu almost fell to the ground when the two of them came to their senses. They saw 4 or 5 yellow-haired men lying on the ground with their eyes open, and they began to retch continuously. This is an animal's inherent conditioned reflex, the body's natural reaction after seeing a fellow animal die. You'll get used to it after a few times. While they were retching, a gentle voice came to their ears. Sai Chang and Han Lu looked up and saw Zhang Tian's gentle smile, as if it was not him who had just fired the shot. No, even after killing several people, Zhang Tian's expression didn't change at all. That it's truly from the bottom of my heart, or rather, it seems like I don't feel anything at all. You killed someone, so it's nothing, a psychological burden? Han Lu retched loudly, wiping the gastric juice that kept rising up, and said to Zhang Tian with disbelief on her face. That's right, after killing someone, there is often a heart-wrenching calmness, or a completely helpless madness. Zhang Tian was the only one who was frighteningly calm in his actions and in every aspect. Psychological burden? Zhang Tian looked confused. The IT seems to be asking, is it worth it with just a few people? It's just a few people. Is there any psychological burden for this? Zhang Tian shook his head, then he gave Zhao Qioni a look. After all, Zhao Qioni had experienced this before. Inside the room, the walls were bursting with various tissues and blood. That was the most miserable moment. The whole room was filled with the smell of blood. Zhao Qioni had seen a lot of things in the world, so this kind of scene was really nothing to her. That's why people say humans have such a strong ability to adapt. You can laugh secretly just because we're outdoors. The first time I saw a dead body was when Brother Jiang killed more than 20 gangsters in the room. The ground was covered in blood and there was no space to step. Zhao Qioni was a carefree person and the kind of person who was always looking for trouble in the world. Afraid, Zhao Qioni really didn't know what fear was. Ugh. It would have been fine if they hadn't said it, but after they did, Han Lu and Si Chang almost vomited. They hadn't felt anything about that scene before, but seeing those yellow-haired guys being shot dead with their own eyes almost made them lose their minds. The main thing is that they didn't expect Zhang Tianxia to be so terrifying. A few yellow-haired guys were shot dead without any chance. Certainly they don't know either. The current situation in Yunhai IT is a situation of severe crackdown, especially for anti-drug police who are the most important among them. Although Yunhai seems calm on the surface, there are actually undercurrents. Especially after what happened today, the anti-drug police's right to shoot has been greatly reduced, not to mention that these people attacked with weapons. Even if they were not armed, Zhang Tian could kill them and escape unscathed. Under the crackdown, all beings are equal. Don't shoot. Lao Jiu's eyes were bloodshot after being punched, but he could still see the black muzzle of the gun very clearly, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Not to mention Fong Tai at this moment. The playboy was used to this kind of scene and had never seen it before. He was even almost scared to death. Kneel down and blow your head off with both hands. Zhang Tian raised his gun and pointed it at them. Lao Jiu and Fong Tai's legs went weak and they didn't hesitate for a moment, showing their bullying and fear of the strong to the fullest. However, Zhang Tian, who was well versed in psychology, did not see regret on their faces, but instead saw gnashing of teeth. I guess he must be feeling very depressed. From the looks of you, you seem unwilling to accept the outcome and want to kill me after this incident is over? Zhang Tian approached, squatted down, looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. No. The two men's pupils contracted and they kept shaking their heads. It's okay. If you can come out, I really want you to find me and kill me. While Zhang Tian was speaking, he took out his ID from his pocket slowly, then break it open and let them look at it carefully bit by bit. My name is Zhang Tian, the leader of the Special Operations Team of the Municipal Bureau's Anti-Drug Brigade. Do you see clearly? I'm waiting for you to take revenge on me. Zhang Tian continued. Buzz. Hearing the name, there is also the position. Both of them looked at Zhang Tian in confusion. Han Lu and Si Chang widened their eyes even more. Seeing Zhang Tian casually reveal his own name made their scalps numb. The dark world on Yunhai's side has been in chaos recently. Anyone who is involved in gangs or has anything to do with this aspect knows about the three old things: prostitution, gambling, and drugs, and the last one, the horror of drug control. A large number of drug dealers were locked up behind iron bars, and 90% of them were waiting for execution. Don't talk about being in the sea of clouds, because the news specifically praised it even became famous nationwide. In particular, Zhang Tian went alone to a foreign country, bravely broke into the drug lord's base, killed dozens or even hundreds of drug dealers and saved the undercover agent. Although this kind of thing cannot be publicized openly, however, all the leaders in Beijing noticed Zhang Tian's name and praised him highly. In fact, this was also the reason why Jiang Tian was able to make an exception and obtain special merit. In short, back in Yunhai, the drug trafficking industry is in a state of panic. As anti-drug police who arrest and enforce the law, they are naturally extremely famous. You are Jiang Tian, you are Jiang Tian? The next moment, Lao Zhou's face turned pale, and he looked at Jiang Tian and shouted in a trembling voice. What a coincidence, it seems you know me. Jiang Tian put away the ID card without caring. The name remains unchanged when walking and the surname remains unchanged when sitting. Jiang Tian is really not afraid. During this crackdown period, he led his men to attack anti-drug police and the second-generation people with great backgrounds in Beijing. Even if they are unarmed and have powerful backgrounds, they will never be able to get out of prison in this lifetime. Of course, the difference is that if the connections behind him are stronger, probably, perhaps, the minimum sentence would be suspended death penalty. Lao Zhou's face turned pale. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree, just forget it. But there are those who know the name Jiang Tian or have heard of this name, who wouldn't be frightened by that? Except for you, no one in the entire Yunhai has such courage to come up and shoot and kill people. Lao Zhou's face was covered in sweat, and his complexion was getting paler and paler. He only knew one thing. It's over. It's completely screwed. Jiang Tian pointed a gun at them with one hand and took out his cell phone with the other and called Zhao Wei. What's the matter, boss? There was a lot of noise on Zhao Wei's side, and he seemed to be very busy. Bring some men to come to me. I have suffered several armed attacks and several of them were killed by me. Come and clean up the floor. Jiang Tian said. After saying that, Jiang Tian hung up the phone, and just at this moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, then a burst of angry and incredulous voices rang out. What's going on? Chapter 390, a moral bitch is awakened with a stick. Are you worthy of pretending with me? After Jiang Tian gang handcuffed the two men. A voice was heard at the scene. Jiang Tian turned his head and saw a familiar figure. That's right, Han Qi. In addition to Han Qi, Ji-song was also there. Jiang Tian realized after a moment's thought that when Jia Qioni was messaging him, Han Lu was also sending a message for help to her brother. From this point of view, it seems that they came back a little late. Jiang Tian's gaze remained unchanged, however, after Han Qi arrived. He did not first care about Han Lu and the others. Instead, he looked at the corpses on the ground with an expression full of shock and disbelief. Who did it? Han Qi took a deep breath and glanced at him, his eyes filled with serious judgment and scrutiny. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Tian. Mainly, except for Jia Qioni, everyone was breathing rapidly, as they had just been greatly shocked. You did it? Han Qi approached Jiang Tian and questioned. Yes, I did it. Jiang Tian said calmly. To be honest, Jiang Tian felt a little speechless when he looked at Han Qi. He now has a general understanding of Han Qi. Simply put, this means you are used to living a rich life. She has never experienced anything. She is a flower in a greenhouse, a typical idealist, and the key is that she is very pretentious. I always think I am upright. I am standing on the moral high ground. This almost made Jiang Tian laugh. Who gave you the right to kill them? Did the party in the country give you the right to bear arms so that you can use them to shoot these civilians? Han Qi asked angrily through gritted teeth. Han Qi, shut up. Jia Qioni shouted angrily, but before Jia Qioni could say anything, Jiang Tian grabbed Jia Qioni without showing any anger on his face because there was no need. Based on this guy's intelligence and ability, Jiang Tian could roughly guess that he would definitely suffer a heavy loss when he came to the Sea of Clouds, and he didn't know what his final outcome would be. But for someone who is full of idealism but has no brains, it is useless even if he has a terrifying background. Sometimes background is not everything. Killing innocent people indiscriminately, are you crazy? These people wanted to rape your sister, and you actually said they were innocent. Jiang Tian sneered and spoke mercilessly. Since Han Qi himself has no shame, don't blame Jiang Tian for not giving him face. What's more, Jiang Tian had already made an appointment with Su Tong when he left just now, so he was too lazy to say anything to this guy. These things will naturally be judged by law. You are just a small policeman. Who gives you the right to deprive these people of their lives? Han Qi pointed at the corpses on the ground and laughed angrily. Groove. Jiang Tian was stunned. The most important thing is Han Qi himself thought that there was nothing wrong with this. Ji-song, who was standing next to Han Qi, actually nodded in agreement. As for the two women, Si Chang and Han Lu, they are fine. Jiang Tian took a look and saw that both of them were glaring at Han Qi. At least there is no problem with my three views. Oh no, it should be said that Han Qi's train of thought seems unusual, but in fact, Jiang Tian can understand it with just a rough thought. In the final analysis, they are just a group of arrogant second-generation people who think they represent the judgment of justice. While claiming to be on the moral high ground, they always believe that they are right and are the first to sympathize with the weak. Whoever is weak now is naturally the dead. So Jiang Tian, the person who took action, became hostile to them, and coupled with the shocking scene, they were furious for a while, and they seemed to be speaking out for justice. As for Han Lu and Si Chang, they did not have as serious ideological problems as these two people, and they had just experienced the bad taste of these people. If Jiang Tian hadn't come over, they wouldn't know what would have happened to them, so they hated these yellow-haired guys with gnashing teeth. Don't be anxious. Jiang Tian whispered to Jia Qioni. At this moment, Jiang Tian was holding Jia Qioni's hand and felt that Jia Qioni's palm was trembling, probably because she was angry. He had just jumped out, and if Jiang Tian hadn't stopped him, he would have pointed at their noses and cursed them. Nothing to say? Han Chi's eyes flickered with obvious pride. Only Zhang Tian's face was calm as he looked at Han Chi and sneered. So, what you mean is that if they have knives, I have to fight them with my bare hands, or I would rather your sister and the others be raped than I can take action, right? As Zhang Tian said this. Don't talk about others. Han Lu and Si Cheng's eyes were already blazing with anger. That's not what I meant, but you can't be so cruel. Han Chi said without hesitation. Zhang Tian also understood it. This was targeted at him as soon as he arrived in Yunhai. Something is obviously wrong. In addition to accusing from a moral high ground, there is probably another reason. At the moment when the cruel words just came out, the next moment, bang. Zhang Tianyi hit Han Chi in the face with his baton. Han Chi only saw Zhang Tian take out a baton. Before he could figure out what Zhang Tian was going to do, the black stick grew bigger and bigger in front of his eyes, accompanied by a bang. Han Chi just felt dizzy, then he fell to the ground, blood spurting out of his nose. Boom. As Zhang Tian took action, everyone at the scene looked at Zhang Tian in horror, not to mention Han Chi's background. Just the fact that Han Chi is about to take up the position, his own position is also higher than Zhang Tian's, but now, at this moment, Zhang Tian actually dared to kill the leader with his own hands. The opposite. Ji Song, who was beside Han Chi, pointed at Zhang Tian in disbelief. Zhang Tian, you are crazy, how dare you? Bah! What the hell? Do you really think I'm a karami and let you show off in front of me? Zhang Tian said with a side oh shit, I really thought he had a good temper. You have to know that he was the one who gave Wen Zhejiang 3 police batons in front of Huaishang. This man with a bad temper had given face to Zhao Qioni again and again during the meal and had tolerated it for Zhao Qioni's sake. As a result, this damn Han Chi actually repeatedly challenged Zhang Tian's bottom line that he has a bad temper. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Han Chi covered his nose, gasped, and screamed with red eyes. This baton almost broke his nose. Blood spurted out. Han Chi almost passed out from the pain. However, what made Han Chi even more confused was how dare he do that? Are you crazy? This bastard is crazy, isn't he? Zhang Tian, you really have no respect for law and discipline. Okay, just wait. Han Chi's voice trembled. After almost fainting from the severe pain at first, he just took a breath and pointed at Zhang Tian, but when Zhang Tian approached with a baton, Han Chi's voice suddenly stopped. This blow shattered his moral soul. Chapter 391. Kyoto's terrifying background. Planning. I thought you were so upright and righteous, but it turns out you're even scared of a police baton. Zhang Tian sneered. He understood now, Han Chi's purpose is definitely not simple. Of course, no matter what the other party's purpose is Zhang Tian afraid? He was never afraid. Within the rules, Zhang Tian is invincible. Outside of the rules, Zhang Tian is not afraid of anything. If it really doesn't work out and the situation gets out of hand, Zhang Tian can just change his career. If you can't make it in the police force, the worst that can happen is that you can go out and treat patients and save lives. It would also be nice to be a leader in the medical field. The red entry is already 20 years ahead of medical technology. If it is upgraded to gold, wouldn't it mean that one can become a saint instantly, proficient in various pharmacologies? He can directly snatch people from the king of hell. Of course, Zhang Tian's entry system is still convenient for this industry. Officer Jiang, please show mercy. Han Lu ran up at this time and watched her brother being beaten. Although Han Lu felt that he deserved it, her scalp was tingling and she knew that the matter had gotten out of hand. Han Lu couldn't understand how Zhang Tian dared to do this. It would be fine if he didn't know their identities, but the key point was that Zhang Tian knew their identities and backgrounds, and he also knew that Han Chi was about to take up the position of the Discipline Inspection Commission. I showed mercy just now, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to stand up. Zhang Tian put the baton away without any hurry. Zhao Qioni paid special attention to this aspect. Zhang Tian was clearly empty-handed, but the baton worked like a magic trick. Now that she put it away, Zhao Qioni finally understood. My goodness, the baton was shortened by electricity and was stuffed behind Zhang Tian's waist. That's right. Zhang Tian felt deeply that the baton was very easy to use, but it was difficult to carry, so he asked the department to get him an electric telescopic one for easy carrying. I hate this beast. It's what he deserves, Han Lu. Your brother would rather watch you get raped than let Officer Jiang get rid of this evil for the people. How righteous. Zhao Qioni sneered and pulled Han Lu over, attacking Han Chi in the face. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If Zhang Tian hadn't held her back just now, Zhao Qioni would have slapped him. Really. As soon as Zhao Qioni finished speaking, Han Lu's face turned ugly. The words may be rough, but the truth is there. Isn't this what Han Chi just meant by open and above board? No, that's not what I meant. You can take action, but is it necessary to shoot them all? They are just teenagers who have gone astray. They look no more than 18 or 19 years old. If this isn't insane, what is? Officer Jiang is capable of firing a shot to deter them. Moreover, according to the regulations on firing a gun, you should fire a warning shot first before you can shoot. Zhang Tian, you must not have sounded the alarm. Han Chi covered his nose and looked at Zhang Tian with anger in his eyes. It's almost the same as wanting to eat Zhang Tian. I told you you're a jerk, and you're really a jerk. Whether I sound the alarm or not is none of your business. You've read a little bit and you act like you know everything. Do you even know what you're talking about? Don't you know that if an enemy is armed with a weapon, they can defend themselves and counterattack without limit until they're no longer a threat? Zhang Tian sighed. He had such a bad temper. With a click, the baton was pulled out. Han Shi stepped back in a hurry. Madman, you madman. Officer Jiang, please show mercy. Officer Jiang, if you hit me a few more times, something's going to happen. Han Shi and Si Cheng were startled and hurriedly stood in front of Zhang Tian. Even the lawless Zhao Qioni's eyelids twitched, thinking of Han Shi's background and identity. He looked at the baton in Zhang Tian's hand. My goodness, Zhao Qioni was really afraid that Zhang Tianxia would not be too harsh on her, and she would be in big trouble, although Han Shi's family background was just so in Zhao Qioni's opinion. Zhao Qioni even knew Han Shi's intention to climb up the Zhao family's connections. And she looked down on Han Shi in her heart, but if he is really beaten to death, it will be a big trouble. And at this moment, fortunately, a wah-wah sound was heard. Several police cars stopped at the entrance of the alley. Actually, at this time, there were already people watching nearby. Although this place was remote, it was not really deserted. Moreover, there was a restaurant inside, and it was doing good business. At this time, some people went out after finishing their meals, but when they saw the scene in front of them, some of them who had been drinking were so scared that they stood still and dared not move. Boss. Zhao Wei brought his men to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian nodded slightly. These people are all rapists. Just now, this group of people wanted to rape these girls, but I stopped them. They were armed with weapons. Most of them were shot dead by me, and 2 were handcuffed. After saying that, Zhang Tian glanced at Han Qi. In other words, Han Shi held a high position in the Discipline Inspection Commission, so Zhang Tian did not speak. Otherwise, Zhang Tian wouldn't care about his shitty background and would just take him to the municipal bureau and give him a beating. Yes. Zhao Wei said without hesitation. He glanced at Zhao Qioni beside Zhang Tian and immediately understood what was going on. However, Zhao Wei took Zhang Tian to a remote place. Boss, do you know Han Shi? Zhao Wei asked hesitantly. Tell me in detail. Zhang Tian lit a cigarette. He glanced at Han Shi calmly. It must be said that at this moment, although Han Shi was covering his face and wiping the blood with toilet paper, he was surprisingly not making a fuss. This made Zhang Tian keenly smell something unusual. Really, this Han Shi is not stupid either. He just made a fuss. I guess there is a sincere intention, but I think there are other purposes. So, what is the purpose of this plot against him? Zhang Tian curled the corners of his mouth. Now Zhang Tian is really not afraid of these, not to mention beating him up. Even if he was killed, Zhang Tian himself would just be in a little trouble, but even with the invincible body that Zhang Tian had created, he would probably just resign in the end. Of course, he would resign on the surface, but secretly, Zhang Tian's identity in the security agency would still exist. This is an agency with unlimited law enforcement powers. Boss, Han Shi was very pretentious when he was in Kyoto, and he never got married. He has feelings for my sister and probably wants to get close to her. Zhao Wei said. Well, is his family well off? Zhang Tian's mind moved. It used to be quite glorious, but now. Although Zhao Wei didn't finish his words, Zhang Tian suddenly understood something in his heart. Also, when we were in Kyoto, I was always annoyed with this guy. He was too pretentious, always acting like he was righteous and everyone else was crooked. Zhao Wei cursed, then Zhao Wei reacted and said, "Oh right, this guy's face is covered in blood. Who beat him? It feels so good. I hit him." Zhang Tian said silently. Puff. Zhao Wei stared at Zhang Tian with wide eyes. Chapter 392. What are the 7 meritorious kings? They are all serving the people. You also said that he was too pretentious. Is your boss the kind of person who would swallow his anger in silence? Zhang Tian laughed. Boss, you. Zhao Wei's eyes widened. Don't you think his family is very prosperous? Why are you scared? Zhang Tian said with a faint smile. Fuck, boss, you are really awesome, but you may be in big trouble. After my uncle got promoted, I heard that the director is Han Shi's uncle. Zhao Wei said with a twitch of his mouth. Although he was unhappy with Han Shi, he really didn't think of taking any action. Han Shi's uncle, real uncle? Zhang Tian's eyebrows jumped. He knew that someone was getting restless. In the past, when no one was paying attention, the position of director in Yunhai was a hot potato and no one dared to take it. However, ever since Zhang Tian directly lifted the veil on the Yunhai criminal group, all the covers were gone, and the current Yunhai situation changed instantly. Boss, you don't know what a sensation Yunhai has caused in Kyoto. My uncle's promotion has been decided, but people in Kyoto are almost going crazy for the vacant position of director. Now everyone knows that if you come to Yunhai, you can easily gain some merits to gild yourself. You also know how much influence even an ordinary second-class merit has on people without any second-class merit at the critical moment of promotion in the system. Zhao Wei seemed to know a lot about this. Zhang Tian's eyelids twitched, and he knew it. The many achievements that I have made others jealous and crazy, especially those in the system. The key is that my dad's promotion hasn't been implemented yet. Zhang Tian's face was full of weirdness. Zhang Peng's promotion hadn't been fully implemented yet. At least now Zhang Peng was still trembling, fearing that it would be cancelled. How did the higher-ups select the successors? Boss, my uncle's promotion is foolproof. If you want to take credit here, you must be kind. My uncle's promotion will be absolutely safe. The forces that have already taken over will not allow my uncle's promotion to fail. Zhao Wei explained. Zhang Tian understood immediately. But the fight has already begun. There's no point in you saying this now. Zhang Tian said dimly. He's really not afraid, just hit him and that's it. Besides, do you really think the director has much jurisdiction over Zhang Tian? Do you know who is in charge of the municipal bureau now? It's Gao Xiaolong. With Gao Xiaolong here, no one can be afraid of Zhang Tian. Not if you don't cause trouble, then it's good for you, me, and everyone. If you dare to cause trouble, no one will pay attention to you even if you appear out of nowhere. Officer Jiang, you will definitely be severely punished by the law. Just wait. The person who spoke was Han Shi. Even when making threats, he always pretends like this. Zhang Tian pulled out his baton, and Ji Song pulled Han Shi and ran out frantically. Damn it, you're so shameless. Zhang Tian cursed with a cold face. It feels so good. It feels so good. Zhao Wei exclaimed in excitement. When in Beijing, it can be said that Zhang Tian's status in the municipal bureau is the same as Zhao Wei's in Beijing. It's nothing that he is not good at either literature or martial arts. After all, his family is well off. But the key point is that Zhao Wei was young and ignorant in Beijing and made a lot of jokes. That he was directly sent to Yunhai. It was because Zhao Wei sought his own shadow in Zhang Tian and was also a wanderer in the world that Zhao Wei had such a good relationship with Zhang Tian at the beginning. When Han Shi first met him in Kyoto, he often humiliated him, and then, everyone lost the mood to play. Han Lu and Si Chan live with me. Zhao Qioni was sitting in the passenger seat. Such a big thing had happened. No matter how powerful her connections were, she had to at least give a statement. After all, so many people had died. So Zhang Tian took a few people and went directly to the municipal bureau. The municipal bureau is still quite busy. After all, tonight they are cracking down on the criminal gang of the entire Wanye group. So there are a lot of police cars coming and going. Even the interrogation rooms are lined up. Too many people were arrested today. Later on, they even borrowed the interrogation room of the criminal investigation detachment and asked people from the criminal investigation detachment to come back and help with overtime interrogations. In short, it is very busy. As for the fact that Zhang Tian killed several rapists today, it really didn't cause any commotion. He just recorded their confessions according to the procedure. Then Zhang Tian sent a few people back. After all, such a big thing happened, and they were no longer in the mood to play. Brother Jiang, come up and have a cup of tea? Han Lu and Si Chang went upstairs. In the empty parking lot, Zhao Qioni leaned over the driver's window and asked Zhang Tian. It's too late, make some time. Zhang Tian glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Zhao Qioni was wearing a loose skirt tonight, which was fine, but as she leaned against the car window, Zhang Tian looked straight ahead, fearing that he might be distracted by her. It's settled. Zhao Qioni's face showed some surprise. She also thought that it would be inconvenient for someone to be at home, but she didn't stay here specifically for this. Zhao Qioni said to Zhang Tian, Brother Jiang, don't worry. I'll call my dad later and ask him to tell their family that they won't dare to do anything to you. Zhang Tian was slightly touched, but he still felt like he was a gigolo. But then I thought, damn, I saved them today. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian felt at ease. It's none of your business, don't worry about it for now. Zhang Tian shook his head. Mainly, Zhang Tian wanted to know what their purpose was, and just when Zhang Tian was driving and Su Tong was getting better, in the emergency room of the city hospital, Han Shi was treating his wounds with a cell phone in his hand. While his wound was being treated, he took a deep breath from time to time. I said that when I came to Yunhai, I felt that the atmosphere was not right. Sure enough, the law enforcers enforce the law in this way. Yunhai can still be fine, but that Zhang Tian is definitely a black sheep. Han Chi was angry. Yes, those people are wrong, but their crimes do not deserve the death penalty. Ji Song echoed. So, what Yuan Guangliang said is almost right. Han Chi thought thoughtfully. As he was speaking, Han Chi's cell phone rang. After glancing at the notes, Han Chi answered the phone. Guangliang, I believe what you said now. Some people are probably just relying on their connections and backgrounds to commit evil deeds and deceive their superiors in Yunhai. How could I lie to you? Zhang Tian is a black sheep in Yunhai, otherwise why would we target him? Wang Guangliang's voice came from the phone. Okay, let's take action as soon as I take office. Han Chi seemed a little impatient. Don't worry, we have already obtained solid evidence. Zhang Tian is definitely involved in corruption and bribery, but he has some connections, and I'm afraid. Wang Guangliang seemed to be hesitant to speak. No matter how big the relationship is, it's useless. What I'm saying is, how can I allow such a big disaster to run rampant in Yunhai? I must bring a black sheep like Zhang Tian to justice. Han Shi was furious, but when they were talking, they didn't notice that a beautiful figure passed by the door of the emergency room. The moment she heard Zhang Tian's name, her footsteps stopped abruptly. A moment later. Minister Tan, I understand. Don't worry. The 7 meritorious kings are just a joke. Why are you taking it seriously? We are all serving the people. Chapter 393 Shocking Secrets. Attention from the boss in a quiet restaurant. In the dim light, candlelight flickered on the table. Jung Tian sat in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking across the window with a hint of emotion at a CBD office building of equally large size. Downstairs, the lights are bright and the traffic is bustling. Obvious. Jung Tian could see that as time passed, the development of the entire sea of clouds was improving with each passing day. That's right. In other words, the whole country is now beginning to accumulate strength, and the next era is about to usher in a period of rapid development. In this era, countless waves have risen and become the rich men of the era. There are also countless people struggling to make ends meet, and one city after another is entering the forefront of this era that is about to go out of control. Zhang Tian understood exactly. In the more than 10 years after 2000 years, the entire country will erupt with terrifying energy, which can be called a rampage. Countless people will be reaping the benefits of the country and standing at the forefront of the storm. The Sea of Clouds should have become the pinnacle of the era in the next 10 to 20 years. It will also become a landmark of the entire Yunnan province, or in other words, the oriental pearl of the entire Southeast Asia. At that time, not to mention Yunhai, even the entire Yun province will be at the forefront of the times and will be at the forefront of all provinces in the country. But Zhang Tian thought about the future before he traveled through time. Yunnan province is a hard-hit area in the fight against poverty. In the end, it still failed to develop, but now, he is here. From this perspective, it's quite luxurious. Zhang Tian smiled slightly. That's right, the CBD building opposite him is Zhang Tian's office building. However, Zhang Tian has been so busy lately that he has no time to even transfer the property, let alone manage it. Plus, there is no one at home who can manage it, so in the end Zhang Tian directly entrusted it to Zhao Chuanite. In front of me, a candlelight dinner. Zhang Tian felt a little embarrassed, but after being reborn, Zhang Tian always believed that as long as it wasn't him who was embarrassed, it would be someone else. It was already late at night in the restaurant, past 10 o'clock. At this time, Zhang Tian took a look around at the people who were still eating in the restaurant and found that, as expected, they were all couples. This is a couple's restaurant. Su Tong sat opposite him at the table, glancing at him from time to time. Zhang Tianxia subconsciously touched his face, and in the end he could only think that maybe he was overthinking it. Xiao Jiang, the entire Yunhai, and even the reform opportunities of Yun province, now rest on your shoulders. To be honest, without you, I don't know what the future and outcome of the entire Yunhai, and even Yun province, would be like. Minister Tan's voice came from the phone. Of course, Zhang Tian would not be so arrogant as to admit anything directly, although this was the reality. Your commander Gao may not have told you in time, but your first-class merit is on the way and will be delivered to you soon. Minister Tan continued. Zhang Tian was thinking in his heart. This achievement is to commend you for saving the huge losses in Yanjiang in time and rescuing Secretary Mu and Miss Su. Regarding the difficulty and danger of this time, after serious and rigorous discussion, we believe that you are fully worthy of this first-class merit. Minister Tan couldn't help but sigh. Oh shit, even if Mr. Mu fell down alone, it would not be enough to deserve first-class merit, because the selection for first-class merit is very strict. It requires comprehensive consideration of how much loss you have saved for the country and the organization, how much adverse impact you have avoided, etc. It's not enough to say that you risk your life in the process. Unless you come back alive, the process may account for a larger proportion, but normally, the process accounts for a relatively small proportion. The judging criteria are still how much loss is recovered for the country and how much benefit is created, and obviously. Mr. Mu himself may not be able to achieve enough and can only get a second-class merit, but with the addition of Su Tong, the influence created is already terrifying. It is absolutely impossible that this first-class merit was shortchanged. So, you may have to change your name of the King of 6 Merits in the future. Minister Tan said with some envy. The King of 7 Merits, good job. One of them even won a special merit award. Even Minister Tan was jealous. Just ask, who cannot be jealous? Even Minister Tan only has 2 first-class merit awards. The key point is that he has been a police officer for decades, and now he is the boss, but he only has 2 first-class merit awards. Under normal circumstances, a second-class merit may be enough for most people's lifelong pursuit, or even enough to benefit them for a lifetime. It doesn't matter whether it's merit or not. To me, one more or one less doesn't matter. After all, we are serving the people. Zhang Tian smiled and said in a relaxed tone, damn it. Minister Tan's eyelids twitched. This calm voice was the biggest insult to him, but thinking about Zhang Tian's contributions, Minister Tan's mouth twitched. Also, your first-class hero model award has been brought to you as well. Minister Tan sighed. This has already been decided, and the final confirmation was made when we were carrying out the mission abroad. The title of first-class hero model also made Zhang Tian's eyes light up slightly. Originally, the second-level model hero title was to be awarded, but later it was not enough, so the first-level model hero title was temporarily reported. It's a halfway change. But this kind of thing needs to go through multiple levels of review at the highest level. Hasn't the registration period for the first-class heroic model already passed? This can also be changed midway. Zhang Tian had no hope at all. It's mainly because someone from above has spoken, and someone is keeping an eye on you. Minister Tan said calmly. Hiss. Jiang Tian took a breath. To be honest, along the way, Jiang Tian gained a lot, but there is no doubt that among the many leaders that Jiang Tian has come into contact with, the highest ranking ones are Huai Shang, Minister Tan, and Chief Gao. Even Minister Tan seemed to be extremely cautious, which made Jiang Tian gasp in shock. Minister Tan didn't give Jiang Tian a chance to speak, and continued, "You're lucky, kid. That person originally wanted to meet with you, but coincidentally, Wenye Group ran into problems, so the plan was put on hold. But when everything is over, I guess you'll have to go to Beijing." Jiang Tian's heartbeat was accelerating. Everything you do is being watched by the higher-ups, no matter how big or small, so feel free to do it boldly. Yunhai is not afraid of chaos. As long as we can reshuffle Yunhai and curb the crime problem in the entire province, we will not be afraid even if Yunhai is turned upside down. The sky will not fall. Minister Tan said. To be honest, Minister Tan was truly shocked because of this kid. God knows, just when Minister Tan was calculating how many first-class merits Jiang Tian had taken away, Gao Xiaolong called again to apply for the first-class merit. Who can bear to apply for a first-class merit in one day? The key point is that his contribution is sufficient. After all, he saved 2 people in Yanjiang, and each one is more influential than the other. Chapter 394. Mr. Tan is crazy, and he will name you the 8th wise king. If it were a normal person, 1 mullah would probably be enough. Even though Jiang Tian has already made so many contributions, with the existence of Su Tong, the influence of the 2 people is more outrageous than the other, so this kind of credit is indispensable. Before Minister Tan could catch his breath, the phone rang again. Wenye Group collapsed. A pillar industry, the huge cultural industry group, collapsed in an instant. After investigation, it turns out that this damn Wenye Group is not only involved with foreign forces, but its history of becoming a drug lord is also the same as its growth history. This is a good guy, it's really a good guy. The sky is falling. Minister Tan instantly realized that the sky had fallen. This was a major case that was absolutely subversive in Yun province. Minister Tan even keenly smelled a scent, which was a premonition of seeing the sun after the clouds had parted. There is no doubt about this. It was a huge, groundbreaking case. The result was as expected when Minister Tan asked who did it. Gao Xiaolong just mentioned Jiang Tian lightly. The entire case clues and the final findings of the investigation were almost all done by Jiang Tian alone, and he even collected all the evidence. They are just executors. Okay. First-class merit. Minister Tan just submitted another application for Jiang Tian's first-class merit. Strictly speaking, this is more than just the 7th merit king. This is the 8th merit king. It is still the kind of 8 merits king that only counts as first-class merit and special merit. Who can withstand it? Don't call yourself Jiang Tian anymore. I think you should have a code name. How about calling yourself the 8th wise king? Minister Tan said with a curl of his lips. 8 wise kings. Jiang Tian instantly understood what it meant. He also had some thoughts about his own contribution, but this also made Jiang Tian's eyebrows jump. At the 8th wise king, does that mean that Jiang Tian's 6th first-class merit is on the way, and he's already applying for the 7th? Be good. Jiang Tian hung up the phone and couldn't help rubbing his brows, his mind still digesting the news brought by Minister Tan. The main reason was that there was too much information, which made Jiang Tian's heart beat fast. Without a doubt, the higher-ups are watching. The Sea of Clouds has become a big stage. All kinds of monsters and demons jumped in. After all, what Jiang Tian did in Yunhai was even being watched by some unknown existence at all times. How could the people in Kyoto not notice it? In addition, Jiang Tian's name is also very famous in Kyoto. In an instant, the entire Sea of Clouds became a hotspot, but Jiang Tian thought of Hanxi, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he could only say, the Sea of Clouds is a big stage, come if you dare. You are smiling so sinisterly, what are you thinking? Su Tong rolled her eyes at Jiang Tianquan. Really? Jiang Tian touched the corner of his mouth. As Su Tong chuckled and said, I'm just teasing you. A black line appeared on Jiang Tian's forehead, but then Su Tong's expression seemed to be lost in thought. Jiang Tian was thinking in his mind how to bring up the issue of taking over Wenye Group with Su Tong. Actually, I've always wanted to give you a formal apology for that night. Su Tong stared into Jiang Tian's eyes. You have been deceived too. Jiang Tian took a sip of red wine. Jiang Tian had drunk it before, but he had to admit that it was never this bitter. However, Jiang Tian had also heard that the better the wine, the more bitter it tasted. Isn't it tasty? Su Tong frowned and asked Jiang Tian. It's not that it doesn't taste good, you're just not used to it. My family was poor before, so I really like drinking wine that cost $5 a bottle. I couldn't tell the difference between good and bad. Jiang Tian shook his head. This made Su Tong smile slightly and said, actually, ever since that night, I always thought you were a hero who was hard to find. But today, you showed me another side of the hero. What great hero! I'm just an ordinary person. Jiang Tian was still thinking about how to start. After all, Wenye Group is not a small problem. Taking it over involves certain risks, and there is always a feeling of repaying a favor, but at present, it seems that only Tianjin Group can provide a guarantee. Su Tong agreed very much. That day, when you got off the car and were about to leave, I was really scared. Because I heard others talking about the dangers of Yinjiang, I thought you were committing suicide. At that time, I was thinking, who is so stupid as to jump down and commit suicide? I thought you really were that kind of chicken stealing and dog stealing person. Zhang Tian smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to think this way at the time. Rather than saying I committed suicide, I was confident. It was you who jumped that really committed suicide. I just rescued a few people who could be saved, and then I turned around and heard that a little girl jumped in. I almost jumped in. Su Tong blushed slightly as she explained, I didn't think too much about it at the time, because your director came and said you were a great hero, a hero with first-class merits. I thought, if you really died there, I think I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. They clinked glasses and Zhang Tian drank it all in one gulp, looking at Su Tong, whose face was slightly flushed. He said, you are quite foolish. I never do anything without confidence. Even if there is a chance, my sacrifice must be able to save the country from huge losses. At least, it is a loss that exceeds his sacrifice, but so far, Zhang Tian feels that there should be no greater loss than his sacrifice, but this sentence gave Su Tong a great shock. A huge shock. As Su Tong's heartbeat was accelerating. He stared blankly at Zhang Tian for who knows how long before he spoke. After you saved me, I wanted to know more about you, but when I wanted to investigate you, my father stopped me. He didn't tell me about your past, only that you were a drug enforcement officer, a very dangerous police officer. You are probably the greatest police officer in the country, no doubt about it. I've always been curious. You look about the same age as me, how did you do it? Maybe it's talent, or maybe it's my ability that gives me a greater responsibility to solve problems. Zhang Tian replied. I think you must have fought on the battlefield and were invincible against drug lords, so you became a hero. You must have killed many people. Su Tong seemed like a curious baby. This question made Zhang Tian laugh in shock, his mind lost in thought. Even with his photographic memory, he couldn't remember clearly. After his rebirth, he seemed to kill many people every day, but those were all drug dealers. So Zhang Tian nodded, a lot, too many to count. The smile on Su Tong's face became more and more intense. I don't know if it's because of drinking or something else, but her face is very red. Very beautiful. At this moment, even though Zhang Tian had the title of King of Criminal Investigation, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, a woman's mind is as unpredictable as the sea. Even though he is so powerful, he can't guess what Su Tong is thinking or what she wants to do. Ms. Su, my name is Su Tong. You can call me by my name. It's not polite to call me Miss Su. After all, you are my savior. Su Tong corrected. Su Tong, I wonder if you have ever heard of Wenye Group? Zhang Tian asked. As Su Tong's eyes flickered, Zhang Tian's eyelids couldn't stop twitching. Chapter 395, Horrifying Discovery, the biggest case in history. Hiss. The river breeze blew, and Zhang Tian, standing by the bridge of Yanjiang River, couldn't help shivering. At this moment, Zhang Tian recalled the scene of his conversation with Su Tong in his mind and couldn't help but gasp for not driving, because I was drinking. Of course, Zhang Tian was rational and understood Su Tong's identity. So Zhang Tian had never thought about doing anything with Su Tong from the beginning. However, when he was chatting with Su Tong later, Su Tong expressed that she wanted to drink. Zhang Tian had no choice. After all, he had heard that business deals were always done over the wine table for the sake of Yunhai. Oh no, for the happy lives of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people in the 13 cities of Yun province. He accompanied Su Tong to drink a lot of red wine. Then, when the issue of Wenye Group was raised for the last time, Su Tong nodded without any hesitation. This left Zhang Tian confused at the time. After all, Zhang Tian had prepared a PPT draft in advance to ensure that there would be no problems. However, he didn't analyze anything and the other party agreed immediately. Finally, as Su Tong added, you are absolutely right. In my heart, you are the most powerful hero and an invincible general. I often think of you fighting those drug lords, how dangerous and lonely it was. I will reject anyone, but I will never reject you. Okay, Zhang Tian's scalp felt a little tingling, not because of this, but because later Su Tong hugged Zhang Tian and enthusiastically invited him to go home together. After being politely rejected by Zhang Tian, Su Tong's behavior frightened Zhang Tian. I felt the murderous aura from Su Tong's gentle and grateful face. He felt the madness hidden in those beautiful eyes. Two words popped up in Zhang Tian's mind instantly. Yandera. Zhang Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in fear. Who could have imagined that a little girl with a very strong self-esteem, a strong moral bottom line, and a sense of justice who wanted to commit suicide because she couldn't bear the guilt, was secretly such a terrifying Yandera? After Zhang Tian escaped, he quickly took a taxi and left. I didn't drive because I shouldn't drink and drive, and I shouldn't drive after drinking. Zhang Tian drank a lot today and drank 2 whole bottles with Su Tong. As Su Tong drank more than a bottle herself, but didn't seem too drunk. This made Zhang Tian feel that Su Tong was not simple. If it's not necessary, try not to have any contact with her in the future. Zhang Tian was still frightened. If he had a choice, he would rather fight with hundreds of drug dealers than have anything to do with Su Tong. In just a short while, Zhang Tian's back was already covered in cold sweat. As the cold wind blew, Zhang Tiankai gradually calmed down. Regardless, the result is good. As Su Tong has already agreed. Of course, Su Jinqing is the best person to handle this kind of thing, but with Su Tong in the middle, there will be room for easing the situation. Sure, there are risks, but the rewards are equally as formidable. By throwing away those illegal assets and moving forward with a lighter load, Tianqing Group also got a great bargain. Overall, Tianqing Group is not at a loss. As for what comes next, Zhang Tian looked at the time and it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. As for why I got off at Yanjiang, it was because of what Wen Yulin said today. Not much to say. It's just a news of a special merit. Stone Temple Village. Wen Yulin didn't reveal much at the time, so Zhang Tian planned to investigate first. In order to be cautious, Zhang Tian went to investigate at night. If he had accurate information and circumstances, Zhang Tian would be ready to call for support. If there was no problem, if too many people went, it would be easy to alert the enemy. Shimiao village is located in Yanjiang River. Walk deep into the Yanjiang River and cross 2 mountains just to be on the safe side. Zhang Tian didn't even take the main road. After arriving, he found that Shimiao village only had one cement road leading to the outside world. After arriving at the outskirts of the village, Zhang Tian squatted on a tree and observed for a while. Everywhere you looked out, a peace and tranquility. It rained a little today. Although the weather was a bit humid, the moonlight was extremely abundant. Even in the middle of the night, the light was quite bright at this moment. There was no sound or movement in the village at this moment. There's even a certain eerie quietness to it. Just at this moment, the sound of a car rang out. Zhang Tian looked around. I saw several cars driving out of the village. 2000 years. This era is an era that is gradually heading towards rampage, and it is also an era that is about to be hit by a strong wind. In the era of the year 2000, most of the giants and bosses of later generations have already started to stand on the top of the mountain, waiting for the opportunity to take off, and some have already made their mark. But even so, the overall underlying economic environment is still at a low point. In most wealthy cities, people have just managed to get enough food and clothing, and being a household with an annual income of 10,000 yuan is considered a great achievement. Although Yunhai is also a first-tier city, many places in the mountains have not been developed at all, and these people are still struggling on the edge of poverty, especially Shimiao village. Zhang Tian had to climb over 2 mountains and make many twists and turns before he finally got here. The location is extremely remote, even close to the border. Logically, there is no development in the village. However, the appearance of so many cars clearly indicated something was amiss. This is not the era of 20 years when every household will have a car. Something's wrong. Zhang Tian touched his chin and muttered to himself. So, when Zhang Tian turned on the scanning radar and took a look. Hiss. I am Chao. Zhang Tian took a breath. Not to mention anything else, the red dots on the car are simply full. All of them are bright red. The sin value exceeds 1,000. In particular, at this moment Zhang Tian was approaching the edge of the village, and this 1 kilometer range also covered the village. So when Zhang Tian took a look, he was surprised to see that the scanning radar was almost covered with dense red dots. In other words, Zhang Tian's head was buzzing. It would be fine if it were just an ordinary drug crime. But when Zhang Tian saw the red light on the map, he immediately understood why Wen Yulin said it was a special merit. This is more than just a special merit. It is simply the biggest case. There are too many people. The most important thing is how much sin value can be collected in this wave. Zhang Tian swallowed his saliva. If he could catch them all in one fell swoop, he would become rich immediately. The key is it can be imagined that this village has a lot of markets in the entire Yunhai. This wave directly dealt a huge and terrifying blow to drug crimes. Chapter 396 Contrast, adding burden to you. Yu Wei is surprised immediately afterwards. Zhang Tian quickly began to think about Shimiao village in his mind. As for Shimiao village, at this moment, what really makes Zhang Tian feel confused and puzzled is that such a big case in Shimiao village cannot be handled so quietly. In other words, if Shimiao village was really targeted in his previous life, Zhang Tian would have had information about it in his mind, otherwise, he would have noticed everything in advance. However, Zhang Tian now has a photographic memory, but he has no impression of Shimiao village at all. There are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the Shimiao village in the previous life has never been discovered and destroyed. After all, in the previous life, the criminal groups in the entire Yun province had completely followed the rampage of the times. The entire Yun province was almost bound to the criminal groups, and the higher-ups could only bear the pain and cut the knife in the end. A one-size-fits-all approach was adopted, with the military directly blocking the border and conducting a thorough cleanup from top to bottom. In this big cleanup, the drug crimes in just one village actually don't seem to be particularly big or outrageous news compared to the criminal groups in the entire Yunnan province, but unfortunately, the consequence of taking such measures is that the economy of the entire Yunhai has completely fallen to the bottom of the country, and even completely cut off the development of Yunhai. It was about to take off, but due to the rampant and out-of-control drug crimes, the entire Yunhai completely lost all hope and all development came to a complete halt. Almost all the companies that could move away fled. In short, it can be said that in Zhang Tian's impression, there is a famous saying in later generations, that is, Yunhai's lost 20 years, which is a book written by a writer from Yunhai 20 years later. It was written in detail that Yunhai, which was once one of the few first-tier cities in China, could have become the central city of Southeast Asia, but it came to a complete halt because of a criminal group, and if there were no influence from criminal groups, Yunhai's future development might even surpass several other cities in the country, and it might even become a super first-tier city, because in Addition to Kyoto and Tokai, Yunhai has been planned from the beginning to be the economic center of Southeast Asia, open up land trade, etc. But unfortunately, the rampage of various criminal groups and criminals, even to the point of escalating to the point of being on the verge of getting out of control, was clearly understood by the higher-ups. If crime can't be controlled, then it's better to stop it. We cannot endanger the safety of all cities across the country just because of the sea of clouds in one city. In other words, as explained in detail in the 20 years that Yunhai lost, criminal groups are inevitable when there is contact with Southeast Asia, but it is difficult to trade with Southeast Asia if you want to eliminate criminal groups. This seems to be an unsolvable problem. Even Zhang Tian, all we can do is try our best according to our own ability. Let there be as little crime as possible in the city of Yunhai. While thinking, Zhang Tian glanced at Shirmio village and did not stay. The current problem was very serious, and Zhang Tian could not just attack without alerting the enemy. Isn't this bullshit? Let's not talk about how Zhang Tian is fighting with the whole village now, but after the fight, maybe all the important criminals in the village will run away. Therefore, it is not so easy to solve the problem of Shirmio village. Of course, Zhang Tian did not do nothing. He walked around the outskirts of the village in detail and found that in addition to a main road in front of the entire Shirmio village, there was also a small path in the back. After Zhang Tian went up the path, he found out that this was a smuggling road. What could be smuggled in a village where almost all the people were involved in criminal activities? It's definitely drugs. No surprise, this was exactly what made Zhang Tianmei's heart beat fast. Just think about it, this drug trafficking den could produce such a terrifying criminal. How much drugs can be produced in a day? How much drugs will be sold in a year? This is a terrifying number that cannot be fully calculated. Really, after realizing the problem, Zhang Tian returned without any hesitation and went straight to the municipal bureau. Well, overtime is overtime, but at this time, everyone except those on duty has gone off work. Although the work is busy, no matter how busy the anti-drug detachment is, at least people must be given time to rest. It is impossible to run non-stop for 24 hours. Sister Yu Wei, why are you on duty again? When Zhang Tian entered the room, he saw Yu Hui yawning. Why are you here? Yu Wei asked in surprise. Truth or lie? Zhang Tian sat across from Yu Hui's desk. Zhang Tian rubbed his temples in the bright sunlight inside. There was no doubt that besides Yu Hui, there were probably many people working overtime inside. It's already midnight. It was already past midnight, and he still hadn't gotten off work. It has said that criminal investigation is stressful. Zhang Tian feels that perhaps those in charge of drug control don't have the chance to say this. What is a lie? Yu Wei became a little more energetic, looking at Yu Wei's eye bags. 2 obvious dark circles have appeared. Oh no, the entire eye circles are pitch black, especially the way his eyes were staring at Zhang Tian, giving people a creepy feeling. Zhang Tian still remembers how Sister Yu Wei looked so gorgeous at work not long ago. She wore delicate light makeup every day and had fair skin without even a single pimple. Now looking at the bloodshot eyes and dark circles under Yu Hui's eyes, a sense of guilt instantly rose in Zhang Tian's heart. It's a lie. I heard that Sister Yu Wei was working overtime today, so I came here to cover for you. Zhang Tian said with a smile. Yu Hui's face was filled with surprise for about half a second, and then she looked at Zhang Tian with a stern gaze. What's the truth? Congratulations, Sister Yu Wei. The burden on your shoulders may have to be increased. Zhang Tian thought for a while and said carefully, although Zhang Tian really wants to take over Shirmio village directly, after all, this is a special merit. Zhang Tian can guarantee that if we take this village, he will definitely get the special merit, because the criminals inside are too terrifying, and most importantly, the scale of the crimes is too large. Once Shirmio village is eradicated, all the drug dealers who have done business with Shirmio village in recent years will also be eradicated. The scale of this is terrifying. It is foreseeable that an unprecedented anti-drug storm is about to hit, but you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Zhang Tian also understood that if Shirmio village wanted to solve the problem, there were many issues that needed to be considered, so there was no need to be impatient. Many aspects need to be considered. In a short period of time, even if the report is made, information and clues need to be searched for and there must be certain evidence, otherwise, Zhang Tian's words were just empty words. He couldn't convict Wen Yulin based solely on the 3 words Shirmio village, he said, especially in such a horrific case. It was impossible for Zhang Tian to say that he had a scanning radar. Chapter 397, Hacker Entry, Shizhou Village Investigation. Really, these words made Yu Wei's eyes, which were full of dark circles, bloodshot and lifeless, burst into a radiant light. Add more weight? Yu Wei stuttered, unable to believe it. She couldn't believe the surprise would come so suddenly. After all, in the physical constitution, what adding burden is obvious to all. Yu Wei's heart was pounding. Zhang Tian looked at Yu Wei with a smile on his face. After all, Yu Wei was only about 2 years older than Zhang Tian, and had just been hired as a regular employee after working for more than 2 years. If the burden is added, Yu Wei, who is now a 3rd-level police inspector, will become a 2nd-level police inspector, bring honor to the family. Although he couldn't compare with a pervert like Zhang Tian, he became a police inspector and a team leader not long after his internship, although she is just a small clerk. But the little clerk also has his own dreams. Team leader Jiang, don't worry, I will never let you down. Yu Hui's eyes were burning, but Jiang Tian swallowed his saliva and looked at Yu Hui, who was obviously much thinner than before. You have to know what Yu Hui looked like at the beginning. She is about 1.6 meters tall, but has a very plump figure. As a result, the chubby and cute face now looks gloomy. Jiang Tian was even afraid that Yu Hui might die suddenly. Of course, so, Sister Yu Hui, I want you to help me solve the case. Jiang Tian couldn't bear to deceive Yu Hui's feelings. Just when Jiang Tian said this, he seemed to hear the sound of breaking glass. No, Jiang Tian came back to his senses. It wasn't broken glass, but Sister Yu Hui's sincerity. Jiang Tian looked at Yu Hui, who was standing there in a daze. The already sinister face seemed to be distorted at this moment, and he stared at Jiang Tian with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to turn into a ghost and eat Jiang Tian. Solve the case? Yu Hui's voice trembled a little as Jiang Tian suppressed his inner reluctance and nodded slightly. New case? Yu Hui's voice sounded a little panicked. Jiang Tian turned his head and glanced at the pile of documents on Yu Hui's desk. For a moment, I suddenly had the illusion that I deserved to die, because if he remembered correctly, during the day, there was a pile of papers in front of Yu Hui's desk that was just above Yu Hui's head. But now, the pile has doubled to 2, and there is almost no space on the desk. But obviously, these documents are very few compared to the new case. Jiang Tian can guarantee that after taking over Shimiao village, there will be 3 more piles of such documents that need to be verified and investigated. Team leader Jiang, can't you take a rest? Yu Hui covered her heart. If she continued to work overtime like this, she felt like she was about to die suddenly, as her work would never end. Even Yu Hui assured that the workload of the past 2 years combined was not as much as the workload of the last 3 days. Sister Yu Hui, you have worked hard. I will treat you to a midnight snack later. Jiang Tian quickly apologized, but to be honest, Jiang Tian is getting more and more comfortable with Yu Hui. The Queen IT just so happens that Jiang Tian's team is really short of some clerks. Now, the clerical work, data investigator investigation, evidence collection, etc. are almost all done by Song Qiuwan, but in the final analysis, Song Qiuwan's skills were a bit wasted doing these things. After all, Jiang Tian's team did not have enough manpower. IT was also a bit difficult to replenish them. Jiang Tian observed that the new police force was of varying quality. Some of them were replenished from the lower branches. Jiang Tian even saw some with red lights among them. After a careful glance, he found that the undercover agents were here. Of course, all this did not escape Jiang Tian's eyes, as Jiang Tian had just cleaned up and reported it before. In short, the Municipal Bureau has done a really good job in this regard. Narcotics police. We face all kinds of temptations at every moment. It is even possible that the drug dealer may tempt you with the total income of a drug enforcement officer for a year, several years, or even more than 10 years. In addition to the danger to life, one has to endure the test of human nature at every moment. In this regard, Jiang Tian even discussed it with Jiang Peng. Before, those drug lords did not take the police seriously. They were in a weak position, so they did not pay a huge price, but as the sense of crisis grows stronger, the drug lords are gradually becoming crazy. It turned out that recently, he had offered huge benefits to bribe people more than once, but all of them were exposed. Then he arranged to arrest them, and he caught several drug dealers of medium size, and occasionally a few of them made second-class merits. But this is the honor of the Municipal Bureau. It's not the brigade below. This includes many cases that Jiang Tian had solved before, and he also won a lot of collective credit. Not to mention anything else, the bonus alone is enough, but the lower precincts didn't. The Municipal Bureau was still able to resist the temptation of interests. It is normal for a branch office to occasionally encounter some problems that cannot be handled, but now, Jiang Tian is powerless to change this situation. All he can do is try his best to bring all drug lords to justice, make the entire Sea of Clouds a forbidden zone for drug lords. It will also be possible to successfully make up for the 20 years that Yunhai has lost. Or, if Yunhai keeps up with the development of the times, it may really become the largest city in Southeast China in the future. It will also become the central city of Southeast Asia. Its future development prospects are no less than that of the East China Sea, known as the Pearl. The head of Shimiao village is Shi Hailiang, 46 years old. He was elected 3 years ago. Yu Hui stared at the information she found on the computer. As I said, drug enforcement police have very broad authority and can find a lot of information. Can we check their bank statements? Jiang Tian asked. Although it's a bit troublesome, it can still be found. Joking aside, Yu Hui is in great shape when she is working seriously. The most important thing is if Jiang Tian remembered correctly, the authority of the Narcotics Control Brigade would be taken over a few years later. When I was in school, I majored in computer science and even won awards, Yu Hui explained. So, you are planning to do it? Jiang Tian's mind moved. Could it be the legendary king of hackers? He wants to see the legendary hacker break into the bank system. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Okay, if I go to the bank to get the bill, it might be troublesome. It would be much simpler and more convenient for Yu Hui to do it. The key is that it can be done quietly. Of course, the most important thing is that Jiang Tian is ready to see the level of hackers, and he is a little itchy. After dealing with so many drug dealers, Jiang Tian's entries exploded. He didn't synthesize many of his entries because his sin value was more than enough, so he stored them all so that he could use them at the critical moment. And there are also entries for hackers among them. Chapter 398. Are you crazy? Let the 8th Sage King become your stepping stone to fame. You Huey's bloodshot eyes couldn't help but glance at Zhang Tian with disdain. Brother, if I were that awesome, would I still be sitting here working overtime? What should we do then? Zhang Tian asked. Just hack into Shi Hailiang's phone and you'll find out. Zhang Tian's face was full of contempt. Zhang Tian suddenly understood, but Zhang Tian looked at Yu Hui and couldn't help but have his eyes shining. Very good. To commend someone, you must commend him, her vigorously. Don't worry, Sister Yu Wei. I'll apply for a second-class merit for you later. Zhang Tian said directly with an idea in mind. He had made many contributions, so he gave Yu Wei the second-class merit without any pressure. The credit belongs to your family, you can give it to me just like that. Yu Wei's face was full of disbelief. Zhang Tian didn't explain. After all, Yu Wei knew nothing about the case in Shirmiao village. Soon through Yu Wei's operation, Shi Hailiang's mobile phone was hacked into and Shi Hailiang's account information was obtained. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, 32 million, hiss. Yu Wei's eyes widened. Zhang Tian was not surprised either. After all, this was the gathering of the strength of an entire village. Moreover, according to investigation, everyone in Shirmiao village has the same surname. They do not have the intrigue and internal conflicts that are characteristic of many criminal groups. Instead, they are extremely united. In addition, with unity, they are not afraid at all in the dark market. Under such circumstances, after working for 3 years, the annual income was only 10 million. In fact, considering the size of the entire village, the income was not much. It seems that Shi Hailiang is a good village chief. He doesn't take much commission. Zhang Tian laughed. According to his observation, it is a bit of an exaggeration to say that every household in the entire Shirmiao village is decorated with gold bricks and jade tiles, but it is true that every household has a small villa. Although the term 10,000 yuan household was not as famous as it was 90 years ago, it was still a considerable reputation even in the future. How many people will have a net deposit of 10,000 yuan in their pockets without any debts? For 2,000 years, every house was a small villa, and it would be funny if there were no ghosts in it. Sure enough, as the investigation continued, things that are obvious are easy to find out. For example, the entire village has 730 households. This is a relatively large village. Moreover, the village is quite xenophobic, with only one surname, Sure. There are 730 households with a population of about 2,000 people, excluding the elderly and children. There were about 600 to 700 young and middle-aged people in the country, and they were also investigated. If you didn't investigate, you wouldn't know. Once you investigated, even Yu Wei was shocked. Among these more than 700 people, not 100%, but 60 to 70% have deposits in the millions. A million in 2,000 years, what a terrifying concept. As for the rest, some of them who seem to have no money are not necessarily innocent. After investigating their families, it is found that a large part of their money is in the hands of their parents. Besides, not everyone can save money, and these people spend money lavishly. Pornography, gambling, and drugs are inevitably involved, especially gambling, where many people lose their fortunes. In short, it is no exaggeration to say that there are no innocent people. It's past 2 o'clock. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Zhang Tian looked at the time and felt ashamed. He felt really sorry for Yu Wei, who had become like this because of him. The key point is that Zhang Tian had eaten 3 meals tonight, but Yu Wei didn't have time to eat dinner because she worked overtime. She had just eaten instant noodles when Zhang Tian came. Even a dog would cry when seeing how she lived. This is what you owe me. I'm going to eat the rich man's. Yu Wei's eyes lit up. There is nothing wrong with Zhang Tian. Then Zhang Tian went into the municipal bureau, and after learning about the situation in detail, he had sorted out the overall clues, especially the information of more than 50 people. In addition to Yu Wei, there were 2 young girls who just joined the company to help organize it. The 2 little girls were also in tears from working overtime, and they stared at Zhang Tian taking Yu Wei out for a midnight snack. Forget it, please come together. Zhang Tian waved his hand. The municipal bureau has recently expanded its staff a lot. Not to mention others, even Yu Wei has been assigned 2 young apprentices, but unfortunately, even with the help of 2 young apprentices, Yu Wei still suffered to this point. It is hard to imagine how terrible the workload would be if it were one person. Long live team leader Jiang. The 2 girls were both in the Narcotics Control Brigade. Although they had just arrived, they had heard a lot of Zhang Tian's legendary stories, especially when they knew that Zhang Tian was the same age as them, but was now a police inspector. It felt like a dream to them. Just eat the rich guys. The bounty for capturing criminals in Team Leader Zhang's hand is enough for you to eat it all in 3 lifetimes. Yu Hui followed Zhang Tian weakly. There was no way. After the passion and enthusiasm, fatigue filled her whole body. Just as they were leaving, Zhang Tian took the 3 little girls into the car. Team Leader Jiang, is there anything wrong? Asked one of Yu Wei's apprentices. It's okay. Zhang Tian withdrew his gaze from one direction. Although there was no red dot in his sight, Zhang Tian keenly sensed a feeling of being spied on. Report, target appears. On the side of the road not far from the municipal bureau, there was a small black car, and it was pitch black inside. Suddenly, a voice was heard from inside the car. A swish. Along with the sound, a figure from the back seat leaned forward with a swish sound. If you look closely, you can see that the nose is wrapped in white gauze, and the entire nose is almost swollen to the same level as the face. It looks very funny and hilarious. The target got in the car with 3 girls, at around 2 a.m. What a beast. A man in a suit sitting in the passenger seat couldn't help but envy. His eyes red, and started cursing. He is indeed a black sheep, a cancer. The figure with a swollen nose in the back seat spoke in a low voice but gritted his teeth. Director, do you want to keep watching? The man in the co-pilot seat couldn't help but ask. Follow from a distance. By the way, did you take a photo just now? Hanshi said, gritting his teeth. That's right, it's Hanshi. After returning, Hanshi became more and more angry. What's more, the person who actually spoke to Hanshi, or in other words, on Yunhai's side, was an old classmate who was very familiar with Hanshi, but that old classmate worked in the procuratorate. During this period, the old classmate accused Hanshi of countless crimes committed by Jiang Tian, for example, corruption and bribery, etc. There is also false reporting of achievements they had already been targeting him, but Hanshi didn't believe it at first. So I decided to meet him. Unexpectedly, he discovered his true identity during the meal. He was really unscrupulous. Spending tens of thousands of dollars on a meal was definitely embezzlement. The most terrifying thing was that the old classmate took out Jiang Tian's property at night. Confirmed, case solved. So I kept an eye on it. Let this black sheep be my whetstone when I come to Yunhai. His level must be more than enough to declare that I, Han Chi, Deputy Director Han, came to Yunhai to do things. Han Chi curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a sneer on his face. Chapter 399. He is simply a disaster. Guangliang, you're absolutely right. This Jiang Tian is truly problematic. Just now, under our surveillance, he actually went out with 3 young girls. Putting everything else aside, this kind of person has a messy private life. He's a worthless hero, a fraud who's only trying to steal his reputation. He's simply a shameless black sheep. Holding the phone, Hanshi called Yuan Guangliang. That's right. In fact, although Hanshi's life is ordinary, it is not particularly ordinary either. His family may be considered particularly powerful in the local area, but when you get to the capital, what kind of place is that? To put it bluntly, if you throw a stone down, 8 out of 10 people might be directors. Their family conditions were good because Hanshi's uncle once held a relatively important position. There is also a saying in the capital, don't treat the director as a human being. The relationships in Beijing are very complicated. Some directors may be useless, but for some, even the main leaders of various provinces have to queue up. Hanshi's uncle's position was even much higher than that of the director. Most importantly, he also held an important position. In addition, Hanshi's grandfather had left behind some political legacy, but in the final analysis, although Hanshi's uncle was promoted some time ago, he has been away from that important position. Not to mention that he is idle, but his future development prospects are not good. It was under such circumstances that Hanshi was brought to the capital at a huge cost. On the way, Jia Choni briefed Jiang Tian about all these situations, and Jiang Tian also had a preliminary understanding of Hanshi, so Jia Choni did not take this matter to heart. After Jiang Tian did not want her to interfere, Jia Choni did not say much. Because of this family condition, it really doesn't matter to her. It doesn't even have a high reputation in the capital, but it should not be underestimated. According to Jia Choni, the new generation was in a period of transition. In short, seeing Yunhai's prospects this time, Hanshi's family almost exhausted the favors of the older generation. All in all, there is nothing worth seeing. The higher-ups did consider giving their family a chance, so Hanshi was transferred to the Discipline Inspection Commission, and Hanshi's uncle used his huge connections. When Jiang Peng's promotion was not yet certain, this favor even fueled Jiang Peng's promotion to IT was to allow Hanshi's uncle to take over the position of director and gain a path to advancement. Jiang Tian is now just a small police inspector. It looks impressive, but it's not that exaggerated, so it's normal that people don't take it seriously. However, what Jiang Tian could never understand was why someone would eat someone else's food and curse their mother, repaying kindness with enmity. The key is that he is still so confident. This was the reason why Jiang Tian took action directly in the restaurant. It was he who opened up the situation in Yunhai. Without him, they would have no chance of getting to Yunhai. After coming here, he still arrogantly thinks that he represents absolute justice. Isn't this bullshit? Of course Jiang Tian didn't actually know. Before Hanshi came, his family told him to find a way to make a difference in Yunhai. Yunhai is different from the capital. Opportunities are everywhere. Simply put, doing anything can be considered a personal achievement. If you are lucky and get a second-class merit, your future advancement path will be smooth and simple. Or, if you perform beyond expectations, you may have a chance to get a first-class merit. Wow, with the first-class merit in background, there will be no worries about promotion in the future. Who can compare to him? So Hanshi ran over eagerly as soon as possible, and eager to open up the situation. Coincidentally, Hanshi had an old classmate from the procuratorate in Yunhai, who was a small leader in the anti-corruption bureau. The information provided by the other party made Hanshi even more excited. According to Yuan Guangliang, Jiang Tian had already been targeted. Because of his good relationship with his old classmate, he was asked to participate in this case. Hanshi was a little wary at the beginning, but now, whether or not I prove myself is unimportant. The main thing is that if a black sheep like this remains in the organization, I can't imagine how much disaster it will bring to the entire organization. For such a cancer to be promoted to a high position is simply a disaster. Han Chi exhaled. A large part of Zhang Tian's information is top secret, so it is difficult for Han Chi to transfer Zhang Tian's information from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Therefore, a lot of information about Zhang Tian was obtained through Yuan Guanliang IT records that Zhang Tian obtained multiple first-class merits, but when describing the difficulty of obtaining the first-class merits, it used a cunning spring and autumn style of writing, giving people the impression that it is very simple and that I can do it too. There is even suspicion of fabricating merits. However, according to the information you provided, and after looking at Zhang Tian's accounts, it should have been confirmed that he was involved in corruption, and he should have been placed under double supervision long ago. It shouldn't have waited until now for me. Han Chi was not a fool, and he was somewhat cautious. In Han Chi's mind, upholding justice is the top priority, and eradicating black sheep is his life creed. It would be fine if he didn't know about such black sheep, but once he knew about them, he would definitely kill such people who went against the organization. Hey, you discovered all this. Actually, the main question is whether you know Gao Xiaolong? Yuan Guanliang asked back. Gao Xiaolong? Han Chi said in a lost voice, how could I not have heard of this name? After all, Gao Xiaolong definitely has a terrifying status, the kind that would almost reach the sky if he takes another step forward. According to our investigation, Zhang Tian once saved Chief Gao during a mission, and then had a close relationship with Chief Gao's daughter. This black sheep may have deceived Chief Gao. We were afraid that Chief Gao would object to our actions, so we never had the chance. If you don't dare, then forget it. Yuan Guangliang seemed to be telling the truth sincerely. Gao Yan Yang? Han Chi's eyes suddenly changed. Since they were all in this circle, how could he not know, especially Gao Yan Yang? Yes, you know him? Yuan Guangliang asked in surprise. I've seen him before, but we've never spoken. Han Chi was a little secretive, mainly because his level was not high enough. He is a big shot in the local area, but in Kyoto, he can only be said to be slightly above the middle class. The key point is that the pillar of their family, the old man, passed away a few years ago, and their family is in a period of transition. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the old man is gone, many people will still give them a chance for his sake. Just like this time, I almost used up all my favors and connections to get two done at once. It is to allow them to gain experience here and then ascend to higher heights, whether for the sake of his family responsibilities or for the sake of defending justice. Han Chi absolutely cannot turn a blind eye to such a black sheep. Chapter 400 CS, you actually brought a few. If you say these things again in the future, we will no longer be friends. I, Han Chi, am upright and honest. No matter how powerful his background is, he will never go against justice. I find it hard to imagine that when law enforcement begins to go against justice, who can still seek justice for the people and how desperate and helpless the people will be. It would be fine if I didn't see it, but if I see it, I will never turn a blind eye. Han Chi was moved by himself. Perhaps, this is the meaning of our existence. Yuan Guangliang was moved by himself. Wait for good news from me. Now that I have identified this black sheep, I will collect evidence and close the net. Han Chi looked at the brightly lit sea of clouds with a serious look. At this moment, it seemed as if the safety of tens of millions of people in the sea of clouds rested on his shoulders. Heavy. Don't worry, our anti-corruption bureau is also following up at all times, but don't be impulsive. Keep a close eye on him first. I'd also like to trouble you, but don't let Zhang Tian, the black sheep, get away. Yuan Guangliang instructed. Okay, I got it. I'm hanging up now. Han Chi hung up the phone with contempt, and then Guyu lay down on the seat. In his eyes at Zhang Tian drove an ordinary Volkswagen and gradually left the municipal bureau with the three girls. Han Chi looked at the phone and smiled. Yuan Guangliang really thought he was a fool. How could he take action without solid evidence? After all, he has a heavy burden on his shoulders, the burden of the people and the responsibility of his family. Heavy. Without any brains, would he become the focus of the family's training? He stopped pretending to be nice to Zhang Tian because he had discovered his flaws. Those tens of thousands of dollars seemed insignificant, but Han Chi, with his sharp eyes, saw the problem at a glance. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain and even said you were innocent. It's really hard-earned money earned through formal channels, but it's spent like this and it's not worth mentioning. On the surface it seems so righteous, but in fact, in Han Chi's opinion, Zhang Tian is simply a big tiger lurking at the bottom of the sea of clouds, a black sheep, and he secretly received a lot of bribes from drug dealers. Of course, Zhang Tian didn't know about these things, but it didn't prevent Zhang Tian from realizing that he was being followed. The reason why they didn't take action was that the person they were following didn't appear on the scanning radar, which meant that the other person was not a criminal. This is also the only disadvantage of scanning radar: accurately locate criminals, but if they have never committed a crime, they will not appear in the scanning radar, and, except for those who are really harmful to the criminals, for example, things like peeping at the ant next door. Taking a bath cannot be considered a sin at all, but this does not mean that the other party is not involved in the criminal group. What if they are coerced, just like the driver of the police car who separated them before, get money to do things? There was no red dot on the way to committing a crime for the first time due to ignorance and backwardness. Only when Zhang Tian looked sideways at the rearview mirror again, he was blocked by the balloon. With a flash of his eye, he saw Yue in the passenger seat, using the makeup mirror to put on some light makeup on her face. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The main thing was that the girl's face was completely red at this moment. Sister Yue, you don't have a fever, do you? Zhang Tian exclaimed in sudden realization. As he spoke, he touched Yue's forehead worriedly. God have mercy on him. It is really hard to find such a qualified cow or horse, oh no, a qualified partner. In the entire criminal investigation detachment, Zhang Tian feels that Yu Hui is even more useful than Zhao Wei in assisting in solving cases. Just send a message and get the information you need in 3 minutes. If he gets exhausted, the difficulty and time it takes for Zhang Tian to solve cases will increase by at least 10%. So Zhang Tianjin's action was purely out of worry, but Yue blushed. His face was completely red. It's really hot. When Zhang Tian put his hand on it, Yu Hui's head was smoking and turned red and warm in an instant. Team leader Jiang, you are the one who has a fever. Your whole family has a fever. Also, can you touch a girl's forehead casually? If you touch it, you have to take responsibility. Can you afford to take responsibility? Yu Wei said madly. Zhang Tian felt that this was a bit of an exaggeration. The main thing is that Zhang Tian said he had no ideas about these aspects, cough cough, but to be honest, at this critical juncture of special merit, Zhang Tian really didn't have much of this idea. Even if you think about it, you have to complete the task. The most important thing is that Zhang Tian likes Yu Hui. This girl is so cute. He wants to tease her whenever he has nothing to do, but he definitely doesn't have any dirty thoughts. So when he saw the overly pure look in Zhang Tian's eyes, waves of guilt surged into Yue's heart. Master, you're making a big deal out of nothing. Yes. Team leader Jiang saw that you had a fever and was worried that you were exhausted. The two young disciples in the back seat couldn't stand it anymore and pointed fingers at Yue. Yue's face became even redder. The main reason why Yue couldn't control her emotions was that she had the illusion that Zhang Tian kept turning his head to look at her balloon, but luckily, Zhang Tian was always watching the vehicle following him. Playing and joking aside, Zhang Tian joked with Yue and teased the girl from time to time. After all, Sister Yue used to be a lively person, but recently she has become quiet and taciturn due to her work. This won't do. It's hard to work when you're in a bad mood. It's just that Zhang Tian has been observing the car following behind him. Even when he was having fun, he was still paying attention. But from Yu Hui's perspective, Zhang Tian was just staring at her, and he kept staring at me, endlessly. It was past 2 in the morning, and there wasn't much to eat. Zhang Tian took the 3 girls and found a place that was still open at 2:30 in the morning to cook some food and had a little midnight snack to fill their stomachs. Wow, this is so wonderful. How wonderful it would be if I could have such a delicious midnight snack every day. Yue's little disciple burst into tears streaming down his face. Zhang Tian took a look and couldn't help but sigh. Look how abused the little girl was. She looked malnourished. It was so pitiful. Officer, that's $32. They were in such a hurry to come out that they didn't even change out of their police uniforms, and the boss was a little cautious when serving the food. When checking out, Zhang Tian couldn't help but sigh when looking at the bill. It is now the year 2003. Prices haven't skyrocketed yet. There are even remote areas where people can't even get food. Tonight, I spent $32 to treat the 3 little girls to a meal. They were so moved that they burst into tears and expressed their gratitude to Zhang Tian. This inevitably reminded Zhang Tian of the night when he spent more than 20,000 yuan to treat people to a meal, but people came to investigate him for corruption and bribery. Some people, you have to admit, are just sick. I'll take you home, little girl. It's not safe for you to go back so late. Zhang Tian took the initiative to act as a flower protector. Chapter 401 caused a sensation. Li Guo was shocked. Are you going to do something big again? When getting in the car, Zhang Tian glanced in that direction calmly. He was a little uncertain just now, but now Zhang Tian is sure that he is being followed, but he still couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do, so Zhang Tian didn't do anything. Zhang Tian had experienced this several times before, so he didn't really take these things to heart. Soon, Zhang Tian sent the 2 little girls home one by one. When he finally sent Yue home, it was already past 3 in the morning. Sister Yue, we're home. Zhang Tian woke Yue up. Yue bravely opened her heavy eyelids, her eyes still a little confused. This made Zhang Tian feel even more sad, and he wondered if he was being too cruel. And all the way home, the vehicle following behind was still far behind, but sometimes it appears, and sometimes it hangs very far away. It is impossible for ordinary people to discover it. Just wanting to follow Zhang Tian, the king of criminal investigation, is simply hilarious. Even when they got home, the other party didn't do anything, which made Zhang Tian confused. In the next few days, Zhang Tian was not idle at all. First, you want to take action against the entire village, confirm the evidence, and then submit the evidence to the leaders. This is definitely a huge project. Even during this period, Jiang Tian secretly went to Shirmiao village, took a law enforcement recorder, and filmed several simple institutional equipment there, which completely confirmed the complete chain of evidence in his hands. Don't think Jiang Tian is making a fuss. He used to take direct action. This is no small matter. This is a problem that involves the entire village. Once action is taken, it must be carried out with lightning speed, with at least hundreds or even thousands of military and police officers deployed to coordinate and completely block the area. Jiang Tian would not do anything to commit violence. Besides, Jiang Tian also has some experience in obtaining sin points. Even if these people were not arrested by Jiang Tian himself, they were arrested because of the evidence and questions provided by Jiang Tian, so they can still gain sin points. There is no other way but to take risks. If the problem can be solved easily and he will also get credit for it, Jiang Tian is not crazy. He would not just call for support but insist on doing it himself. After thoroughly organizing the information, Jiang Tian found Song Liguo as the detachment leader. Song Liguo has been full of curiosity about Jiang Tian these days. What have you been doing these days? You've been missing for a long time. Mr. Mu's case requires our anti-drug detachment to jointly investigate. They are impressed by your criminal investigation ability and want you to come over for help, but I pushed you over. The forces behind the attack on Wenyulan are currently at a stalemate. The entire municipal bureau is really busy, but you, kid. Song Liguo complained speechlessly. Of course, despite all the complaints, Song Liguo still had a smile on his face when he spoke, and even stood up to make a cup of tea for Jiang Tian. It smells so good. Jiang Tian said with a double entendre as he smelled the scent. Although Song Liguo appreciated it, he didn't think it was a good thing. I always feel like you were scolding me. Uncle Song, you think too much. Jiang Tian's face was full of enjoyment after working so hard for so long. Even Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel proud of this case. Later, in order to confirm, Jiang Tian even took Yue and two girls under Yue to the bank, and quietly retrieved a wave of cash flow from Shirmiao village, which completely confirmed that there was indeed a huge amount of unidentified funds in Shirmiao village. As for the attack on Wenyulan, eat your meal one bite at a time. Look, my team is also feeling dreadful and hasn't had a break in 2 days. And you bastard, sometimes don't even come to the city bureau. Jiang Tian has a habit when handling cases. Uncle Song, how should I describe you? When referring to positions at work, it's best to call me Team Leader Jiang. Jiang Tian took a sip of tea. In his previous life, he was a small file manager. After being reborn, he had unknowingly become a police inspector. No matter how you look at it, this is a leader of some importance. Furthermore, if he becomes a second-level police inspector, Jiang Tian will even be able to take over the position of anti-drug team leader. He is a genuine section-level cadre, and he might even be given a high-ranking position, maybe even a deputy director. The key point is that Jiang Tian is only 22 years old this year. Before he even graduated, Jiang Tian had already walked a path that others would take 10 years to complete. It just needs an opportunity now. After all, Jiang Tiancheng is moving too fast now, almost unprecedented history. Team Leader Jiang, do you have any instructions? Song Liguo asked with a dark face. Forget about getting angry. Considering Xiao Zhang's previous good performance, Song Liguo gave him a chance. Jiang Tian showed a teachable expression, and before Song Liguo got angry, he hurriedly took out 2 photos that had just been developed and placed them on the table. What? Song Liguo looked confused after taking it. Hiss. Song Liguo looked at the first photo. What you see in the photo is piled up flour. Oh no, it should be said that it is white powder packed in a transparent bag. Each bag is a standard container bag that can hold about 10 kilograms. The first photo shows about 20 bags of white powder piled up. That's equivalent to 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms of white powder. Buzz. Song Liguo felt a little numb on his scalp. Don't be fooled by the fact that Jiang Tian was often involved in large amounts of white powder in the past. In fact, just look at how much white powder can be seized every year across the country. Even a drug enforcement officer may not be able to seize 200 kilograms in his entire life. Even 20 kilograms is difficult, because most of the time the amount is not that large. Most of the time, if it is half a kilogram or 1 kilogram, it is considered a major case, especially in the mainland. If a kilogram of white powder appears, the entire municipal bureau will be in an uproar. 200 kilograms has a huge gold content. Hiss, what kind of place is this? White powder, at least more than 200 kilograms, did you find it? Song Liguo said excitedly and impatiently. Don't be impatient, keep watching. Jiang Tian gave him a look. Song Liguo's hands trembled as he hurriedly looked at the second picture. In fact, Jiang Tian is not really afraid of Song Liguo's greed for credit. First, Song Liguo's character is absolutely fine. Second, the relationship between Song Liguo and Jiang Tian is here. Third, in this world, up to now, no one can cover up Jiang Tian's brilliance. Even now, whenever Jiang Tian appears on the task list and reports for credit, even if the main credit was discovered by others, the leaders above always believe that it must be Jiang Tian who was taking a share of the credit that he cannot use. As a result, a reputation of moderate proportions spread out. You kid, you're still playing mysterious. Song Liguo was in a good mood. Quickly look at the second photo. Everywhere you look, buzz, puff. I'm Chow. Song Ligua's eyes widened 3 times, and his pupils kept shrinking. You got me another big one? Chapter 402, Ability, First Class Merit Everywhere, Unlimited. As you can see in the photo, there is a dark environment, followed by a simple environment, but in this simple factory, there are various equipment, and these devices. It's not a familiar device, logically speaking, with such an environment and the tools around, Song Ligua could recognize it as a drug factory at a glance. However, although he could recognize it, the drug-making equipment shocked Song Ligua. According to my observation and investigation, a new type of drug has appeared in the Yunhai market recently. Zhang Tian said after a moment of silence. That's right, Zhang Tian discovered during his recent interrogation of a case that a new type of drug has appeared on the market. This new type of drug is not new in type, but it is an improvement on the old one with a stronger addictiveness and greater harm. This is not a small problem. I know what you're talking about. It's not actually Yunhai recently. You might not know this, but we've also received inquiries from other city detachments recently. They've also reported that a large number of new drugs have appeared there recently, and many of them originated from Yunhai. We just didn't have any solid evidence, but now it seems to be true. Song Ligua complained speechlessly. That's right, before this, Song Ligua was very angry. These guys put all the blame on Yunhai. They didn't even know about the new type of drugs, but they still said it belonged to Yunhai. In the past, Song Ligua scolded them on the spot, but the other party's words made Song Ligua unable to refute. You can't even catch anyone, what else can you do besides getting paid and eating for free? Well, this sentence was said during a provincial meeting. From what happened in the meeting before Zhang Tian entered the municipal bureau, we can see how outrageous Yunhai's status is of the most important. Thing is how serious the situation is in Yunhai. This isn't their fault at all, it's their problem. If that's the case. Song Ligua's mind moved. It was another drug factory. Hiss. Thinking of this, Song Ligua couldn't help but swallow his saliva and looked at Zhang Tian in astonishment. Xiao Jiang, how many first-class merits have you got now? 5 first-class merits and 1 special-class merit. However, because I bravely rescued people a few days ago, the headquarters decided to give me an additional first-class merit, which is already on the way to be awarded. When the Wanye group case is over, I will be able to get another first-class merit. Zhang Tian counted on his fingers. Good job. Zhang Tian's heart moved. This achievement could be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Zhang Tian felt emotional in his heart, thinking that he had made history. There are so many first-class merits, even the heroes during the combat period may not have so many. Oh no, not necessarily, but Zhang Tian believed that this was not his end. As time went by, he would obtain more and more first-class merits. I haven't heard from you these past few days, and I thought you were taking a break. I didn't expect you to be investigating the case again. Song Ligua swallowed his saliva. The Wanye group plus the first-class merit on the road means that Zhang Tian has already secured 7 first-class merits and 1 special merit. Add up the is that the 8 meritorious kings? Buzz. Song Ligua's head was buzzing. After more than 20 years as a police officer, Song Ligua has only 3 second-class merits so far, but not a single first-class merit. Zhang Tian, this guy, has a lot of hiss. Speaking of this matter, it was Wen Yulin who revealed a piece of news to me at that time. Zhang Tian stroked his chin and continued slowly. Then Wen Yulin was attacked on the road. I immediately sensed something was wrong, so I immediately investigated based on the information Wen Yulin provided. As expected, do you know how many people were involved in this crime? How many people? Song Ligua's heart moved. Just now he thought it was a drug factory, but looking at Zhang Tian's expression, could it be that this was a large drug factory? Doesn't that mean wow, this kid is going to get something big again, having uncovered such a horrific major case? I'm afraid he will definitely be awarded a first-class merit. Hiss. Don't think it's outrageous nationwide how much drugs were seized throughout the year, but how much did Zhang Tian seize in such a short time? This does not mean that the national anti-drug efforts are insufficient. On the contrary, the situation in Yunhai is a case of nurturing a tiger to cause harm. Elsewhere, there is no soil for big drug lords to survive, and with the crackdown becoming increasingly severe, drug lords have a hard time and have to hide from place to place. Although the profits are huge, they dare not expand their scale too much, especially the drug manufacturing factory. It can be said that how much of the market share does it occupy in the entire Yunhai area because of the extensive roads? There is fertile ground for achievement here. There are also countless big tigers, big and small tigers everywhere, plus those from abroad, etc. It can be said that Zhang Tian's current achievements are not only due to his own efforts. In fact, it has nothing to do with the right time, place, and people. Therefore, what can be seen with the naked eye are 8 first-class merits and 1 special-class merit. Song Ligua swallowed his saliva. Even with his temperament, he felt that his mentality was about to explode with jealousy. He. Zhang Tian grinned. Am I wrong? Song Ligua said with his eyelids twitching. Yes and no. Who said that the photos show everything? I just randomly found a place to take the photos. There are many places I haven't visited yet. Although Zhang Tian was agile, he was still unfamiliar with the place. There were also some families in the village who kept hunting dogs, so it was too easy to be discovered. Even when he was taking these 2 photos, he was discovered by 2 hunting dogs, which chased him and howled. Fortunately, Jiang Tian ran fast and jumped up the stairs and ran away. Otherwise, if someone else were to change, it would have alerted the enemy. By then, the difficulty of arresting them will increase dramatically. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Song Ligua stood up and asked, "Is this a large drug trafficking organization?" Song Ligua's breathing gradually became rapid. Although the great achievement belonged to Jiang Tian, Song Ligua felt that if he joined in the effort, he could also make some collective contribution. Oh no, if he was luckier and mentioned more, personal contribution was not impossible. Why are you still sitting here? Move on, move on. The location was figured out, and the situation seemed to be more or less understood. Song Ligua was extremely anxious, but the next moment he was interrupted by Jiang Tian. "We can't do it on our own. This requires a joint military and police operation." "Is it so serious?" Song Ligua's breathing became more rapid. Although he has made a lot of contributions recently, you have to know that working with Jiang Tian, even if there is no credit, there is still hard work, and it will be a bit of a contribution. Recently, the entire municipal bureau has been completely renewed and is filled with a fiery atmosphere. Everyone was full of energy. Chapter 403, Breaking the Sky. Yunhai can't hold it back. It is said that if you can stand in the sun and be a righteous policeman, who would be willing to do something like corruption, when merit, honor, and even countless bonuses, and a glorious road are laid out before one, who can turn a blind eye? Who would choose to covet the bribes from drug lords, even though the bribes they offer may indeed be a lot? But you have to know that the municipal bureau has also made a fortune recently. A lot of money. So much white powder was seized, so it naturally needed to be destroyed. Even if the black money is confiscated, it must be handed over. But after submitting it, the higher-ups will also give a portion of the bonus to the lower-ups. Everyone was in high spirits and had more faith in Jiang Tian. Unknowingly, Jiang Tian's prestige in the entire anti-drug detachment had become the undisputed number 1. It has been recognized by everyone and is what everyone expects. Not only the criminal investigation detachment, but also the other detachments of the municipal bureau have seen their treatment and lives improved a lot thanks to drug control. Anyone who knows the inside story has a good impression of Jiang Tian. The next thing I want to say is that there are more than 700 criminals. This is a conservative estimate. The actual number may be far more than this. So, can they be caught without the coordination of the military and police? Jiang Tian said with a laugh. Only 700 people, 700 people? 700? Song Ligua didn't react at first, but when he did, his head exploded. A crime involving 700 people, what kind of shocking case is this? Is this guy trying to poke a hole in the sky? Do you know what 700 people mean? Song Ligua widened his eyes. Yunhai, after all, is a first-tier city, and the scale of the crime involving 700 people is a terrifying number. To put it bluntly, this is like the sky collapsing, not to mention whether the city leaders can sit still. Even the provincial bigwigs are probably sitting on pins and needles. This is going to break the sky. What a surprise. This is a surprise. But the surprise is far greater than the joy. Even Song Ligua was frightened and his heart was pounding. After my detailed investigation and reconnaissance over the past few days, 700 is just a conservative estimate. The actual number may even be higher than this. Jiang Tian felt emotional. In fact, Jiang Tian now understands why Yunhai's future development has come to a halt. In other words, Yunhai has a malignant tumor. The bigger the sea of clouds grows, the bigger these tumors become. These cancers are deeply rooted in all aspects of the sea of clouds. As the sea of clouds develops, these cancers are almost going with the flow and developing along with it. Not to mention anything else, if Jiang Tian had not dealt a heavy blow during this period, those drug traffickers would have colluded with major forces in Myanmar both inside and outside the country and reaped the benefits of Yunhai. The more Yunhai developed, the more serious the drug crime in the country would have become. In the end, everyone above was dumbfounded and now Jiang Tian could understand it to some extent. Moreover, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Tian didn't know what kind of terrifying monsters and demons were behind it, but just these that were exposed were horrifying enough. Bang bang bang. Silence. In this silent office, there is only the sound of Song Ligua's dull heartbeat. 700 people, the matter is too serious and too big. Don't report it to Chief Gao first. I will discuss it with your father. Song Ligua instructed with a serious expression, just like Jiang Tian had brought down Wenye Group before. The Wenye Group, which was fully supported by the Yunnan province, suddenly encountered such a huge bomb, a huge thunder that broke the sky. Fortunately, Jiang Tian discovered it in advance and solved it with all his strength. This is equivalent to Yunhai discovering and clearing these big thunders by himself. However, if Gao Xiaolong takes the lead in the cleanup, the nature of the problem will be different. This is equivalent to the problems existing in Yun province itself, which need to be discovered and cleaned up by the forces in the capital. This is a serious oversight. All leaders of Yunnan province, from top to bottom, must bear responsibility. I see. This was also the reason why Jiang Tian did not look for Chief Gao at the beginning. Then, Jiang Tian followed Song Ligua to find Zhang Peng. When they came, Zhang Peng was still rubbing his temples and saying something on the phone with a forced smile on his face. When they arrived, Zhang Peng hung up the phone with a worried look on his face. The provincial government called and asked you, Xiao Jiang, to intervene in the case of Mr. Mu's car accident, but I temporarily put it off. Zhang Peng sighed. Having an excellent son also brings with it the worries of being excellent. What happened to Mr. Mu is very serious, but things have to be prioritized. What happened to Mr. Mu is like the sky falling. The key point is that when Yulin was almost killed in the explosion, and the armed police suffered heavy casualties in the attack. This was an even bigger scandal, and even the headquarters called to hold them accountable, although the headquarters also knows that it is not Zhang Peng's fault. But who let you, Zhang Peng, sit in the position of director? If you don't take responsibility, who will? Things have their priorities. Xiao Jiang, someone will be coming from the headquarters soon. You and Miss Chiu from the Criminal Investigation Department will form a joint investigation team with the provincial department and the headquarters, but the experts from the headquarters will generally take the lead. Zhang Peng rubbed his temples. This matter cannot be covered up. The problem is too serious. You take it so seriously? Zhang Tian frowned slightly. He thought that with the help of their municipal bureau, at most they could work together with the provincial department to solve the case, conduct investigation together, because this is obviously a case related to the Wenye group. In other words, it is also a drug lord case. The issue of drug lords is involved behind this. Zhang Tian also has some clues about the case. As for the people in the capital, Zhang Tian actually didn't want to have anything to do with them. Except for Gao Xiaolong, whether it was Zhang Fan's master, or Han Qi's group yesterday, they all left a bad impression on Zhang Tian overall. Zhang Tian felt that he was too dismissive of his opponent, or that he was superior to him. Investigating a case with this mentality might work in other places, but here in Yunhai, there is a very high possibility of failure. At that time, the headquarters will dispatch an armed police force of about 1,000 people, as well as criminal investigation experts, etc., to launch a sustainable and severe crackdown on illegal and criminal activities in Yunhai. Zhang Peng continued. Alright, Zhang Tian knew that a severe crackdown, in other words, meant a severe crackdown. Generally speaking, once you are caught, no matter what, you will be dealt with the maximum penalty within the conditions of your crime. If it is 3 to 7 years, it will be 7 years. If it is life imprisonment or death penalty, it will be death penalty. There will be no suspended death penalty. In short, it is better to catch the wrong person than to let him go. Zhang Tian thought that even with such a big incident, there was no movement in the capital. Well, feelings have been brewing. This time, we are finally going to be stationed in the Sea of Clouds on a continuous basis, and perhaps even for a long time. How much authority does that person have? Will it have any impact on Zhang Tian's normal crime-solving methods? Zhang Tian frowned and thought deeply, but on the other side, Song Liguai had already told Zhang Peng everything Zhang Tian had said. Zhang Peng was also instantly shocked. He looked at Zhang Tian in disbelief. Finally, Zhang Peng took a deep breath and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask the higher-ups for instructions. Chapter 404, a terrifying storm is brewing. Is Gao Yangyang going to be attacked? Zhang Tian also expressed his understanding that this matter was actually not something Zhang Peng could decide on. After all, mobilizing thousands of military and police officers to coordinate is no small matter. What's more, 1,000 people may not be enough. Even the criminals involved are conservatively estimated to be 700 people. Therefore, the number of people dispatched must be at least 3 times the number of criminals to be safe, which means at least 2,000 people should be dispatched. Wow, 2,000 people, not to mention Zhang Peng. Even if Zhou Zhao came, he would not be able to handle it and would have to ask the provincial leaders to deal with it. This is not a small problem. If it is not handled properly, it may cause a riot, which may in turn lead to social chaos and other problems. This is not something Yunhai can handle on his own. Really, this was when Zhang Peng was reporting the problem to his superiors, the place where Gao Xiaolong lives. In other words, when Gao Xiaolong was staying at the municipal bureau, several uninvited guests came to Gao Yangyang's residence. In fact, Gao Yangyang herself belongs to the Narcotics Control Bureau. However, due to the undercover issue, Gao Yangyang was under a long-term high psychological pressure, and in the end he was almost killed by those drug dealers. He almost died in the drug dealer's lair and was rescued by Zhang Tian after a narrow escape. The general administration took into consideration the difficulty of Gao Yangyang's task, Zhang Tian's contribution in the rescue, the dangerous situation at the time, and the subsequent deterrent strikes against criminals in Myanmar, which also killed a major drug lord. Zhang Tian himself was awarded special merit for that incident. Gao Yangyang also won a first-class merit in that incident and was given a long vacation. During the vacation, Gao Yangyang occasionally participated in a joint operation mission with the general administration, which was the mission where Zhang Tian rescued Qin Shiyu. After that mission, Gao Yangyang lay down directly beside the Sea of Clouds and prepared to take a rest, and considering the situation in Yunhai, Gao Yangyang felt that it was better to stay in Yunhai than in Beijing. After all, the drug dealers here were more arrogant and there was more room for her to develop. This has resulted in Gao Yangyang currently being idle at home, waiting for a transfer order during the holidays. Of course, on the other hand, Gao Yangyang mainly wanted to get closer to Zhang Tian. Although she knew that the two of them were just an accident, Gao Yangyang found that she missed Zhang Tian more and more during this period. Occasionally, Zhang Tian would call her to talk about the latest case, but more often than not, Zhang Tian didn't even have time to rest, so he didn't have much time to keep in touch. This has also led to Gao Yangyang feeling anxious recently. Grandpa, when will I be transferred to Yunhai? Gao Yangyang, also called Gao Xiaolong. I have no say in this matter. Of course, you have a first-class merit in your hands, and you do have connections with Yunhai, so it is relatively easy. Gao Xiaolong talked about the recent situation. In short, this part of Yunhai was originally a place that no one cared about, but it has become a hotspot recently. Certainly, the position of an ordinary drug enforcement police officer is not tight, but those in leadership positions are being watched and want to run over, because there are merits in cases everywhere, not to mention Jiang Tianzui's example. Those who are well informed have already taken action. So what was originally a relatively simple transfer now requires competition. You're sick. Gao Yangyang was completely speechless. But it will be soon. You don't have any problems yourself and you have made contributions, so it won't be a big problem if you are transferred here. Gao Xiaolong thought about it and replied. Gao Yangyang could only hang up the phone helplessly and couldn't help rubbing his brows. With Gao Yangyang's current police rank, if she were to be transferred laterally, she would at least be at the level of a deputy captain. Even the captain is possible. Just when Gao Yangyang hung up the phone, there was a sudden knock on the door. Gao Yangyang didn't think much about it, because this was the residential area for the families of senior leaders and the security was very safe. The moment she opened the door, she saw several men in suits standing there. Excuse me, who are you? Gao Yangyang frowned. The leading man in a suit said nothing, but just pointed to the badge on his chest. Gao Yangyang's eyes remained unchanged. Sorry, I don't understand what that means. We are from the Yunhai Procuratorate Anti-Corruption Bureau. This is my ID. My name is Yuan Guangliang. Yuan Guangliang took out his ID and placed it in front of Gao Yangyang. This department, this certificate, and in other words, this identity. No matter who the leader is, if he has a certain physique, I guess many of them will just go weak in the knees, but Gao Yangyang is different. She lives under high pressure every day in a criminal group abroad and has to be cautious. She has long developed a strong and terrifying inner endurance. Another thing is that Gao Yangyang herself is upright and has never done anything against the organization injustice, so she really doesn't have any psychological pressure. Another one is you, the prosecutor of Yunhai, cannot control her. An official from the capital. Gao Yangyang was thinking in his mind, but he remained calm and said, "What's the matter? Please come back with us for investigation." Yuan Guangliang said directly. Gao Yangyang frowned slightly. Under investigation? Gao Yangyang sneered. What are you investigating? Besides, my file belongs to the capital. You are not qualified to put me under investigation. Yuan Guangliang's face turned ugly because what Gao Yangyang said was really good. He took the initiative from the beginning and wanted to scare Gao Yangyang, but it is obvious that Gao Yangyang's psychological quality is a bit high. Ms. Gao, you may have misunderstood us. There is nothing wrong with you, but unfortunately, Zhang Tian is in trouble. Yuan Guangliang said. Normally, Gao Yangyang would have been panicked after hearing this. However, at this time, Gao Yangyang was extremely calm. No one knows Zhang Tian better than Gao Yangyang. Let's not talk about others first. Even if the entire Yunhai is full of corrupt officials, Zhang Tian cannot be included in them, because it's not worth it. I remember that night. Gao Yangyang worriedly asked Zhang Tian that if he was short of money, she could give him 200,000 or 300,000 or something. However, Zhang Tian directly said that he had received a reward of several million from the higher-ups just for arresting those criminals. So Zhang Tian, who was rich, powerful, young and promising, and full of honors, would collude with drug lords to engage in corruption? I don't know him, please go back. Gao Yangyang was about to close the door with an expressionless face, but Yuan Guangliang stepped forward to stop her. Ms. Gao, there is already clear evidence that Zhang Tian is a black sheep. I hope you won't be stubborn and refuse to change your ways. Chapter 405, The Terror of the Storm. The storm is coming. Black sheep. Gao Yangyang stared at them with his eyes wide open, as if he was looking at a group of fools. No, even the fools were praising them. Is this a disease? If it were someone else, even if this group of people came to arrest her grandfather Gao Xiaolong and accused her grandfather Gao Xiaolong of corruption and bribery, Gao Yangyang might still believe it a little. At least it would be more reliable than Zhang Tian. Do these people know what they are talking about? Is this world too crazy, or are they too crazy? Or say, here in Yunhai, some people have gone crazy and can no longer sit still, so they are launching a complete and crazy counterattack before they die. Although he didn't say anything, Gao Yangyang had a lot of thoughts in his mind in that instant. Ms. Gao, based on our investigation, you don't have to deny it. We know that you and Zhang Tian have a special relationship, and we even have a record of you checking into a hotel. Yuan Guangliang was very confident, with a slight smile on his face. If everything is under control, Gao Yangyang narrowed her eyes. There had actually been 3 times between her and Zhang Tian. The first time was when he rescued her, the second time was after he got her drunk, and the third time was when Gao Yangyang asked him out some time ago. Of course, he is a young man after all, and Zhang Tian has such a good physique. Facing temptation from outside, he can definitely resist it, but facing an old friend like Gao Yangyang, he is almost going with the flow. After all, sometimes, when the time comes, the small ones control the big ones, and that last time was actually outside the hotel. The key point is that they didn't hide anything at the time. They were so open and honest. The man was unmarried and the woman was unmarried, so there was nothing that couldn't be exposed. What do you want to say? Gao Yangyang snorted and seemed not to care, but Gao Yangyang felt a slight gloom in his heart. As expected, some people could not sit still and would do anything to achieve their goals. Everyone knew about this, and it was obvious that the other party had been staring at Zhang Tian. Not so does Zhang Tian know. Gao Yangyang felt very cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. To have been in the drug cartel for so long, don't be fooled by Gao Yangyang's appearance in front of Zhang Tian. The fake Gao Yangyang is only so considerate and speaks nicely to Zhang Tian, but the real Gao Yangyang is decisive and murderous. Ms. Gao, we all know that you are the granddaughter of Commander Gao. Commander Gao's character and reputation are well known to everyone. We believe that you must also be on the side of upholding justice. Yuan Guangliang seemed to have everything under control. Uphold justice? Gao Yangyang sneered. Yuan Guangliang nodded solemnly. There are always some people who, for the sake of profit, sell their consciences and ultimately go astray. They can even be so ruthless in the face of profit that they forget their former passion and sense of justice. We will resolutely crack down on these black sheep and will never tolerate them. Even if it's difficult, this is our mission. These words were spoken with passion and full of justice. It even seemed that Yuan Guangliang himself was about to be moved. Gao Yangyang's face became more and more expressionless, some even wanted to laugh. Ms. Gao, you may not know what Zhang Tian did. He even had close relationships with other women. Look, this is the evidence we captured. Talking, Yuan Guangliang took out a stack of photos. In the photos, Zhang Tian and Muya were talking close to each other, looking very intimate. There are also photos of Zhang Tian going out with 3 girls from the municipal bureau. What do you want to express? What can this photo express? Gao Yangyang looked at this crude technique without any joy, because it is obvious that these people suddenly jumped out and wanted to take action, which means one thing, that is far more than that, these people are obviously not fools. Of course, having a chaotic private life is against discipline, but since you are unmarried and I am unmarried, it is not a crime. I just want Miss Gao to see the true face of Zhang Tian, the black sheep. In fact, we have already obtained the exact evidence of Zhang Tian's crimes and evidence of corruption and bribery. Yuan Guangliang looked confident. Having said that, get out of here. Gao Yangyang wanted to contact Zhang Tian as soon as possible to ask what was going on and let Zhang Tian pay attention to his safety. Someone has already targeted him and wants to frame him. I'm sorry, please come with us. Yuan Guangliang did not move. You're looking for death. Gao Yangyang said with a cold look. Joke, can you, the people from Yunhai, control her files in the capital? The most important thing is that she works for the general administration. Without orders from the general administration, they have no right to touch her files. Of course, strictly speaking, the police system is a dual jurisdiction. On the one hand, there is dual leadership from the headquarters, and on the other hand, there is dual leadership from the local level. At the local level, places like Zhangtian fall within the scope of jurisdiction. But these people had no right to arrest Gao Yangyang, but Yuan Guangliang looked confident, as if he was fully prepared. According to our investigation, Zhang Tian once gave you a gift worth nearly 100,000 yuan. Yuan Guangliang said confidently. What do you mean? Gao Yangyang's eyes became colder. I don't mean anything else. The watch Zhang Tian once gave you is worth over 100,000 yuan, according to our investigation. You are also a suspect. Of course, we know you are innocent, but we just need you to investigate with us. Yuan Guanliang's tone gradually softened because if they touch Zhang Tian, according to their investigation, the biggest trouble will be the obstruction of Gao Yangyang and Gao Xiaolong. As for Jiang Pang, he is just a director and can't do anything. What they feared most was that Gao Yangyang would find Gao Xiaolong, and then Gao Xiaolong would intervene and ultimately lead to failure. But if Gao Yangyang is arrested first, Gao Xiaolong will be too busy to deal with the other matters. They will not do anything to Gao Yangyang. They will just put her in the double regulation room and provide her with good food and drink. After Zhang Tian's case is determined, they will deal with her naturally. Gao Yangyang will be released naturally when the time comes. I hope you won't regret it then. Gao Yangyang wanted to take action, but soon, Gao Yangyang seemed to have thought of something and a sneer appeared on his face. The smile made Yuan Guangliang feel a little uneasy, but then he thought about the arrangement this time and the evidence they had in their hands. Yuan Guangliang straightened his chest and his face was full of confidence. What's more, they also dragged Han Qi into this action. It can be said that no matter what Zhang Tian's identity or background is, or who is protecting him, he is doomed to fail, and no one can change that. Certainly they don't know, what is Zhang Tian doing at this moment? This is the municipal bureau. Zhang Tian kept his mouth shut, or rather, neither Song Ligua nor Jiang Pang asked about the specific circumstances of the case, because according to what Zhang Tian said now, it was enough to make them break out in cold sweats. New drugs. A crime involving 700 people. If not handled properly, it will lead to huge social chaos. Maybe it will burst the sky directly when things go wrong. Chapter 406, he is a drug enforcement officer. What does he know about criminal investigation? At this time, who dares to take on this responsibility? So much so that Zhang Pang called Zhou Zhao directly. Otherwise, how to say it? Although there is dual leadership, the local and headquarters sides are different. Zhang Peng is a local leader after all, and the first priority he needs to consider is local stability. At this time, after Zhang Peng reported to Zhou Zhao fell into silence for a long time. 700 people. Okay, wait for you, we will hold a meeting to discuss it right away. Zhou Zhao replied immediately. Yes. Zhang Peng nodded. To be honest, this is also because Zhang Tian has always liked to take action without delay, because the case is too serious. Once the higher-ups intervene, Gao Xiaolong can ignore them, but at other times, he basically needs to wait for them to hold a meeting. Sometimes the combat situation is urgent, and by the time they have a meeting, the cucumber dishes have already gone cold. As for now, Zhang Tian had already prepared himself mentally, so he was not panicked at all. Moreover, he had not alerted the enemy in Shimiao village of the most important thing is. In fact, Song Ligua and Zhang Peng did not ask many questions clearly. After confirming this matter, they realized that this was not within their jurisdiction. It is not something they can afford. Once this matter is reported, a leader will naturally come to inquire about it. The most important thing is that the scale of the case is so terrifying, and the case is so terrifying. If it is reported in too much detail, who knows if there is anything fishy about it. Of course, it's not that they suspect anything, the main thing is to be cautious. Once you know the exact person, what if they are a big force and the higher-ups are still holding endless meetings? What if the criminal runs away? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Peng reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then he looked at his son with lingering fear and couldn't help swallowing. The city is holding a meeting, but I estimate there will be a result soon. Zhang Peng said after glancing at the time. Okay, I'll go out and see how the case progresses. Zhang Tian nodded. Don't go too far. Zhang Peng shouted. Zhang Tian waved his hand and walked out the door. I saw Yue carrying a huge pile of documents, which she was carrying. Be careful. Zhang Tian went over to help out. Rogue. Yu Hui said angrily. Who is the gangster? Where is the gangster? Zhang Tian was surprised that there were gangsters in the municipal bureau. Yue's face flushed red and she glared at Zhang Tian fiercely. This made Zhang Tian confused. Did his arm touch it just now? It seemed like it did, but it also seemed like it didn't. These documents are about the people you killed yesterday, but only a few of them were found. There is still a large number that need to be confirmed and sent to the Criminal Investigation Department for help. Yu Wei explained. Oh. Zhang Tian held the document. To be honest, Zhang Tian felt guilty, watching everyone busy comparing various data documents and searching for clues to identify possible suspects involved in the case. But what about Zhang Tian? Suddenly, I felt that my special emergency response team had become the most leisurely people in the municipal bureau. The Narcotics Control Brigade actually has its office on the 3rd floor, while the Criminal Investigation Brigade is on the 2nd floor, not far from each other. Zhang Tian delivered the documents to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. The person in charge of the connection was also an old acquaintance of Zhang Tian. Ms. Chiu. Zhang Tian shook hands with Miss Chiu enthusiastically. Miss Chiu still had those dead eyes, and she looked at Zhang Tian expressionlessly as he shook her hand. After a moment, she said, "Is there anything else? If not, I have to get busy." Zhang Tian could see that Miss Chiu was in a bad mood. Then I changed my mind and understood it instantly. Miss Chiu was the one who was mainly responsible for solving Mr. Mu's case from the very beginning. Of course, Miss Chiu was just a participant. For this kind of joint case handling, experts from the provincial and ministerial departments are usually the main personnel to make inferences, but there is no doubt that Miss Chiu's reputation as a genius may also have a certain weight here. However, experts have come from the municipal bureau, provincial department, and even the headquarters, but now there is still no idea. It would be strange if Miss Chiu was in a good mood. Wait a minute. When Zhang Tian was about to turn around and leave, Miss Chiu suddenly called Zhang Tian. Is there something wrong? Zhang Tian turned around and asked. Do you have any clue about Mr. Mu's case? Miss Chiu asked. I'm just a drug enforcement officer. How can I know anything about criminal investigation? Zhang Tian said with a slight smile. Zhang Ji, who was standing next to Miss Chiu, had a gradually frozen expression, then a helpless smile appeared on his face. To be honest, in this case, it was Zhang Tian who treated Mr. Mu. The key point is that Zhang Tian had worked with the Criminal Investigation Detachment to solve a case before. At that time, the ability Zhang Tian demonstrated was unmatched even by those criminal investigation experts. That kind of logical thinking ability. It's a perfect grasp of the criminal psychology. At that time, Zhang Ji strongly advocated that Zhang Tian be involved to jointly solve the case, but it was rejected at the time. This was the reason used by the provincial and ministerial experts at the time. He's a drug enforcement officer, how can he understand what criminal investigation and case solving are? Now Zhang Tian's words are simply a decisive blow. The most crucial thing is that when there was no clue in the case, Zhang Ji told Zhang Tian about his previous criminal investigation and reasoning, hoping that Zhang Tian would participate. Unfortunately, Zhang Tian was also very busy with the anti-drug work and had no time to participate. Okay, I'll leave first if it's okay. Zhang Tian turned and left. Things have different priorities. The anti-drug work is very busy, but the criminal investigation work does not have any major cases. Only after Zhang Tian left did Miss Cho's dead eyes flicker slightly. Alas, the experts from the provincial department are somewhat contemptuous and have offended Zhang Tian. Zhang Ji sighed. He understood that this was mainly because Zhang Tian was young and had achieved so many credits, most of them were drug dealers that Zhang Tian had wiped out. It's no wonder that many crime-solving experts have some biased views on people like Zhang Tian who do manual labor. Team leader Jiang may be really busy. If he is really free, he will participate. Miss Cho said slowly. Huh? Zhang Ji's face was full of surprise. After Miss Cho finished speaking, she turned back without any fluctuation in her dead eyes. For tasks like identifying suspects, there is no need for Miss Cho to take action, as there are naturally people below her who will conduct the investigation. Now Miss Cho needs to think of a breakthrough in the case. It seems the key to a breakthrough lies in the murderer. However, he can't be found in China. He is most likely from Myanmar. How can we find him? Miss Cho scratched her messy hair in distress. Of course, Zhang Tian didn't know all this. After sending the documents to the Criminal Investigation Department, Zhang Tian's phone rang. When I took it out and looked at it, I found it was Muya. Zhang Tian then remembered that he had not had time to contact Muya in recent days because Mr. Mu had been recuperating in the hospital after the accident. Where is it? Muya's sweet voice sounded. Chapter 407. On the eve of the big operation, do you dare to arrest the commander? Very soft, very sticky, very comfortable. Hearing this long-lost voice, Zhang Tian showed a gentle smile on his face. Although there were some conflicts before, if you think about it carefully, Muya himself is in a dilemma. After all, she is my biological mother. Why are you angry? He's at the municipal bureau. How come Mr. Mu was discharged from the hospital? Zhang Tian asked. Grandpa was discharged from the hospital a long time ago and has returned to work now. Muya said. You're discharged from the hospital, that's good. Zhang Tian also smiled. I'm at your municipal bureau. Do you have time? Muya spoke directly. I'll come find you. Zhang Tian also smiled when he heard this. Zhang Tian had not thought about how to deal with it before, but now Zhang Tian has come to terms with it. As the saying goes, when the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. We should take one step at a time anyway. The relationship is already very complicated, and Zhang Tian can only take one step at a time. Besides, Zhang Tian is still relatively young, so there is no need to rush into anything soon. When Zhang Tian arrived at the door of the municipal bureau, he saw Muya waving from afar. After getting closer, Muya obediently hugged Zhang Tian's arms with both hands. This made Zhang Tian look surprised. In their previous interactions, Zhang Tian always knew that Muya was a very conservative woman, and she never knew what it meant to take the initiative. Wanting Muya to take the initiative was simply a dream. Even when holding hands, I sometimes feel embarrassed and my face turns red, and now, Muya was so proactive, which was beyond Zhang Tian's expectation. This made Zhang Tian glance at Muya slightly. Muya's face flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing her beautiful profile. You're lucky. Can it be cheaper? Zhang Tian became more and more demanding. You wish. Muya rolled her eyes, but even though she said that, her body moved a little closer to Zhang Tian. Looking at the obedient Muya, Zhang Tian sighed slightly in his heart. Such a Muya is likable, but also makes people feel distressed. In a few days I will start working as a host at a TV station in Yun province. Muya said. Zhang Tian knew about this matter. Muya had been studying for a master's degree in journalism before, but Zhang Tian didn't expect that he would have such a terrifying start right after joining the job. Starting from provincial TV station, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel envious. Then we will have even less time to meet each other. Muya looked a little unhappy. She is always like this, always so dignified and elegant in appearance, but in front of the person she loves the most, she always appears so cute and charming. A perfect contrast, especially after what happened before. Zhang Tian clearly felt that Muya was more dependent on him and more obedient. Yair, what do you want to eat? Zhang Tian asked. A hot pot restaurant just opened not far from here. I heard the food is delicious. Let's go and have some hot pot. Muya said without thinking. No problem. Zhang Tian took Muya to the hot pot restaurant. I heard that the seabed hot pot restaurant not only has great service, but also tastes really good. Muya pointed forward. Zhang Tian took a look at the underwater hot pot. I suddenly understood a lot. This hot pot restaurant has just started to expand and the brand is just in its infancy, but Zhang Tian knew how big a tycoon the owner of the Heidaleo hot pot would become in just over a decade. He could even surpass a number of real estate tycoons with this one hot pot restaurant and become worth hundreds of billions. Coincidentally, Xiao Choni is an investor, especially in Yunhai. We are looking for investment projects. Zhang Tian felt that if he had time, he would give some advice. As for his own investment, Zhang Tian was sure that if he couldn't make it in the physical world, he would be able to make it in the business world. It's just obvious that his entry is perfectly suited to his current profession, and Zhang Tian has never thought about changing it. Besides, money can never compare to power. This is the most important thing. Then let's try it. Zhang Tian also became interested. I have to say that this is a hot pot restaurant with civilized service. After entering the door, I was led respectfully by the waiters all the way. All the waiters on the way welcomed me with a smile. Jung Tian was even more bored with Muya. All I can say is that after going through a period of hardship, the relationship between the two seems to have made rapid progress. It also became more intimate. Jung Tian never forces or deliberately makes progress in this regard, and always lets things take their natural course. The most ambitious times in a man's life are his wedding night and when he passes the imperial examination. I think I've achieved both. Jung Tian's eyes softened a lot. After all, once Shirmiao village was resolved, it would be a special merit. By then, with so many merits, he might even have a chance to be promoted in police rank. Good job. By then he will be a second-level police inspector at the age of 22. Jung Tian even swallowed his saliva. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it at all. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Then he stood in front of Jung Tian. Muya frowned slightly and looked over, then lowered her head to look at Jung Tian, and Jung Tian wiped his mouth calmly, without any surprise on his face, as if he had already expected these people. That's right, it was indeed expected. If it weren't for the fact that they had no sin points, they would have been doomed to death if they dared to follow him for several days. Jung Tian did not take any action because he just wanted to see what these people wanted to do. In fact, in Jung Tian's view, the so-called stalking by these people was just a child's play. For example, when Jung Tian was investigating Shirmiao village, these people knew nothing about it. Jung Tian, you've been caught. Han Shi looked down at Jung Tian with contempt. It seems like looking at a pile of garbage. Catch me. Are you ready to bear the consequences of this matter? Jung Tian said slowly. When Jung Tian returned to the municipal bureau today, he happened to investigate the two suspects who wanted to attack Zhao Qioni and others yesterday but only survived. You won't know the result until you check. Once you check, you will be shocked. These two guys are simply beasts. Just send a few police officers to investigate and you will find at least some evidence of a crime, and all the physical evidence is certified. What awaits them is foreseeable. Before this, you might be sentenced to 3 to 7 years, but in the end, with some connections, you could be released after only 2 or 3 years. But get it clear, during this period of severe crackdowns, if someone was caught committing a crime, the person's behavior would most likely be sentenced to death by firing squad. Price? The price is to bring a more peaceful society to the people of Yunhai. I came to Yunhai not for anything else but to clean out the black sheep like you, the cancer of the organization. Han Shi scolded openly. At the next moment Jung Tian stood up looking down at Han Shi. Seeing his righteous expression, Jung Tian smiled, reached out and patted Han Shi's shoulder and said lightly, you can't afford this price. Not just him, even the people behind you. 2,000 soldiers and police launched an operation, and the commander was arrested. What will happen? Jung Tian didn't know, but Han Shi knew that it was over. Chapter 408. Are you crazy? Muya has become your umbrella. At this moment, Han Shi was so confident and excited. When he came, Han Shi watched Zhao Qioni asking Jung Tian about his well-being like a dog, while he was more like a clown. Of course, Han Shi thinks that none of this matters, because he is just fearless. Now, he believes that as long as Zhao Qioni sees the true face of Jung Tian, the black sheep, Zhao Qioni will change her mind. But how could he know? Now only Zhao Qioni doesn't know. If she knew, she would have slapped him twice in the face. Jung Tian, you've been convicted. Don't resist in vain, because every word you say will become evidence in your defense. Han Shi was not in a hurry at all. This time, he was sure to win. It's the same no matter who comes. He even thought that after arresting Jung Tian, Zhao Qioni would see the true face of this scumbag, and then Zhao Qioni would understand who was the real good man and who was the man she can entrust her life to. As he spoke, Han Shi took out handcuffs from his body. To be honest, Han Shi was also prepared for Jung Tian's resistance. He even hoped that Jung Tian would resist arrest or do something extreme. If he did so, Han Shi would be surprised. By then, Jung Tian Kai will be completely finished. Even when Jung Tian was handcuffed, Han Shi still had some regret on his face, as if he regretted that Jung Tian did not resist. However, Han Shi soon seemed to be filled with righteousness, and a gratified smile appeared on his face as he said, Comrade Jung Tian, it's not terrible to have made mistakes in the past. If you can admit your mistakes in time, you still have a chance to make amends. Don't become a black sheep or a cancer in the organization. The condescending tone was full of lessons for Jung Tian, but these words made Jung Tian frown slightly. Han Shi, are you worthy? Are you qualified to say these words? Jung Tian has survived many life-threatening situations and has come this far. He has made so many achievements and contributions. He, Jung Tian, has created a miracle. Even further, it lifted the lid on the entire Yunhai and Yun province criminal groups. If Jung Tian hadn't lifted the lid, would you, Han Shi, have used your connections to come here? Why come here? To pick up his leftovers. I don't think I did anything wrong. Jung Tian showed the handcuffs and smiled. It's easy to put this thing on, but difficult to take it off. You are so stubborn and refuse to repent, you black sheep. Han Shi laughed angrily. Why bother talking to him about that nonsense? Such an unrepentant black sheep should be arrested and brought to justice by the state. A little girl following behind Han Shi pointed at Jung Tian angrily. Jung Tian glanced at the other person. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. At this moment, his eyes were red and he was pointing at Jiang Tian as if Jiang Tian had done something unforgivable even until now. Muya, who was following Jiang Tian and observing the situation, also had a bad look on his face. These people wanted to arrest Jiang Tian without any investigation. What is this for? Not to mention anything else, just say that Jiang Tian has done so many things. Without Jiang Tian there would be no Yunhai today. What's more, even if his merits and demerits are not offset, how long has Jiang Tian been in the team, and how could he still embezzle and accept bribes? It's a joke. Do you know how many times those criminals attacked Jiang Tian and even attacked Jiang Tian's family in order to take revenge on him? But you come up and slander us indiscriminately. Muya is fine. Jiang Tian comforted Muya. I'm going to find my grandfather, Muya said angrily. Under normal circumstances, Muya's mood has always been very stable, but it depends on the situation. If it was something else, it would be fine. But these people indiscriminately accused Jiang Tian of corruption and bribery. This is simply bullshit. What a bizarre charge. Oh no. Or perhaps, those criminal groups saw that they had no way to deal with Jiang Tian from the outside, so they started from the inside. Muya's mind was spinning wildly. Perhaps it can be said that Muya has always had a high IQ and is very smart, and can understand many things. Although these people came with bad intentions, Muya did not get angry at the first moment, but not getting angry doesn't mean that Muya is not angry inside. Your grandfather? Han Chi's heart moved. Could it be that Yunhai still has some protective umbrella behavior? Okay, Han Chi was pleasantly surprised. Why did he come to Yunhai? To become famous, to gain merit, and most importantly, to uphold justice, crack down on the behavior of protecting the sea of clouds, resolutely eradicate evil, let the sunshine of justice shine on the sea of clouds. Catch them together. This person might be an accomplice. Han Chi made a prompt decision. It's either say it or don't do it. Once he takes action, Han Chi is quite decisive. Just by saying one sentence, he wanted to capture Muya. Okay, let me see if you still have any law. Muya was so angry that she almost laughed. Try it. Just try it. Han Chi sneered. He was afraid of everything else, but the thing he feared least was threats. It's a joke. Even if the old man in the family has passed away, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Compare background and relationships. Whoever comes will die, and if you can strike down a protective umbrella, the bigger the commotion, the more credit you may get. Then it started with the sea of clouds and became successful, completely stepping onto the historical stage that belongs to him. But the moment Han Chi finished speaking, he instantly felt a chill running through his bones. The chill is very cold, and it comes from deep within the heart. It even made Han Chi shudder subconsciously. There's more. The next moment, Han Chi's eyes were shrouded in shadow. When Han Chi raised his head, he was faced with Jiang Tian's expressionless face and frighteningly cold aura. You know, everyone's temperament will become completely different after they have killed someone. If you just kill one person, ordinary people will only feel that this person seems a little scary and a little fierce, but for a professional criminal policeman, the old detective could tell something was wrong at a glance. It was that murderous smell, and the old detective could smell it instantly. In fact, that is what is called murderous intent. Speaking of Shen, Jiang Tian actually killed too many people. There are at least hundreds of drug dealers who died at Jiang Tian's hands, if not 1,000. Having killed so many people, his indifference towards life is very scary. What do you want to do? Do you still want to resist arrest? Just when Han Chi's whole body stiffened and he felt cold, the girl standing next to Han Chi stood up and shouted fiercely. Han Chi touched his pants and found them a little wet, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not sweating because of fear, but just a little wet. Chapter 409, a small official is extremely corrupt, self-touched, and falls into a rage. The next moment, Han Chi's face turned a little red. Fortunately, everyone around him was paying attention to Jiang Tian, and no one noticed his embarrassed appearance. I can cooperate with you in law enforcement, but I hope you won't use the rights granted to you by the people to show off your power. What? Do you still think of yourselves as the Jinui? Jiang Tian sneered. What's more, even if there really is a Jinui, it is him. Jiang Tian did not take out the red certificate. He just wanted to see who was behind this and what they wanted to do. As for corruption, bribery, and crimes, they are even more ridiculous. Okay, Jiang Tian knew his assets, but Jiang Tian's assets were rewards from the system, and their origins were clear. Or they were rewards from the municipal bureau and higher-ups for arresting criminals. There are signs of the wealth rewarded by the system. All the money was made through various investments, and even every transaction was recorded. Jiang Tian didn't know how it was done, but it's just magical. So Jiang Tian is really not afraid of being investigated, just to prevent this kind of problem from happening in the future. If we're going to make a fuss, let's make it a big one. You, a black sheep, have no right to say this. The fierce woman stood up again and pointed at Jiang Tian with anger on her face. What's your name? Jiang Tian looked at her without changing his expression. Why, do you still want revenge? The woman spoke directly. I'm Ding Xiaoxiao, a case officer in the First Comprehensive Office of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Okay, I understand. Jiang Tian didn't say much. There was no need to say anything more now. It can even be said that there is no need for Mr. Mu to come forward, because there is absolutely no need. Just wait patiently, I'll be fine. Jiang Tian comforted Mu Yat at the same time. He also gave Muya a look, telling Muya not to do anything. Jiang Tian believed that Muya understood. Muya did understand, however. He also knew that Jiang Tian would not be very comfortable on this trip.
Let's go, Officer Jiang.
Our soft private room has been waiting for you for a long time. Don't worry, there is everything you need for food and drinks inside, and there are even exercise equipment.
We will definitely make you fat and healthy.
Han Chi gave a look behind him. Ding Xiaoxiao's subordinates understood immediately. No matter what, Han Chi had seen Jiang Tian get angry before, and he was really afraid that Jiang Tian would kill them if he got angry. By then, I'm afraid it will cause huge chaos. To be on the safe side, Han Chi compromised and did not take any action against Muya. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't find out that this woman is also suspected of being an accomplice with Jiang Tian. Or in other words, the umbrella behind it, but this requires long-term consideration. The most urgent task now is to first determine Jiang Tian's nature. As for accidents, Han Chi never thought about it. When it comes to background, Han Chi is really not afraid of anyone. Talk about rights. How could the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Procuratorate fail when they work together? The Discipline Inspection Commission and the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Procuratorate have both made a definition. Jiang Tian is just a police officer, so what problems could there be? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Perhaps Jiang Tian has done a lot of good deeds, but Han Chi was 100% sure that there was a huge corruption group behind Jiang Tian, because Jiang Tian was actually driving a Phaeton and he could hide it from others, but he couldn't hide the car from Han Chi. This is also the reason why Han Chi took action without any risk. My goodness, how can you, a small police officer, afford to drive a luxury car like Phaeton worth millions? Do you really think they are fools? If we dig deeper along the river, we will see how much more we can dig out. When handling a case, the most feared thing is not being able to find a breakthrough. Once a breakthrough is found, the next step will be like a flood. Han Chi already has considerable experience in these areas.
We are from the Discipline Inspection Commission and are currently investigating a case. Please enjoy your meal as normal.
We apologize for the confusion caused. Han Chi apologized to everyone at the underwater hotpot before leaving. It really is the extreme of superficial work, nothing else to say. At least the people who were dining and the onlookers all had happy faces.
Lead us to support you. Disciplinary Committee. What does the Disciplinary Committee do? You don't even know this.
The Discipline Inspection Commission specializes in arresting corrupt officials. That young man looks young, but I didn't expect he was also a corrupt official. He doesn't deserve to be a corrupt official. At his age, the most he could do is accept bribes while exercising his official powers.
He deserves it.
That's right, black sheep like this should be shot. For a moment, everyone seemed to be really affected. There was a lot of discussion. Han Chi, who was standing at the door, suddenly felt as if his whole body was filled with strength at this moment. Stand on the side of the people. No matter what, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, he will open up a bright road. Thinking of this, Han Chi was almost moved by himself.
Everyone, rest assured.
We will never let any bad apples go, but we also hope that everyone will not spread rumors outside, especially spreading false information.
This is an illegal act. Okay, please continue to eat. Han Chi waves to everyone.
Leader, this is what the people want.
Ding Xiaoxiao's face flushed with excitement.
This is just the beginning, Xiaoxiao. Our task is very difficult. Han Chi said with relief, showing a teachable expression.
Don't worry, leader. All the staff in the general office will absolutely obey your orders.
Ding Xiaoxiao said excitedly. This inevitably made Han Chi feel moved. Although he didn't show anything on his face, he was already feeling a little proud in his heart.
Get in the car.
Our Discipline Inspection Commission's car can't compare to the Phaeton driven by a petty corrupt official like you.
We can only use a Peugeot. You'll have to make do with it.
Han Chi opened the car door in a sarcastic tone.
A Peugeot is already pretty good. When I first joined the Municipal Bureau, I couldn't even get a Peugeot official car.
I had to drive a motorcycle when I was doing official business and patrolling.
Jiang Tian got in the car without any resentment.
He closed his eyes and rested immediately after getting in. To be honest, since his rebirth, Jiang Tian has never had a good rest. Sometimes I even stay awake for several days. Even in the past few days, Jiang Tian has been elusive and rarely goes to the municipal bureau. But in fact, Jiang Tian has been investigating Shirmio village. A crime of this horrific scope must be foolproof. Therefore, Jiang Tian did not dare to be careless or relax at all. He was tense and waiting to catch everyone in Shirmio village in one fell swoop. It's not just the problem of Shirmio village, there's also the problem of those two heinous bastards. Fong Tai. Jiang Tian also took the opportunity to investigate and found out that they were extremely evil. The key point was that after committing the crime, they used money, power, and various means to force the girl's family. What's more, these two bastards are together and force women of good quality into prostitution. The most terrifying thing is that Jiang Tian conducted further investigation on Fong Tai and found that Lao Jio was a gangster, and Fong Tai's family situation was surprising, because Fong Tai's father, Fong Ju, was actually the leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission. The Person who had questioned Jiang Tian before, and now that the Discipline Inspection Commission is trying to arrest him, Jiang Tian has to consider whether Fong Zhu is behind this. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's eyes became colder and colder. Chapter 410. The boss is going crazy, but you are in the softbox. But for Jiang Tian, there is no point in thinking so much now. Now is the time to enjoy. Or when you're resting. After Jiang Tian got in the car, he closed his eyes and rested without saying a word. At this moment, the cell phone in Jiang Tian's pocket rang quickly. Jiang Tian was handcuffed and was trying to take his cell phone out of his pocket with difficulty. Hand over your phone. From now on, you cannot have any contact with the outside world. Ding Xiaoxiao was sitting next to Jiang Tian. After seeing Jiang Tian's movement, she quickly stopped Jiang Tian, snatched Jiang Tian's cell phone away, and then turned it off in the blink of an eye. Okay. Jiang Tian didn't say much. Just when Jiang Tian was arrested and taken to the Commission for Discipline Inspection's softbox to be investigated for his retirement benefits, outside the Yunhai City Bureau, Minister Tan fell into deep thought after watching his phone being hung up after calling again. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, Minister Tan's eyelids twitched and he said unhappily, this bastard not only hung up on me, he even turned off his phone. Maybe Officer Jiang is holding an operational meeting. Shinhan said with a smile on his face as he sat aside. After knowing that Minister Tan had arrived in Yunhai, Shinhan came to meet and accompany him immediately. Although the provincial department is also very busy now, the provincial department is also helping to arrest drug-related personnel in many subsequent cases of the municipal bureau. Of course, the most important thing is that now Beijing only knows about the municipal bureau but not the provincial department. This is a very serious problem. The provincial department itself was holding its breath, especially the Narcotics Control Brigade, which, under the leadership of General Bai, was conducting a surprise attack on a major case. I've been staring at you for a long time. Why did you take so long? What a joke. The bigger the case, the more necessary it is to find out the upper and lower lines without alerting the suspects in order to be absolutely sure. In many cases, undercover agents are even sent in for this purpose. This is the normal case handling process. Who is as perverted as Jiang Tian? Every move is a decisive kill. Wow, others may have been working on a case for several months or a year, but Jiang Tian was able to solve it from top to bottom in just 3 days. Even Shinhan has been coveting Jiang Tian for a long time. If it weren't for the fear of making things look awkward while eating, and Gao Xiaolong's watchful eye, most importantly Gao Xiaolong, otherwise, Shinhan would have transferred Jiang Tian to the provincial department long ago. A war meeting? Minister Tan was a little surprised and then said, that's right. With so many criminals arrested recently, we do need to do some summary and follow-up work. Minister Tan's eyelids twitched and he opened his mouth to say something. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste time. Minister Tan frowned deeply. Minister Tan, I'm not making a summary, it's because, then Shinhan told Jiang Tian about his discovery. When he said this, Shinhan couldn't help but feel thrilled. It's only been a few days since Wenye Group came here. 3 days? It has not even been 3 days since the case was concluded. It is even said that the armed police were attacked 3 days ago because of the Wenye Group case, and are currently working hard to solve the case. As a result, Jiang Tian has now found a terrorist drug trafficking organization whose influence, crime scale, and adverse impact are no less than those of the Wenye Group. The most important thing is that Jiang Tian even lurked in and took pictures. An accurate estimate was also made of the approximate number of perpetrators. Good job, what a great guy. Minister Tan thought there was something wrong with his hearing. Are you hallucinating? Minister Tan's eyes were confused for a moment, and then he looked at the tray on the car in confusion. There were 4 police cars escorting it in front and behind, and 8 traffic police vehicles on the periphery. In the middle is a large official bus. Because the space is large, 3 trays can be placed in front of Minister Tan, and it is very sacred. That's right, among them are 2 first-class merits belonging to Jiang Tian, as well as a first-class hero medal and certificate. In addition, there are some collective merit awards, as well as 2 second-class merit medals and more than 10 third-class merit medals. Minister Tan brought everything with him and came here in person. In fact, Minister Tan came here to express the headquarters' attention and commendation. The recent actions of the Yunhai Municipal Bureau have been too brilliant and too beautiful. Minister Tan came in person to present the awards, and he used the fast track to present the awards in advance. In order to cheer up the Municipal Bureau and encourage everyone to keep up the good work, I never expected that we would be on the road just now. Are you going to cause trouble again? This kid is covering himself so tightly? Minister Tan frowned. He actually didn't know, however. Minister Tan changed his mind and seemed to understand something. What is Yunnan province planning to do? Minister Tan asked. We are mobilizing the military and police to coordinate and prepare to carry out the operation at 8 o'clock in the evening. Shinhan said quickly without hiding anything. Minister Tan thought about it and said nothing. Soon, the car arrived at the municipal bureau. They had just approached the municipal bureau when, at this moment, Minister Tan saw the municipal bureau from afar. The huge compound was full of people, and there were even many military and police vehicles parked outside the municipal bureau. Because we don't want to alert the enemy, we have only gathered 500 people here for the time being.
The rest will gather at night. Shinhan continued to explain, these 500 people are there to deal with emergencies. Well, you did a great job.
Minister Tan nodded slightly. At this moment, Minister Tan was very eager to see Zhang Tian. After getting off the car, he ran inside, and at this moment inside the municipal bureau.
Why, haven't you called yet? Song Ligua was so anxious that sweat was pouring down his forehead. This kid might have gone to investigate secretly.
Zhang Peng now has a mysterious confidence in his son. After all, it would be very dangerous if the phone rings while you are hiding. That's right, Xiao Jiang always has his own ideas when doing things. Song Ligua breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. In fact, at this moment, a large number of leaders have gathered in the municipal bureau, the military leaders and the armed police leaders. If Shinhan hadn't gone to meet Minister Tan, he would be waiting here at this moment. After all, for such a big case, it is justified to have more people in charge and a bigger scene. It wasn't until Minister Tan arrived.
This kid kept it a secret from me. I only just found out about it.
Gao Xiaolong cursed. The more Gao Xiaolong thought about it, the angrier he became. This bastard has changed. Whenever there was a big case, he would come to me. Now he has learned to be cunning.
Let's forget about Wenye Group, but this kid is doing the same with this case.
Gao Xiaolong was very angry. Gao Xiaolong was shocked when he learned about such a big case.
Lao Gao, calm down.
If I tell you about this case, I will directly send the armed police from Beijing to take over. Even if the local leaders don't say it on the surface, they will have opinions about Xiao Jiang. No matter what, as long as the case is handled well, that's all that matters. Minister Tan comforted. I continued to comfort her until after 6 in the evening. Zhang Tian's phone is still turned off. All the leaders of the municipal bureau looked bewildered. At 7 o'clock, 2,000 soldiers and police were waiting at the municipal bureau. Wei Sheng came over and started asking 3 questions. Where's Xiao Jiang?
Where's the target location? Where's the detailed plan for the operation? Chapter 4:11. Everyone is paying attention, but the protagonist is gone. On the municipal bureau side, many leaders really gathered here until after 6 o'clock in the evening.
Not only the leaders of the municipal bureau, but also the leaders of the municipal bureau headed by Zhou Zhao and the provincial leaders headed by Huai Shang were present. The entire conference room was almost full of leaders. Everyone is waiting here, sat for a very long time. It wasn't until Minister Tan called Zhang Tian for the 5th time that there was still no news. Minister Tan's brows were deeply furrowed. Not only Minister Tan, but also many leaders. At this moment, everything is silent. The reason for this is that they are all waiting for Zhang Tian.
What's going on with Xiao Jiang? Why is there still no news? Did your municipal bureau assign a mission to Xiao Jiang? Isn't this nonsense?
Minister Tan frowned deeply. To say that Zhang Tian encountered any accident is bullshit. Although Minister Tan had never witnessed Zhang Tian in action, he still had some knowledge of Zhang Tian's detailed battles in the past. It has even said that in the past some people used TNT explosives. Later, he continued to retaliate against Zhang Tian's family. For example,
have the attacks on Zhang Tian's family members stopped?
No, in fact, they have continued to attack Zhang Tian's relatives and friends. The arrogance of these criminals is almost self-evident. It's not that I'm worried about Zhang Tian, because with Zhang Tian's skills in the past, even if those people wanted to attack Zhang Tian, it would be impossible to do it quietly. It was fine at the beginning, but afterwards, there was no news from Zhang Tian, which immediately gave Minister Tan an ominous premonition.
Minister Tan, we definitely did not assign any mission to Xiao Jiang.
Zhang Peng explained hurriedly with cold sweat on his forehead. God have mercy on us, they just let Zhang Tian go out for lunch at noon, or even take a rest and wait for the action in the evening. According to the plan, the action will begin at 8 o'clock in the evening, but at this moment, it was already past 7 o'clock, and more than 500 military and police officers had gathered at the door of the municipal bureau. It was even said that there were more than 1,000 military and police officers waiting for dispatch outside. In other words, everything is ready now, waiting for Zhang Tian to take action, but for a long time, there was no news from Zhang Tian. Not to mention Minister Tan, even Zhang Peng had a bad premonition in his heart. After all, under normal circumstances, Zhang Tian has never encountered such a situation. What's more, even if Zhang Tian had found out the news in advance, he would not be completely clueless. Thinking of this, Zhang Peng became even more worried. This worry lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening, when everyone became completely restless. At this moment, the meeting room of the municipal bureau was already filled with a variety of leaders, otherwise how to say it, although Minister Tan was involved in the situation, but in the final analysis, this case, will always be handled locally, and Yunnan province will have to solve it itself. Although Minister Tan has arrived, but all in all, Minister Tan is not needed. Even if they participated in the operation, there is a first-come first-served order for everything.
Yunnan province has already launched the operation.
Minister Tan's presence here can at most be regarded as a supervisory process and some analysis and planning of the details of the mission. The main body still lies with the local people.
It's 8 o'clock, why is there still no news?
When 8 o'clock comes, at the municipal bureau, all the leaders suddenly widen their eyes. Otherwise, how can you say that these people are so confused that even if they take action, at this moment, they have almost no goals, because from the beginning to the end, they had almost no understanding or analysis of this case. All the information I know is also obtained through Jiang Tian. Even said it was for confidentiality, they had no information about the specific situation or location and were completely in the dark. In this situation, everyone was a little confused. I'm really confused. Almost everyone looked at each other, but after looking around, everyone could see the confusion in his eyes.
So, we still can't contact Xiao Jiang now?
Zhou Zhao said in surprise. I can't get in touch with him. I can't get in touch with him at all. At this moment, Zhang Peng listened to the busy tone on the phone, with some confusion in his eyes. He couldn't remember how many calls this was. As the leader of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Mr. Mu was also bewildered at this moment. So, without Jiang Tian showing up and without any news, we are completely in the dark and have no idea about the specific intelligence and mission situation. Old Mu knocked on the table and then slowly spoke.
That's very accurate.
To ensure that everything goes smoothly, we have to be extremely cautious with such a large criminal force, or even a drug lord organization.
To prevent alerting the enemy, even we don't know all the details of the mission. No one knows the specific situation now except Xiao Jiang.
Zhang Peng quickly explained. That's right. It was originally for the purpose of keeping it secret. The same is true even within the city and the province. The more people know, the greater the risk. Just reveal the scale and risk of the mission, and the situation and level of the case will come out. Jiang Tian did not tell people about the problems in Shirmiao village in advance in order to prevent any unexpected situations. Who can guarantee that the interior is solid? For example, Jiang Tian is living in the soft box at this moment, and there is only Han Qi behind him. How is this possible? With Jiang Tian's wisdom and intelligence, how could he not know exactly what happened?
The most crucial thing is, where is Xiao Jiang now?
Moreover, if there is no unexpected situation, how could it be that the time for the mission operation has arrived, but there is still no news? Mr. Mu made the final judgment very confidently. I was dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. His face was full of confusion, because up to now, Jiang Tian seems to have disappeared from the world. But the key issue is that without Jiang Tian, they don't know the target of this mission. The provincial leaders, led by Huai Shang, and the city leaders were all sitting in the office, but without exception, everyone's face was filled with confusion. 2,000 soldiers and police have been mobilized with great fanfare. All the leaders are in place.
Could it be that Xiao Jiang is playing a trick on us?
At this moment, Fang Zhu suddenly stood up and spoke. As the second in command of Yunhai, to be more precise, the position of the Discipline Inspection Commission is also quite special, different from the number 3 person. The number 3 person is politics and law, the first is the secretary, the second is the leader of government affairs, and the third is the leader of politics and law.
Chapter 412, completely panicked.
Comrade Xiao Jiang. Actually, Fang Zhu's position in the Discipline Inspection Commission does have great power, but it is also very limited. It mainly depends on the top leader. If you get the recognition of the top leader and he wants to use you, then there is no doubt that your status will be ranked second. But if the top leader does not approve of you, or even if the first and second leaders do not need you and do not regard you as their confidant, in fact, the position of the Discipline Inspection Commission may even be ranked in the middle or even at the bottom. Without the support and backing of the top leaders, it would be completely useless. But if there is support, this right can be said to be infinite. That's what Fang Zhu is like. Fang Zhu has always maintained a good relationship with Zhou Zhao, hoping to gain Zhou Zhao's trust. If Zhou Zhao approves of something, or if Zhou Zhao wants to investigate a certain leader in order to maintain his voice, then the Discipline Inspection Commission will undoubtedly be the second in command. Even the top official in government affairs cannot compare to him. It's just that before, Fang Zhu never had the opportunity, but now Fang Zhu feels that the opportunity has come. So many people, so many leaders, not to mention anything else. Xiao Jiang didn't arrive on time. I even doubt whether this is such a serious case. Maybe it's a false report. And now that it has become such a big deal, they dare not come. Fang Zhu seemed half-joking. At this moment, the already solemn meeting room became even more solemn. Comrade Xiao Feng, Comrade Xiao Jiang has handled so many cases.
Has there ever been a single instance where he fell behind?
Old Mu narrowed his eyes. But it's already this late, and there's still no news. I doubt whether there is such a big case.
Fang Zhu sneered. Tit for tat. He didn't lose his mind, but Fang Zhu understood that if he didn't show up at this time, with so many leaders waiting, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make trouble. After all, after Fang Tai was arrested, Fang Zhu was already hostile to and had opinions about Jiang Tian, so Fang Tai had almost no chance now. All kinds of evidence of crimes are like snowflakes. You don't know until you check, and you will be shocked when you check. The more we dig into Fang Tai's terrible cases, the more unbelievable it becomes, including various shocking cases. Jiang Tian even searched Fang Tai's residence and found a camera, which contained various photos. It's useless for anyone to take on this case. Fang felt as if the sky had collapsed. The point is that he can't do anything. It has to be said that under normal circumstances, if you find someone, use some connections.
And spend some money. You can only stay in there for a very short period of time, at most. 2 or 3 years have passed. It can be said that we are now in the stage of severe crackdown, the most strict and severe stage. All criminal acts, regardless of who commits them, will be dealt with to the maximum extent possible. Anyone who can be killed or not will be sentenced to death. Those with less serious crimes will be dealt with in the most severe manner to ensure that there is no room for error. The real crime hard-hitting stage, even Fong Ju could only watch and could not do anything after holding it in for so long until now. Fong Tai finally couldn't help it. Moreover, he was arrested by Jiang Tian himself, and most importantly, he was not even informed in advance. This doesn't take him seriously at all when both witnesses and evidence are present. Turning the tables is as difficult as climbing to the sky. It's even impossible. In other words, Fong Tai is almost completely finished. In this situation, it would be fine if Jiang Tian just showed up honestly. The key point is that so many leaders are waiting for him alone. Fong Ju instantly realized that his opportunity had come and took the lead in attacking Jiang Tian. What confused Fong Ju was, what on earth was Jiang Tian doing? Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to touch you, but now, aren't you just courting death? Fong Ju thought with a sneer on his face, and as Fong Ju's rhythm started, many leaders had already appeared at the scene, frowning slightly, as if they had something to say about Jiang Tian. No matter what happens, the time has been arranged. You didn't make any sound. Even if you were carrying out a mission, you should at least explain the situation clearly. It was okay during the meeting before. After all, with so many levels of meetings, it is hard to guarantee that information will not be leaked easily. Everyone was very cautious, just waiting for Jiang Tian to fully disclose the details of this case before taking action. But who would have thought that Jiang Tian would just disappear? Yes, Xiao Jiang went a little too far. Yes, even if Xiao Jiang was investigating the situation, at least some news should have come out at this time. What's the point now? We finally mobilized so many people, but now there is no news at all. This is too much. Do we have to wait now? This is bullshit. No matter what happens, Jiang Tian can't do this. Fong Ju also spoke up. Everyone can't say that. What if Xiao Jiang has something urgent and can't take care of this? After all, he has made so many contributions. It seemed that Fong Ju was speaking from a middle-of-the-road position, but precisely because of this, he put Jiang Tian in a difficult position. In front of so many people, these words almost confirmed the first impression that Jiang Tian was arrogant and even unreasonable. As soon as these words were spoken, many leaders present showed anger on their faces. Minister Tan even checked on the situation from time to time, but now it is impossible to even start a combat meeting. Nonsense, without Jiang Tian's detailed information. They don't even know who the target of the mission is. The objectives and arrangements of the mission left everyone confused. No matter how smart a person is, he or she cannot guess who the other person is or what he or she does. This is not so confusing. It was past 9 o'clock and I couldn't sit still anymore. Absolutely couldn't sit still anymore. All the leaders were almost unable to sit still, anxious, completely anxious, even if Mr. Mu wanted to say something. To defend himself, after looking around, he finally shut up. The impact is horrific. There are too many people and leaders coming, but at this moment, in full view of the public. Mu Lao's phone suddenly rang. Normally, a leader like Mr. Mu usually carries several mobile phones with him, especially since most of the calls are made through secretaries. As for private phones, the private phones you carry with you, almost no one outside knows about them except a few very close people. Mr. Mu looked at the incoming call information immediately, and after finding out it was Muya, he hung up without answering the call. Barely 2 minutes later, the phone rang again. Could it be something important? Mr. Mu was thinking in his heart, but at this moment, Mr. Mu had already answered the phone. Grandpa, something happened to Jiang Tian. Chapter 413, completely exposed, a terrible earthquake breaks out. Muya spent the entire afternoon thinking about what had happened. Should I go find Mr. Mu? But according to Jiang Tian's request, Jiang Tian told Muya very clearly not to do anything and also gave hints in this regard. According to Jiang Tian's needs, Muya should pretend that she didn't see it and not tell anyone, but until the evening, Muya called Jiang Tian several times but no one answered. She wanted to call Jiang Peng and tell him something, but after thinking about it, Muya became very worried. Was Jiang Tian planning something? If she informed him, would something uncontrollable happen? So, Muya hesitated for a long time. Finally, Muya lingered at the door of the municipal bureau, hesitating whether to go in. But when she arrived, she was dumbfounded, because at this moment, the municipal bureau has gathered a large number of armed police, special police, and even military police. At a quick glance, the compound was full of people and the lights of the police cars were very bright. Of course, with such a high profile, there is no need to worry about alerting the enemy. On the one hand, even if a criminal group knew about it, who would know who to target and who to take action against? After all, there are so many criminal groups in Yunhai. The most important thing is not to reveal who the target is, then there will be no problem. For this reason, even the contact phones of all the operatives need to be confiscated, and no communication equipment will be given. This is to prevent accidental leaks. Of course, the fact that there were so many military and police officers would not be a big deal. The key point was that Zhao Wei, who had just returned from a mission outside, happened to meet Muya. Sister-in-law. Zhao Wei quickly got out of the car and greeted her. In fact, Zhao Wei went out to contact the families of the victims. He made some statistics on the families of the victims in the Fengtai case, including many families and details of the case. Forget about other things. The key point is that Jiang Tian was involved in the shooting of several people in this case, so the case still needs to be investigated carefully to prevent any accidents. Now it has basically been determined Feng Tai's father Feng Ju also came to the municipal bureau and even said that he looked through the files. At that time, in front of Zhao Wei and others, Feng Ju just said nothing and left with a sullen face, but Zhao Wei knew that this matter would not end like this. What the hell? His adopted son committed such a heinous crime. He's absolutely insane, and he still has the nerve to act so shamelessly. Zhao Wei was still cursing and thinking to himself at the time, but then he gloated over the misfortune. In such a big case, Feng Tai was the main culprit, so how could Feng Ju, as a father, not be affected? How could it be possible? All I can say is that he deserves it. Today's case progressed well, and Comrade Jiang Tian had an operation tonight, so despite rushing, we returned at around 8 o'clock. Sister-in-law, you're here to see the boss so late. It seems the boss has a mission today. Zhao Wei greeted her quickly. No, something happened to your boss. Muya quickly explained when she saw Zhao Wei was relieved. Something happened? Zhao Wei's expression froze, and before he could react, Li Zijin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, jumped out of the car. A group of people from the Discipline Inspection Commission came in the afternoon. Muya explained to a few people, after all, these people are Jiang Tian's team members. If Jiang Tian has some deep meaning that he doesn't allow others to say, then these team members should know some details. Really? Damn, those people are crazy. Zhao Wei couldn't believe it. What should we do now? Although very anxious, Muya still maintained basic calmness. Let's go find the director. Li Zijin said anxiously. No, sister-in-law, please call your grandfather first. Zhao Wei also felt that it was not simple, but Zhao Wei had followed Jiang Tian for a long time. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that he knew some general situation. I also guessed a little bit of Jiang Tian's thoughts, but Zhao Wei was also afraid that there would be problems with the mission, so he waited for more than an hour, until around 9 o'clock, when leaders at all levels in the municipal bureau could no longer sit still, and then he asked Muya to call Muelao. Really? At this moment, the huge conference room was almost full of people. The huge conference room can accommodate hundreds of people. The top leaders sit in the front row, and below them are leaders of various levels. The main reason is that, regardless of what others say, this case was reported by Jiang Tian. The criminals were conservatively estimated to be 700 people, and the number of people involved in the case could not be counted, and the number might even be doubled. Such a major case is enough to cause social unrest and economic chaos, and the impact is too great and too bad. Of course, most of the people who came were leaders involved, for example, the provincial government, that is, Huai Province, as well as Shinhan and Mulao, the leaders in charge of politics, law, and police affairs. As well as major leaders like Huai Shang, there were even more leaders from the municipal bureau. After all, such a big thing happened in the Sea of Clouds. In addition, military leaders are also here. After Feng Ju finished speaking, the scene fell into a slight silence. As time passes by, every second there are more and more voices of doubt. No matter how much one believes in Jiang Tian, as time goes by, one can't help but feel like they've been fooled. Even if you are a big-name leader, it is too much to make others wait for such a long time. Besides, you, Jiang Tian, are just a small policeman. How can you become like this? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mr. Mu's private phone, which rarely rang, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Mr. Mu hung up the phone expressionlessly the first time, and finally picked it up when it rang the second time. Because Mr. Mu was sitting in the most conspicuous place, most people looked over at him. Let's not talk about whether the case is true or not, and whether the case is falsely reported. Just to say, he didn't show up at the confirmed time of action. He agreed to come in advance to discuss the battle plan, but he didn't arrive at the scene. What is he doing? He is unorganized and undisciplined. Feng Ju felt so happy while scolding. Everything goes around in circles. His son was in jail and was in great danger, so he turned around and gave him an opportunity to attack him. This time, Feng Ju stood up and scolded angrily, because after this incident, Feng Ju didn't know if he would have another chance. Just the next moment, a shocked voice resounded throughout the conference room, even drowning out Feng Ju's voice. What did you say? Say it again. Who got into trouble and how did it happen? Mr. Mu asked loudly. Silence. Even Feng Ju unconsciously stopped all sounds, and in the next moment, Mr. Mu's gaze suddenly turned to Feng Ju. Murderous look of Feng Ju felt the murderous intent. Bang. The next moment, there was a loud noise. Mr. Mu had already slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger towards Feng Ju. Chapter 414. The leader is furious. You, Feng Ju, deserve to die. Okay, you are so audacious, absolutely so audacious. Old Mu shouted angrily. The sound is very loud, but many people were a little surprised to hear it, especially unlike Huai Province. Mr. Mu is an old leader of Yun Province and has stayed in Yun Province for a long time. Although he did not achieve any great achievements, Mr. Mu has definitely made outstanding contributions to the development of Yunhai to its current state and the steady growth of its economy. and it plays a major role, although he is only the third in command in name only. In fact, in terms of overall influence, even Huai Sheng is inferior to Mu Lao, but the real boss is now in a vacant position. Of course, the impression that Mr. Mu had left on people all along was that he was calm and composed. Mr. Mu, who was so furious and even out of control, instantly attracted everyone's attention.
Old Mu, calm down. What's the matter that makes you so angry? You've just recovered. Don't let anger ruin your health again.
Gao Xiaolong, who was sitting next to him, was startled and quickly comforted him. His temper was already hot enough, but Gao Xiaolong couldn't remember how long it had been since he had seen his old friend this angry.
Calm down, huh? How can we calm down, comrades? Bang bang bang.
Mr. Mu put down his phone, clapped his hands on the table, and held the small microphone on the table. His voice was particularly loud in this empty conference room. The sound of the table being smashed made many people's eyelids jump.
Comrades, I never dreamed that such a big thing would happen today. Weren't you just curious about Comrade Xiao Jiang, the main person in this case, and why he hasn't appeared until now?
I finally found out just now, but because I found out, I realized that there are bad people in our group. Mr. Mu's voice became more and more angry and furious as he spoke. In fact, although Mr. Mu didn't say anything just now, he knew that Zhang Tian was the only one who knew his limits, playing mysterious and disappearing at this time. Isn't that bullshit? He was not panicking because he knew that Xiao Jiang would never fail at this critical moment unless something irresistible happened. Now it seems to be true.
Fang Ju kept criticizing, but Mr. Mu didn't say much. I have also been observing the
situation, and now Mr. Mu finally understood. As Mr. Mu's voice rang out, there was indeed an uproar at the scene. The noisy sounds continued. Fang Ju, who was being stared at by Mr. Mu, couldn't stop twitching his eyelids.
Secretary Mu, what's going on?
Minister Tan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. This time he came here with his achievements and was going to present the award to Zhang Tian in person. So many big things happened after he arrived. Even Minister Tan frowned deeply. Boom. After Minister Tan spoke, Mu Lao was completely furious and slammed the table, but he was facing Fang Ju. Fang Ju, what did you do and you still don't admit it?
Wow.
As Mu Lao's voice rose to exploded, the conference room completely exploded, and Fang Ju said in panic, Secretary Mu, what didn't I do? Fang Ju's scalp was tingling, his breathing was rapid, and the ominous premonition was getting stronger and stronger.
I didn't do anything, Fang Ju. You just kept attacking Comrade Xiao Jiang. If Comrade Xiao Jiang really made a mistake, then forget it. If you were really wronged, I can understand it. But how do you explain the fact that your Yunhai Discipline Inspection Commission arrested Comrade Xiao Jiang? Well, Fang Ju, do you really think you can be lawless? On the one hand, you arrested people, and on the other hand, you framed them, and you kept attacking them here. Old Mu shouted angrily, I'm really angry. If they were caught by another system, that would be fine. The key is your Fang Ju Discipline Inspection Commission arrested Zhang Tian. Turn your head, you were still here, constantly attacking Zhang Tian. This is more than an exaggeration. Zhang Tian did do something wrong just now. No matter what you say, no one can say anything. However, Fang Ju's unreasonable attitude had actually caused dissatisfaction among some leaders without realizing it, especially those who had a good impression of Zhang Tian. It's not satisfied in itself, but now exploded. There was a loud crash, and almost in an instant, most of the people stood up in shock. They all looked at Fang Ju as if in a dream. They didn't expect Fang Ju to be so cruel. When Zhang Tian was investigating the case, he directly ordered his men to arrest Zhang Tian. Then, when the leader couldn't wait for Zhang Tian, he attacked him crazily. Here, Fang Ju's expression just now was a little too obvious. You're crazy. This is too cruel. What kind of hatred or grudge is this? I know. A few days ago, Fang Ju's son tried to rape someone. Comrade Xiao Jiang organized the killing of several of his accomplices, and then tracked down his son. As a result, he raped quite a few people and even caused a death. Hiss, there is such a thing. You're crazy. You can't do something like this at this time. Isn't this courting death? There is no secret in the physique itself. Even Zhang Tian's secret profession is almost known to everyone. After Zhang Tian arrested Fang Tai and investigated the arrest, Fang Tai's background was no longer a secret in the police station. Then the news spread, but only people within the political and legal system knew about it. This time through their mouths, the scene exploded instantly. They exploded like Huai Sheng and Minister Tan. They all stared at Fang Ju with wide eyes, their faces full of surprise. I wasn't. Fang Ju shook his head hurriedly and panicked. My head felt like it was about to explode, and even my scalp was cracked. He hated Zhang Tian, but he really didn't know about this matter and was truly innocent. But the key point is that his criticism just now actually confirmed the fact that he was retaliating. Mu Lao sneered and scolded, Fang Ju, do you think I don't know that Comrade Xiao Jiang has found out about your son's problems? I've known about this for a long time. As a leader, you condoned your son's crimes and yet you dared to be so audacious today? What do you think of Yunhai? What do you think of the organization? A roar of anger, snap. Fang Ju dropped the pen in his hand onto the table, his hands shaking, pale face. Secretary Mu, this is impossible. Jiang Tian absolutely cannot be in our discipline inspection commission. Fang Zhu would never admit it, because he really didn't do it.
Then let me tell you, Jiang Tian is now in the softbox of your discipline inspection commission, and has cut off all contact with the outside world.
As the leader of the Yunhai Discipline Inspection Commission, who would dare to do such a big thing without your approval? Delaying the mission, having a bad influence, causing serious consequences, and deliberately retaliating against the heroic police officer, Fang Zhu, is there anything else you dare not do? Old Mu asked angrily. Boom.
Exploded. After these words came out, it completely exploded. The whole scene was like a thunderclap. People were still able to blame each other just now, but at this moment, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't even speak, confused, because this is a bit too harsh. It's crazy. At the same time, the leaders around Fang Zhu subconsciously sat a little further away, fearing that if they got a little close, they would be involved with Fang Zhu, and the next moment, a muffled thunder sounded. Hu Fang
Zhu, damn it.
Chapter 415. The sky is falling. Who wants me to die without a burial place? In fact, whether Fang Zhu is innocent or not is not important here, because even if Fang Zhu is really innocent and doesn't know it, it does not affect the attack. You were in charge of the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission in Yunhai, but in the end something like this happened. This proves that you yourself had problems, and that you failed to supervise strictly and effectively. You still bear the main responsibility. The key is to just do this kind of thing behind closed doors.
If there is a misunderstanding, just talk it out.
There is no need to make a big fuss, but at this time, who can cover it up? Minister Tan, the leader of the capital, was here in person to attend the meeting. From top to bottom, all the leaders of the entire Yun province, every single one of them, looked at Fang Zhu with murderous eyes. This is a disgrace to the capital. From top to bottom, all the leaders in Yunnan province were ashamed, especially Huaishang's expression, which looked almost murderous at this moment. Boom. There was a loud bang, and Huaishang stood up and shouted at Fang Zhu, what's going on? I order you to explain clearly immediately. At this moment, I don't care about your personal grudges, but you are using the power given to you by the country and the organization. Is this how you use it? Huaishang's eyes were all gloomy. Not only what happened today, but the entire Yun province has become a huge joke. Besides, what was Minister Tan here for today? He was here to present awards, but now he can't be found. Isn't this funny? It would be fine if we couldn't find the person. The key is to let them catch it themselves. Even with so many people mobilized, most of the leaders of the entire Yun province gathered here, this kind of problem has occurred. It's a joke. It's simply a huge joke. The most terrifying thing is that Yun province is the only one paying attention to this matter. Is it only the headquarters that's paying attention? Stop being funny. Minister Tan came here in person, of course, for the purpose of presenting the medal, but on the other hand, do you really think that Minister Tan's coming here was a coincidence? Do you think he didn't know some news? Although this is Yun province's own combat mission. In fact, on the other hand, even Jiang Tian has to admit what Jiang Tian and the others' other identity is now. Personal interests can never be greater than national interests, especially since Jiang Tian now has another identity in that department. Such a large combat mission definitely requires communication with the leaders of the security department, and the higher-ups also understood Jiang Tian's situation. On the surface, there seems to be no response from the capital. In fact, this task has already been reported to the emperor. Minister Tan came here to express an attitude. I will watch you do things openly and will not interfere in anything, but when the results of your work are not satisfactory, that's a shame. In a sense, Minister Tan represents the headquarters. Fang Zhu, who gave you the courage to do such a thing? Even if Comrade Jiang Tian himself has problems, our police system has its own internal supervision. Especially on the eve of such an important mission, you were so audacious as to arrest Comrade Jiang Tian. Do you still have organization and discipline? Now, immediately, I order you to release Jiang Tian immediately. Softbox. Jiang Tian was taken to the softbox. Isn't this funny? Even if Jiang Tian committed a serious crime, is it your turn to arrest him? Do you know how terrifying Jiang Tian's current strategic position is? Is it something you can touch? You are a leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission of Yunhai. To be able to have such great power. Really. At this moment, Fang Zhu looked at everyone glaring at him, and he felt like the sky was falling. The sky has completely fallen. No matter whether Jiang Tian is finished from now on. Yes, there really evidence of guilt, but touching Jiang Tian at this time would be like touching a huge landmine, and if Jiang Tian is innocent, it would be even more tragic. Jiang Tian's problem has been confirmed, and we can only say that there are problems on Yunhai's side. Fang Zhu carried out personal revenge in an unorganized and undisciplined manner, causing heavy losses to the organization. His final outcome will definitely not be good. If Jiang Tian is innocent, it proves that Fang Zhu is deliberately retaliating. His behavior is extremely bad and the consequences are unimaginable. Fang Zhu wiped his forehead. His face was covered with sweat, but fortunately, Fang Zhu had experienced a lot of things, so he was able to calm down a little at this time and did not pee his pants like his son Fang Tai. But given his current condition, even if Fang Zhu was in a good mental state, he was completely unable to stand up. Even with his hands on the table, he couldn't stand up straight. People can really become paralyzed. When they are in extreme fear and shock, it can even be said that Fong Ju could only lean on the chair and took out his mobile phone several times, and his palms were shaking constantly after trying 3 times. I finally took out my phone from my pocket. Fong Ju held the phone tremblingly. Hurry up. Huaisheng slammed the table and shouted angrily, snap. With this angry shout, Fong Ju's phone fell directly onto the table, and his hands were shaking badly. Finally, relying on Fong Ju's superior psychological endurance, he managed to hold the phone steadily with great difficulty, and then dialed the deputy leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission. This time, although Fong Ju was extremely frightened, his brain was not completely broken. At this critical juncture, such a big thing happened. Without a doubt, someone definitely wants to harm him. Who is it? Thinking of this, Fong Ju was no longer as frightened as before, because anger continued to burn in his heart. Which beast wanted him to die without a burial place? That's right, there is no place to bury the body, and not to mention his own problems. After all, he has been rooted in Yunhai for so many years, and he can't even handle his son's problems. Coupled with this incident, Fong Ju knew that he was probably going to die, and it's definitely a miserable kind. But when he turned around, Fong Ju couldn't figure out who wanted to harm him. After all, he has always had a good relationship with the deputy leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission. The two sides have cooperated for so many years and know each other well. There is no need to harm him. In other words, the two sides are grasshoppers standing on the same line. So the question is, apart from Chi Huan, the deputy leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission, who else wanted to frame him and was even willing to pay such a terrible price for it? Didn't he think that at this time, even if he arrested Jiang Tian and framed him, his own fate would not be bad? Or is there some horrible conspiracy behind this? Just as Fong Ju was thinking this in his heart and was about to call Chi Huan, coincidentally at this moment, the incoming call rang suddenly. Very sudden. Fong Ju looked at the incoming call message, and for a moment, he felt furious, especially when he saw the countless pairs of angry eyes. If looks could kill, Chi Huan believed that he would have died countless times and would have been riddled with wounds long ago. I'm Fong Ju. At this moment, Fong Ju's hands stopped shaking because of the anger in his heart. Even if he dies, Fong Ju wants to know who wants him to die. Who wants to frame me? Secretary, this is good, very good news. Chi Huan was very excited and full of surprise. It's you? Fong Ju's mind went blank. Chapter 416, The bad guy's hard work is not as good as the fool's sudden inspiration. What good news? Fong Ju's eyelids twitched, and he felt an ominous premonition rising from the depths of his heart. Ah, Secretary, you will never guess what we discovered. We have accomplished something great this time, ha ha ha. Although Chi Huan heard Fong Ju's voice tremble a little, he didn't think much about it. Perhaps he was shocked by the big surprise he was about to tell. Otherwise, how to say it, the Discipline Inspection Commission is different after all. It is different from other arrests. The Discipline Inspection Commission basically faces leaders within the system, and even at the end, they have to give them some decency. So even if there was an interrogation, it would be a conversation that took place in a soft box, and it would be impossible to actually conduct the interrogation in the interrogation room to leave them with the last bit of dignity. Fortunately, otherwise, Jiang Tian would have to suffer in the interrogation room. Even in the soft box, Jiang Tian looked at the people in front of him with indifferent eyes, looking at the opposite side with a half-dash smile. In Jiang Tian's impression, he was not particularly familiar with the deputy leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission, but this did not prevent Jiang Tian from knowing that this person had ill intentions towards him. If it is possible to have malicious intentions, Jiang Tianxin understands some things in his heart. There are many people in this world who hate me, and even more who want me dead. One more of you won't make much, and one less of you won't make much either. But if you want to ruin my reputation, then I'm sorry, you are not qualified. Jiang Tian said with a sneer on his face. You are still being stubborn. But at this point, what can you do even if you are stubborn? Han Shi still seemed to have a face full of righteousness and morality, but when Jiang Tian saw this kind of righteous and moral person, he wanted to laugh even more. It's a real joke. Have you ever heard of this saying? Jiang Tian asked. What? Han Shi asked in confusion. A bad guy's desperate efforts are no match for a fool's sudden inspiration. Jiang Tian said calmly, and this is the first time I've seen someone as stupid as you. Bang! Han Shi slammed the table and stood up. Jiang Tian, please correct your attitude. Even now he is still stubborn and refuses to change his ways. Why rush with him? Wait for me to report to the secretary. Chi Huan waved his hand. This Chi Huan was the first person Jiang Tian saw after he was arrested. To be honest, Jiang Tian had never met the other party before. After all, it was the Discipline Inspection Commission. If it was not necessary, how could Jiang Tian be involved in such a department, whether in the past or present life? Jiang Tian was relatively unfamiliar with Chi Huan, but now he knew that he was the deputy leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission. This was somewhat beyond Jiang Tian's expectations, because in Jiang Tian's opinion, the mastermind behind this should be Fong Ju. How could it be Chi Huan? Oh no, maybe Chi Huan is just standing in the open. Jiang Tian stroked his chin in thought. Not panicking at all, and now Jiang Tian knows exactly who he is, what he is going to do. and why it is important. Jiang Tian even really hopes that the people behind these people will be exposed one by one, so that he can take this opportunity to clean them up. The saying that one must first stabilize the country before going global does make a lot of sense. Sure enough, the person on the other end of the phone is Fong Ju. Jiang Tian touched his chin and muttered to himself. As expected, when Chi Huan mentioned the secretary, Jiang Tian understood. While Chi Huan was on the phone, Han Shi didn't say anything at this time. He just sat on the sofa with a righteous look on his face, looking at Jiang Tian's calm and composed look, which made Han Shi want to go up and punch him twice. Even though he is at the end of his rope, he can still be so arrogant. Boy, I have arrested so many corrupt officials. No matter who it is, they can't stand up in the softbox. No matter what, your mentality is still good. It's a pity that you have gone astray and broke the law knowingly, and you don't repent even when you are about to die. Han Shi shook his head and seemed to be sighing for Jiang Tian. Actually, at this moment, Han Shi really seemed to be sure of victory. In fact, Fong Ju was completely wrong. No one framed him in this matter, and no one wanted to get rid of him. Even Chi Huan's face was full of seeking credit. Who is Han Shi? Even if others don't know, how could Chi Huan not know Han Shi's identity? The most important thing is that after the operation, when he was about to arrest Jiang Tian, Han Shi specifically found Chi Huan to ask for instructions. That time, Chi Huan wanted to find the secretary to report, but at that time, Han Shi thought that this was a bit of an overreaction. So I didn't disturb him and planned to give leader Fong Ju a huge surprise when the time comes. After all, both certification and uncertified are available. This is a great achievement. What's more, by digging into Jiang Tian, it is possible that a huge corruption criminal gang could be uncovered. Wouldn't that be a huge achievement? Just like that, Chi Huan and Han Shi discussed it and finally took action on their own without reporting to Fong Jue.as for the major task of the municipal bureau. Joke, such a big task, such a big thing, needs to be kept strictly confidential from top to bottom. Even the provincial leaders don't know what happened. Jiang Tian is still needed to recover. It was under these circumstances that a beautiful misunderstanding was born between Fong Ju and Chi Huan. Chi Huan and Han Shi had no idea what was happening up there. They just rushed Jiang Tian into the soft private room to prevent any unexpected situations. Secretary, after our rigorous investigation and detailed search, you have no idea how big a surprise we've uncovered. Jiang Tian, yes, that's Jiang Tian. We've successfully apprehended Jiang Tian and have evidence of his corruption and bribery. Yes, it's Jiang Tian, the Jiang Tian from the Municipal Bureau. He seems to have made many contributions. Ha, I didn't expect that he is also a big embezzler. Don't worry, Secretary. We've even quietly arrested Jiang Tian ahead of time to prevent any accidents during the mission. By the way, this is all thanks to our new arrival, Han Shi. You should remember him. This young man from the capital is very promising. It was he who discovered Jiang Tian's case. Chi Huan is a really good leader of the party. Even with such a great achievement, he didn't forget to give credit to Han Shi. I'm confused. Chi Huan's excited report completely unaware of Fong Ju's mood on the other end of the phone. It was like a bolt from the blue. The sky is falling. Okay, I really didn't wrong myself. No, etc. A young man from Beijing? Fong Ju's IQ was high at this moment. That's right, Secretary. You may not know that this young man from the capital has a great background. When he arrived in Yunhai, he immediately located Jiang Tian, the black sheep, and successfully arrested him. He also cooperated with the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Procuratorate to enforce the law. Don't worry, we also found out about the financial transactions between Jiang Tian and Chief Gao's granddaughter and immediately controlled them. At that time, Chief Gao probably won't protect Jiang Tian, the black sheep, for the sake of his daughter. Thanks to Xiao Han, you were so smart, Puff. Chapter 417, A Small Woefulness of Power. You also controlled Chief Gao's daughter? Shocked, the sky is falling. My mind is about to go into a coma. What kind of talent is this? Fong Ju's head was buzzing, and he felt that his skull was not enough. Presumptuous. The next moment, Fong Ju shouted loudly. Chi Huan on the other end of the phone was startled and shuddered all over. He seemed to have never expected why his leader would suddenly become so angry, but Chi Huan changed his mind and thought to himself that Gao Yangyang was the daughter of Chief Gao, and Chief Gao's rank was very high. He was probably afraid that Chief Gao would vent his anger on her. However, the leader probably didn't expect that Chief Gao had such an upright character. This was a well-known fact. After knowing that his daughter was involved in such a matter, although he was offended by Chief Gao, in order to consider his own and his daughter's face, he was definitely able to suppress his anger for Gao Yangyang. For this reason, Chief Gao absolutely had no time or opportunity to consider Jiang Tian. Thinking of this, Chi Huan smiled. Don't worry, Secretary. I understand your concerns, but don't worry, we will do it perfectly. We have their transfer records and evidence of their crimes. Chief Gao will definitely not target us for this. If you do, you're looking down on him, Puff. Fong Ju was so angry that his chest almost exploded. As for Jiang Tian, we didn't expect that this black sheep would be so stubborn. He still refused to confess when the time came. But Secretary, don't worry, you know our methods. No matter how high the official is, it's useless to be stubborn once he comes to us. The evidence we have is enough to convict him. Even if Jiang Tian, this black sheep, is stubborn, it doesn't matter. We have plenty of ways to deal with him. Shi Huan sneered. He believed that after hearing his idea, the secretary would be absolutely ecstatic, and might even make Chief Gao owe them a favor. However, after a long time, there was no sound on the phone, only silence. I don't know how long it will be. Shi Huan was waiting for a reply when he heard the secretary's questioning voice coming from the phone. Comrade Jiang Tian, where are you holding him? It's in the soft box of our Discipline Inspection Commission. Don't worry, we will definitely treat him well. Shi Huan spoke quickly without thinking. Now, don't do anything, just wait there. After Fang Zhu said this, he hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Shi Huan frowned slightly. As the saying goes, the bad guy's hard work is no match for the fool's sudden inspiration, especially when a few idiots happen to meet each other. But it is impossible to say that Shi Huan is stupid, otherwise he would not be in this position. But to be honest, Shi Huan was influenced because he trusted Han Qi too much. As a result, Han Qi misled his thinking and thought that following Han Qi was the correct direction and team. Jiang Tian, who was targeted by Han Qi, no longer had any hope. After all, going against Han Qi is equivalent to going against the general trend. But now, Shi Huan vaguely sensed that something was wrong. He didn't think too much about it at first. After hanging up the phone, Shi Huan fell into silence. He thought about the secretary's attitude and vaguely felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Han Qi turned around and asked in confusion. It's okay. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I just feel that the secretary's attitude is not as happy as I imagined. Shi Huan frowned. After all, Jiang Tian had captured Fang Zhu's son Shi Tai. Even at this time, under such a tense situation, even Fang Zhu had no way out, let alone finding a solution. Now Fang Zhu had to look for ways everywhere to avoid being implicated. At this moment, Fang Zhu must have hated Jiang Tian to the core. Now that Jiang Tian was caught, Fang Zhu's attitude was not as excited as he had imagined. Perhaps the secretary is just being cautious. After all, this black sheep still has some influence in Yunhai. He was even appreciated by Chief Gao. He was lucky enough to have a few merits. This is understandable. But as long as the secretary comes here and sees our evidence, Jiang Tian will have absolutely no chance of turning the tables. Han Qi still thought that they were overthinking it, including Fang Zhu. Some are too cautious. To the point that Han Qi showed some sarcasm on his face and thought, this is how the people in these places are. It's because they are so cautious that the local area is in such a mess. However, we should also be grateful for their caution, and instead leave the credit for these achievements to him. Isn't this the value of their coming here? This black sheep still hasn't realized his mistake. These people are simply the most hateful. These black sheep are more harmful than those criminals. Ding Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Tian sitting on the sofa with a swagger and a faint smile on his face. The little girl was about to explode with anger. These people, their small abuse of power is causing immeasurable harm to the people. Xiao, just handcuff him to the radiator and give him a hand. Han Qi pondered for a moment and spoke directly. Leader, I have wanted to do this for a long time. If it weren't for the rules and regulations, I would have slapped him twice. The little girl Ding Xiaoxiao had a vicious expression on her face. He dragged Jiang Tian's handcuffs and couldn't wait to handcuff him directly to the radiator. This method, Jiang Tian laughed at this. What are you laughing at? Ding Xiaoxiao was filled with anger, and she became even angrier when she saw Jiang Tian laughing. You have to think it over carefully. You still have an explanation now, but once you're handcuffed here, you won't be able to take it off and you won't be able to explain clearly, and there's no turning back. Jiang Tian didn't resist, and his face was almost smiling. This time, Jiang Tian was very sure that Fang Zhu definitely knew what had happened. Now Chi Huan and the others were asked to wait and do nothing. Jiang Tian knew that a leader probably already knew about it, and some leaders had even come here in person. As for the level, Jiang Tian was concerned about the highest level of command for today's operation. It's hard to say whether Zhou Zhao is here. Zhou Zhao, the standing committee member, Yunhai's secretary, and Xin Han should all be rushing over because of such a big thing. Such a big case cannot be solved by the city alone and must be coordinated across the province. The province did not intervene because the action was too sudden and the local actions were too fast and swift. Otherwise, such a major case would definitely have to be decided by the headquarters. However, there were so many problems in Yunnan province, and the operation had to be extremely swift, so local action and command were carried out. Jiang Tian was certain that Zhou Zhao would be able to make it. So Jiang Tian Kai was not panicked at all. It's even possible that Chief Gao will have to come in person. If Chief Gao knows about it, the problem will become even more serious, regardless of whether what these people said was true or not. If they wanted to make Chief Gao compromise, I can only say that these people are crazy. Chapter 418. As long as I am here, the sky will not fall. Anyone can compromise, except Chief Gao. If Gao Yangyang is really involved in corruption, there is no need for anyone else. Chief Gao can send Gao Yangyang in personally. They even want to use Gao Yangyang in exchange for not interfering in Jiang Tian's affairs. These people are simply crazy, especially Han Qi. Snap. Ding Xiaoxiao handcuffed Jiang Tian to the radiator. This method, which is a common method, makes people suffer so much that they can neither stand up nor squat down. Simply put, it makes people stand like doing a horse stance, and ordinary people can't stand it for more than a few minutes. Of course, Zhang Tian didn't feel anything either, not even angry. There is no need for that now.
What are you looking at? Are you looking down on us, you black sheep?
Ding Xiaoxiao said angrily.
Xiaoxiao, don't waste your time talking to a black sheep like this. He's a cancer. He'll be completely insensitive to anything you say. He'll probably only repent when death is imminent.
When you submit the case to the court, you should suggest that they impose a severe and harsh punishment. It would be best to take this opportunity to execute him directly. By then, he'll probably be more terrified than anyone else. Han Shi seemed to be sitting on the Dao Yutai, holding Ding Xiaoxiao, looking at Zhang Tian with a sneer and shaking his head. When Ding Xiaoxiao heard this, her eyes lit up slightly. She then looked at Han Shi with admiration and said, "Leader, it has to be you, the leader.
Black sheep like this should be shot.
Anyone who abuses power should die." Han Shi smiled slightly. Zhang Tian saw confusion on their faces, but he didn't say anything, because in Zhang Tian's view, it seemed that they had always been abusing their power and using the power in their hands, and huge problems arose because of their own willfulness.
We should teach him a lesson.
Let's wait here for a while. The secretary is on the way and will be here soon.
It will definitely be a surprise for the secretary when he sees him.
Shi Huan waved his hand and asked the two to sit on the sofa facing Zhang Tian, who was forced to be handcuffed, looking down from a high position. Zhang Tian looked so embarrassed in their eyes at this moment, but isn't this exactly what they should be blamed for, and what they should naturally do? Okay, let's wait together for Leader Fong from our Discipline Inspection Commission. Han Shi sat on the sofa. Shi Huan nodded and said, "Xiao Han, this is a good opportunity to introduce you to the secretary.
We can have dinner together tonight.
Don't worry, we will definitely make you feel at home." Han Shi said with a righteous look on his face, "A simple meal is enough."
Don't be like this black sheep.
He spent tens of thousands of dollars on a single meal.
Who would believe him if he said he didn't embezzle anything?
If it weren't for this meal, I really wouldn't believe it.
This cancer is so well hidden.
Yes, that's right, simple meals. Shi Huan smiled. After knowing Han Shi's identity, Shi Huan treated Han Shi as well as he could, and granted all his requests, just to curry favor with Shi Huan. Although Shi Huan was his subordinate, Han Shi knew very well that his future would have no prospects. However, if he could get help from someone like Shi Huan who came from heaven, maybe we can go further in the future. Even, it may bring a second spring to your career. Han Shi himself also thought that he would leave Yunhai in the future. Yunhai was just the place where his dream began, but it could be built into his base. The more he thought about it, the more Han Shi's heart beat faster. All I can say is that two people with the same bad smell came together without any hindrance. Time passes by every second. It took only a few minutes. Just a few minutes after Shi Huan hung up the phone, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Who?
Shi Huan stood up from the sofa in the softbox. The decoration of this softbox is very good, even several levels better than ordinary hotels, and can even be compared with star-rated hotels. It was built entirely according to the specifications of a guesthouse, with one bedroom and one living room, and even a lot of space. There are also sports equipment for exercising, and the 3 meals a day are extremely light and healthy. Putting aside other things, if you can retire here, it is probably what many elderly people dream of. Shi Huan took a few steps from the sofa to the door. I put my ear to the door to listen for any movement. "Leader, something happened." A voice came from outside the door.
Something happened. What happened? Shi Huan was stunned.
Many military spies have come to the door. All of them are armed with guns and live ammunition. The voice outside the door continued to buzz. Shi Huan's mind exploded. Han Shi on the sofa was so angry that he laughed. Only Zhang Tian's eyebrows twitched. Then, with a flash of his eyes, Zhang Tian saw that the radiator was right under the window and happened to be able to see the low wall behind the building. Outside the window, the eye in the dim light of the low wall, tactical flashlights flashed. Zhang Tian was naturally very familiar with all of this and could tell at a glance that this must be a tactical flashlight used by special police. Such a
big scene. Zhang Tian's eyebrows twitched.
He felt that he seemed to have thought too simply.
Such a large-scale mobilization, and surrounding the softbox, even Zhou Zhao would never dare to do this.
Okay, someone is getting anxious. The protectors behind this black sheep are getting anxious, and they've even jumped out themselves. I originally thought this black sheep was really waiting to die.
No wonder they weren't panicking.
It turns out these people have become so audacious. Without waiting for Shi Huan to say anything, Han Shi was so surprised that he almost laughed out loud.
"Xiao Han, you."
Shi Huan was sweating profusely, feeling that things were out of control, but Han Shi was already in ecstasy at this moment. Dispatch people to surround the Discipline Inspection Commission. Open resistance. This is simply an attempt to rebel. Not only was this black sheep finished, he even wanted to uproot all the protective umbrellas behind Zhang Tian without leaving a single one behind, just to be on the safe side. Han Shi thought of his uncle, and now that the old man is gone, the second generation is in.
A period of transition. Han Chi's uncle is not in an important department now. Han Chi has a heavy burden on his shoulders. If he was not in urgent need of great achievements, even for the sake of being conservative, he would have focused on a simpler person instead of Jiang Tian. Don't worry. Let me call my uncle. My uncle and your Huixing were classmates in the past training. No matter who it is, it will be over today. As long as I am here, the sky of Yunhai will not collapse. Han Chi dialed the phone in ecstasy. Ding Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Han Chi, already had a face full of crazy admiration at this moment. Just when Han Chi's call came through, Qi Huan had already issued an order: stop those people and don't let anyone in. I want to see who is the umbrella behind Jiang Tian, this cancer. Han Chi was excited, but before he finished speaking, an angry voice rang out, saying that the quality of the door might not be very good. Boom. What followed was a huge roar. Chapter 419. This boy, who was such a brave general. Han Chi's face showed some anger and a sneer, as if he found Jiang Tian's ignorance ridiculous. With these inexplicable expressions, even Jiang Tian, who was gifted as the king of criminal investigation, could hardly understand what Han Chi was thinking. It seems that the umbrella behind you is very powerful. It's amazing that they can mobilize so many people and forces. I have to say, you really exceeded my expectations. After all, the person who allowed you to achieve so many achievements and become famous must have a huge force operating behind the scenes to put you on the stage. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to deal with you, but now that you've met me, Jiang Tian, I can only say that you, the black sheep, and the umbrella behind you are all doomed. Today, I want to see who is protecting you. Han Chi's sneers and questions were filled with anger, as if he was disappointed with Jiang Tian, and as if he was dissatisfied with the actions of the umbrella behind Jiang Tian. These words left Jiang Tian silent. At the same time, Huixing, who had just walked to the door, fell silent. Today's joke is too big. It would be fine if Chief Gao and Minister Tan were not here, but the fact that Chief Gao and Minister Tan are here means that the capital is here. It also means that everything that happened here was shown to the eyes of the capital, and it caused such a big joke that it was no longer just a dereliction of duty. It would be fine if it happened on a normal day, but the key point is that today it was such a big case, such a big joke, and such a big problem. What would the people in Beijing think? What a terrifying responsibility this is. To put it bluntly, even Huixing has to bear the responsibility. What, you said it has nothing to do with Huixing? What a joke! How dare you say it has nothing to do with you when you are in this position? Everyone knows that you may really have nothing to do with it, and no one knows, but your biggest responsibility is dereliction of duty. You can't even control your own subordinates, and yet you say you have no responsibility. No one can shirk this responsibility. Huixing had already accumulated a terrible anger in his heart. They were blocked crazily along the way, but when Huixing revealed his identity and the armed police quickly took control of the scene, all the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission were brought under control. As for Fang Zhu, at this moment, he was already following Huixing in cold sweat, his legs trembling constantly. The reason why he could still move around was because Fang Zhu's heart was boiling with anger, and he wanted to ask these people in person why they wanted to harm him. Is it intentional or not? Sure enough, after they arrived at the soft box. In the first moment, the disciplinary committee clerk who had just had a conversation with someone through the door was completely controlled before he could react at all. Huixing was just about to open his mouth to ask about the situation. Inside the door, an extremely clear voice came out. You, the black sheep, have even revealed your protector. I want to see who your protector is. But no matter who it is, I tell you, you will all be dealt a blow by justice, and all your crimes will be exposed. This is what Han Chi said. It was Han Chi's voice. No one at the scene knew Han Q. It can be said that the entire circle in Beijing is not very big, but it is not small either. The size of the entire circle is such that each circle does its own thing and it is impossible for them to be familiar with each other. This is especially true for the older and younger generations. Apart from those who are on good terms with each other, most of them actually still have their own circles. For example, if it weren't for his sister Han Lu, Han Chi would never have known Zhao Qiuni in his life, because the two parties are not in the same circle at all. Zhao Qiuni's circle is a more top-level circle. In the past, there might have been a possibility for their family, but now, since the pillar of their family is gone, there is a lack of successors and the family has completely declined. This is also the reason why Han Chi is so anxious to do something. Just now, listening to the sounds inside the room and outside the door, Huixing's face seemed to be about to laugh out of anger. That's right, black sheep, umbrella of protection, judge them on behalf of justice? Who is this boy? When did such a great general come to our Discipline Inspection Commission? Fang Zhu's face turned pale, his eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. This voice sounded unfamiliar even to him. Who said that? Who said that? Is this how your Discipline Inspection Commission does things? Huixing laughed angrily. Fang Zhu was sweating profusely. No, I don't know this person. Oh, by the way, Deputy Secretary Qi Huan just said that it seems like a young man was transferred from the capital. He might be from that capital. This is not passing the buck, but Fang Zhu seemed to see hope in an instant. That's right, this has nothing to do with them. It was all done by that damn guy called Han Chi.
It has nothing to do with them in Yunhai. It was Hanshi who advocated this. We felt that we were kept in the dark, as it was not something our department did, so our responsibility was reduced. Okay, Fang Ju seemed to see some hope. As for whether or not he hated Jiang Tian, how could such a thing be compared with his rights, as long as he has the power? As for his son, he is only in his 50s this year, so he can continue to have it. It's not like I can't have children. Besides, Fang Tai is not the only son. Another son is studying abroad. If a son is useless, then so be it. As long as he continues to shine in this position, it doesn't matter if Fang Tai is gone or not. If Fang Ju, who had thought there was no hope, was extremely excited at this moment. Although he was responsible, he was still not without a chance. He just had to put all the blame on Hanshi. That's right, the only thing to worry about is Chi Huan's involvement. I just didn't expect Chi Huan to be so stupid. If Fang Ju knew that Chi Huan was doomed to die. As for Han Chi, it all depended on the power behind him. But that had nothing to do with Fang Ju. No matter what the power was, this guy was doomed. Just as Fang Ju was thinking about it, his vision went dark in an instant. When I looked up, I found a figure rushing up quickly, then he kicked directly on the wooden door. Although the wooden door was sturdy, it was not locked because Han Chi and his team were interrogating people inside, so it was kicked open. After kicking the door open everywhere you look, Fang Ju, who was standing behind Huai Shang, felt his head buzzing with confusion. It wasn't just Fang Ju whose head exploded, almost everyone who saw this scene had their heads exploded. Let's take a look at who was coming. Minister Tan, Gao Xiaolong, and Shen Han. These three people are from the police system. Jiang Tian was arrested, and on the eve of such a big case, the person arrested was from their police system, so naturally all three of them followed. Huaixing, as the person in charge, naturally came as well. Chapter 420, has Minister Tan become a protective umbrella? In fact, the reason they made such a big fuss was because they were afraid of any accidents. So as soon as they knew the location, they all rushed over. The entire coaster bus was almost full of people. What they didn't expect was, let's not talk about others when we see this scene in front of us. Huaixing himself felt dizzy. It was Gao Xiaolong who kicked the door just now, so Huaisheng was the first one to see the scene inside. After all, the design of this one-bedroom residence is really nice. The window faces the door, which makes it very ventilated and bright, and under the window Jiang Tianzheng was locked on the radiator. He couldn't squat down, let alone stand up. He could only half squat. That look was truly fully displayed in everyone's eyes and sight. Stunned. Silence, deathly silence. At this moment, no one wanted to make a sound. Jiang Tian held his chin. There was a gloomy look in his eyes. There seemed to be no surprises. Shameful. It's indeed quite embarrassing. In fact, for Jiang Tian, even though he had anticipated the current situation, he still felt a little embarrassed. Oh shit, Jiang Tian was outside, with gauze everywhere, and he could kill hundreds of drug dealers by himself, and now he is locked here. It's not that I can't bear it, it's just that I feel my dignity has suffered some insults. The key is that Jiang Tian really can't do anything. After all, although Jiang Tian has another identity, he is not without scruples. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Once you resist, even if Jiang Tian is right, he will become unreasonable at that time. The key point is that by then Han Shi will be able to take advantage of the situation to make further progress. So if he was embarrassed and insulted, and could be beaten to death with a stick, Jiang Tian could only let it go, since Han Shi is seeking his own death. He can't blame anyone else. So although Jiang Tian didn't care about this situation and was surprised, he just looked out the window and didn't want to turn around to look at the crowd outside, and Han Shi's expression, who had just been lecturing and mocking Jiang Tian, was as wonderful as it could be. He had just been cursing, holding his cell phone in his hand and making a call. Yeah, that's right, the number Han Shi called was his uncle's, because Han Shi just felt that he had a huge umbrella of protection. He did not dare to delay for a moment after cursing, and quickly called his uncle to make sure that everything was safe. Once this matter was accomplished, Han Shi felt that his future was bright and that all obstacles had been cleared. He wanted to deal a huge blow to those who abused their power. He is the sky. He is the Dharma. He is the justice that can judge. Han Shi's uncle was no ordinary person. He used to be a leader in an important department in the capital and was in charge of resource review across the country. Later, after being promoted, although he is no longer in such a critical department and his current department has a bit of a retirement feel, the family's political legacy is almost entirely in the hands of his uncle, who has connections and involvements with many leaders. Yunhai was in such a big problem that even his protectors were desperate, so naturally he had to call his uncle for help. But now that the call had been made, Han Shi swallowed his saliva. Xiao Han, what's the matter? The voice on the phone broke the silence in the room and made the time, which seemed to be still, appear to flow. I. Han Shi swallowed. Something happened? Han Shi's uncle asked in a deep voice. I have to say, as expected of Han Shi's uncle who has been in the system for such a long time, he instantly realized that something was wrong from the voice. What? Are you calling your family to arrest me as your protective umbrella? A dull voice sounded, accompanied by the oppressive footsteps. Minister Tan narrowed his eyes and approached Han Shi step by step, and Minister Tan's voice came into the phone as expected. At this moment, it has to be said that even someone like Han Shi, who has seen the world, was a little panicked because there were too many people coming. They were all people wearing jackets. Everyone was so oppressive that Han Shi couldn't even recognize them all at first glance. When Minister Tan walked in first, his face was completely exposed under the light. The shadow on his face completely disappeared, and it was clearly displayed in Han Shi's eyes. Buzz. Han Shi opened his mouth wide. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. It was pitch black outside and the lights in the corridor were not particularly bright, so Han Shi didn't recognize him just now. It was only when he walked through the corridor and entered the room and Minister Tan's true face was completely revealed that Han Shi was completely furious. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. No, impossible. Why does this person appear in the sea of clouds? Han Shi's head was buzzing. Even my legs were trembling at this moment, and my lips were the same time, the phone fell into silence. On the other end of the phone, a man in his 50s was holding his cell phone with a look of disbelief on his face. The voice just now made the middle-aged man unbelievable. Brother, what's wrong? What happened to Xiao Han? Why don't you tell us? A man in his 40s next to him asked anxiously. Then the younger man tried to grab the phone, but it was snatched back. That's right, this younger man in his 40s is Han Shi's third uncle, and he is also Han Xian, who was about to go to Yunhai to take over the position. Brother, what's wrong with you? Han Xian asked anxiously. After all, there is only Han Shi left in the third generation, and he is the hope of the next generation of their family. In order to help Han Shi grow, many prices were paid to let Han Shi go to Yunhai, just to enable him to make achievements and come back with merits to make a fortune. No, something happened. Han Shi's uncle was relatively calm, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously. Han Shi could recognize him, and Han Shi's uncle could recognize him even by voice, although the voice had a falsetto quality. Han Shi's uncle had heard that voice more than once. Even though I'm not sure, I don't believe such a coincidence can happen. And the next moment, Han Shi's trembling voice came from the phone. Minister Tan, buzz. Minister Tan appeared in the sea of clouds. Besides, something happened. That means Han Shi will be Minister Tan's enemy. Are you crazy? What did Han Shi do? Han Shi's uncle's head buzzed and exploded instantly. Han Xian was also confused. I asked this the Minister Tan, he understands. Sure enough, the next moment, Minister Tan's voice rang out, filled with anger. I, the Black Sheep's protector, am right here. Come, arrest me. Buzz. Han Shi's uncle and third uncle only felt a golden light in front of their eyes. I almost fainted on the spot. Chapter 421. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The entire room was dead silent, without a single sound. In the environment where you could hear a pin drop, Minister Tan's voice echoed throughout the room, regarding Zhang Tian's question. Joke. In fact, even if it is a case of corruption and bribery, at least a reasonable and stable time and channel are required to accomplish it. How long has Zhang Tiankai just graduated from the police force? It can be said that Zhang Tian doesn't even have time to rest, so how can he have time to embezzle and accept bribes? If it really was corruption and bribery, why would those drug lords and criminal gangs take revenge on Zhang Tian's family and Zhang Tian so crazily? You can say that. If Zhang Tian really committed corruption and bribery, Minister Tan would be suspected of shielding him. If it were someone else, Minister Tan would at least be able to understand the situation in a calm manner, but for Zhang Tian, this is absolutely impossible. So since it is impossible, why was Zhang Tian brought here, especially at such a critical moment? From this perspective, it seems somewhat self-evident. Is there a criminal group behind this? Frame up, there's more. There is nothing they can do to Zhang Tian from outside. They have tried everything, including assassinations and attacks, but they are unable to do anything to Zhang Tian. They probably want to attack from the inside. If this is the case, the problem is serious, framing a heroic police officer. Moreover, he is a hero who has gone through countless life and death experiences and barely survived, and has made great contributions to the entire Yunhai and even the entire Yun province. The impact caused and its severity, not to mention Han Shi, anyone here, no matter what the relationship is, they will definitely have to bear the most severe sanctions following Minister Tan's voice. Huaisheng followed behind Minister Tan and walked in, as there was only one door. After taking a quick look at the environment, he frowned slightly. Minister Tan can vent his anger without restraint, but Huaisheng cannot, especially after seeing Han Shi. Huaisheng's eyes became slightly heavy. It seems a little unexpected, more seems, with disbelief. Of course, after Minister Tan and the others came in, another person squeezed in directly from the crowded back. After entering, he saw Han Shi and Shi Huan. In addition to the two of them, there was also Ding Xiaoxiao. Behind these three people were two clerks in suits, but there was no doubt that these five people had some confusion in their eyes after seeing such a horrific scene. Without a doubt, in their eyes, Zhang Tian represents an evil force, a criminal gang, and even an umbrella organization. They are sitting on the Dao Yutai. Otherwise, how should I put it? Although Han Shi's ability is questionable, whether he is stupid or not is also questionable, but after coming from the capital, that is, just after taking up the position, he did handle a case. From the very beginning, they had looked down on Han Shi, thinking that Han Shi was too young, had connections, and was parachuted in from the capital. However, as soon as he arrived at the Discipline Inspection Commission, he took them to handle a major case and directly investigated a deputy division level cadre. This is also the reason why they are extremely convinced of Han Shi. Then Han Shi immediately took out the evidence of Zhang Tian's guilt. As a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, do you know Zhang Tian? Of course, this is known. He is a hero in the eyes of many people in Yunhai. After all, the entire Yunhai police system has been in a state of panic recently, frantically arresting criminal gangs. At first, it was absolutely impossible for them to believe it. After all, even if you don't understand Zhang Tian 100%, as long as you have heard a little about him and know him even a little bit, you will understand that Zhang Tian is almost a hero. When they were still not quite believing it, Han Shi actually produced evidence of Zhang Tian's corruption and bribery. That's
Right, evidence of corruption and bribery. I don't know who I traded with, but it doesn't matter, because public officials are charged with a crime called the crime of possessing huge amounts of property of unknown origin. This crime is actually linked to the crime of embezzlement and bribery. There is no doubt that Zhang Tian is guilty of this crime, because the source of huge amounts of wealth is unknown. It is equivalent to embezzlement and bribery. What Han Shi took out was Zhang Tian's asset certificate holding proof of assets that he had obtained from somewhere unknown. An entire CBD office building. He was driving a Phaeton worth millions. What? You are saying that all the money was embezzled by Zhang Tian? That is not entirely true. In their opinion, some of the money must have been embezzled by Zhang Tian's father, Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng is a big embezzler, and Zhang Tian is a small embezzler. The fact that he had a Phaeton was enough to convict him. How did you get a car worth millions? What? You can't say it. Sorry, that means it is tacitly accepted as corruption. Therefore, after understanding the situation, they were extremely convinced of Han Shi, and even Qi Huan was directly convinced. These subordinates have great trust in Han Shi. Apart from anything else, Zhang Tian's assets are not fake. I have something to say. At this moment, in the silence, Ding Xiaoxiao suddenly walked out, looking fearless. Others were afraid. Even Han Shi was a little panicked at this moment, and his belief in justice in his heart began to waver, because the lineup was too terrifying. Just the sight of Minister Tan walking in made him nervous. Huai Sheng walked in next, which made Han Shi's head buzz. After all, this is not a newbie who knows nothing. Faced with such a terrifying lineup, he was a little panicked. Fine. He panicked, but Ding Xiaoxiao, like a newborn calf, was fearless. Facing the intimidating gazes of the big guys, Ding Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and stood up directly. You have something to say? Okay, go ahead. Minister Tan nodded slightly with an angry smile that he wanted to see what these people had to say. Zhang Tian, this man is a corrupt official, and a very corrupt one at that. Ding Xiaoxiao pointed at Zhang Tian and said angrily, she is still holding on to her own evidence, and his words, it also instantly made everyone present look confused. Corruption. At least corruption takes time. Everyone who knows Zhang Tian knows how long it has been since he joined the police force. It has only been a few months, not even half a year. How can you say that he is corrupt? Do you have any evidence? Looking at the confident Ding Xiaoxiao, Minister Tan suppressed his inner anger and asked Ding Xiaoxiao. Of course we have evidence, leader. If we didn't have evidence, how could we arrest people without authorization? We have evidence of Zhang Tian's corruption and bribery, so we took action to arrest him. Ding Xiaoxiao said with justice. This time, Han Shi also came back to his senses from his panic. There are too many leaders who have just arrived. Chapter 422. You were so brave. When Han Shi first came, Han Shi's uncle specially called Huai Sheng. He didn't say anything to take care of him, but just chatted with Huai Sheng, and then vaguely said that his nephew had arrived in Yunhai and hoped that he could take care of him. On the other hand, this nephew could be absolutely trusted. Of course, Han Shi's uncle and Huai Sheng were not really very close, they were just familiar with each other. We used to work in the same department and had a small friendship. Of course, when Huai Sheng was working in the capital, Han Shi had also met Huai Sheng because he was Han Shi's uncle. This is also the reason why Han Shi was able to recognize it at a glance. Han Shi just admitted that he panicked and even felt a little angry with himself. He was almost scared to the point of being unable to uphold the justice in his heart. This is even worse than one of the little girls under his command. Thinking of this, Han Shi showed an approving expression to Ding Xiaoxiao, who was speaking, and seemed very pleased. Han Shi calmed down and said, Minister Tan, we naturally have evidence of Zhang Tian's crimes. Because of the huge amount of wealth involved in the unknown source, we are arresting Zhang Tian. After a pause, as if giving the other side time to absorb his words, Han Shi smiled confidently and said, since all the leaders are here, I'll be frank. With all due respect, Zhang Tian appears to be full of justice and a bright and noble demeanor, and even seems to have made considerable contributions. But in my opinion, Zhang Tian is probably just collaborating with a criminal gang. Silence. At first, everyone seemed to have some sense of it, but the more they listened, the more they felt it was nonsense. All the leaders present knew Zhang Tian very well. It is precisely because of this understanding that we realize how enormous and tremendous Zhang Tian's contributions are. Even later on, Minister Tan could hardly hold back the fire in his heart. What Han Shi meant was not only a questioning of Zhang Tian, but also a questioning of their headquarters. Was it because their headquarters was deceived by Zhang Tian that they awarded Zhang Tian so many credits? Han Shi, you just came to Yunhai from the capital. How did you know all this? Huai Sheng said in a light tone, there is a problem among these people. Who is not a smart person. He also keenly noticed the problem. Han Shi had just been airdropped in from the capital, and this was not an attempt to shirk Han Shi's responsibility, because he could not shirk it. After listening for a long time, it was all speculation. It's all speculation. All of them were groundless, even if what he said was true. Han Shi had just arrived. How could he know? Han Shi smiled upon hearing this and said, I happen to have an old classmate who works in the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Procuratorate. They've been keeping an eye on Zhang Tian, the black sheep, for a long time. After learning about this, I launched a joint operation with the Anti-Corruption Bureau. So, not only us, but also the Anti-Corruption Bureau are involved. At the same time, after learning all this, I also knew that Zhang Tian had made many contributions.
At that time, I was curious about how Jiang Tian could have made so many contributions at such a young age. After seeing the huge amount of wealth this black sheep had, I understood that this black sheep must have reached a cooperative relationship with a criminal group, and then used the information of the criminal group to make many contributions. At the same time, it was also to eliminate dissidents for the criminal group. There must be a huge umbrella behind him to lay out such a big chess game. Of course, I don't mean to look down on Yunhai. It's just that those in power are often confused. Perhaps many people have been deceived by this black sheep. Han Shi kept expressing his speculations, but after all, there is only one guess. It's all speculation. It's numb. Many people looked at Han Shi with surprise and shock. How dare you take action with just these? Do you know Jiang Tian's influence in Yunhai? Do you know that now, not to mention Yunhai, even the entire Yun province, it is Jiang Tian who was leading the charge and dealing a devastating blow to the criminal groups, but you were behind him, making your own guesses. Just because Jiang Tian completed many seemingly impossible tasks, you speculated that others were involved with the criminal group and had a cooperative relationship with them, but when Han Shi was waiting for everyone to be shocked and pleased with his ability to handle the case, he found that the silence in the room was a little scary. The silence is also a bit scary. There was some confusion in Han Shi's eyes, and his confident expression also froze a little. An ominous premonition unconsciously rose in my heart. Are you done? Huaisheng took 2 steps closer and asked. Han Shi was a little overwhelmed because these people's reactions were completely different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't these people be shocked? Shouldn't it be unbelievable? Shouldn't they quickly investigate what he said and then interrogate Jiang Tian with a furious look on their faces? After all, Jiang Tian deceived them. But why are these people's expressions and reactions completely different from what we imagined? The next moment, Minister Tan said with a look of anger on his face, Mo Shuyo, you are so bold. No, Minister Tan, this is what we investigated. After the Anti-Corruption Bureau gave us the evidence about Jiang Tian's huge amount of unknown assets, we immediately conducted further investigation and found that there was no problem and it was absolutely true. Han Shi said hurriedly. After Han Shi finished speaking, he quickly took out a stack of information from the black leather briefcase on the sofa next to him. It was obvious that he had conducted an extremely detailed investigation. The content inside is very detailed, including Jiang Tian's bank card statements, and there is also the property of Jiang Tian's men. Jiang Tian also has a car, the Phaeton. According to our findings, although Jiang Tian's Phaeton isn't in his name, how could he possibly afford a vehicle worth millions on his salary? I suspect it's not just him. I suspect those close to him are also suspected of major corruption. Han Shi pointed to the information and explained that in fact, Han Shi had also conducted a detailed investigation to find out who the owner of the Phaeton was. But how is this possible? Where did Jiang Tian get this car? It was a government car awarded to Jiang Tian by the leader of the security department personally because Jiang Tian behaved too abnormally after he and the security department performed a mission on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. The car is also directly registered under the name of the security department. However, the security department has the strictest and most top-level confidentiality. No matter what means he uses, he has no authority to conduct an investigation. This also made Han Shi even more certain that Jiang Tian definitely had a huge umbrella of protection behind him. In order to avoid any further complications, the arrest operation was launched hastily. Anyway, there was enough evidence for the arrest, and the subsequent detailed evidence could be slowly interrogated and investigated after the arrest. Anyway, once you enter here, don't even think about getting out. Phaeton? Minister Tan looked at Han Shi with cold eyes. Do you know why you can't find out under whose name the Phaeton is owned? Then let me tell you, this car. Minister Tan's eyes flashed coldly. Others don't know, but Minister Tan knew that Jiang Tian had long been a member of the security department. I know what's going on with this car, but I didn't expect that this idiot could use this as evidence to cause serious losses to the country and the organization. As expected, the bad guy's brainstorming could not keep up with the idiot's inspiration. Minister Tan was almost laughing out of anger. Chapter 423, Let history be completely rewritten. One person represents a city. Then let me tell you, that Phaeton was given to Comrade Jiang Tian as a reward from a special department above for his outstanding performance. Minister Tan exhaled slowly. He was suppressing the anger in his heart, but no matter how he tried to suppress it, at this moment, Minister Tan could hardly bear it anymore. After all, who gave Han Shi the right to arrest Jiang Tian on a trumped-up charge? Who could allow Han Shi to be so unscrupulous? Being ambitious and having a sense of justice is not a bad thing. In fact, it is a good thing. Minister Tan also likes such people, but the same thing goes, the bad guy's hard work is no match for the fool's sudden inspiration. This Han Shi is that kind of idiot. He is the kind of idiot who was completely blinded by his achievements. Although Minister Tan's voice was calm, this sentence was like a bolt of thunder, which made Han Shi and Ding Xiaoxiao behind Han Shi stunned in place. That's right. Jiang Tian drives a Phaeton worth millions, and he still says he is not taking bribes. Of course, this kind of thing actually falls within the scope of the inspector's duties, and they have jurisdiction over it, but basically, the police system is handled by the inspectors themselves. Han Shi was under tremendous pressure to deal with Jiang Tian's problem this time, in order to find out the protective umbrella behind him. As long as he could make meritorious service, everything else would be a small problem. Jiang Tian is not Han Shi's main target. Han Shi is very ambitious. He saw the protective umbrella behind Jiang Tian from this case and keenly realized that if he strikes him down thoroughly, he might become famous in one battle. With this battle, maybe I can make a living for the rest of my life because of this, as a disciplinary inspector. Although he knows that he has the right to interfere in the police system, basically few people would do so because it is too offensive. Han Shi saw the generous rewards and the temptation of becoming famous in one battle. Finally, after getting the evidence, Han Shi felt that he was in an invincible position, so he took action. As it turned out, the first piece of solid evidence, the phaeton, was actually a reward from the higher-ups. Shocked, Han Shi touched the sweat on his head and found that he had already sweated a lot without realizing it, but when he thought of the other evidence in his hands, Han Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the phaeton was obtained through legitimate means, but... Han Shi continued to speak. What do you mean by even if? You handle cases by making false accusations? This is basically a department reward, not the kind of speculation and assumptions you're talking about. Using those trumped-up charges, who taught you to handle cases this way? If everyone handled cases like you, how could there be peace in this world? Before Han Shi finished speaking, Minister Tan scolded him angrily. Han Shi's forehead was covered with more cold sweat. Of course, at this critical moment, Ding Xiaoxiao's heart was full of stubbornness. Perhaps it was because a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, or perhaps in Ding Xiaoxiao's eyes, Han Shi, who upholds justice and is not afraid of power, is the representative of justice in his eyes. Now seeing that the justice in her mind was collapsing because of power, Ding Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Tian intently. In her eyes, Jiang Tian is the representative of evil. They are criminals. It's a protective umbrella. They are corrupt officials who have brought disaster to countless people. Small officials are extremely corrupt. Ding Xiaoxiao stepped forward, snatched the evidence from Han Shi's hands, and said loudly, "Okay, Mr. Leader, the phaeton was acquired legitimately." Then, the Yudong CBD office building owned by Jiang Tian is located in the city center and is worth over 1 billion. Are you sure this isn't a white glove deal? That's right, this office building is now worth more than 10 billion. But Jiang Tian understood that even if Yunhai was shut down, its value would double in more than 10 years, and could even reach 20 to 30 billion. According to the current strategic strategy, Jiang Tian already understood that Yunhai could develop into a first-tier city. At this time, the higher-ups' ideas were self-evident. It was impossible for Yunhai to achieve this by relying solely on itself, even in dreams. This is due to the resources from above, or even from the whole country. And what is the purpose of focusing on the future? Without a doubt, it is Southeast Asia. This is a grand strategy to develop Yunhai into a central city in Southeast Asia, carrying the future strategic core economic center of the Southeast region. In his previous life, Jiang Tian may have discovered that this development direction was wrong. With the development of Yunhai, the economic bridge of the entire Southeast was not built, but illegal crimes had reached skyrocketing levels. How could the authorities tolerate the criminals making so much money? As a result, first-tier cities were shut down for more than 10 years. Not only did the hope of becoming a super first-tier city disappear, but the current economic shutdown caused major companies to move out of Yunhai, resulting in huge problems in Yunhai's economy. Instead, it became a second-tier city more than 10 years later. Only now, things have changed. Because of Jiang Tian's appearance, hope appeared according to the previous life. At this time, the second director had died in an accident, but the criminal group did not show any sign of wavering. For this reason, they had even begun to take action at this time. Does anyone else see this problem? In fact, Jiang Tian made his inferences based on his vision before his rebirth, and his conclusions were almost correct. In the entire Yun province, there are not many people who can see this. Jiang Tian doesn't know whether Huai province can see it, but Jiang Tian understands that even if Huai province doesn't know the overall strategic direction, he can still feel a lot. This indirectly reflects the importance of Jiang Tian. Taking over Jiang Tian, at this time, means taking over the entire Yunhai, and we have taken the future. And if we follow the above strategic direction, if this office building develops into a super first-tier city, how much will it be worth? It's hard to estimate. The annual rent is estimated to be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, even though it is over 1 billion now. It was already a shocking price in 2003. Not to mention the big leaders who came in, but also the people following behind, all looked at Jiang Tian with astonishment on their faces. Then he looked at Jiang Peng in the crowd behind. In fact, we can't blame Jiang Peng for not showing up, because I can't show up. They said Jiang Tian was corrupt, and indirectly pointed out that Jiang Peng could not escape the connection. In this case, Jiang Peng really had to avoid suspicion. Because of this, Jiang Peng felt aggrieved and uncomfortable in his heart. Now seeing some of his colleagues looking at him strangely, Jiang Peng was also confused. Office building, more than 1 billion. Why doesn't he, as a father, know this? At this time, Han Shi admired Ding Xiaoxiao more and more. Under the scrutiny of these leaders, Han Shi himself couldn't stand it, but Ding Xiaoxiao was able to withstand such tremendous pressure. Han Shi felt ashamed and felt sorry for the justice he had always upheld. Chapter 424, Complete Exposure. Let the hero not cry. At this moment, seeing everyone stunned, Han Shi stood up and said confidently, "That's right. According to our investigation, that office building was transferred to Jiang Tian's name not long ago. You know, we checked Jiang Tian's background and found that Jiang Tian doesn't have any assets at all, and never had any before. He inexplicably has an office building. And he still says that this is not corruption or bribery. He is just a black sheep. The so-called honor is nothing more than a white glove pushed out by those criminal groups and their huge umbrellas. The more he spoke, the more confident Han Shi became. The more he spoke, the more people present, including some leaders, looked at Jiang Tian with surprise. Even Minister Tan frowned slightly. Given Jiang Tian's abilities, it's hard for me to imagine how a 20-year-old who just graduated could own an office building. If it wasn't through corruption, how could he have gotten it? And given Jiang Tian's ability to embezzle so much money so soon after graduation, it's impossible. So, to sum up, there's a huge criminal gang behind Jiang Tian. This Jiang Tian, and the people behind him. At this point, Han Shi's face was full of justice, and his eyes were a little bloodshot, which was caused by excessive excitement. He pointed at Jiang Tian and said loudly in a firm tone, "They are the biggest disaster and the biggest cancer in the entire Yunhai. This is not something a small force can do. As long as they can be dug out, the dark clouds in Yunhai will eventually dissipate completely." No flaws. Han Shi's face was full of confidence. This reasoning was well-founded, and even Minister Tan looked at Jiang Tian in astonishment. His eyes were filled with uncertainty and shock. There's nothing else to say but an office building. Xiao Jiang, what's going on? Minister Tan looked at Jiang Tian and asked. Minister Tan really didn't know about this. You know what? According to what Han Shi said, Minister Tan believes that Jiang Tian would not embezzle money, but since Jiang Tian did not embezzle money, it is not certain whether Jiang Peng embezzled money and then transferred the assets to his son Jiang Tian. Or did Jiang Tian really fall after receiving so many honors? The more he thought about it, the heavier Minister Tan's mood became. The more he thought about it, the more his brows furrowed, and he looked at Jiang Tian with a deeply questioning look. At this moment, there was an uproar in the room. The noisy sound also sounded instantly. Over $1 billion worth of office buildings. Hiss, what's going on? Jiang Tian owns an office building worth over $1 billion. That's over $1 billion. How could Jiang Tian possibly have so much money? Is it true that there is corruption? Come on, with so many cases and so many achievements, it can't really be pushed by a criminal group. That's right. I was saying, how could someone escape from hundreds of armed gangs and even fight against hundreds of drug traffickers? If one person could take down hundreds of criminal gangs, it would make sense if there was internal coordination. I didn't expect this to be the case. Some leaders who were confused but familiar with Jiang Tian's past achievements were also instantly influenced by Han Shi. A smile appeared on Han Shi's face. That's right, this is the biggest evidence in his hand, and it is also a huge proof of the huge criminal force behind Jiang Tian, although there is no substantial evidence of corruption and bribery. But as he said before, the unknown source of huge amounts of wealth is actually the most important evidence to convict public officials. Jiang Tian, do you have anything else to say? Han Shi looked at Jiang Tian with a sneer. Don't tell us about that office building. Someone transferred it by mistake and then transferred it to your name. Ding Xiaoxiao also looked at Jiang Tian with a sneer on her face. As a young public official, she is full of a sense of justice. Fight for justice, even if it means death. Or perhaps the stability of life smoothed out Ding Xiaoxiao's edges, and the few years she spent in the Discipline Inspection Commission wore away her fighting spirit. The appearance of Han Shi rekindled the justice in Ding Xiaoxiao's heart. Now, seeing the black sheep being brought down, she felt filled with infinite satisfaction. Accompanied by Ding Xiaoxiao's voice, everyone looked at Jiang Tian silently, as if waiting for Jiang Tian's answer. The next moment, surprisingly, Jiang Tian did not deny it. He even nodded slightly and said, "Yes, that office building is mine." Hiss. Boom. The scene exploded instantly. Even Minister Tan looked at Jiang Tian in astonishment, full of disbelief. He thought there would be some kind of instigation or frame-up, but he didn't expect Jiang Tian to admit it so easily. Then, doesn't this office building prove that Jiang Tian is guilty of corruption and bribery? So confused, Minister Tan's chest kept rising and falling. Did you really embezzle money? Jiang Tian shook his head. That's not the case. You still say no? You even admitted to owning this office building and you said you didn't embezzle any money. So, if more than $1 billion is not embezzlement, then what is embezzlement? Ding Xiaoxiao sneered sarcastically. Why? Can't the office building be mine? Jiang Tian asked back, looking confused. Don't tell me that you bought this office building yourself and earned the money yourself? Han Shi looked down at Jiang Tian as if he had heard a huge joke. Isn't it possible? Jiang Tian continued to ask. Puff. Han Shi's face was full of laughter. I have to say that at the beginning, he was shocked by so many leaders and such a big scene, but now, Han Shi has calmed down and is confident of victory. Han Shi is as steady as an old dog and even feels excited about having made a great contribution. In fact, Han Shi didn't know that, let alone Jiang Tian not being corrupt. Even if he was, the consequences of Han Shi taking action at this time would be something he could not bear. You earned it yourself, ha ha ha, what? You earned more than 10 billion by yourself. When you are about to die, do you think talking nonsense in front of so many leaders will have any effect except making yourself a joke? Han Shi's eyes were red, and he seemed to be really angry about Jiang Tian's corruption. He scolded Jiang Tian with justice. For a while, inside the room, some leaders even looked at Han Shi with astonishment and, with some appreciation, not to mention anything else, just this performance, the insistence on justice, and this attitude, the ability and courage to do things, it should be said, is enough to make people feel quite good about him. You're about to die, and you still don't confess. You earned it yourself. Look at these leaders here, do you think they believe you? Are you worthy of their trust? Don't you have any sense of shame? Even now, you still don't want to repent? Ding Xiaoxiao scolded angrily just at this moment. The moment Ding Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a faint voice sounded in the room. This money was indeed earned by Comrade Xiao Jiang. The origin is clear. Not long after Comrade Xiao Jiang purchased the office building, he reported it to the organization. The origin of the money is also clearly recorded. Buzz. Everyone subconsciously looked at the person who spoke. The next moment, Huaishang stood with his hands behind his back. After examining him, he continued, so, all the charges are so absurd, and we haven't even investigated them in detail. Comrade Xiao Jiang made a lot of money investing while in college. He clearly has a terrifying talent for business. However, out of pure passion, he resolutely joined the police force, starting from the bottom, fearless of life and death, fighting criminals day and night, with no chance of survival. And you are wronging such a hero? And you made such a hero bleed and cry. Do you have any conscience at all? Chapter 425 He, against the underground forces, is all-powerful Buzz. Silence, deathly silence. No one spoke, their eyes filled with horror, confused. I'm completely confused, are you sure this isn't bullshit? Before everyone could react, Zhou Zhao, who was standing at the back, walked out, ignoring even Jiang Peng's bewildered look. Zhou Zhao smiled and said, I was actually the one who reported this matter to Huai province. In fact, at the beginning, after Jiang Tian received the reward money for the entry, he suddenly realized that if the God of Wealth continued to reward money for these special entries in the future, it would be fine if it was a little, but if it was a lot, it would be absolutely impossible to hide it, and if it is exposed at that time, it may be a big trouble. In this situation, Jiang Tian thought about it and realized that it was okay for him to be in a low position now, but once he got a higher position, it would be inevitable that he would give others a handle to use against him. In fact, the current civil service regulations are not so complete, and are not as strict as in later generations, prohibiting people from doing business. Of course, few people actually do so. Not only is it easy to leave room for suspicion, but it is also inappropriate for someone in the system to do business. Most of the time, it is done by family members, and the scope is also subject to certain limitations, that is, you cannot do business within the jurisdiction of your rights. This is a red line. Jiang Tian also considered that these were nothing now, because they could be explained clearly no matter how the investigation went on. However, in the future, if his position was promoted and he still had so many assets, it would inevitably leave a loophole. Like now, although the excuse is a bit funny and there are all kinds of speculations, the unknown source of huge amounts of property is indeed a major charge for convicting corrupt officials. Most of the time, arrests are made using this charge. Jiang Tianjing took this factor into consideration, and finally found an opportunity to bring it up when he met Zhou Zhao. The main thing is to make a record. On the other hand, I also want to find an opportunity to file a report with the inspector later. However, the inspector had not found the time yet. When Jiang Tian mentioned this to Zhou Zhao, he was shocked. Others are fine. The key is, who is Jiang Tian? How terrifying is Jiang Tian's influence on Yunhai? And it can be said that at present, Yunhai is simply under the control of Jiang Tian to clear out the underground forces. The underground forces of the entire Yunhai were all filled with fear when Jiang Tian was mentioned. They were afraid that one day they would meet an unreasonable person who would run into their house and beat them to a pulp. What's more, not to mention Jiang Tian's influence on those below him, even his influence on those above him is huge, and he has a huge influence in the province and even in Beijing. He has attracted the attention of many bigwigs. In this case, even if he is an important leader of Yunhai, he dare not make any decision. I found an opportunity and conducted an asset investigation on Jiang Tian. After making a record, I submitted it to Huai province. After Huaisheng saw it, he was shocked. And no matter how you look at it, the ability of the entry is really terrifying. Those asset certificates can even be traced back to Jiang Tian's investment during his college years. Moreover, every penny of money can be traced, and every financial inflow and outflow can be checked. In other words, Jiang Tian earned more than 10 billion during his college years. Huaisheng was shocked at that time, and if I say, I give you a chance between the two choices of becoming the richest man in this society or fighting against criminal gangs in the dark corners, I am afraid that 99% of people would choose the former. You can possess wealth, fortune, social status, gold and silver, almost everything. Stand in the sun, enjoy everyone's compliments, stand in the sun, and enjoy all the beauty. Jiang Tian had almost succeeded on this path, but in the end he chose to give up everything and used all his investments to buy an office building. 2 words, great. At that time, Huaisheng had already completely changed his opinion of Jiang Tian and had a deeper understanding of Jiang Tian.
Because of this, even if Huai Shang put himself in Zhang Tian's shoes, he felt that he could not be like Zhang Tian, that he exchanged all his investments for a building and left it there, then devoted himself without hesitation to contributing to social stability, even at the risk of his life. Who can do it? The one who appeared now was Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian did it. Even when facing Zhang Tian, Huai Shang felt a little ashamed. And such a great person, yet you still want to slander us, arrest us so cruelly, and even torture us physically, making the heroes bleed and cry. When he was arrested, Zhang Tian might have been trying his best to find ways to catch any clues of the criminal group. Then, at this time, he was arrested from behind by his own comrades. What a huge psychological trauma it would cause to a hero. The more he thought about it, the angrier Huai Shang became. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for Huai Shang to suppress his anger. This was because, from the very beginning, after hearing that Zhang Tian was arrested, Huai Shang was filled with anger and then rushed in furiously. After all, people like Huai Shang are the ones who remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. How could they lose their composure so easily? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Huai Shang continued, Comrade Zhou Zhao did report this issue to me not long ago, and I subsequently investigated. Comrade Xiao Jiang had already been investing during his university years, earning hundreds of millions in wealth. Every penny of capital can be traced, and the origins of every penny can be verified. Have you investigated this matter during your investigation? Huai Shang said this while suppressing his anger. Although Zhang Tian was keeping secrets, many things were difficult to investigate. However, with Han Qi's power and connections, he can verify every transaction directly from the head office. But it's obvious. Really, Han Qi moved his mouth and his dazed eyes shook slightly. No, he didn't do that, because he thought all his actions were very thorough, and that verification up to this point was enough. The rest would just be done during the arrest and the final interrogation to slowly verify the facts. In fact, Han Qi can't be blamed in this regard. This is actually the case whether it is the Discipline Inspection Commission or the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Who has the time to investigate every penny of your huge amount of unidentified assets? Under normal circumstances, once the assets under your name are found, you can be directly convicted of having huge amounts of unidentified property. Since the conviction has been achieved, in order to avoid further complications, it is natural to close the case directly. It would be nonsense to investigate every single sum of money. The source will only be verified if there is uncertainty about whether a small amount of funds is embezzled. But with over 1 billion in assets and Han Qi's preconceived notion, no matter who comes, they will think it's corruption. No. Han Qi's tone was no longer as firm as before. Cold sweat also appeared on his forehead. There was some panic in his eyes and his face turned pale. The next moment, Huai Shang suddenly shouted, You're arresting people without any evidence, relying on trumped-up charges. Do you know how much damage this will cause to the government and the people, and how much of a negative impact it will have? Can you afford the consequences? Chapter 426, Great Past. He was so great. Han Qi was confused. He couldn't imagine in this situation. If Zhang Tian is really innocent, what will be the outcome? What terrible consequences it will cause? The more Han Qi thought about it, the more violently his heart beat. He clenched his fists and tried to calm himself down. This time, Ding Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Han Qi, could no longer accept the reality. Joke, the most evil villain in her mind, a big devil shrouded in a sea of clouds, a white glove pushed out by an evil umbrella that appears bright and majestic on the surface. In the end, he turned out to be innocent. He turned out to be the most righteous person. Who can bear this reversal? Impossible. Zhang Tian is a black sheep. How could he make so much money? Office buildings worth more than 1 billion are all his. He is a college student and has never embezzled anything. Ding Xiaoxiao paused at the end of her words because Ding Xiaoxiao suddenly discovered, how do college students embezzle money? People make money when they are in college. Who was crazy enough to give money to a college student and even let him embezzle it? So, Zhou Zhao's eyes narrowed as he spoke. I've repeatedly reiterated within the party that the Discipline Inspection Commission, in particular, is extremely important. In many cases, it's the most crucial position, as it oversees all comrades. When handling cases, we absolutely cannot allow biased judgment or personal emotion to guide us. If an irreparable tragedy were to occur, it would be a horrific loss for the party and the people. And what did you do, Han Qi? What deep hatred do you have with Comrade Xiao Jiang? You just arrived in Yunhai, and you've reached a point of madness and recklessness in your quest to gain merit. Why is Xiao Jiang able to make money? That's not something you need to worry about. Just because he has a talent for business, do you think you can arrest him for that? Boom. Zhou Zhao's words were already quite serious, and the clues were directly directed at Han Qi. That's right, directly calling out me Han Qi by name. This sentence is equivalent to completely exposing Han Qi. In fact, until now, the leaders present generally knew the whole story. Fang Zhu had a problem, but it was not a big problem because it was obvious that Fang Zhu seemed to be really innocent. Qi Huan, the deputy leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission, was also an accomplice. The main ones taking action are the anti-corruption side and Han Qi in front of him, someone who parachuted down from the capital, but because they were airborne, many people looked at Han Qi with some hostility. Huai Shang exhaled deeply, watching everyone in a daze, and then continued. Faced with billions in wealth and a life of luxury under the spotlight, Comrade Xiao Jiang remained true to his original aspirations. He simply bought a building and threw it there, dedicating himself to the country.
He risked his life to achieve remarkable feats, working tirelessly for it, and brought devastating damage to the entire Yunhai, and even the entire Yun province criminal group. Yet, such a hero has been insulted by you. Do you still have any humanity? This sentence it completely exploded. In other words, it caused extreme discomfort among people. Why not? Because think about it, how did Jiang Tian rise to power? It was achieved bit by bit, at the cost of his own life and blood, after countless dangerous situations, going deep into the drug lord's lairs, and escaping death by the skin of his teeth. Even if someone else were to carry out so many dangerous tasks, he would have died several times over. They feel that such abilities are their due, no matter how much or how great their contributions are. Even most of the people who came here were leaders. If they were people from the municipal bureau, they would have jumped out and killed Han Shi at this moment. This is Jiang Tian's current reputation in the municipal bureau. After all, Jiang Tian has made many contributions that he cannot use himself, and even the profits that can be shared will basically be shared with everyone. There were also some cases that Jiang Tian was too busy to handle, so he handed them over to everyone. It can be said that Jiang Tian gave everyone the opportunity to easily make meritorious service. If we think about it from another perspective, what is Han Shi's identity? What did you do? I have never done anything for Yunhai. Has he ever had any glorious achievements? No, not at all. A person sitting in an office can arbitrarily arrest a hero who has risked his life in the front and bring disaster to such a hero. So, the moment Huaisheng finished speaking, the scene was in complete chaos. Comrade Xiao Jiang actually has such a past. If you put yourself in his shoes, he was able to make over $1 billion through investments during his university years. What a terrifying investment ability. But even so, he gave up on business and joined the most dangerous anti-drug police after graduation. Oh my god, I never thought Comrade Xiao Jiang would be so great. If there is no way out, there is nothing wrong with risking one's life for a future. However, Jiang Tian clearly had a bright and comfortable way out, but he still chose to fight on the most dangerous path. This is so great, and such a great man. See what it looks like now. At this moment, Jiang Tian was handcuffed to the radiator. He could neither stand up nor squat down. He could only half squat, supporting his chin with one hand, and there was no anger on his face. It makes people stunned. If you put yourself in their shoes, if you have paid so much and are still treated like this, it would be a bit too much to say that you were full of hatred, but I am afraid that you would have completely exploded at this moment. Jiang Tian was still able to remain so calm. Of course, the leaders on the scene were not particularly unfamiliar with Jiang Tian. After all, they had seen him in Yanjiang a few days ago. Jiang Tian had saved Su Tong and Mu Lao at that time, and recovered huge losses. At that time, they already admired Jiang Tian very much. In addition, the case of Wenya Group has not been closed yet, but it has saved Yun province from huge losses. At that time, many leaders had already developed a strong favorable impression of him, and now, it's even more amazing. Great, I heard that Jiang Tian was obviously capable and had even made more than 10 billion, but he quit business instead. Isn't this treating money as dirt? And such a great hero, a hero from their sea of clouds, was insulted by you in this way. Think about it this way. Many people at the scene were furious. Almost everyone present glared at Han Shi. Han Shi's head was buzzing. After seeing those angry eyes, I felt dizzy and had only one thought in my mind. It's over. It's all over. It's completely screwed. The sky is falling. On the third day after taking office in Yunhai, he arrested a hero of Yunhai, and a great hero at that. He arrested him at a critical moment on the eve of a case, which led to serious consequences and aroused the anger of almost most of the leaders. What should I do if I come here from nowhere? The most terrifying thing was the cold and emotionless question from Minister Tan the next moment. So, Han Shi, do you have any other evidence? Chapter 427, Shocking News, Yunhai's future is bright. Minister Tan's gaze was cold. At this moment, Han Shi's palm holding the phone was ice cold without any warmth. However, the sound here was clearly transmitted to a residence in the capital. Han Shi's third uncle Han Xian and Han Shi's eldest uncle both looked confused. Han Shi's uncle is still okay, but Han Xian, the sky is falling, you know. The entire Han family has limited political resources. For this reason, they even wanted to send Han Xian and Han Shi to Yunhai to gain some experience and bring them back after they had accomplished some merits. The road will be smooth from now on. To this end, they asked Han Shi to go ahead and scout ahead, while Han Xian followed behind, ready to replace Jiang Peng as director. But now, only then did they realize that all their calculations were no match for Han Shi's sudden inspiration. The family's century-long plan was completely ruined because of Han Shi's sudden inspiration. Listen to the voice on the phone. They probably understood the cause and effect thoroughly. I finally understand it. Han Xian exhaled. If it really doesn't work, let Han Shi come back. Until now, Han Shi has not realized the seriousness of the matter. In his eyes, isn't it just that the wrong person was arrested? And according to the normal case handling process, although there are some violations, everyone does it this way. On the surface, there are indeed some minor problems, but at the moment, this problem is not really a big deal. I just don't understand why Yunhai is making such a fuss. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is just leaving. It's better not to go to the Sea of Clouds. Aren't you going to? Han Shi's uncle said expressionlessly. Han Shi is back. I went there to protect Han Shi. Now that he is gone, it doesn't matter whether I go or not. Han Xian said indifferently. Bang. The next moment, Han Shi's uncle shouted angrily, stupid.
Han Xian was startled. Brother, are you crazy?
Han Qi's uncle took a deep breath, calmed down, and then explained there's a young man named Zhang Tian in Yunhai. In a short period of time, he turned the entire Yunhai, no, even the entire Yun province, upside down. For this, headquarters even made exceptions and awarded him major meritorious service several times. The 6 meritorious kings previously reported in the news were actually him.
It's said that he destroyed multiple criminal gangs.
As for Yunhai, the higher-ups had originally been preparing to give up on its development, but Zhang Tian's appearance gave them hope and allowed them to see potential development opportunities for Yunhai in the future.
I've used so many political resources to give you such an important position. What do you think it is? If Yunhai develops in the future, it really could become a directly governed city, boom.
Upon hearing the news, Han Xian's eyes widened and his breathing suddenly became rapid. His face was full of disbelief as he looked at his elder brother. He just felt that either his elder brother was crazy or he was crazy. This was the first time even he had heard of such a thing. Moreover, it is almost completely impossible. There are only 3 cities directly under the jurisdiction of the central government in the whole country, but if you look closely, you will find that each city is a super first-tier city in the country. It is also the most prosperous and influential, directly under the jurisdiction of the state council. How is this possible? Yunhai is already the provincial capital. How could it be a municipality directly under the central government? Actually, if I hadn't been in a special department and happened to have access to it, I wouldn't know about these things. Recently, some bigwigs above have been making plans regarding this proposal. In short, you only need to know one thing: the future development prospects of Yunhai are already sky-high. Han Qi's uncle slowly told the shocking secret. This also made Han Xian's expression change constantly. His face was full of disbelief, but no matter how much he couldn't believe it, Han Xian's face gradually turned red when he saw his elder brother's serious expression, which showed that he was not joking at all, and gasping for breath. Now you understand why I have invested so much resources.
What is the purpose of investing such terrifying resources? I am even willing to bet on the future of the entire family and mobilize all resources just for now. This is also because of my special position. Otherwise, how could I know the news in advance? If the news spreads out, haha, will it be our turn to deal with this kind of thing?
Han Qi's uncle continued. In a directly administered city, the officials are 2 levels higher. The provincial capital is already like this, let alone the directly administered areas. This is equivalent to the fact that you were admitted to a junior college, but in the end, through the school's own efforts, the school became an undergraduate college before you graduated. Wow, after graduation, I was directly issued a bachelor's degree. The same is true for the Sea of Clouds, although, if Yunhai becomes a directly administered city and becomes the 4th directly administered city in the country, the ranks of the officials of the city of Yunhai will not change at the beginning, but it is equivalent to giving you a high position, but the level is not enough. It doesn't matter, as long as the position is high enough, the level can be filled up quickly. In this case, what does the Sea of Clouds represent? On the surface, people just thought it was a way to get resources and credit to guild themselves, but who would have thought that there was such a great opportunity here? So, if this news gets out, you should be able to understand what this means, Han Qi's uncle said. At this moment, Han Xian finally understood why his elder brother mobilized all the resources in the family and was willing to do anything to get them there. It's just too late to understand now. Otherwise, why do you think I had to mobilize so many resources and so many relationships for the director of Yunhai when he was still controversial? This was a token of my allegiance.
Zhang Peng is Zhang Tian's father.
Originally, based on this relationship, I thought that Han Qi should have maintained a good relationship with Zhang Tian after he passed away, but now. Han Qi's uncle's eyes were red. Otherwise, why is he so anxious? When he heard that Han Qi had arrested Zhang Tian, he almost went crazy because others don't know, but he knows it clearly. Originally, he wanted to wait until Han Qi went to Yunhai.
Anyone who was not a fool would know that Zhang Tian was a big shot.
As long as he followed Zhang Tian, although he was mainly targeting criminal forces, the criminal forces would definitely have their protectors. By then, if he followed Zhang Tian, he would get all the credit. The result is that the imagination is beautiful, but the reality becomes very bleak. Han Qi went over and took the thigh as an opportunity to make achievements. Madness, this is simply a beast. At this moment, Han Qi's uncle truly felt like the sky was falling. My head feels dizzy.
Brother, what should we do now?
Chapter 428, Merciless, completely crazy. After knowing the whole story, Han Xian instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. This was even more serious than he had imagined. In other words, originally, by relying on Zhang Tian, one could gain countless merits, but you just took Zhang Tian as an opportunity to achieve great things. Isn't this bullshit? What a joke.
What should I do? What do you want me to do? What can you ask me to do now?
Han Qi's uncle threw the phone directly to the ground. His face was full of anger. Yes, what else can we do now? There is no way at all.
Can we still repair our relationship with Zhang Tian?
Han Xian also understood the importance of Zhang Tian. Certainly. In fact, Zhang Tian is far from being exposed now, and he is not well known except for the criminal group in Yunhai and the big boss in Beijing. In fact, for the specific situation in Yunhai, only some specific forces frequently and exceptionally delegated the credit through the headquarters. Of course, in fact, across the country, Yunhai has been constantly solving many major cases. If you deliberately try to understand it, you can really know a lot about Jiang Tian's previous achievements. Han Shi's uncle was just one step late, but he never dreamed that Han Shi would be so stupid. Don't you know that the recent changes in Yunhai are caused by Jiang Tian, and how important Jiang Tian is to Yunhai, and that idiot, doesn't he really understand? No, how is this possible? Therefore, in his opinion, the most important thing is that Han Shi knew Jiang Tian's influence and deliberately targeted Jiang Tian. So what did he want to get? It's just that he's greedy for Jiang Tian's credit. The influence created after taking down Jiang Tian can directly enable Han Shi to soar all the way in Yunhai. But this action is no ordinary bullshit. Idiot, what an idiot. Han Shi's uncle became angrier the more he thought about it, getting more and more angry. It's completely red and warm. This is equivalent to destroying the future of the entire family. At this point, I don't know if Han Shi can still stay in Yunhai, but if you go there, don't think about continuing to target Yunhai. Han Shi's uncle warned worriedly. Brother, I know it's powerful. Han Xian nodded, but they had never thought about the interests involved. In other words, although they had overestimated Jiang Tian in the capital, they had no idea that in addition to arresting Jiang Tian, there was a more important issue. That's a huge operation. A massive operation targeting 700 criminals, which had mobilized thousands of military and police officers, was abruptly thwarted because of Han Shi's arrest. The impact caused by this is already comparable to the problem of arresting Jiang Tian. So at this time, Han Shi's uncle thought for a moment, walked to the study, thought for a moment, and picked up the landline phone. Then I made a phone call. Soon, the phone rang and I took note of it. The call was connected. Lao Huai, it's been a long time since we last met. When you return to the capital, let's have a meal together. Han Shi's uncle said with a smile on his face. It seemed that he was not affected at all by what had just happened. Thank you, but I don't think I'll have time. Because of your nephew, the entire Yun province is in chaos. I really want to thank you, my nephew. The next moment, Huai Shang's voice was full of calmness, but the words he said instantly made Han Shi's uncle's heart skip a beat. He had prepared for the worst. That means mobilizing some resources at all costs. In his opinion, there will be no problem in keeping Han Shi in Yunhai, but in the future, I am afraid there will be some problems with the development prospects. These people thought it was gilded, but Han Shi's uncle knew clearly that the future development of Yunhai was for the purpose of occupying a position there in advance. They would never leave in this life and would stay in Yunhai until they died, because of the allure of a municipality. It's so scary. It's like, you are from a technical college, and you are directly promoted to a 985 university. You get 200 points in the exam and are directly promoted to a 985 university. The school is carrying you to the sky there. The future path can be completely opened up. It can even be said that Han Shi's uncle was already thinking about whether there would be a chance for him to go there as well. If they can really go over there and operate Yunhai, it may become an opportunity for their family in the future, or even allow them to rise directly, but the reality is cruel. Before the fantasy even begins, the result seems to be about to end. Lao Huai, isn't it just a child who doesn't understand things? You have also seen Han Shi, so why bother giving him the trouble? I will treat you to a meal when we come to the capital, and how about we talk about this matter in detail? Han Shi's uncle's expression was a little frozen, but he still didn't give up. Even though he had overestimated it, Han Shi's uncle didn't even understand how many problems there were involved. Ha, I don't deserve it. You're just a kid. Can a kid evade legal responsibility? The whole Yun province has suffered huge losses because of Han Shi. Han Shi's impulsive action has caused such a bad impact on Yun province. Did you think I was joking when I said it was a mess? Huai Shang's tone gradually became cold. Click. Uncle Han Shi's mood gradually became depressed. Why breathing has become a little heavy. Isn't this an exaggeration? It's just the arrest of Jiang Tian. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I'll ask Han Shi to treat Jiang Tian to a meal and ask him to apologize in person. Uncle Han Shi continued. Just by saying this, Huai Shang laughed, holding the phone. Glancing around, Huai Shang answered the phone without any hesitation, holding a mobile phone in his hand. He even moved closer to Han Shi. Looking at Han Shi's pale face, Huai Shang sneered mercilessly. Look, whose phone is this? It's a big deal. He keeps saying he's going to attack the network and the umbrella of protection, but before anything happens to him, a call from Beijing comes straight to me. Boom. It's a bombshell. There are some things that can be done, but they must never be said, because say it out loud, it causes very serious problems. The impact is too terrifying and too bad. Unless everyone is completely destroyed, people will leave a way out for themselves, especially those within the system. Making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. Who knows if one day in the future you will end up in the hands of someone else, so no one will be too decisive when doing things. But now, Huai Shang is no less than lifting the lid directly at the kind that leaves no mercy. This influence, everyone looked at Huai Shang in disbelief, including the phone. He thought Huai Shang would be shy when he saw his phone call, but he didn't expect that Huai Shang would say it directly and scold him without any mercy. This is literally stomping their faces on the ground. Are you crazy? Chapter 429, almost struck by lightning, miserable Han Chi accompanied by the voice of Huai Shang. It can be said that the entire room was almost silent, and then everyone looked at Han Chi with sneers on their faces. Cold. At this moment, Han Chi just felt a bone-chilling cold. Even if he was a fool, Han Chi could feel at this moment that this was going to put him to death. Why didn't I just touch Jiang Tian? Why? I didn't make any big mistakes. Huai Shang's naked mockery made Han Chi blush and he wanted to refute. I'm right, Jiang Tian is the black sheep. How brave. You're still being stubborn even now. Okay, do you know how big a mess we've made today? Even now, he still refuses to repent. Catch him quickly. Some of the leaders who followed him looked at Han Chi with some disgust in their eyes. Otherwise, how to say it, although Jiang Tian is inevitably arrogant and domineering in his daily work, he has offended many people, and even many leaders have opinions about Jiang Tian. However, it cannot be denied that they also benefited from Jiang Tian's contribution to Yunhai. In this case, it is a mutual alliance relationship among the beneficiaries, and this relationship will continue until Jiang Tian can no longer bring them benefits. At that time, perhaps many people will attack Jiang Tian, but that ending Jiang Tian also understood his situation, but Jiang Tian was confident enough in himself. Although many people hate Jiang Tian, they definitely admire what Jiang Tian has done. The reason why I hate Jiang Tian is that although Jiang Tian has solved many cases and dealt a devastating blow to a large number of criminal groups, this does not mean that he has brought stability to society. On the contrary, now because of the collapse of Wenye Group, countless leaders are simply overwhelmed. There were economic problems, and the key issue was the illegal and criminal forces in society, and a lot of cholera also occurred. They committed crimes in defiance of the law. Now that the leader is gone, the younger brothers have lost their restraints and have gone crazy. There is also a group of people who originally had relatively small forces. They took advantage of the collapse of the big forces and frantically led their people to fight for territory. Thanks to the young and dangerous gang, I am now seriously affected by them. There are problems in society. This is a clash of concepts, but without proving that Jiang Tian is wrong. If Jiang Tian can bring positive changes to Yunhai, these people's perceptions will quickly improve. And no matter how bad it is just a conflict of ideas. But Han Chi's action was no less than slapping them in the face in the sea of clouds. How come you, who came from above, can be so unscrupulous? Who gave you the power and the courage? If it was one-on-one, they might not offend Han Chi, but now Han Chi has aroused public anger. These people scolded Han Chi with all their might. They angrily cursed Han Chi as a black sheep and a disaster that came to their Yunhai. Han Chi's head was buzzing and blank. It's hopeless. Yunhai is hopeless. After Han Chi came to his senses, he only felt cold hands and feet, but he did not think he was wrong. On the contrary, the more this was the case, the more it proved that the power behind him and the umbrella power must be very powerful. It also proves that the sea of clouds is completely rotten. The more he thought about it, the more determined Han Chi's eyes became. But on the other end of the phone, Han Chi's uncle's face turned blue and red. You're crazy, Lao Huai. We don't have any deep hatred, are we? We're just kids messing around and making some mistakes. But no one is perfect. In your position, you should know that although this case handling process is indeed problematic, everyone does it this way. Why are you being so aggressive? Han Chi is also dedicated to the public good, so why bother forcing him? Han Chi's uncle really couldn't understand at all. Lao Huai, why do you do this? Even if the two of you don't have a very deep friendship, you were once gentlemen friends, and both sides were very satisfied with the communication. We once stayed in the same dormitory together for a long time, so there might be some friendship between us as classmates. Why can you be so cruel and offend me so much? It was obvious that everyone could just take a step back and the situation would be more manageable, but Han Chi's uncle obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Ha, you're forcing me. Let me tell you, your nephew is finished. You're still thinking about staying in your job? You're dreaming. Do you know how much impact he has had on our entire Yun province today? Minister Tan came to Yunhai in person to command the huge operation, and the most critical person in the operation was Xiao Jiang. Let me tell you, because of your nephew, the huge-scale operation that mobilized thousands of people in the entire Yun province has become a joke, causing irreparable losses and adverse effects on society and the people. Huai Shang sneered and spoke directly. If Minister Tan was not here, perhaps Huai Shang would not have acted so ruthlessly, but Huai Shang is here, and Jiang Tian has even suffered such a great injustice, so we must give Jiang Tian an explanation. If he fails to handle the subsequent matters well, Minister Tan will be dissatisfied, and Jiang Tian will be dissatisfied. The entire Yun province will probably become a joke. Even if the above words are not good, he will get angry. The more he thought about it, the angrier Huai Shang became. Everything was originally good and heading in the right direction, but it all went wrong because of this idiot. What? With a loud crash, Han Chi's uncle stood up directly, his eyes wide open with his pupils shrinking continuously. He said, why did he hear Minister Tan's voice? He thought he had heard it wrong, but he didn't expect it to be true. The most important thing is, you have already arrested the wrong person, but not only do you claim that he is a hero, you are also slandering him. What's more, the slander and arrest of the hero caused a bad impact, but this hero was also a key figure in a major case operation, which caused an even worse impact. The most terrifying thing is that Minister Tan was actually present the entire time. Bang. After figuring it all out, Han Chi's uncle sat down on the sofa helplessly the next moment. It's not over yet, because Han Chi's expression had completely frozen. He just said, why did they arrest Jiang Tian and cause such a big fuss? Not only did Huai Shang come, but even Minister Tan came. The case was solved, completely solved. If you're still not convinced, let me tell you that because of you, the adverse impact you've caused has delayed the action of thousands of military and police officers who were preparing for action for a whole day, causing immeasurable consequences. Minister Tan said expressionlessly. At the same time, Minister Tan felt very ashamed when he spoke. It's a shame to Jiang Tian, what a great man he is. Just now, he had a brief moment of doubt towards Jiang Tian because of this kid. Of course, that's fine too, because in this way, Jiang Tian will become even greater. As expected, excellent people will only become more excellent at critical moments. How could their reputation collapse? Impossible, this is impossible. Han Chi took 2 steps back. Chapter 430 Final Disposal, still want to go back? Are you dreaming? Then Han Chi turned his gaze to Ding Xiaoxiao. It can only be said that Ding Xiaoxiao is worthy of being Han Chi's most staunch supporter and the most persistent defender of justice. Ding Xiaoxiao had a preconceived notion because she remembered Han Chi had said before that the bigger the commotion, the more it would prove that Jiang Tian had a stronger protective umbrella behind him, especially Jiang Tian's records. Who knows whether they are true or false? What if Huai Province is also a protective umbrella? The more Ding Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more shocked she became. Of course, if we were to say the only thing they did wrong, it would be arresting Jiang Tian when he had an important mission, which they were unaware of. But are they to blame for this? After being arrested, it was Jiang Tian who didn't tell the truth. If he had told the truth, would they still be able to detain him by force? It was said that no matter what, Jiang Tian would be captured and taken away. After Jiang Tian participated in the operation planning, he would be arrested in the END.AT. This time, Ding Xiaoxiao looked at the briefcase. After seeing the photos, her eyes lit up instantly, as if she saw hope. She took the briefcase and took out a stack of photos. Here, there is a scene of Jiang Tian and several female police officers including Yu Hui from the municipal bureau having dinner. There are also photos between Jiang Tian and Muya. What's more, even the photos of Jiang Tian and Gao Yangyang so far are relatively intimate, which doesn't prove anything, but can only be said to be their hope for a comeback. I didn't intend to use it as evidence, but now there's nothing I can do about it. We took action against Jiang Tian, the black sheep, not just for those reasons, but also because Jiang Tian had intimate relationships with many women and was morally corrupt. He had a close relationship with a woman named Muya. Mr. Mu's face in the back turned dark, but it's not over yet. Later, they were all there in the early morning with 3 female police officers from the municipal bureau. They even went out to eat, and they behaved very intimately with each other. Not only that, but they were also with Commander Gao's daughter. The Anti-Corruption Bureau even assisted in the arrest of Gao Yangyang. They must have real evidence. Boom. The scene was abuzz. The police system is in chaos. Chief Gao's face turned ashen. Mr. Mu's expression was as wonderful as it could be. Even Jiang Tian looked confused. Good job. Is this a suicide truck? If you say you have real evidence, that's fine, but if you just say there's a close relationship, just produce it. The key is to see who is involved here. Regardless of whether it is true or not, the police system is not looking good. The leader's expressions can no longer be improved. After all, the innocence of 3 female police officers is involved, and Mr. Mu's daughter is even more interesting. After all, she is Jiang Tian's girlfriend in public, and one could even say she is Jiang Tian's girlfriend. There's nothing much to say about this. Gao Yangyang was also involved in an accident, but you even arrested Gao Yangyang. Is this a self-destruction? It would be fine if we just investigated secretly, but if we brought the information to her biological father, what would happen? To the girl's reputation in the future, what's more, it is a slander without any real evidence. Really, bang. Before Ding Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a loud slap was heard. Ding Xiaoxiao's face became visibly red and swollen. Unbelievable. This slap made Ding Xiaoxiao's eyes widen, and even the gold-rimmed glasses on her eyes were broken. The pain on her face also seemed to bring Ding Xiaoxiao back to her senses. She looked at Minister Tan, whose palm had just fallen. The chest rises and falls. What greeted him was Minister Tan's face, a sneer etched in his fury, and his furious roar. How outrageous! How lawless! Are you trying to rebel? You slander people on the sly, arresting them without any evidence. Do you still have the law? Is the power bestowed upon you by the government and the people to allow you to act so recklessly? Exploded. It completely exploded. Even Han Chi exploded. No, he took out so many documentary evidences from his briefcase, but he didn't even mention the photos because don't say there is no real evidence. Even if there is, this kind of relationship, where the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, can only be condemned from the moral point of view. It can also be the icing on the cake when convicting, but it can never be decisive evidence, and no one has ever used this thing to defeat it. What's more, this also involves the fact that, according to the original plan, the evidence of mutual corruption between Gao Yangyang and Jiang Tian was used to make Gao Xiaolong give up Jiang Tian. As a result, now, all the crappy evidence is useless. To bring it out in this situation is simply self-destruction. It gives people the feeling that they are slandering others out of thin air, acting recklessly, and even lawless, and that they have gone to great lengths to slander others. This is simply self-destruction. Han Chi's face looked uglier than if he had eaten shit. It's over. Han Chi knew that he had no chance at all. He didn't expect that Ding Xiaoxiao was so straightforward and didn't know what he could do and what he couldn't say. The key point is that he was implicated, and it might be difficult for him to stay in Yunhai. The chance for family revitalization is gone. Han Chi's face turned pale. How was he going to explain this to his uncle? Sure enough, in the next moment, Huai Shang's voice rang out. This incident fully illustrates one thing: certain departments and comrades, relying on the power in their hands, act recklessly and recklessly, resorting to all means. They even use their power to frame influential heroes in order to gain merit and attention. Lawlessness has reached this point. This is due to our own inadequate supervision. We will hold a meeting tomorrow to specifically address this issue. We must come up with a reasonable solution. Huai Shang's secretary immediately took out a pen and paper to take notes. Huai Shang just paused slightly and glanced at Minister Tan. Seeing that Minister Tan said nothing after slapping Ding Xiaoxiao, Huai Shang understood what he meant. He immediately sighed and said, regarding Yunhai's Discipline Inspection Commission, such a big thing happened today. As a leader, Fang Zhu failed to detect and correct it in time. The party has announced that he will be punished with a serious offense and temporarily placed on probation. Any problems that arise will be dealt with together. Secretary Zhao, do you have any objections? After Huai Shang finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Zhao, who nodded hurriedly. No opinion. Hearing that this was the only punishment, Fang Zhu's face showed ecstasy. Yet he knew the impact of this incident and thought he was completely finished. Unexpectedly, there was a turning point. Certainly the final result was because he was indeed innocent. It would be too much to just take this matter down directly, not to mention that the Yunhai is in turmoil now, and if it is taken down rashly, there will be some chaos. As for Qi Huan, arrest him immediately, interrogate him strictly, and place him under double supervision. Huai Shang showed no mercy. Qi Huan simply collapsed onto the sofa. As for you. Huai Shang looked at Han Chi. Han Chi sighed and said, Leader, I know I made a mistake. Don't worry, I will apply to go back and will not stay in Yunhai. Han Chi was numb. He knew that the Yunhai Sea was deep, but he didn't expect it to collapse on the third day after he arrived in Yunhai Sea. However, when he looked at the smile on Huai Shang's face, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Go back, are you dreaming? Chapter 431. Touch the red line, you will die. In other words, in Han Chi's eyes, the gazes of almost everyone looking at him at this moment were not right, especially when I say this myself. What else do these people want to do? Han Chi's face darkened. You have to know how much he and his family paid to come to Yunhai. For this, all of this can be said to have been wasted. God knows how much pain Han Chi endured in his heart. Because of him, the hopes of the entire family were destroyed, but this cannot be blamed on him. It can only be blamed on Zhang Tian for hiding it too deeply and too well. The umbrella behind this black sheep is terrifying. That's right, in his mind, Zhang Tian had already been preconceived as a corrupt official, a small official with huge corruption. Or in other words, he had been prejudiced against him from the very beginning. From then on, no matter how he looked at it, he thought Zhang Tian was a black sheep. Even at this point, Han Chi always believed that he was not wrong, but the world was wrong. The fault is the sea of clouds. Yunhai's problem was far more terrifying than he had imagined. If there was one thing he had overlooked, it was that he had not expected Zhang Tian to be so perfect in his corruption. What? The university made more than 10 billion, but instead of going into business, he wanted to join the police force. Putting himself in her shoes, Han Chi thought that he could never do it. How could there be such a great person in this world? He would be a billionaire but instead become a small drug enforcement officer. From this, it can be seen that Zhang Tian definitely has a huge problem. He couldn't do it himself, and he didn't think anyone else could do it. But this is just the beginning. The next moment, then I saw Minister Tan take a step forward. Han Chi stepped back subconsciously. As a result, Minister Tan and his secretary walked right past him without even looking at him, because he believed that Huai Shang would give him a perfect explanation. After all, this is a problem in Yun province. With Huai province here, Minister Tan cannot be too strong. Really, Huai Shang did not disappoint. Han Chi, because of your reckless behavior, you have caused great losses to the lives and property of the people and have also caused a huge adverse impact on society. Now, I officially impose the following punishment on you: expel you from the Dan membership and place you under double supervision. Boom. After hearing these words, the place fell silence, deathly silence. There was no sound at all. No matter what, Han Chi has background and connections after all, and he also came from the capital, but now he really has no mercy on him. Of course, the local leaders of Yunhai, who understood the specific situation and knew the serious impact, had roughly guessed the outcome, but it was just a guess. This treatment is still astonishing, because this means Han Chi is completely finished. Han Chi's political career is now over. If Han Chi is really clean, then it means the end of his political career, but if Han Chi is not clean, or if there are other problems, then Han Chi's life is completely over. Of course, there is another reason for this outcome, because from the moment Ding Xiaoxiao took out those photos and started making all kinds of unfounded speculations, it meant that this was not only a problem for Yunhai and Yun province, but even an insult to the entire police system. They have inspectors. Is there any problem that requires your intervention? Even if you had the right to intervene, at least you had sufficient evidence chains and it was still acceptable. But in the end, all you came up with were various speculations, without any accurate evidence, and it even further exaggerated Zhang Tian's greatness. That's fine, but in the end you actually arrested Gao Yangyang. Although he was arrested by the anti-corruption department, it was also your collaboration. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. This will directly cause Han Chi, even if he has a huge relationship, to fall into hell from now on. All I can say is, too young. Zhang Tian was not surprised. From the moment Ding Xiaoxiao falsely accused him of having an affair, it meant that these people were completely finished, including Fang Zhu. He seems to have not moved for the time being, but it is only temporary. The fluctuations in the sea of clouds are too great now, so it is not the right time yet. Once it stabilizes a little, he will be the first to be killed. This is what is called you reap what you sow, or, in other words, I am too naive about politics. Han Shi was completely confused at this moment. He also understood that if it really happened, he would be completely finished. If he returned to the capital, he might not even be able to get into the private room. Wait. Han Shi stepped back in panicked. Han Shi was a little panicked now, but the next moment, two armed police officers squeezed in and directly controlled Han Shi from the left and right. You don't have to hold on to any hope. The mistake you made is too serious. No matter who is behind you or how big the relationship is, you'd better not have any ideas because it will be useless. Any illegal behavior is absolutely not allowed in Yunhai. No one is special. Huaisheng directly interrupted all his hopes. Joke. Is Zhang Tian just a gigolo? Do you know how many big men in Beijing are paying attention to Zhang Tian? Standing behind Zhang Tian, don't say that you are already in decline. Even if you were at the peak of your career, Huaisheng dares to confront you at this time. Of course, at this time, Huaisheng had no choice but to stand up because he didn't know whether what happened today would be known to the bigwigs in Beijing. If Minister Tan was dissatisfied and reported it directly, Yun Province would make such a big joke. At the very least, Huai Province himself would have to bear huge responsibility. No, I don't accept it. Han Shi was still struggling. Snap. But the next moment, Han Shi's arms were handcuffed behind his back. The two armed policemen mercilessly pried his arms apart, and the severe pain almost made Han Shi scream. You're dissatisfied? Huaisheng said expressionlessly, if you're dissatisfied, you can appeal to anyone or any department. But I'm telling you, in Yun Province, no one can overturn this decision, because you've crossed a red line. Han Shi's eyes turned red when he heard the last sentence. The brain is even crazier. In other words, he suspected that Huaisheng was crazy. Did he cross Dang's red line just because he arrested Zhang Tian? The more Han Shi thought about it, the more dizzy he felt. The more I thought about it, the more my whole body trembled, because he carries the hopes of the whole family. He can't just end up like this. If he were finished, the family would have paid such a huge, horrible price. He even spent almost all the political resources just to help him make a career in Yunhai, but all of this was in vain. The key point is that the third generation of their Han family is now just him. If he is finished, it means that his family is finished too. He will never accept this result. What he couldn't accept the most was that Zhang Tian, the black sheep and the biggest cancer in his mind, was actually being complimented by everyone. He fell into the abyss, but Zhang Tian wanted to remain high and mighty. Chapter 432, Explosion and Medal Awarding. Changing history. He actually didn't realize that what he couldn't accept the most was not the loss of his family's hope, but the huge trampling on his self-esteem. The contrast between Zhang Tian being high and mighty and himself falling into the abyss was what he could not accept the most, but unfortunately, no matter how he behaved, no one was looking at him at this moment. It's over, the sky is falling. Han Shi glanced around right now. Everyone's attention has been diverted from himself, or rather, no one is looking at him anymore. That kind of disregard. In other words, Han Shi is completely finished from now on, and these leaders all know it. The one who replaced him was Zhang Tian. There are even rumors about what Minister Tan is here for. Thinking of this, many leaders looked at Zhang Tian with eager eyes. Zhang Tian, Han Shi's eyes were bloodshot and he clenched his fists tightly. He turned his head vigorously, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhang Tian, as if he wanted to imprint Zhang Tian into his mind. Evil cannot defeat good. Han Shi believed that one day he would be vindicated and that he had done nothing wrong. The mistake was that the sky over the sea of clouds was too dark. Even Minister Tan was deceived. If Zhang Tian's true face was fully revealed, Minister Tan would definitely know. Han Shi's mind was spinning wildly. Did he lose? No, not at all. As long as there was something wrong with Zhang Tian, he would not be able to lose. Just in the next moment, snap. Minister Tan walked up. Fang Zhu had already got the key in advance and ran up to uncuff Zhang Tian. Xiao Jiang, have you been wronged? Unlike when facing Han Shi, Minister Tan's attitude towards Zhang Tian was horrifyingly different. He spoke with a gentle expression, even comforting. Not bad. Zhang Tian glanced at Han Shi, yet he was very sensitive to other people's attention, or his sixth sense was very sharp. He could even feel a bullet, let alone such a fixed stare. Zhang Tian even suspected that if eyes could kill, Han Shi would have killed him countless times. In fact, Zhang Tianqin still has the biggest confusion in his heart now. He was sure that Han Shi arrested him not because there was anything wrong with him, but because this man had a huge prejudice against him. It's not as simple as because I beat him up at the beginning, because this person has had a grudge against me since the beginning of the meal. What? Are you not satisfied with the result?
Just tell us what you need and we will try our best to meet it. Huaisheng came up. At this time, Huaisheng also had to express his opinion. I will obey the organization's arrangements. Zhang Tian's political talent could actually be maximized if he wanted to. Apart from anything else, being the king of criminal investigation, Zhang Tian's ability to read people's expressions and use logic has reached its peak. Although Zhang Tian has almost the highest IQ and EQ, many times it is just that he is unwilling to do so. At this time, you must absolutely not express any objections or make excessive demands, otherwise you will be asking for more. It was originally a reasonable thing. But when it was actually brought up, it became annoying. While speaking, Zhang Tian glanced at Han Qi and saw that he was obviously relieved. Zhang Tian just sneered. Do you really think he is a good man, being treated like a little bastard? Zhang Tian had never suffered such injustice and grievance in his entire life. Zhang Tian. But Zhang Tian didn't have time to react. The next moment, Minister Tan's voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Tianxia subconsciously stood at attention. Here. Minister Tan looked at Zhang Tian's expression with a look of satisfaction on his face. The environment of this softbox is really good. Although it is just one bedroom and one living room, in order to facilitate interrogation and inquiries, the living room is very spacious, with an area of nearly 100 square meters. It is countless times better than the decoration of the hotel. After all, this is the final stop for a considerable number of people in the system, and the humanistic care they provide is still very adequate. Fortunately, the room is over 100 square meters. At this moment, although there are many people in the room, it is not too crowded. There were also quite a number of armed police and others waiting outside the door. Leader, what should we do? Ding Xiaoxiao's face was pale. In fact, Ding Xiaoxiao was not dealt with on the spot. After all, what level is Huai province? He was just a small clerk, not even at the section level, at most at the group level. No matter how much Huai province valued him, a big leader from Yun province could not handle the resignation and disposal of a group level clerk, right? Isn't this bullshit? He was even able to deal with Han Qi directly because Han Qi had complicated connections and someone from the capital called him later. Otherwise, Zhou Zhao would have to step in and handle this matter directly, and he would have to make the final decision. Of course, not dealing with it now does not mean that Ding Xiaoxiao will be fine. As an accomplice, Ding Xiaoxiao cannot escape blame, however, because his position was too low, and if Ding Xiaoxiao really had no problems, the final outcome would probably be expulsion from the team. Ding Xiaoxiao is still relatively free now, but she simply didn't want to believe what she was seeing, especially since she had just been slapped in the face by her boss. Xiaoxiao, can I trust you? Han Qi still had hope in his heart. Yeah. Ding Xiaoxiao nodded firmly. You need to reorganize all the information we have collected and send it to the capital. Even at this critical moment, Han Qi still had his own rationality. Especially at this time, Han Qi understood that the only way for him to be rescued was to fight back completely. The evidence of Zhang Tian's guilt was found and it was completely confirmed. Where did Zhang Tian get the nearly 1 billion yuan in funds? Han Qi absolutely did not believe that Zhang Tian earned it by himself. It was more likely that he had cooked the accounts. Han Qi has no way to handle this matter. Now Han Qi can only hope for the family behind him. As long as Zhang Tian falls, it will prove that he is not wrong. Even because of being wronged, you may be able to get a lot of political compensation. I'll let you be happy for a few days. Such a black sheep will eventually fall under the sword of justice. Han Qi gritted his teeth and tried not to look at Zhang Tianfeng's expression. However, even if he didn't want to, Minister Tan's loud voice still reached his ears. Comrade Zhang Tian once risked his own life in Yanjiang, a forbidden zone for life, when Secretary Mu and the daughter of the Tianqing group fell into the water. He disregarded his own safety and risked his own life, saving the country and the nation from enormous losses. After several votes at headquarters meetings, it was finally decided to award Comrade Zhang Tian the first-class Medal of Merit. Boom. Exploded. Han Qi exploded. My eyes are about to bleed, but it's not over yet. Comrade Zhang Tian has performed exceptionally well, bravely sacrificed his time, and made tremendous contributions. His contributions are so great that they are almost unprecedented. After a final vote and meetings of leaders at all levels, it has been decided to award Comrade Zhang Tian the title of First-Class Hero in Model. Boom. Chapter 433 6 First-Class Merits, Making History 6 First-Class Merits. Silence. Those who knew Zhang Tian, at this moment, all knew how many first-class merits Zhang Tian had won. That's right, 6 first-class merits, not only 6 first-class merits, but also 1 special-class merit. Apart from that, the most terrifying place is the first-class hero model. What is the concept of a first-class hero and model? It can be said that in this society, in this era, very few people can be selected as a first-class hero and model while still alive. In fact, Zhang Tian also understood another meaning, that is a first-class hero model, who needs to be used as a role model. In fact, within the party, he is even the object and goal of learning for many members. Now here comes the question, and Zhang Tian belongs to the confidential team, that is, the anti-drug police team. This profession is confidential, including the many contributions Zhang Tian has made in the past. In fact, only the local leaders in Yunhai, as well as some bigwigs in Beijing, know Zhang Tian better.
In fact, outside of Yunhai, except for Yun province, few people know about Zhang Tian. Not if it were someone else, his name would have been all over the place long ago, become a learning role model in the new era. But Zhang Tian's position is quite special. Of course. In fact, a list of people who have made contributions has been announced recently. For example, the names of those who have sacrificed their lives can be announced directly. Narcotics police. If someone has sacrificed their life, even if their name is exposed, it actually doesn't matter, because the person is gone and no criminal will maliciously retaliate against their relatives. But on the other hand, if there is no sacrifice and the name is exposed, the issue will be exposed, and it will represent a problem. If you are still alive, especially if the name is exposed, then I'm sorry, many opposition groups will target you next. This is a huge threat to both the individual and his family, and at the same time. First-class hero model. This is not only an object and role model that the public needs to learn from, but it may even be announced on television, that is, announced in the news during the most prime time. What is the concept? Zhang Tian himself is in the confidentiality category, especially the first-class heroes and models. Most of them are very old. Even if they are still alive, they are definitely over 40 or 50 years old. They have done a lot of positive things, and they are absolutely bright. After joining the organization, everything they have done can be traced. Even when awarding merits, the work done and the impact must be evaluated. The selection criteria are very strict, and an investigation and review must be conducted at the end. After all, if you have any problems, and you are awarded the title of first-class hero model, but later it is discovered that you have problems, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Zhang Tian couldn't help but think in his heart, I know that the superiors have the idea of awarding me a first-class hero model, but what about the subsequent influence of awarding a first-class hero model? Will it let me step to the front directly, or will I continue to hide my name? But is there any point in hiding the name now? Zhang Tian was not bragging. In the entire Yunhai criminal group, those with a little power might not know who the director was, but they were definitely familiar with the name Zhang Tian. Joke, killed so many criminal gangs, and first-class merit awards came one after another. These criminal gangs are not blind. They all have some informants. Although the umbrella of protection is hateful, this problem cannot be eliminated. After all, there are some people who cannot stick to their bottom line and eventually fall. If any of this news is leaked out, it will basically be leaked. The news was leaked even when Zhang Tian made his first contribution, and Mr. Yun even asked someone to use TNT to blow him up, because of what they did later. The criminal gangs have even retaliated against his relatives. In short, Zhang Tian was mentally prepared for these things. It can even be said that exposure or not exposure does not matter to Zhang Tian. Even if it is exposed, it may not be a bad thing. At least, Zhang Tian's invincible golden body has been created. So, what Zhang Tian is most curious about now is whether the first-class hero model should be kept secret. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Minister Tan seemed to know what Zhang Tian was thinking and asked with a smile on his face. First-class hero model, will the name be announced, or will it remain confidential? Zhang Tian scratched his head. After all, after the exposure, Zhang Tian also needs to make advance preparations. Is there any difference? Minister Tan asked in return. This made Zhang Tian's mouth twitch. There was really no need for that, because apart from anything else, Zhang Tian looked at the crowd behind Minister Tan, who was already packed with people, and still wanted to keep it a secret. What a bullshit secret! However, the next moment, Minister Tan paused slightly. The superiors have taken the issue into consideration. After being exposed, it will have some impact on you. It is too dangerous for a drug enforcement officer to be under the spotlight. The revenge of those drug dealers is cruel. After all, there are still some people who don't know about you. If everyone knows about you, you will be in great danger. In summary, for the time being, the decision will not be made public. Minister Tan explained. Zhang Tian nodded in understanding. In fact, he didn't care at all. Since everything was already broken, it didn't matter anymore. Zhang Tian could understand that his superiors were just concerned about his safety. While talking, the secretary behind Minister Tan came up with a plate. Soon, Minister Tan opened a box. A first-class Medal of Honor was taken out from it. The golden light was worn on Zhang Tian's chest. So shiny. Without pausing, he opened the second box and took out the first-class Medal of Heroes for Zhang Tian to wear. There are only 2, but each one seems to weigh 1,000 pounds. Even the weight that came towards him made Han Qi's eyes dazed. The first-class merit was enough to make Han Qi's eyes almost explode with jealousy. Why? Why did Zhang Tian do that? Why does this black sheep deserve to be awarded the first-class Medal of Honor? But after hearing what Han Qi said about saving Mr. Mu, I wonder if Mr. Mu and Muya have some relationship. Han Qi's expression froze, because he suddenly remembered that the political and legal leader of Yun province seemed to be Mr. Mu. What about Muya, who has a close relationship with Zhang Tian? No one would believe you if you said it didn't matter. So, this is how Zhang Tian established a relationship with Mu Lao's daughter and even saved Mu Lao. By the way, he also rescued the only daughter of the CEO of Tianqing Group, the most famous and largest development group in the country. What a blast of luck. Okay, damn, what luck, good luck, but why can he be selected as a first-class hero model? Is this reasonable? Comrade Xiao Jiang has made tremendous contributions to domestic stability in the past. In particular, during the recent Burma operation, he risked his life and successfully saved dozens or even hundreds of our comrades at the critical moment. He is well deserved of the title of first-class hero. We originally considered Comrade Xiao Zhang too young, but after much discussion, we decided that if he cannot be selected as a first-class hero after such significant contributions, who else in the country would be qualified? That's right, Zhang Tian is very young, simply put, too young. In fact, forcing things to happen is not a good thing. What's more, the saying a tree stands out in the forest is not a good thing in the system. Zhang Tian is so outstanding now, whether for protection or other reasons, it is actually a good thing to keep a low profile, but that's the problem. Zhang Tian has made such great contributions, but if he is not qualified for the selection because of his age, then what about those who were selected? We can't discriminate against Zhang Tian just because he is young.
Chapter 434 is against the will of heaven. The whole audience is stunned.
Are you here to wholesale? Finally, the name Zhang Tian appeared in and out of the list 3 or 4 times. Ultimately, it was too controversial because the first-class hero model has a far greater influence than the first-class merit. The influence is second only to the long-lost special merit. In other words, it is too difficult to obtain the special merit, and almost no one can obtain it in peacetime. The first-class hero model is also a reduced version of the special merit. Zhang Tian had already won a special merit, but the internal propaganda at the time was that a heroic police officer in the police force had won the special merit medal. It was only the year 2003, and the internet was not particularly prosperous, otherwise, it would probably cause an uproar on the internet. But even so, the fact that it was mentioned briefly in the news has sparked a lot of crazy discussions among people in various forums, because the rarity and difficulty of special merit are too terrifying. How could this not be shocking that the special merit that had not appeared for decades had reappeared? It's just a pity the confidentiality is so strict that many people cannot find out any information even if they want to know. Only some of the criminal gangs on Yunhai's side guessed that this might be Zhang Tian, but they are not sure either. Because the awarding of honors at that time was kept completely confidential. Now it is semi-public. Having won special merit, he was awarded the first-class hero and model again in such a short period of time, and even received 2 first-class merits. Although the credit is enough, however, the interval was too short and Zhang Tian was too young, which caused a lot of controversy. In the end, if a senior leader had not made the final decision, Zhang Tian probably would not have been able to get in.at this time. Minister Tan approached Zhang Tian and whispered, "A senior leader asked me to bring you a message.
It's both pressure and motivation, encouragement and support."
Big leader, hiss. Zhang Tian's eyes suddenly flashed. Even Minister Tan mentioned the big leader. Who was that? What is the concept? Zhang Tian didn't even dare to think about it, but soon, Zhang Tian understood that it would be difficult for those big leaders to not know about what he had done in Yunhai because it was too big, but even so, given his level, it wouldn't cause such a big stir. Unless Zhang Tian's heart moved. Yunhai is too important, or rather, it lacks a reform pioneer like Zhang Tian. If Zhang Tian can do his job smoothly, Yunhai may become the 3rd super first-tier city in the country. After all, Yunhai is close to the countries in the southeast region and has a natural geographical location. Although there are many mountainous areas, these can all be developed. If it can become the economic center of the southeast region, it will be fully sufficient to support Yunhai to undergo a complete transformation and become the pearl of the southeast. The more Zhang Tian thought about it, the more eager his eyes became. The prerequisite for all this is that the emergence of termites cannot be allowed. We must not allow those wanton criminal groups to develop in a disorderly manner. Zhang Tian suddenly understood, but at this moment, the room was in complete chaos, accompanied by Minister Tan's announcement.
First-class hero model, first-class merit?
Hiss, he's already a first-class hero model at such a young age, and he even received first-class merit.
What a bright future. Is a first-class merit so rare? Comrade Xiao Tian has already won many first-class merits.
For us, a first-class merit is out of reach, but for Comrade Xiao Zhang, it is just one of many first-class merits.
It's so terrifying, no wonder Comrade Xiao Zhang is so calm.
If it were me, I would probably go crazy with joy. Comrade Xiao Zhang can still be so calm. It turns out he has long been used to it. Not only that, as far as I know, he has won several recently, and he even got a drug control pioneer medal. It's numb, listening to all kinds of compliments for Zhang Tian. Han Chi became completely numb. So many first-class merits. Han Chi couldn't deny that his eyes were red. What does a first-class merit award represent? It represents a bright future. It also represents that your future will be smooth sailing. After receiving a first-class merit, your future path will be completely different, because you will have no rivals in all promotion opportunities and will be able to be promoted directly when the required age is reached. Who can be promoted better than you who have first-class merit? If this is the case with one first-class merit, what about multiple first-class merits? At this moment, Han Chi's whole body was cold, because until this moment, he suddenly realized something horrible. If Zhang Tian was innocent, then he would never have any chance of turning things around. The greater Zhang Tian becomes, the more dangerous his situation will become. I regret it. Han Chi suddenly felt regretful. Just at this moment, after a brief pause, Minister Tan's voice rang out again.
Comrade Zhang Tian has been working diligently and has made remarkable contributions to the country and the people since he joined the position.
He has eliminated countless criminal gangs and has made tremendous contributions by venturing into dangerous situations several times. Having said that, Minister Tan paused slightly, looking at everyone's gaze. Minister Tan curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Originally, Minister Tan wanted to present the award in person on an important occasion, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Today, while Jiang Tian is being slandered, we can let everyone see and let these leaders see Jiang Tian's contribution in the future. If anyone wants to touch Jiang Tian, especially to slander him with trumped-up charges, they will have to consider whether they can withstand the wrath of their police system. Our party has repeatedly advocated for the recruitment of talented individuals regardless of their background and the rejuvenation of cadres. Judging by seniority is a thing of the past. Comrade Jiang Tian may be young, but the contributions he has made are beyond the reach of many people in their entire lives. Especially recently, Comrade Jiang Tian, with his keen sense of smell and extraordinary ability to act, discovered the Wenye Group, a massive criminal gang that had been circling Yunhai for decades. He also obtained solid evidence and, in one fell swoop, brought down the criminal forces that the Yunhai Group had been operating for decades. He arrested a large number of drug traffickers and rebel gangs, and completely annihilated the criminal gang headed by the Wen brothers of the Wenye Group. His contribution is enormous. Thus, after numerous meetings and discussions at headquarters, Comrade Jiang Tian has made tremendous contributions. For this, he is awarded the First-Class Medal of Merit. After that, Minister Tan opened the third box. The contents of the third box were also completely revealed. Remarkably, the First-Class Medal of Merit. Puff. Boom. Exploded. Is your family's first-class merit wholesale? Chapter 435, First-Class Merit is an injustice to you two first-class merits. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes. After all, at the beginning, there were 3 boxes on Minister Tan's secretary tray, and the first 2 boxes were already heavyweight and terrifying medals. As a result, the last one was actually a first-class merit who was being awarded medals? 2 first-class merit awards at once. Of course, it is impossible for a normal first-class merit to be awarded so quickly. If you go through all the processes, if you want to get a first-class merit, you must at least complete the merit, then go through layers of reporting, and finally go through various verifications above. After the verification is completed, there will be an investigation, and finally screening, etc. For this process, the fastest time is half a year, and there are many that take as slow as 1 or 2 years, but Jiang Tian is different, because Jiang Tianli's achievements are obvious to all, and the most terrifying thing is that many of them have even reached the ears of the emperor, so that the headquarters almost received the news of Jiang Tianli's achievements directly at that time. This saved the time of reporting and reviewing at each level. Afterwards, the higher-ups paid close attention to Jiang Tian, and almost everything was handled through the fast track. Finally, the final decision was made through a meeting. After the meeting was passed, the medal could naturally be issued directly. This is also why the medal, which basically takes 1 or 2 years to process, can be issued so quickly in just a short period of time, even less than a week. It's shocking, unbelievable. 2 first-class merit awards were given to 1 person. It's shocking, and you feel like you're dreaming. But reality is happening right before your eyes, and you can't help but believe it. The most important thing is that from now on, seniority won't be the only factor in the organization. The capable will be promoted, and the mediocre will be demoted. The repeated emphasis on the rejuvenation of cadres is accelerating this process. So, everyone, please don't rest on your laurels and think you can rest easy. Minister Tan took a look and expressed satisfaction with the reactions of the people around him. In fact, Minister Tan himself was amazed by it, because it's too perverted and outrageous, but when it happened to Jiang Tian, it seemed like he was used to it. After all, Jiang Tiandu has already won the special merit that has not appeared in decades and has never been achieved in peacetime. This has already made history. There is nothing wrong with 2 first-class merit awards being awarded together. After all, Jiang Tian seemed to already have 5 of them. Well, 5 first-class merits and 1 special merit. Minister Tan was amazed. After this wave, Jiang Tian has already obtained 7 first-class merits and 1 special merit. Throughout history, how many people have been able to do this? But, can you just brush off everything Jiang Tian did and every achievement he made? For example, if he saved Mr. Mu and Su Tong, considering the importance and influence of these 2 people, it would be a shame if he was not awarded the first-class merit. If such an achievement is not even worthy of first-class merit, what kind of merit can be obtained in the future? Another one is the Wenye Group, a criminal group that has been entrenched in Yunnan province for decades. Almost all of them were discovered by Jiang Tian single-handedly, and he acted alone. It's understandable that you didn't give me the first-class merit for such a great contribution. As a first-class hero and model, he saved the lives of dozens or even hundreds of comrades and recovered the heavy losses of the party and the organization. There was no problem with being a first-class hero and model, not to mention that Jiang Tian had won every credit before. It looks like a lot, but when Minister Tan thought about it carefully, he suddenly realized that behind every achievement, there was a huge crisis hidden, and it was a huge challenge for Jiang Tian. The enemies they faced were more terrifying and brutal than each other. He and his family are constantly subjected to retaliatory attacks by criminal groups. What a huge price it paid. All of this is what Jiang Tian deserves. Minister Tan was not in a very balanced mood, including this time. Minister Tan understood that if the intelligence was correct, he would not be able to escape the first-class merit because they took down a terrifying and huge criminal gang, involving hundreds or even thousands of people. What a terrifying scale of crime! Zhang Tian sneaked into such a criminal base and took photos. How dangerous is it? There is no need to say more about Zhang Tian's greatness. Thinking of this, Minister Tan's eyes softened and he awarded Zhang Tian the second first-class Medal of Honor. So now, Zhang Tian has 3 golden medals hanging on his chest. Each one is the glory of Chigo. Each one of them is the glory that almost everyone present dreams of, because they all knew that if they had such a medal, their level would definitely be more than that. The future looks bright. A first-class merit is enough to make a hero, not to mention how great the merits Zhang Tian has achieved. However, it was this kind of merit that brought changes to Yun province, and this hero who wiped out the Yunhai criminal group one by one, was now caught in a softbox by a second-generation kid who was parachuted in because of various false charges, and he even suffered such insults. Bah, beast. An armed police officer who was holding Hanshi spat at him, his eyes full of disgust, because these grassroots armed police actually know Zhang Tian best and have carried out many operations with Zhang Tian. In fact, it was a coincidence that this armed police officer had just joined the job not long ago. Just a few days ago, when Yulin was attacked, their armed police suffered heavy losses, and then he followed the captain in to search. When we finally got in, we found that almost 40 or 50 drug dealers and militants had been wiped out, and all of this was done by Zhang Tian alone. From then on, Zhang Tian became the greatest belief in his mind. Today, faith has been insulted and even humiliated. The armed police officer's face was full of spit and disgust. If he hadn't considered his own identity, he would have wanted to slap him twice, especially when you look so righteous but do such disgusting things. Since you portray yourself as so great, I have to ask you what you have done. Where were you when they were in danger? What qualifications do you have to question Zhang Tian? Stop talking nonsense. Such a beast deserves the death penalty. The other man said coldly while holding Han Chi's hand. Listen to the conversation in your ear. Looking at Zhang Tian among thousands of people. At this moment, even Han Chi, who was very strong, felt his mind buzzing and couldn't help but ask himself, am I wrong? Did I do something wrong? No, these people were deceived by Zhang Tian's appearance as a black sheep. I am not wrong. Han Chi continued to brainwash himself. However, reality told Han Chi that the development of things was far from what he had imagined. The next moment, Minister Tan spoke in a shocking tone. Comrade Zhang Tian, I know that you were wronged by the first-class merit award in the Wenye group case, but don't worry, we remember all your efforts. All your contributions are being watched by the higher-ups, and we will compensate you in the future. Boom. Han Chi's mentality completely exploded. What did this person say? I was wronged for being awarded the first-class merit. Is this human language? I don't feel wronged, just give it to me. Chapter 436 gradually surfaced. The chicken feet leaked even because Wenye group acted so quickly and resolved the issue so quickly. The scope of the impact was not wide, and even many local leaders were not particularly aware of it. When they heard Minister Tan's words, they were all confused. Zhang Tian was not modest about these 2 first-class merits, because he deserved them. It can be said that if Zhang Tian had not already won a special merit in Wen Yulin's actions, he would even be eligible for a special merit, because the criteria for selecting special merit is how much impact and lethality you can cause alone, or even whether you can change the outcome of a key battle alone. It is obvious that in terms of influence, Wenye Group controls the economic lifeline of Yun province. Once it does evil, it will cause terrible and unpredictable damage. Second, the Wenye Group was deeply intertwined and had been hidden for decades without being discovered, but was uncovered by Zhang Tian alone. The third is that when Wen Yulin was attacked and even more than a dozen comrades were killed, Zhang Tian was able to wipe out more than 50 militants by himself. It is indeed a bit unfair to give me a first-class merit, but it is always to serve the people. Besides, the higher-ups also had their own considerations. Zhang Tian thought about it for a moment and roughly understood what they meant. Zhang Tian's level is too low now, but these accumulated merits can allow Zhang Tian to soar all the way. The future compensation will probably not be too bad. It's all about serving the people. Zhang Tian said without changing his expression. At least, he was satisfied, because in his mind, a voice that only he could hear kept ringing. With 2 first-class merits hanging on his chest, the special achievement, blessing of the god of wealth, has been constantly resounding. No surprises, especially after the raids in recent days. Zhang Tian's sin value has reached the maximum, and the damage he suffered is terrifying. The Wenye Group brought him a terrifying amount of sin value income. Today's panels can be described as extremely luxurious. Never miss a target, gold, scanning radar, gold, extraordinary human, gold, ocean god, gold, medical master, red, martial arts master, red, king of criminal investigation, red, photographic memory, blue, extreme recovery, blue, sin value, 163054. Special entries 1, eye of judgment, 2, the god of body shape, 3, god of wealth blessing, 16 yuan automatically generated per minute, reserve, 78,007/8. The next stage will reward an investment. Intelligence. Currently, the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the Purple Mountain Villa have been successfully distributed. Hiss. That's right, achievement system for the blessing of the god of wealth. Although only the first-class merits were counted, the god of wealth's blessing per second doubled from the initial 4 yuan. The 6th first-class merit was 8 yuan, and the 7th first-class merit was 16 yuan. Don't underestimate the fact that it only happened twice, but it actually brought Zhang Tian monthly income, starting from 100,000 a month and ending up with $1 million a year. Up to now, my monthly income is 400,000 yuan, and my annual income is close to 5 million yuan. Zhang Tian doesn't even need to do anything for this entry, it just hangs there and can bring Zhang Tian 5 million in revenue every year, and this was in the year 2003, which is a terrifying concept. Besides, there is also a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car doesn't matter to Zhang Tian. According to the entry reward, it has already appeared in the villa clean and tidy every penny, or the meaning, can stand up to investigation. Moreover, this time Zhang Tian even had to thank Han Shi, because after Han Shi did this, everyone knew that Zhang Tian had a talent for business and his investment was terrifying. As long as you don't make money within your rights, no one can say anything or make any suggestions. In addition to the Phantom worth several million, this time the reward was also a purple mountain villa. Zhang Tian also had a deep impression of this villa area. It was just built this year, nestled between mountains and rivers, with the Yanjiang River flowing in front and Zishan Mountain behind. Find peace in the midst of noise. The place where the armed police were attacked was actually not far from Zishan, but the location there is definitely not remote at all. It is even almost located in the city of the Sea of Clouds. It has a superior geographical location and has just been launched, but the price has already been recorded at 21,000 yuan per square meter, which was 30,000 yuan in 2003. The starting price is a villa of nearly 1,000 square meters. In other words, a villa costs nearly 20 million. And this is now, as time goes by, even if the Sea of Clouds stops, Zishan Villa is still soaring. In later generations, the price was close to 100,000 yuan per square meter. However, Zhang Tian believed that if the Sea of Clouds did not open up like in his previous life, the price per square meter of the Huangpu Riverview Villa in Donghai would be the same as the price per square meter of the Zishan Villa. The receipt is huge, especially the SIN value of more than 160,000. What a concept! Zhang Tian can fill up many entries directly. The most important thing is Zhang Tian can still make a big profit now, but that's the drug dealers in Shirmio village. There are hundreds of them. If they are all arrested, there will be hundreds of them. Even if each of them contributes dozens of SIN points to him, the SIN points of hundreds of people, including the leader, will be at least tens of thousands. Perfect. As for what comes next, there are actually still many issues that have not been resolved. For example, this guy's classmates. That's right, Han Shi's classmate arrested Gao Yangyang and is now in the anti-corruption department. We don't know what the situation is yet. Don't worry, Xiao Jiang. We have already sent people to the anti-corruption department. Yan Yang will be fine. According to what Han Shi said, he just wants to reach an agreement with Mr. Gao and not let him interfere in your problems. Minister Tan said Gao Xiaolong had a sneer on his face in the car. All I can say is that Han Shi underestimated him. Does he really think that he will take family affection into consideration when facing the law? Or does he think that if Zhang Tianjin commits a crime, he will cover up for him? That's impossible. The only thing he could bring to Zhang Tian was fairness. No. Zhang Tian shook his head. Any other questions? Minister Tan frowned slightly because now, all the problems, the most important ones, still point to that drug village. As for Gao Yangyang and the others, just let the people below deal with them. Everyone go over there is a problem over there. Zhang Tian said directly. That's the problem with the drug village. It will be resolved sooner or later, but regarding the anti-corruption issue, Zhang Tian suddenly remembered some details. If all of Han Shi's evidence was provided by the anti-corruption department, this means that the anti-corruption authorities have been keeping an eye on him for a long time. Why are you staring at him and knowing him so well? In other words, that old classmate of Han Shi's has leaked his chicken feet. Han Shi, besides being stupid, is also being used as a gun, and what is the point of all the hard planning? Proof. There is something behind it. Chapter 437, Create Despair. Face despair. There are only a few minutes left before everyone takes action. Han Shi was detained on the spot, and in that softbox. No matter what, Han Shi had a status, and he would be severely punished and given severe punishment, and he would pay a heavy price for the mistakes he made. However, we also need to consider the influence and forces behind Han Shi. Taking all the above into consideration, he was not directly detained in the municipal bureau or the detention center, but was temporarily detained in the softbox. However, it was not the Discipline Inspection Commission, but the people from the Municipal Bureau who took over the custody to prevent any accidents. Before leaving, Zhang Tian went to find Han Shi. I have to say, Han Shi's attitude towards Zhang Tian has completely changed from before. Compared to Zhang Tian now, Han Shi is like a stray dog and is not worth mentioning at all. Han Shi also understood his situation. Especially when Zhang Tian walked in, the 3 golden medals jingling on his chest made Han Shi's mentality explode, not to mention so many first-class merits. What did Han Shi pursue in Yunhai? A second-class merit was already Han Shi's dream. That's right, just a second-class merit would be a huge help to Han Shi's future political career, let alone so many first-class merits. I really want it. I have a lot. For example, I have 7 first-class merits like this one. Zhang Tian pointed to the first-class merits on his chest and said, because Zhang Tian himself also has confidential files, The intranet is not connected to the anti-drug police, although a lot of information about the anti-drug police has been leaked. It can only be said that the infiltration is too serious. In itself, the confidentiality level is still very high. Even with the authority of the Discipline Inspection Commission, the information of the anti-drug police cannot be found. It can even be said that Zhang Tian's confidential information is higher than that of the anti-drug police, because Zhang Tian has an identity file on the security side. It has already been included in the high-level confidentiality regulations, but these are just for show. In the eyes of many people, Zhang Tian himself has no secrets, but it was obvious that Han Shi did not conduct a detailed and close investigation of Zhang Tian.
7. Han Shi opened his mouth wide. Zhang Tian understood that Han Shi obviously didn't know about this. In other words, Han Shi had no idea what Zhang Tian had done, and the little he knew about him might have been hearsay, but Zhang Tian turned his head and thought about it. If someone really had a comprehensive understanding of him and knew what he had done, Han Shi, unless he was a fool, would probably not know it. Don't you have a background? How come you don't even know about this kind of thing? Zhang Tian sneered. The status has changed, and now Zhang Tian is standing straight in the room. Although the leaders outside were very anxious, Zhang Tian was not that anxious, because only Zhang Tian knew the news of Shirmiao village, and there was no possibility of leakage, let alone any flaws. But now, Ga Yangyang has also been arrested, and Zhang Tian must understand the situation. Han Shi felt dizzy. If he had known this earlier, what was wrong with him that he would be so anxious to attack Zhang Tian? It seems that you don't know, otherwise, you wouldn't be so stupid. Who asked you to do it and gave you the information? If you confess now, you still have some room. If you resist and it leads to a greater impact, the family behind you will not be able to protect you. Zhang Tian said lightly. Han Shi told everything without resistance, and Zhang Tian also understood it thoroughly. Yuan Guangliang from the Anti-Corruption Bureau? Zhang Tian's tone rose slightly. Han Shi nodded. Okay, I got it. Zhang Tian turned and left, watching Zhang Tian's back getting farther and farther away. Han Shi sat down on the sofa, feeling weak all over, and now he can't do anything because even his cell phone has been confiscated, and now all he awaits is the judgment of fate. But what makes Han Shi most panic is that until now, he still has no idea how Yin province will deal with him. Given the relationship between my uncle and my family, Huai Shang should give them some consideration. Han Shi still felt a little lucky. Regret. Han Shi is not a fool either. It's just that he came too hastily, and his uncle didn't explain clearly. He wanted to train him and let him slowly get used to it after coming to Yunhai. Plus, his third uncle arrived shortly after and let him come to Yunhai to adapt. Who knew that he would cause such a big disaster? Only now did he realize that Zhang Tian had already won 7 first-class merits. What a concept to throw out history. How many people have been able to do this? Han Shi's mind went blank. One-sided. His understanding was still too one-sided, but at the same time, he was not a fool, and Han Shi also understood after reacting. I was taken advantage of. That's right. Yuan Guangliang, you beast. Han Shi's face was ferocious. After he figured it out, he realized that he was being used. After the excitement in his mind died down, Han Shi's reason prevailed. Even if Han Shi was reluctant to admit it, he had to say, Zhang Tian, maybe this guy really is innocent, because he thought about today's lineup. If Zhang Tian really has a protective umbrella, it doesn't mean that every major leader in the entire Yin province, from top to bottom, is a protective umbrella. Even Chief Gao and Minister Tan are his protectors. Isn't this bullshit? By the way, Commander Gao has been in charge of Yunhai for such a long time. Even if Zhang Tian wanted to lie about his achievements, it would be impossible. Han Shi's head was buzzing, and the more he thought about it, the paler his face became. Even if he was so jealous that he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Zhang Tian must have made great contributions that were enough to conquer these big leaders. It is possible to deceive 1 or 2 leaders, but it is impossible to deceive all the leaders. It is impossible that such an outstanding person like Zhang Tian is completely unaware of Yunhai's deeds. As a local tyrant, Yuan Guangliang must have known what Zhang Tian had done and how many contributions he had made, yet he still acted together with him. If it weren't for the fact that so many leaders were here today, and if Zhang Tian hadn't had such a big leader backing him up, if it were someone else, they would have been taken down without any clue as to what was going on. But what a coincidence it is that there happens to be a big operation today, and what is even more coincidental is that Minister Tan had received the news of the operation a long time ago and rushed over without making a fuss in the name of awarding prizes. Then things would get completely out of control. Otherwise, even if Zhang Tian was proven innocent, Han Shi would at most return to the capital. If you use some connections, even this matter can be resolved directly. In summary, Zhang Tian pushed open the door and left without any sympathy, because all of this was deserved. Zhang Tian did not add insult to injury, because although Han Shi's actions were stupid and outrageous, he also had some selfish motives and wanted to make a contribution. From the time he left until he got in the car, Zhang Tian finally figured out the taste. Chapter 438, Operation Suspended. Crazy, right? Even crazier clues to the case. It has to be said that the king of criminal investigation can really bring terrifying help to Zhang Tian, especially in his industry. Take Mr. Mu's case for example. Although Zhang Tian was not actually involved, he had already learned most of the case files through Miss Qiu. In other words, the extremely serious case of Mu Lao's assassination has reached a dead end.
The difficulty in handling cases in Yunhai lies here. The rapid development of Yunhai has brought in
countless illegal immigrants who sneaked in from next door. Most of them are doing illegal work.
Of course, some of them can't stand the loneliness and embark on the path of breaking the law and committing crimes. These people have no household registration files and no personal information, which makes it extremely difficult to handle the case. Mr. Mu is an obvious standard case. The person behind the scenes found the illegal resident who had sneaked in from next door. The personal information of this illegal household cannot be found in the country at all. Of course, it may also be due to backward technology, but according to their investigation, at this stage, the driver who attacked Mr. Mu was obviously smuggled in from next door. In this regard, they do have key evidence, but there is a problem here.
If we want to find this person's information, we can only work with the people next door to solve the case. However, there are all kinds of people over there, and we can't manage it alone.
Almost everyone under us is independent. The difficulty in handling the case now is that the information of the driver who has died cannot be found. Of course, when Yulin was attacked, a living driver was caught, but that driver was also in a stalemate, because they found the village and the information. They found out that there was no information about the mastermind behind the scenes. They just said that the group of people took the initiative to find him and gave him some money. The clues of this case were also cut off, but the good news is that they captured several of the attackers and did get some information and directions, but this is far from enough.
Zhang Tian, do you know what you are doing? More than 2,000 soldiers and police are on standby, and you want to suspend the operation now?
On the bus, Minister Tan looked at Zhang Tian. Obviously, if the person in front of him was not Zhang Tian, Minister Tan would have cursed him out directly because just now, Zhang Tian proposed to suspending the action against the drug village.
Zhang Tian, you have to at least give us an explanation.
Huai Sheng also frowned. The world is so big, but the problem of drug villages is the biggest. After all, it involves large-scale illegal crimes involving hundreds or thousands of people. Compared with this case, everything else can be put aside. Even if it is a big deal, it cannot wait. Xiao Jiang, you should know that with so many military and police gathered, any criminal group with a little power has almost received the news. The longer the time drags on, the more accidents there will be.
Once any accident occurs, it can even cause a terrifying chaos visible to the naked eye.
This responsibility is difficult for all of us to bear. Chief Gao also frowned slightly. Not sensible. Zhang Tian is still ignorant. Why do we have to suspend the action?
Can we just say that?
No, I think the problem at hand is even more serious than the criminal force I mentioned. Zhang Tianyu was determined to shock people. Everyone's eyes widened. There are quite a few leaders on the bus, including military and police leaders. Hearing this, they all looked at Zhang Tian in surprise.
Zhang Tian, do you know what you are saying? Don't make trouble at this time.
Old Mu spoke quickly. The tone was slightly heavier, but Zhang Tian also knew that Mr. Mu was anxious, because now as the relationship between Zhang Tian and Muya gradually improved, Mr. Mu gradually treated Zhang Tian as his own family member. I definitely have high hopes for Zhang Tian. In fact, their family is now in a dilemma of a lack of successors, which is actually a common problem faced by many second and third generations. That is, as the older generation passes away, the new generation has no successors. After the older generation leaves, death is like the extinguishing of a light, and the family naturally becomes more and more dilapidated. That's what Mr. Mu is like. He has only one son, Mu Feng, but Mu Feng went into business. My granddaughter Muya now works at a news TV station. As for the collateral relatives, such as nephews, none of them can take the lead. What he lacks is someone with a bright future like Zhang Tian. All his political resources can pave the way for Zhang Tian, but it is a pity that Zhang Tian seems to have no use for them now. The path we take is simply one that cannot be replicated.
Secretary Mu, don't be anxious.
Zhang Tian stood up. In fact, Zhang Tian thought about it for a long time and decided on priorities. It's obvious Yuan Guangliang is an important part of the plan. In other words, he is an important target for Zhang Tian to track down. For others, they may not be able to catch Yuan Guangliang and can't do anything, and they may even be like Han Qi, who will be dismissed from his post at worst if he catches the wrong person. But for Zhang Tian, after figuring out the key, he had already keenly smelled the scent of a major case. No matter how big the matter is, we still have to take action first, Mr. Mu said directly. Secretary Mu is right, Xiao Jiang, you need to consider the priorities carefully. Minister Tan nodded slightly. If someone else were here and they didn't know Zhang Tian well, many leaders would probably suspect that Zhang Tian was deliberately exaggerating or trying to attract attention, but there was no so-called major case at all.
I suspect that Yuan Guangliang is related to Secretary Mu's assassination. Zhang Tian said. Boom.
After these words were spoken, the carriage fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Zhang Tian in amazement. Xiao Jiang, stop messing around. Mr. Mu's case is under investigation by a joint crime squad consisting of experts from the headquarters, provincial department, and municipal bureau.
So far, there has been no clue. Yuan Guangliang did arrest Gao Yanyang in violation of regulations, but there is no connection between him and Mr. Mu's assassination, right?
Shinhan was shocked just now. Shinhan couldn't even squeeze in through the door. The people inside are all big guys. Shinhan didn't feel comfortable squeezing into the private room. After all, didn't I see that even Jiang Pang was waiting at the door? However, in order to prevent accidents along the way, Shinhan followed while mobilizing the provincial department's security forces for protection. After all, the problems in Yunhai are too serious now. If a case like the one that happened to Wen Yulin last time happens again. Hiss. Shinhan couldn't even think about it. I'm afraid the sky is about to fall. Everything is turned upside down. The entire sea of clouds, from top to bottom, one by one. Oh no, it should be the entire Yin province. I guess we have to go all the way to the bottom. As for Shinhan, he is the first person in charge and I am afraid he will have to go in directly. So Shinhan really didn't dare to be careless at all, as there were dense police cars guarding him in front and behind. Mobilize forces for defense at all times. In front of all the leaders, Shinhan couldn't even say a word. Director Shin, who had made no progress, unknowingly developed some obsessions, but now, Shinhan looked at Zhang Tian in amazement, almost thinking that Zhang Tian was crazy. Do you know what you were talking about? If it was really so easy to find clues, would the serious crime investigation team have spent so much time without finding any clues or even the direction? Your mouth opens and closes. So many experts couldn't find the direction, but you found the clue directly. Isn't this a slap in the face of those experts? That's right, you're a drug enforcement officer. Do you understand criminal investigation? Chapter 439, Criminal Investigation Legend, a light, lost hope. Although there was no commotion caused by the assassination of Mr. Mu, the patrol force of the entire Yunhai increased by several times. Not only that, there are various investigations and screenings from top to bottom, but unfortunately, although many small-time drug dealers and drug users were arrested, none of them were related to the case of Mu Lao's assassination. Of course, in fact, on the other hand, in Yunhai, the pursuit and search from top to bottom also caused panic among the people. The IT has even said that there will be a police officer at every 2 intersections, checking items such as ID cards on the road, but unfortunately, doing so seems to be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Because of this, a lot of illegal residents were found during the search, and most of them were directly deported. And further strengthened border blockades. Of course, according to what Zhang Tian knew, the higher-ups seemed to be planning to erect iron fences along the border to block the way. Although it cannot be completely eliminated, at least we can prevent the illegal residents from next door from coming in as much as possible. The prosperity of Yunhai has obviously caused a kind of smuggling shortage for the people next door, who are impacting various industries with their cheap labor. Although Yunhai's salary level is still very low even for a first-tier city, it is still countless times higher than their country's income. Just when Zhang Tian was determined to shock people with his words, provincial department, there were many bigwigs sitting in the conference room. Every one of these people is a leader in the criminal investigation industry. They all have rich criminal investigation experience and a keen sense of criminal investigation. Especially as the leader of this task force, he is also known as a criminal investigation genius. Regarding Shang Mingyan, in fact, he was even more talented than Miss Chiu back then. Shang Mingyan is nearly 40 years old this year. Every one of the titles in front of his name is almost unattainable. It has pioneered many groundbreaking studies in criminal investigation and case solving. In particular, he is a professor and instructor of criminal investigation at the top police academy in the country. In the criminal investigation industry, he has been the leader for almost 20 years. Since rising in the 1980s, Shang Mingyan has had almost no cases that he couldn't solve and almost no enemies that he couldn't catch. In addition to the major unsolved cases that shocked the whole country, Shang Mingyan travels almost all over the country, and whenever a case with a huge impact and serious consequences occurs, Shang Mingyan can almost always be seen involved. Compared with Shang Mingyan, Miss Chiu can only help Shang Mingyan. Teacher, there has been no progress in the case so far. Miss Chiu rolled her eyes, holding the documents in her hand, in a daze, until the sound of high heels rang out in the room, and then a shadow came to Miss Chiu and waved to her. Miss Chiu's dead eyes came back to her senses a little, and after looking at the person who came, she spoke calmly with dead eyes. From beginning to end, there was almost no sign of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Shang Mingyan seemed to have long been accustomed to Miss Chiu's attitude. Hearing this, he sighed slightly and said, "This case can be listed as one of the top 10 unsolved cases. The most frightening thing is losing your train of thought. When all criminal investigation logic is ineffective, one has to rely on the human brain to come up with a case where there are almost no clues, then the case will naturally come to a stalemate and there will be no progress." One of the top 10 unsolved cases? No wonder. Miss Chiu nodded slightly, without any regrets. In other words, for Miss Chiu, her only interest before was solving cases, but now she has another interest, which is to study Zhang Tian's ideas for solving cases, because Miss Chiu discovered that Zhang Tian's ideas for solving cases were often completely different from what he and his tutor Shang Mingyan taught him in class. Of course, from the beginning to the end, perhaps Miss Chiu's interests have never changed. All she likes is solving cases. There's nothing wrong with that. She studies Zhang Tian just for the purpose of solving cases. You should smile more when you have nothing to do. It's not good to have dead eyes all day without any emotion. Shang Mingyan shook his head. Miss Chiu glanced at Shang Mingyan with confusion on her face. Shang Mingyan touched his face and seemed curious. What's wrong? Miss Chiu looked at the indifference in Shang Mingyan's eyes. A glint flickered in the depths of Miss Chiu's eyes as she said, "Before this, Professor, you are the one who should change the most."
It's up to you. However, in my opinion, this case is hopeless. However, it should be of some help to your thinking on solving the case. You can study it more and see if you can open up some new ideas. What do you mean?
Miss Cho looked up at Xiang Mingyan. What does Xiang Mingyan mean by this sentence? Drop the case, but the importance of this case and the impact it has caused. Can we just give up so easily? Miss Cho's dead eyes finally showed some surprise. Xiang Mingyan shook his head and said, we solve cases by looking at things rationally. We've even mobilized the entire province's police force to conduct a comprehensive investigation, with no fewer than tens of thousands of officers mobilized.
But is it any use?
No, it's nothing but a waste of resources. With the current level of technology, this is already the limit of what we can do.
Unless the murderer reveals himself, we have no hope.
Xiang Mingyan is the leader of this task force, responsible for the review of this case. That's right, Miss Cho is actually a student of Xiang Mingyan. He was also the most recently taught student by Xiang Mingyan, and in Xiang Mingyan's opinion, he was the most promising talented student to succeed him. He is also the only student who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Miss Cho seems to be born with many ideas and logic for solving cases. She can almost apply them perfectly to various cases. Although this case has a great impact, Xiang Mingyan is more rational and understands it. This is not just a case involving one person, but it was organized and premeditated, and it is even possible that the organization that planned the plot is not within the country. How to investigate this? Where to investigate? If this continues, it will have almost no effect except wasting police manpower and resources.
Professor, are we just giving up like this? Just giving up so easily? Miss Cho still couldn't believe it. Xiang Mingyan nodded and said, that's right.
Currently, our case has only one common clue. That driver is the same as the driver who intercepted Jiang Tian from the Yunhai anti-drug detachment. The only thing they have in common is that they were both drivers who committed the crime. The difference is that one of them is from a remote mountain village in China, while we are investigating someone outside of China.
We can't even find the identity of this driver yet. Given the level of chaos outside of China, do you think we still have a chance?
The driver couldn't be found. It's just a waste of resources within the country. Chapter 440, I looked down on you at first, but now I have to kneel down. I've teamed up with so many experts and have been investigating almost day and night for over a week, but we still don't have any clues about the murderer behind the scenes.
You know what that means? All we can do now is to temporarily seal everything up for safekeeping. After all, Secretary Mu is fine, right? We have more important things waiting for us now.
Xiang Mingyan explained calmly. This is her most proud disciple, and she is training him as her successor. From now on, Miss Chiu will be her perfect successor. If it were someone else, Xiang Mingyan would not have explained it in such detail. Secretary Mu said that there was nothing wrong, but they mobilized almost the most powerful criminal investigation force in the country to be deployed here. Then other major cases across the country will be thrown away, although in terms of influence, even if Secretary Mu is fine, he can still be ranked in the top 3 in terms of the severity of the nature of his actions, because this is the first time in decades that such a high-ranking leader has been attacked. The crime is so severe that the culprit behind it must be eradicated. So starting now, we will gradually reduce the investigation resources, but we will also retain corresponding resources to continue the investigation. I have already reported this matter to the higher-ups, and they have already transferred those experts. Xiang Mingyan continued. Certainly. As the leader of the task force, Xiang Mingyan will not leave Yun province for the time being. Even though she knew that she couldn't find the person in Mr. Mu's case, she still had to show her attitude, although reason told Xiang Mingyan that it was best to give up like this, but unfortunately, sometimes her personal will has no effect. We also investigated Secretary Mu's interpersonal relationships, but unfortunately, we didn't get any information. We also questioned the leaders who disagreed with Secretary Mu, but the final results were unsatisfactory. There was almost no progress.
And from my point of view, those people couldn't be the murderer.
There is no progress in interpersonal relationships and other aspects. They even investigated those who suffered losses based on Mr. Mu's policies. They worked almost non-stop this week to check all the information and all the objects, and all the suspicious targets were investigated in detail, but as the case progressed, it was no longer a stalemate, but all the clues were completely cut off.
There is another possibility. Xiang Mingyan suddenly said. What's possible?
Miss Chiu knew that this was the teacher teaching her.
Secretary Mu is in charge of the political and legal affairs.
Recently, Secretary Mu proposed reform measures to maintain social stability. Some of these measures are very targeted. In particular, according to Secretary Mu's proposal, he applied for a complete blockade of the border.
The murderer is obvious.
The murderer behind the action is likely a foreign force that has gained benefits in Yunhai. There is no need to investigate this case anymore. Cross-border investigations. Joked, it would be fine if it were a country with a stable regime, but abroad, wow, there are 100 forces in every 3 acres of land. When you go to a place, you have to find a force. What the hell is the point of uniting? Speaking of this, Xiang Mingyan felt a little helpless. This is why the case has completely reached a dead end. Teacher, regarding those foreign forces, criminal groups, and the ability to solve cases, Comrade Zhang Tian from the Narcotics Control Brigade. Miss Chiu sounded a little anxious when she mentioned Zhang Tian, but before he could finish his words, Shang Mingyan interrupted him. He's a drug control officer, how could he know what criminal investigation is?
You still don't understand. Without systematic training, how can he know more than us experts? That's not genius anymore, that's treating us like idiots.
This is not conceit, rather, it is the experience that Shang Mingyan gained from being a shining star in the criminal investigation industry after more than 20 years of debut. Her authority needs no questioning. No one can question it. One of her books even became a textbook in criminal investigation courses, but at this moment, Shang Mingyan's phone rang, interrupting his words.
Minister, what's the matter?
Shang Mingyan asked in a simple tone. That's right, it was Minister Tan who called Shang Mingyan. However, Shang Mingyan's tone remained indifferent and seemed to be full of coldness. Miss Chiu looked up at Shang Mingyan, but soon she couldn't help but look away, because when she met Shang Mingyan's cold eyes, she had the illusion that her whole body was completely seen through from the inside out, making her feel bare. In front of those eyes,
it seemed as if no one had any secrets. It's just so
scary. Of course, if it were not for this, Shang Mingyan would not have become a milestone in the criminal investigation industry. His status is so high in the police system that even Minister Tan sometimes feels a sense of being seen through when facing Shang Mingyan.
Professor Shang, there has been a breakthrough in the assassination case of Secretary Mu.
Minister Tan said excitedly. The case of Secretary Mu being attacked is no longer something that can be solved by Yun province alone.
For other cases, you may be able to cover it up.
If you solve them beautifully, you can cure the disease by scraping the bone, and the higher-ups will not blame you. However, the influence of such a high-ranking leader is so bad that it has already caused unrest in the national public service system. There was an earthquake in the capital city, which shows how terrifying the impact was. Although Shang Mingyan has a cold personality, what he says is basically 100% certain. In terms of national criminal investigation, as the famous saying goes, there is no case that cannot be solved. Cases that Shang Mingyan said could not be solved had little hope and eventually became the top 10 unsolved cases in the country. When Shang Mingyan arrived at Yunhai, his first words were that there was little hope of solving the case. Sure enough, a week passed with almost no progress. We checked all possibilities, but in the end, after checking all the clues, we still found nothing. The case was completely closed. Minister Tan also expressed his understanding. After learning that the driver was from abroad and the vehicle was a stolen scrapped car, Minister Tan realized that the hope of solving the case was becoming increasingly slim. But at this time, Zhang Tianyu was determined to shock people. He actually said that he had found clues to the case. The key is that Minister Tan discovered it in the end. What Zhang Tian said is really possible. Minister Tan was excited. He couldn't understand how Zhang Tian could be so talented, but none of this matters.
Do you know Zhang Tian from the Narcotics Control Brigade? He found clues to the case and people related to it. And according to Comrade Zhang Tian, this case has a definite connection with Yuan Guanglian from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Minister Tan said directly. Boom.
Hiss.
Shang Mingyan's cold eyes flashed with shock. Where is he?
I want to see Zhang Tian. Oh, he's handling an important case and can't get away for the time being. Miss Chiu standing by raised her dead fish eyes, as if to say, you looked down on him before, but now he is out of your reach. This time, Miss Chiu's voice rang out, he's a drug control officer, what does he know about criminal investigation? After all, different professions are like different worlds.
What he said must be false. Professor, don't believe him.
Chapter 441. The more we investigate, the more terrifying it becomes. At the same time, a bus was parked at the intersection, and not far from the bus were soldiers and police officers standing. That's right, the direction they are now in is Shirmio village. According to my investigation, there is a road behind Shirmio village. As for whether there are other roads, I haven't found any for sure yet. But one thing I can be sure of is that, apart from the small paths in front and behind the village, even if there are other roads, they should be harmless.
Zhang Tian's eyes flashed.
As long as these two roads were blocked, the entire Shirmio village would be unable to escape. Especially, the original plan was to take place at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the combat meeting will be started at 7 o'clock.
At night, it is to ensure that everyone can be at home.
It will be convenient for action at that time and can also prevent suspects from escaping. However, after the accident happened, Zhang Tian came out and then described the environment of Shirmio village in detail on the bus, including the subsequent organizational personnel. It had already dragged on until 12 o'clock in the morning. Of course, in fact, it has no impact on the overall action. At 12 o'clock in the morning, most people have already fallen asleep, which is of great help to our actions. Minister Tan touched his chin and pondered. Although Zhang Tian just said to suspend the action, it is not possible to suspend the action so easily. After all, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Since the manpower has been organized and the progress is already underway, it is impossible to pause. Originally, Zhang Tian wanted to go in and turn on the radar to make a detailed record tonight. It's just because of this accident. Of course, in fact, when Zhang Tian mentioned Shirmio village, all of these leaders turned pale, especially Huaixing. His lips turned purple. Any other criminal issues can be put aside, but the same thing applies. This is the only issue that cannot be relaxed. Drug crime is the red line among red lines, a high voltage line. Anyone who dares to touch it will be reduced to ashes. After all, the disaster that happened 100 years ago brought countless subsequent disasters to this land, lessons from the past. But when it turns out that an entire village, or even all the people in it, may be involved in drug crimes, these people are stunned. They thought of themselves as a huge criminal gang. I also thought it was a criminal gang on the same line. But I never expected it to be a village, especially after Zhang Tian took
out the information.
A village, if it's a village, it would be difficult to carry out the operation.
If we can't identify the suspect, it's easy to hurt innocent people.
Hiss, no wonder the operation had to be suspended. Xiao Jiang, you're right, this action was indeed impulsive. Shenhan took a breath. Shimiao village covers a large area, the permanent population has reached more than 2,000 people. So, if it is a drug village, how many criminals are there and how many people are involved in the case? I'm afraid that since everyone is covering up for someone, at least half of them are involved in the crime, right? The problem in Shimiao village is too serious. Oh my god, Xiao Jiang, you should have responded to this problem a long time ago.
What's the point of reporting this?
A drug village.
How long has it been going on?
What's the scale?
How many profit-making gangs are involved? Tell us in advance. If the news leaks out, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? But what should we do now? Although we are certain that most people were involved, we cannot identify the specific perpetrators.
This is a huge test for our efforts to capture and scale our operations. That's right, this is the difficult problem that now lies before them. If you can identify the criminal when facing drug dealers, good guy, if there is resistance or danger, just go up and shoot and it will be solved. But we can't identify the criminals, and we can't just go into the village and kill everyone we see. Besides, no matter how big the drug village is, it is impossible for everyone to be involved. If that were the case, it would be too outrageous. But Zhang Tian had a slight smile on his face. He already had all of this under control.
Xiao Jiang, I understand how you do things. Don't fight a battle you are not sure of winning. Don't hide anything.
Gao Xiaolong stood up and said, "That's right, the entire army attacked. With such a large scale of the case, these leaders were surrounded by layers of security and stayed in a safe place. Because of their presence, this operation doesn't even require Zhang Tian's personal participation. Of course, such a large-scale operation involves too many issues from all aspects. Zhang Tian also needs to participate here to provide reference and command. After all, no one present knew the problems of Shimiao village better than Zhang Tian, and Zhang Tian had been secretly investigating for a long time. As Gao Xiaolong's voice rang out, everyone looked at Zhang Tian. There was some doubt in his eyes. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Zhang Tian, after all, was a very famous person, but when it came to seeing Zhang Tian's abnormal meritorious deeds, they really only heard all kinds of rumors, which were a bit weird, so they were somewhat skeptical. I had anticipated this, so over the past few days, I've conducted a detailed investigation of Shimiao village. There are a total of 735 households in Shimiao village, with a total of 2,300 adults and children. I've investigated the bank account flows of these 2,300 people. Zhang Tian said in a calm tone. Hiss. When these words came out, many leaders looked at Zhang Tian in astonishment, especially Zhang Peng subconsciously said, "How come I don't know? I am investigating this matter in confidence."
Zhang Tian said calmly. As for the reason, the leaders present basically understood it.
Some embarrassment flashed across their faces, but they didn't say much. Just the next moment, only then did the people present react.
Investigating alone? Oh my god? More than 2,000 people? Is it so perverted?
The leaders who reacted were all stunned. In fact, this kind of investigation is quite troublesome, because you have to screen the information of these people, mark out the incorrect account transactions, and then mark out their names. I have to say it, although it is a crime, the household registration numbers of the people in Shimiao village are all known. If we really want to find them, we can just arrest them based on the household registration numbers. There are definitely some oversights, but they are not important.
According to my investigation, the entire village is mostly clan power, and the entire village is surnamed Shi, including the leaders.
Zhang Tian knew everything about it, thanks to his photographic memory. Speaking of which, Zhang Tian felt a little ashamed. In fact, the person who handled these materials was Sister Yue, but all the review was done by Zhang Tian, and Zhang Tian even felt that Sister Yue didn't do anything, and he was the one who did most of the work. He couldn't understand why Sister Yue was so exhausted. After sorting out the information, I went on vacation. It's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. The crime involves the entire village.
What is Yunhai doing? Why didn't we notice it in advance?
Minister Tan's eyelids twitched. It's broken, this is a revelation. Chapter 442, Doubt about life. Is there really such a perfect monster in the world? He himself was not prepared to participate, but the more I listened, the more serious and terrifying the problem became. The scale of this is too terrifying. The most important thing is that this is not an isolated case. The crime scale of Shimiao village is so terrifying that it is obviously not something that can be done overnight.
It has been going on for years without any detection.
The key point is, even if Shirmiao Village is solved, how many criminal groups like Shirmiao Village are there in Yunhai? It's terrifying when you think about it. Thinking about the criminal groups that Zhang Tian had eradicated before, the more Minister Tan thought about it, the more frightened he became. It was simply thrilling. Even Minister Tan had an illusion: the 10 most unsolved cases since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Could it be? Most of them will be replaced by Yunhai, whether it was the Wenye group or Shirmiao Village. Even the secretary was attacked. There were dozens of militants attacking. There were hundreds of militants attacking the high-ranking leader. Well, don't talk about the future. If we count them one by one, it seems that the major cases in the past 10 years are not as many as the ones that Yunhai has handled in one go. In addition to this, I have basically prepared all the information. I have marked those who have been confirmed to have committed crimes through bank statements. Those who are uncertain but have huge risks have also been marked. In the end, even if they are innocent, they cannot be proven innocent. After all, hundreds of thousands of stolen money can be used in cash, not necessarily through bank cards. In short, the final summary of 700 people is just a conservative estimate. Zhang Tian let out a sigh. This case is definitely the most influential and terrifying one in recent times. I am afraid that this will serve as a terrorist case with a huge impact for decades to come, sounding the alarm for the whole country. There is no way. The sea of clouds is so great. If there is any bomb, we will blow it up first. You see how I was blown up, so just pay more attention in the future. 700, conservatively? Everyone at the scene was stunned, but think about it carefully. The number of high-risk and confirmed cases exceeds 700, but if we check all channels, wouldn't it be possible to easily involve thousands of people? It is even entirely possible that more than half of the people in the village participated in it. Zhou Zhao swallowed his saliva and looked at Huai Shang, feeling relieved that Huai Shang had come. Otherwise, even he would not have the courage to make a decision on his own in such a horrific case. No, even Huai province does not have this right, because it's too horrific to be involved. Thousands of people were arrested in one go. Just think about the interrogation and arrest. Where to detain is a huge problem, because the detention center in Yunhai is almost full recently. Thanks to the early discovery, Yunhai has redeemed this grave mistake. However, this does not mean it can be written off. Minister Tan's tone softened slightly and his eyes swept around. Even Huai Shang narrowed his eyes slightly and took deep breaths. At this time, Yue Wei got out of a police car, then the bus came running over. What she was holding in her arms was a huge briefcase. After Zhang Tian took it, he glanced at Yu Hui's swollen eyes and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. But there is no way. Sister Yue Wei is really useful. Don't worry, Sister Yue Wei, I will recommend you for a reward. You can go back and get some sleep first. Zhang Tian waved his hand and said worriedly, the main reason is that it is difficult to find such qualified cattle and horses. If they are exhausted, who can compensate Zhang Tian? It's too late. It's such a big case. How can I rest? Yue said with tears in her eyes. She suspected that she was not far from sudden death. If he continued to do this, although the bonus would be huge, how could a flesh and blood body withstand it? Zhang Tian felt helpless about this. With such a big case, it is probably impossible for Sister Yue to take a break due to the follow-up issues involved. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian suddenly felt a little distressed for Sister Yue, who says only those who stand in the light are heroes. But the next moment, Minister Tan rushed up with one stride, took the information. Really, the more Minister Tan looked at it, the more interesting his expression became, and the more surprised he looked at Zhang Tian. Even if you don't want to admit it, however, the level of detail in this information is such that no matter whether it is a major suspect or a confirmed case, there are definite clues to verify it. This job, Zhang Tian was able to do it in such a short time while investigating the crime scene. Comrade, thank you for your hard work. Minister Tan thanked Yue, who knew that the next moment Yu Hui hurriedly shook her head. Minister, you misunderstood. I was only responsible for collecting information, reviewing these materials and making documents. They were all made by team leader Zhang himself. That's right, this is the reason why Yue is willing to work overtime. This made Minister Tan look at Zhang Tian with even more surprise, even if he is unwilling to admit it. Zhang Tian leaves people with the impression that he is more interested in combat than in thinking. It may also be because of Zhang Tian's impressive record that it is easy for people to overlook Zhang Tian's intelligence in case clues in criminal investigation. Such potential. Hiss. Is there really such a perfect and terrifying monster in the world? The more Minister Tan looked, the more frightened he became. The more I look at it, the more surprises I get. Later, Minister Tan slapped his thigh and said, "Good, well done. With this evidence, we can now act without restraint." In fact, after arriving at the scene and preparing for action, just found out the complexity of the case was far beyond their imagination. I originally thought it was the second Wenyi group, but unexpectedly, it was countless times more terrifying than the Wenyi group. I originally thought that Zhang Tian was somewhat exaggerating, and that there were probably only 300 or 400 criminals. This is already a major terrorist case, and there are probably 700 or 800 people involved. The result is now. In reality, the number of criminals that occur is just a few hundred, and it is simply impossible to stop them. These thousands of people can definitely be arrested, and all of them are major drug-related persons. After being arrested, the person can be directly sentenced to death or life imprisonment. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you really exceeded my expectations. I thought that if I continued investigating such a complicated case, the cucumber would be cold. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. That's right, if the action is suspended to launch an investigation, they won't even be able to eat cucumbers, but if they take direct action, innocent people will be involved. A few fewer people may not matter, but if their actions cause serious consequences, too many innocent people will be involved who can bear that horrible responsibility. The information Jiang Tian submitted was no less than giving him a list. You just need to sneak into each house according to the addresses on the list and arrest them directly. Minister Tan not only did not have any other emotions when he was grateful for this achievement, but his eyes were shining. Being the king of 8 merits isn't enough, you're going to be the king of 9 palaces. Chapter 443, Another Thunderclap. You actually have this trick. In fact, not only that, I think we have some ideas for another shocking case. Jiang Tian smiled. What did you say? Minister Tan seemed to have not heard clearly. There should be some signs of the power behind the group that attacked Wen Yulin before. Jiang Tian said slowly, what does it mean to never stop until your words are shocking? Exploded. As soon as this sentence appeared, the scene exploded instantly. Why? In fact, the investigation into this case has been ongoing, but in fact, Jiang Tian's attention was not on those who took action. After handling cases in recent times, Jiang Tian has gained a certain understanding of the criminal group. There is a special group of people doing business overseas that is the nature of a mercenary, but they do not have the terrifying and professional combat power of mercenaries. But at the same time, they have a little more combat power than ordinary drug dealers who fight on behalf of others. In other words, an agent does things. There are many local criminal forces. When there is no way to solve them, or when there are some troubles that need to be dealt with, these people come into being. Jiang Tian briefly interrogated those who were arrested, but unfortunately, the result was not satisfactory. That is, this group of people were just substitutes and hired people. He is a combatant in an overseas group company. The local criminal group in Yunhai directly mobilized its superpowers and used high salaries to hire thugs from that company to carry out the operation through those thugs. In other words, the criminal group is the mastermind behind the scenes, transferring money to the overseas company, and then that company acts according to the intelligence provided by the criminal group. Regarding this case, these are also the only 2 major cases at present. In Yunhai, it can be said that major cases continue to appear, and the concept of what has appeared is terrifying. If they are fully exposed, even each one of them can become one of the top 10 major cases that shocked the new country, and can even be ranked at the top. After Jiang Tian specifically interrogated a few people who were left alive, he found out that this group of people were hired from a foreign agency that specializes in hiring hired guns. This kind of case, the issues involved are generally very complicated and extremely difficult. It is very difficult to find out the real culprit behind the scenes. It's easy to deal with domestic companies, but other companies are all located abroad. How can they know who the murderer is? After reaching this point, experts from the Criminal Investigation Agency also conducted repeated investigations, but the results were not satisfactory. In short, after entering the sea of clouds, those expert teams suffered one blow after another. When I came here, I made a big fuss, and I could even say that there was a bit of arrogance in my heart. But after arriving here and being involved in 2 major cases, they began to doubt their lives. In other words, the difficulty and thorniness have far exceeded their imagination. The more they investigated, the more difficult it became. Most importantly, based on their experience, there was simply no solution, especially the case of Mr. Mu's attack, which is even more unsolvable. It is impossible to find the murderer. He is a pure illegal immigrant from abroad. The only clue is that the car was stolen. At this point, it can be basically concluded that the clue is broken. No matter how much criminal investigation force is invested, even if a door-to-door search is conducted throughout the entire province, not to mention the horrific cost and difficulty, even if the search is completed, it is impossible to find anything. Besides, this is an unrealistic question. This case is even more so. More than a dozen armed police officers were attacked. When the criminal investigation team heard about this case, the task force took over immediately. After taking over and thoroughly understanding the details of the case, they fell silent, because I've reached a dead end again. If you want to solve the case, you can only hunt down criminal groups outside the country, but this brings up another problem. To hunt down those abroad, we at least need to communicate with them, but there are too many forces and gangs on the other side. It looks like a complete hole, but within the hole, there are countless forces, and there is little connection between them. Many are even hostile. In that case, only condemnation can be made at the above level. However, at present, doing so also needs to take into account the international situation and so on. The most important point is that the mercenary forces to which these people belong are very strong. It is a very professional armed force. To wipe them out, at least a large number of professional armed personnel will be needed to enter the country. If something goes wrong, there might even be international disputes. Taking all the above into consideration, the problem of using criminal groups to find the murderer behind the scenes is basically broken. So that means there are basically no clues. Everyone in the Criminal Investigation Task Force was paralyzed. I originally thought I could show off my skills, but after searching for a long time, I found that I couldn't find anything. Secretary Mu's case could not be investigated, and even the case in which Wen Yulin and more than a dozen armed police officers were attacked and killed encountered such great difficulties. And now, you actually say that you have an idea?
Do you know what you are saying? The experts in the task force, even under the leadership of Professor Shang Mingyan, have no idea at all. You actually have a clue about the Wen Yulin case?
Minister Tan said in astonishment. These major cases are all horrific cases that have reached the ears of the emperor, and it is the kind of case that cannot be covered up, and no one can cover it up otherwise. There would not be a joint task force consisting of the headquarters, provincial department, and Yunhai audits for the purpose of tracking down the case, but unfortunately, even though we have gathered almost the most elite criminal investigation forces, there has been no progress so far. But this also exposed a serious problem, that is, the martial law situation at the border cannot be delayed any longer. To be honest, regarding this Shirmiao village, after my investigation, I found that there are business dealings between this village and Wen Yulin.
Zhang Tian said with a grin. Zhang Tian conducted a detailed investigation into this situation. It was discovered that there was a business transaction with Shirmiao village in Wen Yulin's account. Not much, only more than 100,000. Although the recipient of the payment was the village committee, Wen Yulin only made a donation to Shirmiao village in his personal name. The money is not much,
but these more than 100,000 can represent a lot of things. In particular, in many cases, 99% of transactions in this area are conducted entirely in cash. The reason why this sum of money was collected was that Wen Yulin leaked information about Shirmiao village to Zhang Tian before he was arrested. Zhang Tian then made a targeted search and naturally found this sum of money quickly among the vast number of bills. Apart from anything else, this sum of money is enough to prove the relationship between the two parties. This 100,000 yuan transfer occurred in March 1993, a decade ago.
Wen Yulin made this donation to the Shirmiao village committee in his personal name, using his personal account.
However, based on my research, this 100,000 yuan was likely a test of Wen Yulin's intentions, a gesture of sincerity, or a deliberate omission. Zhang Tian's mind was full of thoughts. So far, Zhang Tian has not figured out whether the relationship between Wen Yulin and Shirmiao village is a cooperative one or an accomplice one. That case is more complicated. If it were just his subordinates and the sales were only helped by the Wenye group, the case would actually be simpler, but according to Zhang Tian's understanding, this is probably not as simple as his subordinates.
Chapter 444, The Shock of the Legendary Business Saying, Why are you running? Following Zhang Tian's words, the scene was in an uproar in an instant. That's right, it's a frying pan. Everyone was breathing rapidly. Even Huaisheng stood up and asked excitedly, Are you telling the truth? God knows how troubled the people in Yunnan province are because of these two unsolvable cases. Who could have imagined the result? Zhang Tian's series of actions directly brought new ideas to solving two cases that were stuck in a dead end. Even the two major cases that the task force had given up on were listed in the top 10 unsolved cases in the past decades for sealed files, and it was recommended that Yunhai be severely cracked down on and impose the strictest restrictions on entry and exit from abroad. To prevent this situation and problems from continuing to occur, and Zhang Tian actually provided a reasonable idea to solve the case at this time. Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier?
Minister Tan was instantly stunned, completely numb. Since you have discovered it, why do you say it now? The task force is ready to retreat. Oh no, some experts have even gone back to their own homes. Zhang Tian spread his hands and said, I originally wanted to talk to them about it, but who knew that the task force would say that I, a drug enforcement officer, don't know anything about criminal investigation? Forehead, Minister Tan was stunned and a little dazed when he heard this. He stared at Zhang Tian blankly. He took a deep breath in a trance. To be honest, Zhang Tian was a personal participant in both the Minister Tan and Wen Yulin cases. Coupled with Zhang Tian's ability to solve cases, it was reasonable for him to join the task force.
Is there such a thing?
Minister Tan's eyes gradually became serious. I don't know much about drug control in their case.
Unfortunately, I couldn't provide any valuable clues before this.
Zhang Tian shook his head. The task force has very great powers. Even though Zhang Tian has the responsibilities of the security department, he has no right to interfere in the affairs of the task force. They can mobilize all the resources and energy of Yun province. Even several criminals who survived the Wen Yulin case were taken away by the task force. He knows nothing and no one likes Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian naturally had no intention of trying to please someone who was not welcome.
I understand.
Minister Tan didn't say much, but his brows had unconsciously furrowed deeply, because this fully reflects a discriminatory issue, but Minister Tan couldn't say anything at this time. Also, according to my investigation, Shi Hailiang, the village chief of Shirmiao village, should be the organizer and the leader.
The first thing to do is to control Shi Hailiang.
Didn't say much since we just mentioned Yuan Guanliang's problem. I believe the task force should have already taken action. In other words, Gao Yangyang should be safe too. So Zhang Tian also turned his attention wholeheartedly to Shirmiao village. It was just as Zhang Tian expected. At this moment, in the Anti-Corruption Bureau, in the dark of night, many people are still working overtime. In fact, many people have stereotypes about the system, such as working from 9 to 5, going to work on time and leaving, get off work on time, I'm slacking off every day. Are there such people? Actually, there are, and quite a few of them, but those are basically people who have no ambition for the future and have already laid down. Departments like the anti-corruption department are relatively idle on weekdays, but once they start handling a case, they really work overtime day and night. Once the operation begins, they work day and night to investigate the clues of the case. Working overtime is the norm. Of course, if there are no goals or tasks, and it's just daily life, it would be easier. It's just that I've been obviously very busy recently. Yuan Guangliang did not leave even though it was very late. Yuan Guangliang sat in the office, staring blankly at the phone in front of him, as if waiting for a call from the other end. He stared at the phone number. A moment later, the cell phone on his desk suddenly rang without any struggle. Yuan Guangliang hurriedly took out his cell phone, took a look at it, and then answered the call in a panic. "Is it done?" A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, I have acted according to the plan and it is absolutely foolproof," Yuan Guangliang said hurriedly. "Idiot, Zhang Tian has been released. You must leave the Anti-Corruption Bureau immediately." The voice on the phone was deep and seemed to be wearing a voice changer, making the voice sound fake. "This is impossible." Yuan Guangliang's pupils contracted. The voice on the phone said angrily, "Han Qi has been arrested and detained in the softbox. Zhang Tian has been taken away. If you don't leave now, you, the idiot, won't be able to leave." "Yes, I'll prepare it now," Yuan Guangliang said hurriedly and panicked. As he spoke, Yuan Guangliang stood up hurriedly, but just when he was about to leave, the office door was opened with a bang, but what he saw in front of him was not the road behind the door. On the contrary, what stood in front of Yuan Guangliang was a dark and majestic shadow. He was looking down at him with no expression on his face. "Who are you?" Yuan Guangliang asked with forced calmness. "Yuan Guangliang, right? You've been caught. Please come with us now." Tap tap tap. A sound of heavy footsteps was heard. Then a cold figure appeared in front of him. At this moment, he was staring at him deeply. In fact, Yuan Guangliang didn't know the woman in front of him, who looked calm, was deeply shocked at this moment. That's right, the person who came was Shang Mingjian. As the leader of the task force, it can be said that he is an authority in the entire country, and even has a certain authority in the global arena. The main reason is that Shang Mingyan's record in the past was too strong. It is the professional level that has conquered many industry practitioners. There is a saying that goes, if you don't get into criminal investigation, you are like a frog in a well, and if you do, you are like a mayfly. The famous saying of Shang is that one remains calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. A legendary woman with 20 years of experience in the criminal investigation industry. At this moment, he looked at Yuan Guangliang as if he had seen a ghost. Originally, Shang Mingyan thought Zhang Tian was just talking nonsense. It may even be a deliberate retaliation, but now Shang Mingyan had to admit that he had been wrong and even misunderstood Zhang Tian. I had a serious prejudice against Zhang Tian before. She didn't even think that there was anything wrong with Yuan Guangliang, because she had read Yuan Guangliang's detailed information, and no matter how she investigated, it seemed that he was definitely not related to the Mu Lao attack case. But at this moment, she was completely numb. Is there really something wrong with this guy? Why are you running? Chapter 445. It was about dusk before dawn, and everything was in chaos. As a legendary figure in criminal investigation, Shang Mingyan can be said to have the ability to read minds when it comes to so-called micro-expressions, emotions, reactions, etc. Of course, mind reading is a bit exaggerated, but through body movements and micro-expressions, he can produce the same effect as mind reading. Once you master these, it's almost like mind reading. In this regard, Shang Mingyan has definitely reached a pinnacle level. For this reason, even Miss Zhou would feel guilty and nervous when facing this mentor, and could only try her best to cover it up with dead eyes and an expressionless face. But Miss Zhou knew that her master had seen through her long ego.my own arrogance is fake. While this mentor's arrogance comes from the heart, Miss Zhou stood aside and glanced at Shang Mingyan secretly. She saw that although the mentor had a faint smile on his face, his eyes seemed to be able to see through all secrets. In front of this legendary figure in the criminal investigation world, no secrets seemed to be able to be concealed. Miss Zhou knew her mentor too well. Just by looking at those eyes, she understood that the case was solved. Or rather, it's not certain, but there is definitely a major problem with this Yuan Guangliang, not to mention the business sayings. Miss Zhou could tell at a glance. It can only be said that Yuan Guangliang's self-calm disguise makes him look like a clown in the eyes of these criminal investigation elites. It's a pity that the teacher's eyes are too scary. She can see what everyone is thinking with just a glance. That's why I'm 40 years old and still haven't had a boyfriend. Miss Zhou's dead eyes became a little erratic and her thoughts were flying, because she suddenly thought of something. Miss Zhou and Shang Mingyan have a very close relationship. After all, she is Shang Mingyan's direct disciple. Miss Zhou knows Shang Mingyan very well, and she understands even more that this professor who seems to be so glorious in front of others has a lonely heart under his cold appearance. It's also because I see too clearly and understand too well. Only then did Miss Zhou feel a little sorry for the professor. However, as Miss Zhou was lost in thought, a figure suddenly popped up in her mind. Zhang Tian. That's right. That guy is so good at pretending that I can't even see through him. I wonder if he can fool the professor. Miss Zhou's heart moved. Suddenly I realized that this case seemed to be an opportunity. Anyway, the teacher is already in his 40s. If I don't seize the opportunity, I will never have another chance in this life, but finding a suitable one is not that easy, especially Xiang Mingyan. His eyes can see through people's hearts, and almost no one can hide their inner thoughts in front of Xiang Mingyan, too transparent and meaningless. Moreover, whenever the man had some dirty thoughts from time to time, they could not escape Xiang Mingyan's eyes. It's just in Miss Zhou's imagination, Zhang Tian was the most peculiar and mysterious man she had ever met. At least, in her eyes, Zhang Tian was very good at disguise, the kind of disguise that even she couldn't see any signs of, and he was especially good at pretending to be cool, and most importantly, he was capable. Maybe that thing can really attract the professor. Miss Zhou's heart was pounding. However, Xiang Mingyan, who was watching Yuan Guangliang at the moment, did not notice that Miss Zhou, the closed disciple beside her, was already planning how to betray her. At this time,
Xiang Mingyan's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts.
Looking at Yuan Guangliang, who was forcing himself to remain calm, a bright smile appeared slightly on his almost snow-white and extremely delicate face. She is so charming with just one smile. Yuan Guangliang, who was pretending to be calm, was stunned for a moment. Such a graceful woman, and also such a stunningly beautiful appearance. Yuan Guangliang couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. Xiang Mingyan frowned slightly, and a hint of disgust appeared on his bright face. That's it. The filthy and dirty thoughts in his mind can all be seen in his eyes, and his whole demeanor from the inside out is blatantly vulgar.
Excuse me, which unit are you from? I don't know what case I have and how it happened.
After a moment, Yuan Guangliang came back to his senses and couldn't help but secretly observe Xiang Mingyan's face with the corner of his eyes, and the figured he thought he was being very careful, just using his peripheral vision, but in front of Xiang Mingyan, this was no different from being watched nakedly. To be honest, Yuan Guangliang is indeed an elite undercover agent. Or rather,
Yuan Guangliang's psychological strength is absolutely online, and even all his actions are expressed through micro-expressions.
In fact, Yuan Guangliang's face is full of justice, and on the surface, it is absolutely reasonable and well-founded. There was even a feeling of being wronged. It really looks like that, but Yuan Guangliang had no idea how ridiculous all his thoughts and little actions were in the eyes of these criminal investigation experts. We are the headquarters joint task force, and I am the team leader, Xiang Mingyan. Xiang Mingyan took out his ID with an expressionless face. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Although they are not in the police system, they are also in the civil service system. How can you not be familiar with the name Xiang Mingyan?
Xiang Mingyan?
Yuan Guangliang, who had been strong and calm, broke out in cold sweat almost instantly, his whole body cold. Why her? And the headquarters joint task force, hearing this name and the team leader Xiang Mingyan, Yuan Guangliang's breathing became a little faster because his mind was completely blank.
Are you afraid?
The next moment, Xiang Mingyan's eyes were bright and even full of surprise. If only 20% was confirmed at the beginning. So now, 60% to 70% of them, no, even Xiang Mingyan is bolder and says 80% of them have ITI. And Yunhai, who has some channels or even some knowledge, doesn't understand what the headquarters joint investigation team does? There is even public news on the internet, in response to the recent frequent occurrence of major crimes in Yunhai, due to their extremely severe impact. Headquarters has decided to establish a special task force station in Yun province to deal with the serious cases in Yunhai, and to establish a joint task force with Yunhai and Yun province. In fact, at first glance, this seems like a lack of trust from above towards those below. In fact, this is indeed the case, and there is another meaning, that is, the problems on Yunhai's side have become more and more beyond imagination, the cases are becoming more and more involved, and there are too many of them. There is already a serious shortage of local police officers. Moreover, don't look at the recent cases. Zhang Tian took the lead and the anti-drug team followed behind. In fact, a single move can affect the entire body. With the collapse of the criminal group, one after another chaotic small evil forces want to take advantage of the opportunity to seize territory and rise up. In addition, those criminals who were suppressed before and dared not show up are also emerging one by one at this moment. The chain reaction was that people in other teams basically became busy as well. Big and small cases keep appearing one after another.
Chapter 446 gave Legend a small shock. Is Legend crazy? It is said that great order must be preceded by turmoil. In fact, this itself is a kind of cleansing and evolution, or a process of scraping the bone to cure the poison. Yuan Guangliang naturally knew what the main task of the joint investigation team was, and even why they came here, which was because Secretary Mu was attacked. Take away.
Xiang Mingyan suppressed the excitement in his heart and waved hurriedly. Elite police officers rushed up from behind and took Yuan Guangliang under control in an instant.
Why are you arresting me? I haven't broken any law, I haven't committed any crime, why?
Yuan Guangliang wanted to struggle. All I showed was that I was wrong. If someone didn't know, they would really think that Yuan Guangliang was innocent.
At least he had done a good job on the surface.
Even if the criminal investigation personnel were not very experienced, they would not notice anything wrong.
What evidence do you have to arrest me?
Yuan Guangliang continued. Really, before coming, Xiang Mingyan obtained all the information about Yuan Guangliang through the joint investigation team in just a few minutes, including whether there has been any corruption, bribery, or other mistakes. But what was unexpected was, according to the survey of business quotes, Yuan Guangliang is very clean and has almost no stain on his body. Since he joined the Anti-Corruption Bureau, he has been working diligently and his accounts are clean. Even a more detailed investigation revealed that Yuan Guanliang's life was almost a routine. Originally Xiang Mingyan was skeptical, but at this moment, this became evidence proving that Yuan Guanliang had a big problem.
Be careful not to alert the enemy.
Capture him first and interrogate him slowly. Xiang Mingyan waved his hand. This operation, Xiang Mingyan actually didn't bring too many people with him, because she knew very well that if Yuan Guangliang really had the possibility of being a breakthrough in the case, she must absolutely avoid alerting the enemy, including when they came into the Anti-Corruption Bureau, they directly contacted the highest leader of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Reach a consensus with the top leadership. Of course, in essence, the leaders of the Anti-Corruption Bureau also obey the orders of the Joint Task Force. To put it bluntly, the Joint Investigation Team is now like the ancient times in the entire Yun province, carrying the imperial sword and able to mobilize any and all resources unconditionally. As for you, I hope you can tell me honestly who is behind the attack on Secretary Mu.
Since I'm here, you should be a smart person. If there is no evidence pointing to you, how could our Joint Investigation Team, which is very busy, come out in full force to arrest you? Xiang Mingyan directly attacked the heart. It's just a pity Yuan Guangliang is also experienced.
Although he cannot hide it from Xiang Mingyan's eyes and can analyze Yuan Guanliang's emotions through his micro-expressions, Xiang Mingyan is not a god after all. I know there is something wrong with Yuan Guangliang, but Yuan Guangliang refused to confess anything and just kept saying that he was innocent.
Where's Jiang Tian? Where's that little Jiang?
Interrogation room, Xiang Mingyan's face was cold, but there was a hint of anger in his eyes, but it was very weak. But Miss Zhou, who knew Xiang Mingyan very well, knew that Xiang Mingyan was really furious, the kind that is furious, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge psychological fluctuation. Although it is very weak, it is already very significant for Xiang Mingyan. Team leader, Minister Tan just called us back.
Comrade Jiang Tian is currently carrying out an important operation. Comrade Jiang Tian is carrying out a very important mission and cannot be available for the time being.
Just at this moment, Zhangji wiped the sweat off his face and stood in front of Xiang Mingyan, but he didn't even dare to raise his head, because there is a precedent for this. Anyone who knows the history of Xiang Mingyan knows how terrifying Xiang Mingyan is. Rumor has it that as long as you look into Xiang Mingyan's eyes for more than 2 seconds, Xiang Mingyan can easily know all your secrets. Of course, these alone don't matter. The scariest thing is that Xiang Mingyan is too stunningly good looking. At the age of 40, her skin and face look like she is only 25 or 26, but her temperament is too mature, like that of a noble lady. Such an attractive temperament, coupled with eyes that can read people's hearts. Wow, it's impossible not to make a fool of yourself if you just look at her twice. No one wants to expose the ugly side of themselves. As the captain of the Yunhai Criminal Investigation Detachment, how could Zhang Ji not understand the super boss at the Criminal Investigation Headquarters? It is also a legendary saying in the world of criminal investigation.
Bullshit, how big a case can be as important as Secretary Mu?
Xiang Mingyan was instantly furious when he heard that. These words instantly made Zhang Ji gasp, because this sentence is equivalent to saying that Leader Tan is talking nonsense.
Such an insult is like asking for death.
Even though Zhang Ji knew Xiang Mingyan's legendary history, he still felt frightened. I didn't even dare to say a word. After Xiang Mingyan cursed, he calmed down. Without making things difficult for Zhang Ji, Xiang Mingyan let him go and took out his phone, found Minister Tan's number and called him, because in Xiang Mingyan's opinion, no matter how big the problem is right now, it is not as important as the case in front of us.
After all, he's from the narcotics division and doesn't understand criminal investigation at all. Jiang Tian probably got the information from somewhere. He doesn't understand how important every bit of information is to us right now. This could even be the biggest clue to solving the attack on Secretary Mu. Yet, Jiang Tian doesn't take it seriously.
Xiang Mingyan felt a little angry, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It's fine if Jiang Tian doesn't know, but why are you, Minister Tan, also making trouble? Team leader Jiang might really be busy with something important. Miss Chiu still believed in Jiang Tian. After all, Jiang Tian had unknowingly become somewhat invincible in her mind. This might be because she was in the same municipal bureau as Jiang Tian and had more knowledge and contact with him, but the more this happened, the more Miss Chiu was shocked to find that every time she thought she had seen through Jiang Tian would always come up with something new and shocking. Criminal investigation and solving cases are a race against time.
Yuan Guanliang's ability to endure is such that he cannot confess in such a short time.
By the time he confesses, the food will probably be cold.
What kind of thing, what kind of case, can be more important than arresting the mastermind behind the attack on Secretary Mu? This is simply nonsense.
Although Xiang Mingyan's temperament was cold, he spoke calmly, expressing the seriousness of the matter, but at the end, Xiang Mingyan paused and shook his head, saying, I'm afraid Jiang Tian doesn't understand criminal investigation, so he doesn't understand the seriousness of the matter.
It's me who is petty.
It was mainly because Minister Tan acted up that Xiang Mingyan lost his composure. After calming down, I also feel peaceful.
Minister Tan, I need Jiang Tian to come over now, right now, immediately. Xiang Mingyan went straight to the point without any nonsense. I can't come. Minister Tan also came straight to the point. Buzz.
Listening to the calm voice on the phone, Xiang Mingyan was completely confused. She repeatedly confirmed that she had not dialed the wrong number, but Xiang Mingyan just felt that this world had gone crazy. Or, Minister Tan, you're crazy.
This is an important clue to solving the case of Secretary Mu's attack.
Xiang Mingyan came back to his senses and spoke a little louder. Who knows, the next moment, what made Xiang Mingyan's mentality explode was heard. What's the case of Secretary Mu being attacked? Boom.
Crazy. Chapter 447, another golden entry. Fu Er is a younger brother. Are you crazy, Minister Tan?
Xiang Mingyan's pupils kept shrinking, but she didn't know that Minister Tan on the other end of the phone hung up, put down his phone, and looked outside the bus with a gloomy look. Zhang Tian was gathering the team leaders for the operation and assigning them tasks. Zhang Tian's voice also clearly reached these people's ears. The time has come for the government and the people to test us.
Defeating and annihilating these drug traffickers is our most perfect answer to the people.
No extra words, just a simple sentence. Minister Tan looked at him with a deep gaze. Xiang Mingyan was indeed a genius and even a legend, but Minister Tan also had to sigh that in this world, talented people emerge in every generation. Xiang Mingyan may be a legend in the world of criminal investigation, or even a legend. He has solved many major cases in his lifetime. If it weren't for Xiang Mingyan, it can even be said that many major cases in the country will become unsolved cases, but Xiang Mingyan's talent is unquestionable. But unfortunately, he met Jiang Tian, a Jiang Tian who was countless times more evil than Xiang Mingyan. This guy not only has criminal investigation and analysis capabilities that are even more terrifying than Xiang Mingyan's, he even has the terrifying ability to complete tasks alone. Whatever Xiang Mingyan knows, all Jiang Tian knows, but what Xiang Mingyan can't do, Jiang Tian can't do either. Just at this moment, Minister Tan didn't know that Jiang Tian was giving a speech at that time. In fact, many thoughts were constantly swirling in his mind. In front of him, on the blue screen, only he could see the picture. Jiang Tian is adding points like crazy. It can be said that Jiang Tian's abilities are almost sufficient now, but now, the most important thing for Jiang Tian is to find out the shortcomings and fill them. But Jiang Tian always felt that he might have forgotten something. In other words,
Jiang Tian's current talent as the king of criminal investigation is almost not enough for him to handle the complex information in
certain cases. Of course, this doesn't mean that Jiang Tian's ability is not enough. The king of criminal investigation, it can be said, in terms of criminal investigation, is on par with the most terrifying criminal investigation masters in the world. A master-level existence. It looks scary, but the cases Jiang Tian has dealt with are all very scary cases. And what is involved is too horrific. In summary, Jiang Tian commented on the current situation in Yunhai and the complicated case he has faced recently. Byte. King of Criminal Investigation, Red, Criminal Investigation Legend, Gold, your current criminal investigation skills and knowledge are comparable to those of the legendary criminal investigators. No, perhaps with the help of some other items, your criminal investigation skills have far surpassed those of the legendary criminal investigators who have left their mark on history. For example, Forer. If you could travel back in time and meet Forer, you might become his idol and life mentor. Okay. As the sin value of 100,000 was cleared, Jiang Tian's eyes instantly flashed with terrifying light. That's right, criminal investigation legend. More terrifying than the king of criminal investigation. It can even be said that it has reached the conceptual level of terrifying existence. In other words, at this moment, no one will have any secrets in front of Jiang Tian, and no one in this world can have any secrets in front of Jiang Tian. It can even be said that Jiang Tian only thought about it for a moment and instantly realized some loopholes in the action. Criminal investigation legend. The improvement brought about by this entry is all round, and the most important thing is the terrifying improvement in thinking. If there are 4 of them, the intelligence of the king of criminal investigation may only be 93 or 94, but after being promoted to the criminal investigation legend, his intelligence could even directly reach 99.
The remaining point was because Jiang Tian gave himself a conservative estimate. It was so terrifying.
At this moment, Jiang Tian's mind was flooded with countless amounts of knowledge. At a glance, Jiang Tian can even directly see the logic of all aspects of thinking and use this logic to customize a perfect course of action immediately afterwards. Jiang Tian arranged the tasks quickly without any delay. It is also to avoid any more trouble. I have to admit that Jiang Tian has made a terrifying improvement in command. Is this action important? Very important. However, many leaders did not intervene, but stood behind and watched Jiang Tian commanding in the front quietly, especially Minister Tan. There was some doubt in his eyes at first, but then he became more and more shocked. The first squadron of armed police from headquarters is heading southeast, sneaking in to capture. Jiang Tian stood in the crowd and continued to give out tasks. Every mission was completed flawlessly, every action is almost flawless. Moreover, tasks are reasonably allocated to all police forces based on the size and degree of danger of the drug traffickers. Confused. It was fine at first. The more I listened,
the more confused I became. Originally, some leaders wanted to test Jiang Tian and see if
Jiang Tian had the ability to control larger-scale operations, that is, the ability to command the entire situation. The result is now, they were just thinking about how to discuss their next actions, and if Jiang Tian does something wrong later, they will stand up and help Jiang Tian find out the shortcomings and make up for them. The result is now, confused. I'm completely confused. Wow.
This is a really well-planned one. The key point is that many senior leaders suddenly discovered that even if they
have been in the police system for many years and are senior leaders. Even if they think hard and even need the assistance of many think tanks, what they can do is at best comparable. Oh no, to say they are comparable to them is simply overestimating them. Such is the delicate level of action. They were afraid that even if they racked their brains for a month, they would not be able to come up with such detailed task allocation. The key point is that based on the scale and intelligence of the drug traffickers, there is no problem with such an arrangement.
Do you understand everything? Jiang Tian asked loudly and clear.
Everyone saluted. This place is not close to Shirmio village, and Jiang Tian is not afraid of being noticed by Shirmio village, not to mention that all the roads in Shirmio village have been blocked. As for Shur Hailiang
Yunhai detachment, follow me and be responsible for capturing the main criminal Shur Hailiang.
Jiang Tian finally gave the task, but no one else said anything. Because of Jiang Tian's ability, he must be crazy. No one would dare to question Jiang Tian's terrifyingness now. It can even be said that the lead is so terrifying that it spans multiple layers and is even cliff-like.
This boy is so terrifying.
On the bus, Jiang Tian finished explaining all the tasks, got into the bus to report, and after confirming that there were no problems, Jiang Tian immediately rushed out with his men. These leaders didn't say anything either. Because of Jiang Tian's existence, we can ensure that everything is safe, and those who were on the bus, looking at Jiang Tian's back, only felt such size at this moment. So terrifying. Chapter 448, commanding a large battle of 2,000 people, the second special merit. I can't even imagine how terrifying the entire Yunhai would be if Xiao Jiang hadn't been here. These criminal groups are hiding in the dark, and there's still no intelligence about them. The scariest thing is, this isn't all there is. It's just the tip of the iceberg. If all the criminal groups were added together, how terrifying would that be? Minister Tan took a deep breath. The lights inside the car are not particularly bright. In fact, they are a relatively soft light. The bus stops in a safe place. So there is no need to worry about being attacked or someone sneaking in and shooting. All we can say is that this world is too crazy and people like them don't need to survive anymore. With so many leaders here, the scale of secret security is something no one can imagine.
There were even bodyguards from the mainland sitting in the
cart responsible for protecting the leader. Due to the geographical location, it is impossible for anyone to hide in there, in case someone really does something extremely cruel. Of course, we are also afraid that someone will be desperate and do something really bad, so the place where the leader stays is relatively far away. As the operatives left, only the leaders and the surrounding guards were left near the bus. Silence. Everyone looked at Minister Tan, but there was almost no expression of rebuttal on his face.
Comrade Xiao Jiang is truly beyond our expectations.
Even his command was so flawless. To this day, I still don't know what Xiao Jiang can't do. The glory in front of people cannot ignore the hard work behind it. Talent is only a small part after all. I always believe that the reason why Xiao Jiang has achieved this is that Comrade Xiao Jiang has been working hard to learn in the corners that people cannot see.
That's right, Commander Gao is absolutely right.
I think so too. Everyone nodded, and a relieved expression unconsciously appeared on their faces. If nothing unexpected happens next, the Yunhai relied on this case. It can at least restore a lot of reputation. Although the emergence of a poison village itself has caused considerable damage to its reputation, but at the same time, we can admit our mistakes and correct them. The influence of this case cannot be concealed. At the very least, it should be treated as a typical case in the country and made public within the police system so that the national police system can learn from it, and we must strictly prevent the possibility of such things happening. Compared to this case, the case of Secretary Mu being attacked seems less important. This is also true even though it is still one of the most serious cases in the country.
Minister Tan looked at the crowd's admiration and smiled unconsciously.
He then continued, Professor Shang just called. He said there's been progress in Secretary Tan's case, but he needs to talk to Comrade Xiao Jiang for more information. He's very anxious, but I pushed him aside. Now, even if the sky falls, we have to make way for the Shirmio village drug case. Secretary Mu, I believe you agree. Buzz. Everyone was shocked at first. A moment later, bright smiles appeared on their faces. God knows how much terrible pressure Yun province has been under in recent days. The city of chaos lives up to its reputation. In the past, some unconfirmed bad incidents were secretly exposed on the internet, or spread from person to person. Of course, true or false, it is probably mostly true. There is no smoke without fire. But after all, it is only circulated in a small range now, although Yun province, or Yunhai, continues to solve major cases according to the online communique. We seize 2,000 kilograms today, 3,000 kilograms tomorrow, and 800 kilograms the day after tomorrow. We are a little unhappy because our municipal bureau only received 800 kilograms today. The credit is small, and we feel a little dissatisfied. In addition, there are a series of major cases and so on. Many cases have been solved naturally, more people are paying attention to it on the internet. The further impacts are not all positive, since the number of cases you investigate every day is so terrifying. How much more terrifying must the number of cases you fail to investigate be? The battle was originally announced to win credit and enhance Yunhai's reputation, but the irony is that
It actually confirmed Yunhai's nickname of Little Brother Tan, the City of Sin, which is really laughable, and now several serious cases have emerged. The key is not to break it. This made them break out in cold sweat. Alexander, I never expected that Zhang Tian would be so powerful. Hiss, damn it. I told you that Comrade Xiao Jiang has a future. Oh my god, we actually found a clue in Secretary Mu's case. I thought it was just a possibility, but since team leader Sean called me personally, it must have been confirmed. Even the special task force led by team leader Shang himself returned empty-handed, yet Comrade Xiao Jiang found a clue to the case so easily by himself. He must be crazy. The key is to not delay the investigation of the drug village case. The more they talked, the more shocked everyone became, because they suddenly discovered Zhang Tian was not involved in Secretary Mu's case. IT has even said that Zhang Tian was still investigating the situation in the drug village here, while on the other hand, he not only paid attention to Secretary Mu's case, but also almost solved it when investigating a case. The most frightening thing is that the clues and ideas are cut off, then it's all over. As long as there is some clear information and clues, then it is only a matter of time before the case is solved. Pity. At this moment, Zhang Tian didn't know that the leaders in the rear were talking about him. He and his men were approaching Shirmiao village. After all, it is a large village with more than 2,000 people living there. There are more than 700 households, each with a house. Some households even have 2 or 3 residential plots. It's a huge workload for everyone, even though more than 2,000 military and police officers were dispatched, but if distributed evenly, there are less than 3 people in a household. But if we count those who got married but did not separate their household registration, there are also many people. One household may have 2 or 3 members registered on the same household. Boy, how do you know so much about this? How many times have you been here? Song Li was squatted beside Zhang Tian, listening to Zhang Tian's voice constantly coming out of his ears. Zhang Tian even had a telescope in his hand. It was for night use and had very high clarity. After all, it was for internal use and was definitely of the top scientific level. Zhang Tian was serious and kept issuing orders into the walkie-talkie. If it is said that Zhang Tian knew all the action teams in such a short time, which shocked Song Ligua, then Zhang Tian made arrangements for everyone, even some details, such as a certain person leading 2 people to be responsible for a certain house. Sometimes Zhang Tian would confess about the criminals in the house, and sometimes he would not, because no matter what, no one will be let go here. Enter quietly and try not to alert anyone to avoid greater accidents and chaos. Zhang Tian was in command, wearing plain clothes. He also sneaked into the village with his MENI. In fact, this time's command was a new feeling for Zhang Tian. It can be said that any one of them has a higher position than Zhang Tian, but tonight, Zhang Tian is the person who knows the target situation best. It has also said that Zhang Tian volunteered. Zhang Tian was still worried about leaving it to other people after learning from Zhang Fan's experience last time. Zhang Tian was able to cover it, but this poison village involves 2,000 to 3,000 people. Zhang Tian is completely unable to cover the consequences if he is not careful. Simply, Zhang Tian did not let Minister Tan down. Taking advantage of his merits, he took over the command of the operation in one fell swoop. Because Zhang Tian will not give away the credit this time, he wanted to create a historic moment and win his second special merit for the drug poisoning work in Shirmiao village. To be absolutely sure, he even upgraded himself to the king of criminal investigation, and he directly commanded 2,000 people at one time, although there were countless leaders in the rear with walkie-talkies supervising. But for Zhang Tian, this was undoubtedly a terrifying and huge improvement. After all, this battle involved 4,000 to 5,000 people, and he commanded 2,000 people. Except during the war, Zhang Tian had never thought that there would be such a day. There's smoke coming out of the Zhang family. Chapter 449. The moonlight is beautiful. Murderous intent emerges. Shirmiao village, the village chief's home. The scenery here is nice. Today's moonlight is very bright, and the scenery is even better. I have to say, this is a really great place. A voice of praise was heard. Village chief Shi Hailiang shaking the cup in front of the stone table. After some skillful tea-making movements, the fragrance of tea filled the air from the table. The fragrance of tea is everywhere, and it makes people feel energetic. In the pitch-black night, Shi Hailiang looked at the man across from the stone table, his eyes tinged with emotion and nostalgia as he said, "Can you imagine what this village was like 20 years ago? No, even 10 years ago? Broken bricks and tiles. People had to climb mountains and ridges every day to plant cheap tea trees, but the income they earned couldn't even guarantee basic living standards." Shi Hailiang stood up as he spoke. He was wearing a dark suit, with his hands behind his back, looking up at the stars in the sky. He is right. 10 years ago, this village is not like this yet. From their perspective, at this moment, they are standing on the balcony on the second floor of the villa, from where they can see many scenic views of the village. It may be a bit excessive to have a small villa in every house, but there is no doubt that the houses in the entire village are almost luxurious. But who could have thought? 10 years ago, Shirmiao village was a well-known poor village in the vicinity. Because they are too close to foreign countries and have no development value, they seem to have been forgotten. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for Shi Hailiang, this village would still be the same as it was 10 years ago. How could everyone be living a well-off life like they are now? No, in this year 2003, he led the whole village to prosperity. Okay, well said.
The man who was sipping tea stood up in an instant. With a bright smile on his face, Sher Hailiang walked up to him and the man looked at the prosperous scenery of Shirmiao village with admiration. Really? In this era, 2003, the country was just beginning to develop. Even many areas in developed provinces were still made of dilapidated bricks and tiles, and it was considered a good thing if people could even get enough food and clothing. What's more, it is a backward province like Yunnan. This village is like a miracle, but being so above board, aren't you afraid that you'll be targeted one day? Sher Hailiang paused for a moment before continuing. I wasn't afraid before. Oh, what about now? The person next to Sher Hailiang asked in confusion. I'm scared now. Sher Hailiang said without hiding anything. That's right, thinking about it, Sher Hailiang was also full of helplessness. In the past, Sher Hailiang was really not afraid. In the past, their police work and Yunhai's police work were like two lines of friendship and peace maintained by both sides. As long as they did not break it, the two sides could almost live in peace. They commit crimes, but they won't be too blatant. Within their capabilities, they try not to cause too much impact. It will not interrupt the development of Yunhai. After all, the development of Yunhai is a win-win situation for the criminal group. But not long ago, everything changed. We used to be not extremely friendly with each other, but we had a tacit understanding between us that didn't need to be expressed directly. As for those who had violated the tacit agreement, they had all been eliminated from this world through various means. Are you talking about Zhang Tian? The man next to Sher Hailiang suddenly spoke. Good. Sher Hailiang nodded. Zhang Tian's appearance has completely broken the tacit understanding and the balance of our criminal forces. Now, the dark world is in chaos. The man was silent. Sher Hailiang was also silent. After years of development, part of it relied on foreign forces, and part of it rose on its own. But no matter what, the entire underground world of Yunhai is in a certain balance. If Zhang Tian knew, then he would definitely be able to think of the four emperors in an anime in his previous life. They have their own set of rules and guidelines. Just now, with the appearance of Zhang Tian, the dark world was destroyed. Originally, we have always maintained friendly cooperative relations with the forces we cooperate with, but not long ago, our biggest partner Wen Yulan was arrested. Unfortunately, even the Wenye group has collapsed, let alone our Shirmiao village. Sher Hailiang shook his head. What do you mean? The man next to him was a little anxious. My meaning is very clear. That is, after finishing this business, we are ready to retire. From now on, our Shirmiao village will no longer do this. Sher Hailiang's eyes were dim. Then what are you doing? The man asked in confusion. Have no idea. To be honest, Sher Hailiang himself didn't know what to do. This poor and backward mountain village. Sher Hailiang himself was not even sure whether he could successfully retire and stop in time. When he can bring benefits to Shirmiao village, everyone in the village will listen to him and do what he says. But when Sher Hailiang can't bring benefits to the village, who knows who he is? Now it is Sher Hailiang who is leading Shirmiao village to prosperity. But there is a saying that goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. This is what it means when the villagers who had tried to earn hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan a month suddenly left the industry. They felt that the income was nothing. In addition, they were used to spending money lavishly, so they could only endure the hard-earned salary of a few hundred yuan a month. How is this possible? But at this point, Sher Hailiang could only do this. So urgent, the man was surprised. That's right. I've already ordered people to destroy those drug-making tools. Once you take away this last batch of goods, you'll be completely oblivious to the outside world. If you are caught in the future, I hope you won't betray us. Although, it won't matter even if you do. Sher Hailiang said meaningfully. Are you leaving Shirmiao village? The man immediately understood what he meant. Once I've dealt with the aftermath, whatever happens to Shirmiao village in the future will have nothing to do with me. Sher Hailiang's eyes were complicated when he spoke. He had brought great changes and wealth to the village, and it was time for him to leave. Besides, he has a lot of money. This is a road of no return. Sher Hailiang had anticipated this, but luckily, he had a backup plan. Sher Hailiang, can you bear to give up this prosperous village that you created? The man didn't expect Sher Hailiang to be so courageous. This time, the man gradually turned his head while speaking. A face gradually became clear. This is a man who was about the same age as Sher Hailiang, but his temperament is completely different from Sher Hailiang. Sher Hailiang has shiny hair and wears gold-rimmed glasses. He looks gentle, but his eyes are deep and he has a straight, hooked nose. It gives people a feeling of being both gentle and wise. Chapter 450, All the Truth is Exposed. Criminal history. The man standing next to Sher Hailiang was completely different. With solid muscles all over his body, there was a huge scar on his face, and he looked ferocious, and he was wearing camouflage clothes. I have no choice. Even now, I suspect that I am being targeted. Sher Hailiang sighed, but the man next to Sher Hailiang suddenly exploded at this moment. I've already investigated. Wen Yulan is now in a vegetative state and has not yet been released from the intensive care unit. The man paused for a moment, then rushed forward, grabbed Sher Hailiang by the collar, and roared, 10 years ago, we left this village. Back then, we swore to live like human beings in this world.
Now I've established a firm foothold in Myanmar and built a huge group, and you tell me you're quitting?
It was obvious that the man had been suppressing his anger until it completely exploded now, the kind with red eyes.
Haichao, stop it.
Sure Hailiang said calmly, bang.
Sure Haichao punched Sure Hailiang in the face, knocking him to the ground. Why do you want me to stop?
I lost more than 50 of my men to help you clean up the mess.
Now you want me to stop, but what were you doing all along? Can we still turn back? We can't. We can't quit. Sure Hailiang, you're really dreaming. I knew you had second thoughts, and it's true. Is this the reason why you took the risk and came back in person this time?
Sure Hailiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
That's right.
Sure Haichao was squatting beside Sure Hailiang with a ferocious look on his face at this moment, and his friendly look just now had completely disappeared. More than 10 years ago, Sure Haichao and Sure Hailiang walked out of the village. The two men went to Myanmar to work hard, and they found that the drug crime there was very backward. At that time, Sure Haichao and Sure Hailiang instantly came up with an idea: let Sure Hailiang return to the village, because in Myanmar, they lacked their own base at the beginning. In addition, in order to help his fellow villagers get rich, Sure Hailiang came back and officially turned the village into a drug-making village, and in the village, there is also its own research and development base. IT is used to study the transformation of new types of flower. You're not to mention, there really is such a talent in their village, a talent in chemistry. In addition, most of the crimes in Myanmar are related to drugs such as opium, so the new type of flower they have developed is like gauze. After a while, they really got into it, then more and more families in the village joined in. Meanwhile, Sure Haichao successfully developed and grew his business in Myanmar with cheap and competitive flour. Later on, a group was directly established. For example, the group of people who had attacked Wen Yulin so brutally before were the men sent by Sure Haichao. After so many years of development, the two sides have become indispensable to each other. In addition to Sure Haichao, the village itself actually has other sales channels. Because of its better reputation, more and more people have started to convert exports into domestic sales through Sure Haichao's publicity. That is to say, the drugs are shipped from their poison village to Sure Haichao, and then Sure Haichao sells them to other dark forces. During these years of development, the cooperation has always been very secretive, which is why Sure Miao village has committed crimes for more than 10 years without being discovered. The starting point of all this, or the first benefactor and buyer in their lives, is no one else. It was Wen Yulin's sponsorship. It was also their first startup capital. Wen Yulin can be said to be a noble person in their lives. It is also with the help of Wen Yulin that Sure Haichao has become bigger and bigger. Now, Sure Haichao has even recruited many young people in the village to work with him in Myanmar. Now it has its own armed force. Moreover, its power is becoming more and more terrifying, and it is even capable of turning against Wen Yulin. Wen Yulin was not worried about the others. What he was worried about were the two people from Sure Miao village. You have forgotten the agreement we made. Now that everything is just getting on track, you tell me that you quit. If you quit, how can I develop in the future? How can I support all my subordinates? Sure Haichao roared. Although Sure Hailiang looks gentle and refined, he has a keen sense of smell in the white powder business. The most important thing is that Sure Haichao's forces are in a bit of an awkward situation now. If they build a factory in Myanmar, they are likely to be bombed the next day. There are too many enemies and too many people who want them dead. In other words, if Sure Hailiang stops doing business, Sure Haichao will lose its best source of goods. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Walking by the river often is a matter of time, isn't it? Now is the time when everyone is rich and can start some small business. This way, we can live a life of ease and happiness. If we continue like this, no one will have a good ending. The wind direction is becoming more and more dangerous, don't you know? Sure Hailiang has a keen sense of smell, but in Sure Haichao's eyes, Sure Hailiang is a coward. Snap. Sure Haichao loaded the gun and pointed it at Sure Hailiang's forehead. No one can stop me, including you. Don't force me. Sure Hailiang was hit on the head and his emotions exploded. I can't lead the village into the abyss. If we continue, it will only lead to destruction. Haichao, we have earned enough, and you are not satisfied now. What else do you want? You are talking to me about morality now. If it wasn't you and Wen Yulin at the beginning, would I have done these things? Ha ha ha, you, Sure Hailiang, actually turned over a new leaf. Ha ha ha. Sure Haichao seemed to have heard a huge joke. The emotions of the two people became more and more intense. Just at this moment, a crackling sound was heard. Although the two people were arguing fiercely, they had been walking on the shore due to years of illegal crimes. Even though their interest was becoming more and more intense, they still remained vigilant. When the clicking sound was heard, both of them stopped talking at the same time, especially Sure Haichao, who turned the gun towards the window where the sound came from. Who is it? Come out. If you don't come out, I will shoot you immediately. They should just be brothers from the same clan. They didn't think much about the fact that they were able to appear here at this time, even though their hiding method was a bit vulgar and covert. After all, recently, many brothers from the same clan have come to Sure Hailiang, but we still need to be vigilant about them. No one fired rashly, but no one believed rashly either. Come out. Sure Hailiang shouted. The next moment, snap. accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. A moment later, there was a click. I only saw a black shadow falling to the ground from the broken window. No, this is. Sure, Haichao roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was distorted. The next moment, bang. Chapter 451. Let's go down and meet each other. I have to say that Sure Hailyung's villa is indeed well built. Even the overall shape is very luxurious. However, it also has a retro feel. Above the second floor, there are tiles. Zhang Tian took a group of people to the roof. Although this villa is not high, it has only the second floor, but it is built on a large area, and the internal structure is also very high. In this operation, Zhang Tian brought a lot of people, all of whom were lurking around. As for Zhang Tian, he took these people who had been performing tasks in the past. Liu Chun, Zhao Wei, and Chu Jing, the three of them, lurked on the roof of the house, using a simple ladder to climb up directly from the rear. Otherwise, Zhang Tian looked at Zhao Wei's goods fatally. Boss, I didn't mean to. Zhao Wei was sweating all over his head and an awkward smile leaked out of his face. That's right, Zhao Wei stepped on the tile just now. In fact, with the growth of Zhang Tian's strength, there is no problem with these security departments following Zhang Tian's group. With the intensity of some tasks, these people can keep up without procrastinating, especially for some dangerous tasks. It can also help. In the recent period of time, Zhao Wei's strength, even the handyman is almost unable to keep up. Although I have been frantically performing physical training recently, it is obvious that this kind of thing cannot be improved in a short time. Even with the help of Zhang Tian, it is difficult. Under such circumstances, Zhang Tian has rarely taken Zhao Wei on dangerous missions, but today's mission is basically a shoo-in, and Zhang Tian is not that kind of ruthless person. As far as possible, in this kind of task of glorifying the ancestors of Guangzhou, Zhang Tian is still very willing to give Zhao Wei a stage to show, even if it can be regarded as a classic case in the textbook. This task, as well as Zhang Tian's current credit, as well as the impact of Shirmiao village, and so on, Zhang Tian can say that it is a case of special merit, and it is a classic case of special power level. Unlike the special merit case caused by Zhang Tian before, although Zhang Tian did a very outrageous and perverted job last time, the credit he made was even more terrifying. To some extent, Zhang Tian even directly rewritten the pattern of the Burmese land next door. It also set a terrifying rule and deterrent for the major forces. To be precise, the main reason why Zhang Tian was able to obtain the special merit this time was because of Zhang Tian's influence in that operation. It's not because of saving hostages, or simply killing a drug lord, or escaping from the siege of hundreds of armed drug dealers. Oh no, it should be said that the alliance of criminal groups all over the mountains and fields escaped from the siege. There are reasons for all of these, but they are all objective. It is mainly because of the influence of all these factors combined, which greatly shocked all the criminal forces in the entire Myanmar, and made them fear and awe their neighbors. Influence is actually greater than practical significance, and now this one is completely different. A very large-scale case involving thousands of people, as well as the terrorist crimes caused by the drug crimes sold over the years and the influence they have caused. This is a case that can be taken out for publicity. However, the previous cases of special merit cannot be publicized. Speaking of breaking the sky, Zhang Tian ran to other people's overseas to do things, and he couldn't make sense of it. I really want to make it clear, I'm afraid that the next door will directly promote something all over the world. This kind of thing can only be understood and cannot be passed down. Even when Zhang Tian obtained the special merit, he also went through some publicity, and the fluctuations caused were not small. Through the television media, many people knew that there was a special merit in the country, and it was a special merit that hadn't appeared in decades. Reappeared, but what exactly did you do? Because of the credit for what you did, many people are almost crazy with curiosity and can't find out. If Shirmiao village is taken down, as long as there is no accident, it is a case that can be directly promoted. A one-person investigation, lone hero. No, this is a miracle. One person discovered the evidence of the crime and perfectly prevented the scourge caused by this criminal group in the future. When one person sneaked into it, he also discovered the problem of Shirmiao village. Even more, one person checked all the information and found the information of all the possible criminals in Shirmiao village. Now, Zhang Tian is directly commanding all the military and police surrounding the entire Shirmiao village. This is like a closed loop of action, but also the last loop. The last loop of special work. Zhang Tian understood how many leaders were looking at him now, and they were also testing themselves, whether it is a reckless man who can only rush forward without a brain, or a decisive general who can operate thousands of miles away. They are all in this operation. Once successful, Zhang Tian will thoroughly confirm his abilities without any flaws, and after this action, if the performance is perfect, it may not be possible to be promoted beyond the standard. Originally, Zhang Tian had no idea, but now, if Zhang Peng is promoted, 1 carrot in 1 pit, Zhang Tian may not be able to gain terrifying gains in this transfer and take it to the next level. From the leader of the special emergency team, he successfully transferred to the captain of the team. Zhang Tian took a deep breath, his eyes were faint and there was no change. The plan was quite good, but Zhang Tian didn't expect to be noticed by the criminals in advance. But not only did Zhang Tian not have the slightest anger on his face, at this moment, Zhang Tian still had some excitement on his face. That's right, Zhang Tian should have been angry when there was an accident, but he couldn't stand it. This time he overheard so many useful things, unexpectedly. In addition to Sure Hailyung, there was a big fish here. I haven't seen it before, but that's right. I left the village more than 10 or 20 years ago, and I have hardly ever appeared in the village openly.
It's normal to have no information.
Zhang Tian grinned at the corner of his mouth, although it was reacted. It didn't matter to I in this case, relying on just two people. Even if Zhang Tian felt that there were still a lot of bodyguards outside the villa, Zhang Tian didn't have any pressure at all, not to mention just a few people. There are still his support forces outside. Even if these people double or 10 times, there is no pressure on Zhang Tian without reinforcements outside. Okay, it's okay, go down and meet them. Zhang Tian smiled, and then he turned over from the roof of the building and directly smashed the glass of the villa and flew into the second floor. Click. As soon as Zhang Tian landed, two loaded sounds sounded. It's just that it's not over yet. Chapter 452 accidentally solved another major case. Following Zhang Tian closely, several people jumped in at the same time. Zhang Tian took a look and they were all here. Now, if there is only one person missing, it is Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei was very panicked at the moment, swallowing and spitting, watching several people move quickly, directly over a distance of more than 2 meters, jumped into the villa building. The second floor is actually very high. It is generally 7 or 8 meters down. If you are unlucky, you can fall to death. If you are lucky, you will break your leg. Of course, the most important thing is, Zhao Wei, you can't jump over it. There is always a huge difference. After all, Zhao Wei is just an ordinary person, compared with Zhang Tian. Oh no, let alone with Zhang Tian, even compared with Zhang Tian's other subordinates, it is 10,000 times worse, because the people in the security department are definitely the elite of the elite. The skills of these people even have their own stunts. They have practiced since they were young, like Zhao Wei. Even if they are exhausted, they can't catch up. Of course, Zhang Tian didn't look at Zhao Wei anymore. Instead, he stared at the two people in front of him. Zhang Tian knew Shi Hailiang and had seen it from the information, and because he was the village chief, Shi Hailiang's information was even relatively comprehensive, and he had it all in his life. According to the information, more than 10 years ago, Shi Hailiang went out of the village to farm for a period of time, and then, not long after, Shi Hailiang returned to the village and became the village chief. At this time, when Yulin injected a transfer of 100,000 yuan into the village, from 100,000 yuan 10 years ago to 100,000 yuan in 1990, Wan Yuan, who was already a rich man, let alone 100,000 yuan, and in the name of donations, it seems to be helping poor mountain villages. But now it seems that Zhang Tiankai finally understands that the 100,000 yuan is not only used for initial starting capital, but also for the development of drugs for use. Who are you? Shi Haichao put down Shi Hailiang, holding a pistol in his hand, and looked vigilantly at the few people who suddenly jumped in from the window in front of him. After a while, Shi Haichao suddenly turned his head and looked at Shi Hailiang on the ground. The means are so strong, Brother Liang, I didn't expect it. When did you train such an excellent young man in the village? There was no wind leaking out. That's right, Shi Haichao thought it was Shi Hailiang's subordinate, and even let his guard down for a while. Ahem. What subordinate? Shi Hailiang shook his head. Not your subordinate? Shi Haichao turned his head abruptly. Otherwise, when Zhang Tian came in with people lurking, he was wearing casual clothes, there is just no doubt about it. When Shi Haichao reacted, he suddenly shouted, "Cop? What? Note, don't speak so badly, we are just people's law enforcers." Zhang Tian patted the glass dregs on his body. I have to say that the decoration of this villa is really good. The glass is all double glazed, so it can't be broken by changing people. But Zhang Tian's words, it also instantly exploded Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao. Although the two of them had misunderstood Zhang Tian's group just now, their subconscious vigilance made them raise their pistols for the first time. Did you hear everything we said just now? Shi Hailiang's face was gloomy. I heard it clearly, but I didn't expect that besides you, there is a big fish here. Zhang Tian looked at Shi Haichao with bright eyes. Good guy. Zhang Tian was shocked. Shi Haichao, the culprit who attacked Wen Yulin and caused more than a dozen armed police to die in public, turned out to be here. In fact, Zhang Tian is not able to leave the country casually now, even said. The officials in Myanmar next door have already included Zhang Tian on the list of dangerous persons who are prohibited from entering the country under non-special circumstances. Joke, seeing through or not, he killed the drug lord for the first time, and killed hundreds of miles with a fuel bottle all the way in the siege of militants all over the mountains and fields. The real thing is to fight for hundreds of miles in one shot, and it is difficult to count how many militants have been killed. The second time was to kill the Yin family. Although he assisted in handling the case, Zhang Tianxia was too ruthless and killed too many people. Even though those people were all criminals, the Burmese officials were also frightened and strictly forbidden Zhang Tian from entering their territory. In this case, in order to prevent problems in the relationship between the two sides, it was also difficult for Zhang Tian to enter Myanmar to investigate the attack on Wen Yulin. But I never expected that the surprise would come so suddenly. The attack on Wen Yulin is definitely a major case that cannot be refuted. The impact of this case was so bad that it was beyond imagination. It was attacked in public, staged an outrageous battle that could not be filmed in urban police and bandit movies, and even used strong explosives. Because of the large number of people who witnessed it that day, even if the blockade was carried out, there were still many gossip flowing out, which caused a very bad impact. Zhang Tian didn't expect it, and unintentionally inserted the willow into the shade. I just wanted to kill Shermil village. It was easy. It was really that simple. I directly solved Wen Yulin's attack case together. Then, Zhang Tian thought of the Criminal Investigation Task Force. It seems that Wen Yulin's case has been taken over, and after looking at the specific case situation, he has also entered a dead end with Secretary Mu. That is, the road is completely broken, the evidence has even been blocked, and the investigation will be carried out when the subject-level breakthrough has the opportunity. But now there is no need to investigate except for wasting resources. If so. On the task force side, knowing that this case has been solved, I don't know what I will think. Zhang Tian's thoughts turned away, then he looked at these two people, especially Shi Haichao. His face was vicious, and his eyes were really murderous. Zhang Tian was too sensitive to this, the murderous look in those eyes, as well as the tough temperament. If there was no murderous temperament, there would be no such temperament at all. Why do you have to force me? I already want to wash my hands in a golden basin. Our entire village has to wash its hands in a golden basin. Why do you still force me? At this time, Shi Hailiang's emotions were already a little excited, and he yelled in a collapsed manner. That's right, Shi Hailiang really prepared the golden basin to wash his hands. Everyone had already made a fortune, and the whole village had already made a fortune. Shi Hailiang asked herself that she had done her best. I am also about to return to the hidden mountains and forests. Why do these people come to themselves at this time? Why did you find yourself at this time, Shi Hailiang? I have already said that it is impossible for you to wash your hands in a golden basin in your life. Now, there is only one way you can do it. That is to kill this group of policemen and go to the end with a black one. Although I don't know why they broke in and died, since they did it voluntarily, then don't blame my men for being ruthless. Shi Haichao's face was hideous. If these people secretly hear it, or after being discovered, they run away frantically, maybe there is a way to live, but now, there is only one way, and that is to die. A boom. Puff. A gunshot sounded, and the sound of bullets shooting into the flesh and blood was only masked by the gunshot, so Zhang Tian's keen hearing was able to appear. The next moment, Shi Haichao looked at his arm. Crack. The pistol fell to the ground. Shi Haichao looked at his arm, wondering when it had been soaked in blood. Shi Haichao was reminded of Shi Haichao all the time through the damaged clothes, the blurred flesh and blood, and the severe pain after the first numbness of the arm. When Shi Haichao looked at the opposite side blankly. A black muzzle was smoking. It's really cute to use a gun in front of the boss. Lu Chen took 2 steps closer at this time, with a bright smile on his face. These 2 broken guns, let alone the head, are him, and they can kill these people seconds before they shoot. Chapter 453, There are so many criminals, why are they chasing me, who the hell are you? Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao were pale, because they hadn't seen when Zhang Tian did it just now. They felt it dangling in front of them, and then Shi Haichao was shot. It was too sudden. Suddenly, they didn't have the kind they had imagined. I thought these people ran in looking for death. After all, when they jumped in through the window, they were not carrying weapons. At least they didn't have any weapons in their hands. At that time, they had already taken out their pistols and even turned on the insurance, and even gently pulled the trigger. You can easily solve Zhang Tian, but it's just that the reality is too sudden. This time, even if Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao were fools, they clearly understood that the horror of this person in front of him is definitely not simple. Introduce yourself. I don't know if you have heard of my name. Well, my name is Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian didn't hide anything. These 2 people were basically completely finished, and Zhang Tian was not afraid of any retaliation or threats, and when the 2 heard the name, Shi Hailiang even lost the courage to shoot. Crack. The pistol in Shi Hailiang's hand fell to the ground, looking at Zhang Tian blankly. Zhang Tian, the shadow of the famous tree of man, outside the sea of clouds, a little farther away. If it is outside the province of clouds, the farther away the distance, the lower the reputation. No matter how gossip it is, Zhang Tian's confidential identity cannot be falsified even if it is an unspoken rule. Many criminal groups on Yunhai's side know Zhang Tian, but there are still some taboos. At least, if keeping your identity secret can bring Zhang Tian a bit more security, for this bit of security, the above will try to block information about Zhang Tian as much as possible. It's just obvious that Shimiao village is not in this ranks. When the pistol in Shi Hailiang's palm completely fell to the ground, Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao knew they were done. Shi Hailiang, in particular, looked at Zhang Tian in shock. Why, you will personally deal with us? After all, it's a poison village. It's a poison village with thousands of people involved. No matter how big the battle is, it's completely worth it. Don't talk about me. The scale of your crime, no matter how big the leader, you can be worthy of it. Zhang Tian gave a cold smile. Just the crimes they committed. It's hard to blame 100 deaths. There are so many drug dealers in Yunhai, countless drug dealers. Why are you chasing us in Shimiao village? Shi Hailiang shouted emotionally. That's right, Shi Hailiang's mentality collapsed. Originally, the assets have been transferred well, and all preparations have been made. The plane took off, left the village, and even left here, leaving the country forever and going abroad to seek development. In the future, the village will also completely wash its hands and make a complete settlement with the past. Why, at this juncture, it was discovered. Where is the evidence? When was it discovered? One question after another appeared in Shi Hailiang's mind. Okay, Zhang Tian, I know you and I know your strength even more, but why do you say that there are thousands of people involved in our case? Do you just have nothing to say about it? Shi Hailiang didn't give up when he didn't meet. Or rather, even now, as two people who have experienced strong winds and waves. It's just that Jiang Tian appeared so suddenly that they were completely unprepared, but it was only a moment. The main reason is that Jiang Tian is too scary to scare them. That kind of terrifying record, even if you brag, you can't blow it out. It's outrageous. Because of this, they lost the ability to think for the first time, but after he recovered, he regained his sanity and his great ability to bear it. Now the two of them almost only glanced at each other, and they understood what it meant: catch the thief and take the stolen goods.
Do you think you can escape the sanctions of the law by being hard-mouthed? Tianwan will always be negligent. If there is no evidence, will we act?
Jiang Tian's face was cold. These people are truly frenzied. To what extent is it pure? Over the years, how many drug crimes have been sold, and because of how many people have been harmed by these drug crimes? How terrifying are the indirect effects? Sure, Hailiang, you have led the entire village to make drugs frantically for so many years, and you have obtained huge illegal gains. Because of drug crimes, countless people have been ruined and killed.
For your own sake, are you worthy of the countless people in Yunhai?
Jiang Tian said indifferently with a cold face. I was shocked to hear it. That's right, the drug-making ability of the entire village cooperates with Sher Haichao and Wanye Group. Do you dare to think about how terrifying the scale of drug crime caused is? Can you think about it? Sher Hailiang's face paled. There are even some paleness, and Sher Haichao, although your forces are committing criminal acts abroad,
you are still a person in this land in your identity. You have the right to arrest you for all your violations and crimes. What's more, you are crazy. In order to eliminate witnesses, more than a dozen armed police sacrificed. So crazy, you still have the face to quibble here?
Jiang Tian didn't really want to continue talking anymore, because under the eyes of judgment, everything has nothing to hide. When Jiang Tian looked at Sher Haichao with the eyes of judgment, there was a vicious criminal act caused by attacking Wen Yulin in the recent crime. The guilt value of two people adds up. It was really beyond Jiang Tian's imagination. There are more than 30,000. These two people alone have more than 30,000 evil values, and the people in the entire village add up to all the people involved. Even with an average of 50 evil values and 700 people, there are close to 40,000. What's more, this is still evaluated at a minimum, and the actual number is definitely more than 40,000. Together with these two people, the sin is worth a full 70,000. Even with good luck, it is entirely possible that the evil value can reach 80,000 or 90,000 or close to 100,000. In addition, Jiang Tian looked at Sher Haichao with a smile on his face. In contrast to Sher Hailiang, the loss in the urn, this Sher Haichao's unexpected joy is what makes Jiang Tian the most eye-catching, because Jiang Tian was already thinking in his mind whether he could pass Sher Haichao and, if he went further, control the criminal group outside the country. Even if it is not control through Sher Haichao,
it can be regarded as completely eliminating a huge criminal group outside the
country, especially proxy fighting, that is, hired criminal groups. The nature of the threat is too great, especially for the territory. It is a terrifying, uncontrollable nature, as was the case in Wen Yulin's case last time. Click. Accompanied by a crisp voice, even if Sher Haichao and Sher Hailiang wanted to resist, they couldn't do it in front of them, especially Sher Haichao even wanted to turn around and run, but Jiang Tian rushed up with a stride, flew up from behind, and kicked Sher Haichao directly to the wall. With the sound of clicking, he didn't even know which bone of Sher Haichao was broken. I said a long time ago. I often walk by the river without wet shoes, but I didn't expect it. Sher Hailiang, who was being held up, looked at Jiang Tian with very complicated eyes. After being arrested this time, Sher Hailiang understood that he was completely finished. Chapter 454. The leaders were all confused. Do you want to go to heaven? Sher Hailiang knew very well when these people have already started to act, it represents one thing, one problem. These people must have thoroughly mastered their own evidence. It was just because of luck when the cold handcuffs were handcuffed in his hands. Sher Hailiang thought he was in a dream in a daze, but this dream was a bit too real. When the truth came, Sher Hailiang could clearly feel the cold handcuffs. The two main criminals had already been ambushed, and Jiang Tian did not delay in any way just now. There was calm in the channel of action. In fact, when they started the operation, the walkie-talkies
were basically in the same channel.
If there are no special circumstances, they will not speak at ordinary times, so the walkie-talkie basically remained silent except for Jiang Tian, who arranged the task at the beginning. This gave the leaders who stayed in a safer place not far from Shirmiao village and were heavily protected, sitting in the bus, watching the silence outside. In the middle of the carriage, there is also a large and small amplifier. If there is any movement, then this external release can be clearly passed into everyone's ears. I don't know how long it has been, the atmosphere inside the bus was a little solidified.
Nothing will happen, right? Why is there no movement at all?
A leader suddenly said worriedly. In fact, it's a good thing that there is no sound, proving that everyone is lurking undetected. Shinhan explained at this time. Sure enough, with Shinhan's opening, the atmosphere in the room instantly relaxed a lot, but it's just that there is still not much relaxation. Such a case, even for those of them who have seen so much of the world, is the first time they have encountered it. A moment later, a dull sound suddenly appeared in the amplifier. All attention, Sher Hailiang has been successfully arrested.
Repeat, the main offender Sher Hailiang has been successfully arrested at
the residence. The rest of the people, etc., now start acting immediately. Zhang Tian's voice came from the amplifier. Actually, before this command appeared at this time, Zhang Tian shot, and it was almost exposed. Of course, this is not important, because the overall arrest is in an orderly manner. Sure enough, along with Zhang Tianxia's order, almost all of the more than 2,000 military and police officers quickly launched operations. Each action team, before the action, was specially arranged by Zhang Tian to be responsible for the scope of his own responsibility. In other words, each action team only needs to arrest what it needs to be responsible for, and only needs to guard what it needs to be responsible for. Even if there is a problem, or if it is discovered in advance, there is no problem. And after Zhang Tian's order sounded, almost instantly, fierce gunfire broke out in the entire village. That's right. The crackling gunfire sounded instantly. It was also at the moment when the gunshots rang out. In a certain private house, a middle-aged man who was sleeping suddenly turned over and got out of bed, opened the bedside table, and took out a knife from the bedside table. How else to say, why is anti-drug control the most dangerous and most sacrificial position in the new era? In peacetime, in the new era equals it's because the enemy they face is too fierce. In the face of life and death, they will resist desperately. Even if they know they can't beat it, they will desperately resist in order to find a chance to survive. There are too many capsizes in a gutter accidentally, and there are too many. Various cases have even become teaching cases. After all, these people, left and right, are all dead. And after they are arrested, they all know that most of them are sentenced to death. In addition, it is also common for those involved in crimes in this area to eat black and white with each other. In addition, it is too close to overseas countries and too deeply involved with overseas countries. So much so that too many people here own firearms. When the gunshots rang out inside the bus, almost instantly, the silent atmosphere exploded. It's unbelievable. These people are simply looking for death. Why hasn't Yunhai discovered such a terrifying criminal force for so long? Minister Tan listened to the gunfire erupting in the village outside the car. It was like firecrackers. Although they were not close to the village, there was silence in the dark night, and the crackling gunfire was simply too loud and obvious. Furious, Minister Tan's face was full of anger, because Minister Tan suddenly thought of it. If so, such a village has not been discovered and acted in advance to find out the situation. How terrifying is the chaos that can erupt? Hundreds of people are armed. It will cause many terrifying security risks, and people involved in crimes in this area, but everything can be done. The more I think about it, the flame in Minister Tan's chest became more and more furious. The impact is too terrifying. It's now, the so-called attack on Secretary Mu, etc., is completely unimportant. Compared with the criminal acts in Shirmio village, this is simply unbelievable. We didn't expect that Yunhai would hide such a terrifying criminal organization. As Yunhai's secretary, Zhou Zhao hurriedly admitted his mistake as soon as possible. Zhou Zhao's heart also exploded at this moment. Originally, I thought it was just making drugs, but at most, some of the people who took the lead were armed. As a result, I didn't dream of it. That's right, even if the distance is very far, they are not fools. With this intensive gunfire, they can understand that, not to mention that criminals have one hand. But this is obviously the sound of a large number of firearms resisting. It is conservatively estimated that at least it was a series of firecracker-like gunshots in an instant. What is this doing, rebel? Minister Tan took a deep breath, took out the walkie-talkie and immediately said, Zhang Tian, please reply when you hear me. Please speak when you receive it. Zhang Tian's voice sounded in the walkie-talkie. Report the situation.
Minister Tan can't sit still anymore. We have just lurked in Shi Hailiang's house and arrested Shi Hailiang.
So far, the arrest has been successful, but there has been a little accident in the process.
Zhang Tian said, accident? What accident?
Minister Tan's heart thumped instantly. I didn't expect that there was another criminal in Shi Hailiang's family. He was the founder of an overseas employment group and the murderer of Wen Yulin's attack last time. He had a cooperative relationship with Wen Yulin all year round. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be from Shirmio village. It happened to be here today, Shirmio village. I was easily arrested by me. Zhang Tian's voice exits, silence, deathly silenced. In this silence, it lasted almost only for an instant, and these leaders had already exploded. My Chow, are you going crazy? Because, this one is easy. Originally, there were still some crumbling special powers, but it was considered to be stable. Think of this, the faces of many leaders are already sluggish, because, what a credit this is almost what Zhang Tian did on his own. Chapter 455. The old era has passed, and now the new era begins. Okay, good job. Very good. Shooting is inevitable, even in the middle of the night. In fact, their leaders all understand that if so many criminals are arrested, there will definitely be a lot of movement. At that time, there will definitely be many people who can react, finally take action, and then resist. If there is no movement, and thousands of people are controlled so simply, it is simply a dream. What needs to be seen now is Zhang Tian's ability to command on this scale. Before that, Zhang Tian had always demonstrated the ability to fight alone and the ability to solve criminal cases, but only these two abilities were not enough. As a leader, what is more needed is the ability to command. The so-called individual combat, no matter how perverted, is always a small soldier in charge. The most important thing is command. There is also a big picture. This is the necessary factor to be a qualified leader. Moreover, in some cases, although the state advocates the rejuvenation of cadres, it has always been difficult to implement it because even if young people are promoted, their abilities and experience are simply not enough. Sometimes, when it comes to seniority, it is helpless to look at. Qualifications for everything, because if the qualifications are good, it means rich experience. In terms of experience and qualifications, it is precisely Zhang Tian's biggest weakness. Just now, what was displayed in front of these leaders was Zhang Tian's terrifying overall view, commanding 2,000 people to fight. They don't even need their leaders to intervene. All arrangements are in order, even if they want to add some, they can't do it at all. The arrangement is perfect, including the timing of the action, as well as the routes where the crime may escape. They are blocked as soon as possible, and some roads are deployed and controlled. In addition, compared with the people in the village, in fact, the number of people dispatched is not enough. There are generally 2,000 or 3,000 people who need to be controlled because they may be involved in crimes, although only 700 or 800 of them are involved in serious crimes, and others have minor crimes, but these 2,000 or 3,000 people need to be controlled. In comparison, the people they dispatched were all close to 1-to-1. To some extent, this is also a test for Zhang Tian. This is especially true when an accident occurs, when gunshots crackle in the village. To be honest, there are more than 2,000 people. Compared with this case, the number of people dispatched is not large. I just didn't expect that Comrade Xiao Jiang had just acted and brought me such a big surprise. Not only was the case of this poison village solved, but even the previous big case was important. They all broke through together. Minister Tan was full of surprises, and most importantly, the dragons have no heads. Zhang Tian directly carried out the beheading operation and arrested Shi Hailiang, the village chief who was obviously the leader of the operation. The remaining villagers were originally a rabble, but now that they have solved the leader, there are no hidden dangers and no threats. Perverted, my mother, even the murderer of Wen Yulin's attack has been arrested together. Good guy, it's just a good guy. This credit is terrible. My chow, wouldn't it be another first-class merit? First-class merit, are you kidding me? In this poison village case, Comrade Xiaojiang's credit is already eligible for the selection of special merit. Now that Wen Yulin's case is added, there is no problem with the special merit. Puff, special merit? There are a lot of leaders coming. At this moment, there are really many leaders riding on the bus, and they are all having heated discussions here. For example, the leaders of the military and police. There are also leaders in the city represented by Zhou Zhao, and in the province represented by Huai Province, with responsible leaders in related fields, such as Mulao and political science and law, etc. In it, any one of them is a big boss, but at this moment, these people were all shocked and sucked in the air without surprise, mainly stepping on a horse. Zhang Tiankai just won 2 first-class merits and rewards for first-class British models. Turn your head, you tell me, this is just the beginning, the next step is more exciting and more exciting. Special merit, have you made history? Shenhan said excitedly. What made history? Comrade Xiao Jiang, hadn't he just won a special merit before that? The next moment, a voice sounded. At this time, everyone suddenly remembered. That's right, although the special merits were secret before, how many of these leaders have heard of it? So is this Zhang Tian's second special merit? Confused, everyone looked at Minister Tan. The matter of special merit was mainly Minister Tan's opinion and the opinion of the headquarters, and Minister Tan did not disappoint. Our organization has always implemented that merit must be rewarded, and punishment must be punished. The era of seniority has passed. If Comrade Xiao Jiang performs well in this task, I will personally report to my superiors and make an exception for Comrade Zhang Tian. Apply for the second special merit. Minister Tan remembered the attention of the big brother and smiled on his face. There is no pressure at all, although this is making history, although it is easy to be appalling. Moreover, it is easy to cause too much impact. The main tone of all stability is refuted, but Minister Tan is really not worried about this issue. It doesn't matter where else. Minister Tan knows the importance of Yunhai. And the most important thing about Yunhai is that the strategic values for a considerable period of time in the future, as well as the economic Audio Technica formed in the future plan, will directly govern the Audio Technica with the domestic super-tier line, and then radiate the local development of the whole country. Yunhai involves the future economic development, but also the major strategic development in the coming decades. The importance is self-evident. For Zhang Tian's outstanding contributions to Yunhai, it is enough not to look at the hidden contributions. What's more, there are some important hidden contributions among them. This special skill can't be run away. Leader, I have already controlled and arrested the suspects Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao. Everything in the village is going well. Zhang Tian stood on the roof with a walkie-talkie. After taking a very sharp look at the situation, I probably already have an understanding in my heart. Have to say, the environment in Shirmiao village is very complicated, and because of the sudden action, there is actually no chance to roll over some of the inner ones who should lead the way. Internal response. And many more. Zhang Tian's eyes suddenly shook, because he remembered one thing, that is, with such a terrifying scale of involvement in Shirmiao village, is it possible that there is an internal response of these people in their police system? Zhang Tian's eyes condensed. Chapter 456, Microcontrol Master, completely exploded. Is this still a human being? However, he didn't continue to think deeply. Now for Zhang Tian, the most important thing is the problems in front of him. Immediately afterwards, in the following time, Zhang Tian even took the time to directly demonstrate his micromanipulation master operation. That's right, it's the master of micromanipulation. Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao were arrested and tried at the scene, and the entry was successfully dropped. Micro operation. Micro exercise, White, when you are commanding, the farther away you are, the more your command ability can be improved. What kind of perverted entry is this? Different from other entries of this is the entry that fell from Shirhaichao. To be honest, it was a surprise and a surprise. Nowadays, Zhang Tian has captured so many entries, all kinds of entries, and almost all entries from all walks of life have burst out.
Most of them are not very useful to Zhang Tian, the only entry for micromanipulation.
Was a big surprise to Zhang Tian. It is mainly this entry ability that is simply too much for Zhang Tian. With the promotion of Zhang Tian's position in the future, it is definitely impossible for Zhang Tian to always go to the front line to fight. The most important thing is to command the overall situation, and there is no doubt that what Zhang Tian needs most is his command ability. It's just the ability to command. It's still too difficult for criminals who have no organization and discipline. Unexpectedly, this time, Zhang Tian directly broke out such a perverted entry. Add some to Lao Tzu. Zhang Tian looked at the newly added 30,000 sin value after the arrest of the two of them. In addition, after Zhang Tian upgraded the entry of the King of Criminal Investigation, the Legend of Criminal Investigation, the remaining more than 60,000 sin values add up to more than 90,000, which is close to 100,000. What is the concept of 100,000? It can upgrade a red entry to a golden entry for Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian rubbed his hands. Ding. The host spent 11,110 evil values and successfully upgraded the entry. Micro exercise, White, Micro exercise master, red, Micro exercise master, fully equipped. You will have terrible command abilities, and the command is more subtle. Your command ability will become more terrifying. If when the war comes, your command ability is even enough to command 100,000 levels, the army conducts micro exercises, and the battles that are micro manipulated by you increase your own victory rate by 30%. Good, good. When Zhang Tian saw the explanation of the entry of the micro manipulation master, his eyes widened in an instant. Red is at the level of 100,000. If it is golden, doesn't it mean that Zhang Tian is directly capable of launching a legion war with a million-level battle, and it's not a general strategy to command above? The above is very clear, it's a micro-operation. What is micro-manipulation? That is, it is thousands of miles away. After intelligence, when a certain regiment on the front line encounters a battle, it is ordered to go down and micro-control the regiment or even the first level. A little more detailed, Zhang Tian can directly control the ambush of the class thousands of miles away. Of course, in fact, these are not important to Zhang Tian. In this peacetime period, Zhang Tian's ability is estimated to be difficult to use. The key is that for Zhang Tian, micro-operation command will be carried out. In the future, when Zhang Tian commands his subordinates to take actions against criminals, their combat effectiveness and winning rate will increase by 30%. This is the most important improvement for Zhang Tian, and after the promotion of the Master of Micromanipulation, Zhang Tian was in such a moment. With the blessing of the Micromanipulation Master in the command just now, Zhang Tian only felt that there were still many flaws, and these flaws may be in the ears of those leaders, because the leaders have not understood the specific situation and the situation is too complicated to notice it. But when we go back to resume trading, we will be able to find that many details, as well as many loopholes, etc. have appeared. In particular, there are some loopholes that may cause a great crisis, although the odds are small. Why let this kind of crisis arise for things that can be completely eliminated? Especially after master micromanipulation, Zhang Tian seemed to have a real map in his mind, which was full of detailed topographic maps. And small flags are inserted on the top of the terrain one by one, representing each action team. Attention of the 3rd Brigade, there are 7 militants on your right who are preparing to escape. You divide a squadron and a squadron. At the same time, pay attention to the 2nd Brigade. They are behind you. 5 brigades. In the next time, Zhang Tian directly launched his own operation against the sky. Micromanipulation. Micromanipulation has arrived, and even directly in the battle of 2,000 people, individuals are accurately commanded to carry out actions. At the same time, under the guidance of Master Micromanipulation, Zhang Tian discovered the loophole in the order just issued, and not only corrected it, but even said that he was constantly commanding these people. Crazy, the leaders in the bus thought. At first that Zhang Tian had just happened to see it, so they gave the command smoothly. At that time, a smile appeared on Minister Tan's face. Comrade Zhejiang's micro-exercise level is also good. After speaking, Minister Tan smiled slightly. This is just a little joke made by Minister Tan. Others couldn't see it, but Minister Tan also saw that there were some loopholes in many of Zhang Tian's commands at the beginning. Of course, it was not a loophole, it was just a mistake due to lack of experience. For example, it did not take into account that in the first place, if it was discovered before the action, once the people in the village rioted, what kind of countermeasures would be taken? Normally, these aspects need to be taken into account, because if so many people start a terrifying riot, the consequences will be unbearable for everyone. As for now, I didn't panic when I heard the gunshots because Zhang Tian's command ability so far has not made principled mistakes, but there have been empirical mistakes in some places, and Minister Tan also gave Zhang Tianxia a score in his heart, that is. In terms of command ability, Zhang Tian performed very well, even beyond Minister Tan's expectations. It's just that comparing Zhang Tian's achievements in other aspects, this is slightly flawed, and even that the results of passing a lot of grades have caused Minister Tan to have some imperceptible losses. It's just that Minister Tan quickly adjusted and thought about what he was thinking. What he showed now is already qualified. No one can really be perfect. What's more, I commanded to this point for the first time. In the future, I will cultivate and grow a little bit. Once I have rich experience, it will definitely be a terrifying command category, but it is slightly weaker compared to other abilities that have been shown. As a result, Minister Tan hadn't just comforted himself. Next, Jiang Tian instantly showed Minister Tan what is called a master-level micro-exercise that was not Jiang Tian's coincidental display. Instead, Jiang Naive was micro-manipulating. The 4 major teams pay attention to the direction of 4 o'clock, speed support. The 5th team goes to the direction of 3 o'clock, suspected criminals gather in courtyard 77, and there is also the 2nd squadron. It's a bit outrageous to get here, but then something more terrifying appeared. 3 brigades, 1 squadron and 1 team, you are in charge. Humph. The picture is getting more and more numb. Microfuck to the team, this. Who stepped on the horse and said that his command ability was not good. The scale of 2,000 people is directly commanded by individuals. The most terrifying thing is the results of the battle that will be shown next, the almost chaotic gunshots that crackled like a New Year's Day cannon. Less than 10 minutes after Jiang Tian started the micro-operation, the gunshots turned out to be disappeared. Puff. Chapter 457, Complete Closure, Horrible Received Impossible. With more than 2,000 people, how could it be possible to give such detailed command? Even if the full picture is opened, it can't be so outrageous. If someone is shocked, there will definitely be people who can't believe it and question it. Of course, it was not a question of Jiang Tian, but a doubt about the authenticity of such micromanipulation, because this is simply too unreasonable. Who can do this scene? Even a famous general who has gone through 100 battles. I am afraid he will never be able to do it, even if it is micromanipulation. There must be a limit. At first, they thought that Jiang Tian happened to see a certain team or a certain brigade, and then directly controlled them on the spot. After all, they could observe the situation on the spot. As a result, it reached an outrageous level later, which directly made their scalp numb. Isn't this a joke? Here is the command of the 1st Brigade, there is the non-stop command of the 2nd Brigade, and finally, the good guy, temporarily change the initial combat deployment, fully mobilize all the deployment to continue the operation. The point is, the more you go to the back, the more outrageous it will be. With more than 2,000 military and police personnel, how many brigades, how many squadrons, and how many squads are there? It is already good to be able to remember the brigade clearly, even the subordinate units can remember clearly. The scariest thing is, does this mean that Jiang Tian can know where each team is, so he can perform live exercises? Especially on the bus, all the big leaders of the military and police are staying here. Why are they here? Let's talk about it from here. For example, an independent unit, the armed police. Although the armed police seem to be in the police system, in fact, they do not belong to the management of the police system, but their task is to assist the police in arresting and combating crimes. To some extent, the armed police belong to an independent combat sequence, but they do not belong to the military or police, but are completely independent of themselves. Its main responsibility is to maintain internal stability. And do Jiang Tian know the various brigades, squadrons, and squads among them? Well, I know some of them. After all, armed police are often used to assist in the execution of arrest tasks. It can be said that collaborative operations and cooperation between anti-drug and armed police are very common, but this is directly dispatched from the province, and even there are armed police from the capital to participate in the sequence. In the police system, it also includes part of the headquarters to support the manpower and so on. In total, there are more than 2,000 people. This number is already terrifying. Among them, it is already difficult to distinguish between the various brigades, not to mention the command of the squadrons. The most outrageous thing is that it's up to the various teams. Are you sure this is not bullshit? And what are these military and police leaders doing in the bus, and why are they staying here for only one purpose? And that is to assist in the command of operations, and can quickly command the combat sequence under his own hands to carry out timely actions. Of course, it was also because after Jiang Tian had a preliminary understanding of the various combat sequences at the beginning, his command was considered good, and they did not intervene, prepare to wait for the follow-up, and if there is any accident, they will take action again. There is just no doubt about it. This is a test for Jiang Tian. In other words, more than 2,000 people arrested more than 2,000 criminals. How is your command ability? Are you eligible for the 2nd special merit? If you do a good job and there are no mistakes, it will naturally be a great achievement. But since you directly ask for the right of command, if you say that there is a big mistake, or if you do not do well, it is hard to say that you will be able to get the special merit. Of course, this did not prevent them from being optimistic about Jiang Tian. The main reason is that Jiang Tian didn't expect Jiang Tian to really dare to do this. Originally, even if he didn't assume the command, Jiang Tian would have a high chance of getting the credit, but if he made a mistake, it wouldn't necessarily be. If Jiang Tian could choose to do this, he had to say that they still admired it in their hearts. The key is it was okay at first. Why did the style of painting gradually deviate to this extent later? The gunfire started like firecrackers. But since Jiang Tian started as a micro-exercise master, he really showed what rolling is. Do you understand what is called the crushing of God's perspective, where the badge of a master of micromanipulation? Jiang Tian simply seemed to be standing from the perspective of God, and the passive skills he carried increased his combat effectiveness by 30%, which was a 30% chance of winning. These criminals themselves are a rabble, and they are not too big a threat at all. After being manipulated by Jiang Tian Wei, He directly launched a dimension reduction strike. According to the report, the established strategic goals of a brigade have been achieved, and the relevant areas have been thoroughly cleaned up. 2nd Brigade. After the crackling sound gradually stopped, similar sounds continued to come out of the walkie-talkie. The distant Shirmiao village gradually calmed down. It took less than 3 minutes, all the gunfire has disappeared, and at the moment, Zhang Tian listened to the voice in the walkie-talkie, and through the perspective of God, after repeatedly confirming that there was no fish in the net, closed the net. Zhang Tian grinned at the corner of his mouth and said, "So far, from the beginning of the operation to the end, the huge operation in less than half an hour was over. It's been there, the spacious venue in the center of the village. This venue is very large and has cement floors. The space is very spacious. It is even equipped with some fitness equipment and a basketball court, not to mention the others. As far as the infrastructure in this village and the surrounding prosperity are concerned, anyone who comes here can't believe it. This is a village that belonged to a mountain village for 2003 years, even in 20 years from now, the villages in the mountain villages will definitely not be able to have such a perfect infrastructure. It's just a pity, originally a place for fitness. At this moment, the squatting is full of people, old and weak women and children. The entire village has been completely controlled. After arresting and killing the main criminals for the first time, and controlling the main criminals, other innocent people, or those with minor crimes, as well as those who are courageous or dare not resist, etc., can hardly pose any danger. It will not be the same as those criminals who are deeply guilty, knowing that being caught is a dead end, so they desperately resist and want to escape. As long as you run out and go directly to the next door, you can be completely safe, but it's a pity. This operation, and it was Zhang Tian who commanded it, and Zhang Tian who had all the command power from Minister Tan. Of course, it can also be said that Minister Tan deliberately gave Zhang Tian a test. It's just that the answer submitted by Zhang Tian is a bit unacceptable, mainly. It's outrageous. It has exceeded Minister Tan's acceptance range. The later, the more outrageous the commander is. In the future, those detailed micromanipulation masters Zhang Tian will show more and more madness. Chapter 458. You don't care about your life for this battle loss. Are you really aiming for the special merit? For example, even uniting a certain team with a certain team of another team seems to expand the perspective of God from two directions, allowing them to attack from two places together. Forget it, sometimes it even seems to be on the scene, directly facing them through the walkie-talkie to command how to attack. They even appeared, directly ordering them to send a person to shoot from 3 o'clock, someone to touch from 6 o'clock, others to attract firepower, and so on. Of course, this is just an example. Zhang Tian doesn't have that much effort, not to mention those drug dealers. Not every one of them is as difficult to solve and dangerous, more of them fled in a panic. If God Zhang directly mobilized everyone, he would launch an all-round siege of the village. There were almost no mistakes or omissions, and everyone was solved easily. Accompanied by the roar of the car, less than a moment. A big bus, accompanied by a number of police cars, came to the almost empty site in the village. When the bus stopped, one after another, majestic leaders in tunic suits walked down from the bus. Have to say, even if they have seen the world, they are mentally prepared. But when I saw 2,000 or 3,000 people, almost crowded, squatting with their hands on their heads, the shock caused by this scene was absolutely unimaginable. Especially before they came, Zhang Tian even specially classified them. There are major suspects of committing crimes, and criminals who obviously have a red light on their bodies. Under Zhang Tian's eyes, there is nothing to hide. All the guilty people were selected, and they were strictly guarded separately, and they were equipped with a large number of guards. When these leaders got out of the car, they saw about 500 people, all of whom were handcuffed and huddled together with their heads in their hands. On the other side, Zhang Tian didn't even need to check the information. These talents are truly innocent. They don't have any red spots on their bodies, or the red spots are very subtle, and there is very little red light. People who are guarded are very relaxed, step by step. Just as these leaders looked stunned, there was silence around them, and no one spoke. Zhang Tian ran over quickly and stood at attention in front of Minister Tan. Report to the minister, the task has been successfully completed. In this operation, we have annihilated 102 armed resistance suspects, killed 102 people on the spot, seriously injured 231 people, and controlled the entire village. The population of the entire village is about 2,873 people, excluding the young and old. However, there were about 2,300 people left, and they were fully controlled. Boom! Zhang Tian's voice had just fallen, and everyone's faces were wonderful. As leaders, I have to admit that all of them, none of them have experienced the great world, and none of them have 100 hearts and eyes. They have experienced many things, and few things that can cause shock happen, but this does not include the shocking nature of the scene that is happening in front of you now. Just say that 2,000 or 3,000 people were controlled for the first time. On this scale, this black and oppressive sense of oppression, except during the war, in recent decades, it can be said that who has experienced it. As a result, at this time, Zhang Tian heard the exact number again, hiss. Even Minister Tan took a breath of air. In fact, what shocked Minister Tan the most was the scale and the horror of this speed of action. Minister Tan thought differently. If he had carried out the action by himself, it would be absolutely impossible to solve all this so quickly and do it so perfectly. He exploded. After these leaders got the exact numbers, they could be regarded as a complete explosion. Everyone looked at Zhang Tian with wonderful expressions, although Zhang Tian's performance just now seemed to them, especially the professional military and police leaders who had some understanding of this aspect, they would not say that Zhang Tian's micro manipulation just now was insulting, but deep down in their hearts, they absolutely did not want to believe that someone was so perverted. Isn't this pulling a calf? The battlefield is changing rapidly. Of course, although this is not a real war, it is not a battle at the same level. After all, among the more than 2,000 people, there is still a considerable part of the elite armed forces supported by the capital, but the entire village, a huge village with nearly 3,000 people, is changing rapidly in every corner. How could Zhang Tian control the overall situation? Even if you prepare in advance, it is impossible to be so perverted. Even in the 6 o'clock direction, some of the situation is temporarily commanded, but as a result, you turn your head and directly face the person at the most 12 o'clock direction. Micromanipulation was also carried out. This micromanipulation ability is perverted too much, especially some of the captains who were in command almost thought that Zhang Tian was by their side at the time, but they looked for a large circle and couldn't even find anyone. At that time, these captains discovered in a daze that Zhang Tian turned out to be a remote control commander. The key is that the rapidly changing escape routes of criminals, or relying on familiar terrain for hiding and escape, are they not familiar with the terrain? And there is really some confusion in the first place, but all this, after Zhang Tian's command was over, they don't think about anything, they just need to obey Zhang Tian's orders brainlessly, and they can pay the smallest price in the least time, get the greatest results, and achieve the most perfect victory. All the personnel, are you sure they have already gathered? Minister Tan has so far had difficulty recovering. Even Zhang Tian had already paid enough attention to Zhang Tian, but at this moment, Minister Tan realized that he still knew too little about Zhang Tian. This stepping horse is simply a bottomless pit. Every time he finds out that it is Zhang Tian's limit, he can often burst out with terrifying abilities that he can't even dream of. It seems to be endless. Sure enough, Zhang Tian also has a great understanding of the details of the entire Shirmiao village. All the people in the village have been arrested and brought to the case. The registered population of Shirmiao village is 3,300, of which about 400 are out of farming or have something to go out, and the rest are all. Everyone is here, no less than one. Zhang Tian spoke very confidently. Just now, he found an old man who knew the village better. After some interrogation, he simply got the situation of the entire village and confronted everyone in the village. All the people in the village were successfully arrested. As for those who are not in the village, then look at the interrogation later to see if there are any criminals among them. If there is, it will be over by then to give a warrant. In addition, in our operation, everyone performed extremely well, and no one died. Only 3 team members were unfortunately hit by stray bullets, 2 in the arms and 1 in the leg. There was no loss to the others. Zhang Tian continued to speak. Boom. This sentence it also shocked all the leaders in an instant. It shocked everyone even more. People who don't know how outrageous this record is, they are definitely far from thinking of the horror of this data. After all, there were more than 100 people killed. At present, almost 89% of the serious crimes have been detected, and there are 7,800 to 800 people who have committed crimes. In the face of these people, such a major action impossible, absolutely impossible. Only 3 were injured. Facing such an enemy, absolutely impossible. Chapter 459. Notice the sudden change in the subtle details. Of course, there is actually another reason, that is, everyone is wearing body armor. Even Zhang Tian is actually wearing body armor. Since he was shot once last time, Zhang Tian has basically been wearing body armor when he is in action. Zhang Tian didn't like it himself, because he was wearing body armor and a coat, as if wearing a thick padded jacket affected his actions. However, for safety reasons, even Zhang Tian could not guarantee that he would not be shot 100%, and some of those operational personnel must have been shot, but it is obvious that the body armor has a great protective effect. After all, guns have no eyes. At such a fierce and chaotic time, those criminals are holding guns and shooting indiscriminately. Even if there are too many elite people, there will be a few unlucky shots. It's just better luck. Zhang Tian was ready to sacrifice a few, but there is no doubt that in this operation, no one made any sacrifices, and even made such a brilliant record. This is truly jaw-dropping. What about Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao? Minister Tan took a deep breath. Obviously, he is not a question of continuing to pursue how Zhang Tian did it, whether it is Shi Hailiang or Shi Haichao. These 2 people are definitely not one of the important criminals, and it is the absolute real murderer behind the scenes. Hearing Minister Tan's inquiry, Zhang Tian didn't sell it either. Of course, at the time of this kind of action, even if Minister Tan was only a spectator, he also occupied a dominant position at this time, and Huai Province could only watch from the sidelines. After all, there is a specialty in the art industry. This time, Minister Tan is the professional one. Huai Province clearly chose to watch from the sidelines. This bespectacled man is Shi Hailiang, who is also the village chief of Shirmiao village. For more than 10 years, he has pulled the villagers of the entire village into the water to make flour for him, and he is guilty of evil. When Jiang Tian waved his hand, the two people who were strictly controlled by the four police officers were pulled to stand up, and they were all handcuffed and tied behind them. In particular, Jiang Tian took the lead in pointing to Shi Hailiang. How else to say how complicated Shi Hailiang's mood is at this moment? More than 10 years of struggle. It completely collapsed between dynasties. At this time, Shi Hailiang suddenly thought of what someone had said to him in his mind. His own approach will bring disaster to the entire Shimiao village, but at that time, Shi Hailiang had already been stunned by the benefits of flour. I couldn't hear any advice, especially later, under his own planning. He successfully dragged the young man down, and now that I think about it, I really did it myself. No, I deserve it, but the entire village was also dragged down by itself. Looking at the bustling Shimiao village, at this moment, it is completely silent. Only the sound of a few dog barks from time to time seems to be able to show that there is still some life in the village at this moment. Shi Hailiang, who was also full of emotion, recovered from a trance, and he and Shi Haichao had already stood in front of Minister Tan. Of course, Minister Tan's gaze was mainly focused on Shi Hailiang. At a certain moment, Shi Hailiang suddenly said, "I seem to have seen you somewhere." Minister Tan spoke abruptly. Shi Hailiang's face changed slightly. The change was very subtle, and it was still in the dark night, except for Jiang Tian, who had been paying attention to him and was ready to do it at any time. He saw Shi Hailiang's abnormal emotions flashed by. Wrong, this is simply not right. Shi Hailiang's expression was obviously a little guilty, and even a little afraid of being discovered. But by now, why did Shi Hailiang have this kind of emotion? By now, Shi Hailiang should be 100% completely finished. There can be no chance of a comeback. The secret in the bottom of my heart should be almost time to confide. Shi Hailiang is obviously not like this. In other words, Jiang Tian pondered in his heart. Now Jiang Tian can be said to have a golden legend of criminal investigation. He controls the mentality of criminals, that is, a subtle expression can't escape Jiang Tian's eyes, and through a look in his eyes, he can judge the criminal's psychological state. It's interesting to have a backhand. That's right. Although when Yulin supported it, after more than 10 years of development, they all dared to find someone to kill when Yulin. The umbrella behind it is probably not a small force. Jiang Tian wanted to understand in an instant. This is the golden entry, the terrifying improvement brought to Jiang Tian by the legend of criminal investigation, because it is not that Jiang Tian has reached the level of Fu, but that he has surpassed it, and even through the national conditions and environment and what happened, he can make accurate judgments. Wanting to understand this, Jiang Tian showed a meaningful expression on his face. It's just very shallow and shallow. The biggest improvement brought to Jiang Tian by the criminal investigation legend is that all his body movements and micro-expressions that can express his mood have completely disappeared. Although it was concealed and deliberately converged before, there were some small movements of their own to express their psychological emotions, but now it's completely gone. In other words, even if the professor of psychology came to Jiang Tian, he couldn't see through Jiang Tian at all. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Minister Tan shook his head. Just now, Minister Tan subconsciously felt as if he had seen it before, but after thinking about it carefully, what level is Shi Hailiang and what level is he? Most importantly, Minister Tan hadn't even been to Yunhai before. Even Minister Tan, who has a lot of experience, thinks he thinks too much, but Jiang Tian clearly sees that when Minister Tan's words appear, Shi Hailiang's micro-expression is relaxed. I guessed it right, I didn't guess it wrong at all. Just now Jiang Tian is even more sure. Minister Tan, this Shi Hailiang doesn't matter. The main reason is that Shi Haichao is a fierce-faced person. He has a lot of power outside the country, and even has some of his own territory. Jiang Tian explained in a low voice. These are all explained by Shi Haichao himself. It seems to be to show one's own value. Shi Haichao hurriedly said, "Yes, overseas, I have already laid down a part of the site. Although it is not large, our group is very large, and there are hundreds of armed personnel under it, which is enough to cause a lot of chaos. Of course, I also know that I have committed a lot of crimes, but I am willing to be an undercover agent for the motherland and contribute to the motherland when handling major cases. Of course, not for anything else, but to be able to compensate for the sins committed in the past." Oh, Minister Tan first glanced at Shi Haichao unexpectedly, then he said with a cold face, "Shi Haichao, you frantically attacked our comrades in the Sea of Clouds. Now you think you can erase everything by compensating?" Joke. As far as Shi Haichao's crimes are concerned, it is not an exaggeration to shoot him 10 times. Chapter 460, the end of the case? No, this is just the beginning of a bloody war. Let me tell you, it's not enough to shoot you 100 times. The crimes you committed are enough for you to be shot 100 times and 1,000 times. Minister Tan's face was like ice. The attack on Wen Yuland is already a provocation to the entire police system, but also a provocation to the motherland. This time, Jiang Tian's eyelids flipped to frowning slightly. He glanced at Shi Haichao. Have to say, the legendary criminal investigation has definitely brought Jiang Tian a comprehensive improvement. There are also micro-expressions in the control of human nature, which are almost engraved into instinct, and Jiang Tian can easily detect any subtle changes. Shi Haichao seemed to have awakened suddenly. It's just that, like Shi Hailiang, it's obvious that Shi Haichao can do it abroad. It looks like he has well-developed limbs and a simple mind, but how can he go out of the mountain village and break into such a big world abroad by force alone? Shi Haichao knew best about the crimes he had committed, and he couldn't overdo how many times he had been shot. To be alive now is to be one step short of a judicial trial. It is even more impossible not to understand that if Shi Hailiang has made great contributions, there may still be a reprieve. but Sher Hailiang is absolutely impossible for him, the sacrifice of more than a dozen comrades. Such a case with such a big and evil impact is too proactive in nature, there is no doubt that he will die 100%. Even Sher Hailiang, unless he contributes information, is no less than the problem here in Shirmiao village. The merits contradict each other, but this is possible. Jiang Tian thought it was impossible. Shirmiao village was already a major terrorist case. It may not even be possible to encounter it once in decades. The number of people involved is too exaggerated and the scale is too huge. Moreover, there are not many valuable things contributed, because most of the sales channels in Shirmiao village are brought abroad by Sher Haichao and sold at high prices from abroad, sometimes even exported to domestic sales. It is precisely because of this additional formality in Shirmiao village that such a big case has not been heard of for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the information contributed by Wen Yulin, Jiang Tian would not be aware of the problem in Shirmiao village. Even with scanning radar, it is impossible for Jiang Tian to find such a remote mountain village, take them all away and interrogate them one by one. There is no need for Jiang Tian to intervene at this time. Minister Tan has already begun to issue orders with a wave of his hand, and Jiang Tian's task is almost done, but obviously, the interrogation of so many people is a big problem. Fortunately, before that, Minister Tan had urgently emptied several detention centers and was barely able to use them. However, the 800 or so people who were selected by Jiang Tian were enough. There are nearly 2,000 people left. At least according to the information, there is no problem. Jiang Tian's scanning radar is also very shallow, and most of them are estimated to take 3 or 2 years even if they are sentenced. In summary, these more than 2,000 people still have to be placed in the village. There is no place without placement, therefore, the personnel stationed here have not even been able to evacuate. Xiao Zhan, what do you think? After arranging everything, Minister Tan walked up to Jiang Tian and asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and said, "I don't feel right. Sher Hailiang and Sher Haichao have a problem. They are not as honest as they seem. They should strengthen their defense." Minister Tan glanced at Jiang Tian slightly unexpectedly. "Xiao Zhan, you should think too much. The entire Shirmiao village has been caught. You can't say that there are still people attacking the detention center. That would be too bold." Shenhan thought Jiang Tian was purely thinking too much. However, Shenhan's performance today also shocked Shenhan. "Are you envious of so much credit?" Shenhan is definitely envious. As far as the credit Jiang Tian received today, if it were Shenhan, it would even be enough for Shenhan to achieve the progress he had always dreamed of. Of course, it's just pure envy. Shenhan understood that as far as Jiang Tian was concerned, there was almost no need for them to intervene in the entire case. In addition to providing basic police force and operational personnel, from finding clues, finding evidence, and then leading the team to arrest, almost the entire operation was planned by Jiang Tian himself. In this case, Shenhan couldn't do it even if he wanted to share the credit, but fortunately, if the case of our provincial department is solved, it should be no less than this case. Although it is not so shocking, the impact and spread are no less than this case. Shenhan thought in his heart, even calculating the time, it will probably be closed during this period of time. As for what Jiang Tian said, in Shenhan's opinion, this is purely thinking too much. Now Shenhan can't even figure out what chance they have. What else can there be? It's not enough that Sher Haichao also ambushed people, right? Shenhan shook his head. Although he had seen a lot, he didn't believe in this kind of fantasy or even unheard of possible accidents. Who said no? Jiang Tian asked rhetorically. Shenhan paused suddenly. Because if there is really an ambush, it is really impossible. After all, if there is such a big operation tonight, if there is really an ambush, how could those people not do it? Of course, it may be that I think too much, or it may be that he has other ideas, but in any case, it is still necessary to be safe, and I hope to be able to mobilize more manpower. Jiang Tian said. Regarding Jiang Tian's statement, Minister Tan agreed unconditionally. There are not enough manpower now. Even at the scene here, the people who stayed behind seemed to be honest. These villagers were honest, but who knew if there were any huge criminals hidden inside? I will arrange it. Shenhan opened his mouth and nodded at last, then he took out the walkie-talkie and quickly issued an order, escorted by a few more police cars. After all, the escort is close to 800 people, and the current vehicles are completely insufficient for transportation, and a large number of vehicles are required. Even before the operation, no one thought that such a terrifying number of criminals had been captured. Close to 800 people, the usual 5-seater car even requires 100 or 200 cars. Of course, it was impossible for Shenhan to transfer all the cars, but he just called a few buses over. Moreover, it is a prison bus, which is specially used to transport criminals. Even the windows are welded. Wait until Shenhan leaves. Minister Tan breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say that if you give Jiang Tian a score today, Minister Tan will definitely give a full score. Flawless. This is true in all respects. Is this the end? Jiang Tian looked at the silent village. No, this is not the end. This may just be the beginning. Yunhai's situation, with the excavation, it was discovered that it was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Jiang Tian finally understood why even if he changed his strategy, he didn't hesitate, because the crime problem is somewhat more serious and terrifying than imagined. Just when Minister Tan wanted to say something, the phone rang suddenly. Minister Tan took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. After answering the call, his smile solidified a little. Are you here? At the same time, just when Shirmiao village was in full swing, the aftermath work was in full swing. On the flat cement road leading to Shirmiao village, 3 official vehicles are driving, especially in the official car in the middle. Xiang Ming frowned slightly. What's the situation? Why are there so many police cars here? Chapter 461, Crazy and Shocking. Have they violated the heavenly law when it comes to the character of Shang Siki? In fact, everyone who knows Shang Siki basically knows that this is a workaholic and a case-handling lunatic. At the beginning, many people also believed that Shang Jing was purely addicted to work, so they were unwilling to find someone, but her family knew about her own affairs, and at least Miss Chiu, who knew the famous quotes of Shang, understood what was going on with her. Mentor. It's just that I can't see it. Or rather, there is no novelty. Or, ordinary men can no longer bring any psychological fluctuations to Shang Ming. This is also a person that Xiang Ming has not been able to look up to for so many years since you don't feel it, even because you can see through the opponents inside and outside at a glance. Why bother to wrong yourself? What's more, to some extent, although the famous quotes of Xiang belong to the police system, the famous quotes of Xiang belong more to the sequence of experts, not the official service system. So in fact, starting a family or not becoming a family basically has no effect, but in the evening, after receiving a call from Minister Tan, Xiang Ming couldn't sit still. The good guy, originally a workaholic, suddenly knew that there was a clue to Secretary Mu's murderer, and immediately moved to start the interrogation. But after nothing was asked, Xiang Ming was already in a very irritable mood, and he desperately wanted to see Zhang Tian and know more about the case. Information. As a result, Minister Tan made a phone call, and Zhang Tian was not available. It can be more serious than the case of Secretary Mu being attacked. What is the case? The famous quotes of Shang were dumbfounded. Can't figure it out. After the meeting was late, Mr. Shang couldn't sit still anymore, so he called Minister Tan directly. In fact, at that time, the task was basically over, or the network had been closed, plus this case is very big, therefore, if the task force intervened, there was no problem. So they told Shang Mingji the location of Shirmiao village and asked Shang Mingji to come by himself. Today, most of the police force was mobilized from the provincial department, and it seems that some actions are being taken. Miss Chiu looked at the few police cars shuttling past and pondered. This afternoon, Miss Chiu paid some attention to this. Why didn't you say it earlier? Xiang Ming said abruptly. She didn't even know about such a big thing? This is the task of the provincial department itself, and I didn't think much about it at the time. Miss Chiu said faintly with a dead fish's eye. Xiang Jing took a deep breath, comforting himself constantly in his heart. This is the beloved disciple who inherited his mantle, and he can't be angry. Next time there is such an important thing, you must tell me in time, at least you can be prepared. Shang famously said the main thing is, what kind of case does Xiang Ming want to know at this moment? As the distance gets closer and closer. Next, the famous quotes of Shang saw something very exaggerated. The police car was shining with lights, and it was very silent and staggered past their official car. 1, 2, at when more than a dozen police cars passed, Xiang Ming smacked his tongue. This is definitely a major task. For Xiang Ming, he did not participate in such a major task, which made Xiang Ming unable to help but watch his apprentice become even more angry. If you pay attention in advance, maybe you can participate in this case yourself. After all, for the famous saying of Shang, it seems that he has seen through people's hearts, psychological micro-expressions, etc. Because he is too proficient in emotional perception and is naturally too keen, he has also lost interest in many things. Xiang Ming even realized that he had some psychological problems, so he took the initiative to devote all his interests to the case. No wonder, it's just that even a general big case is not as important as Secretary Mu's case. Xiang Ming frowned deeply. Unless Xiang Ming was thinking in his heart. At this moment, through the window, Xiang Ming suddenly saw rows of lights flashing. A moment, the police car roared, and there seemed to be no end in sight. From time to time, military vehicles could even be seen passing by. 20 cars, 30 vehicles, 50 cars. The famous saying of Xiang is numb, looking at the police car with a numb expression. His eyes were a little sluggish. Xiang Ming is not a newcomer. There are generally certain specifications for what level of cases and how large a police force is dispatched. It was dispatched on such a large and terrifying scale. The famous saying of Xiang has been in the police for more than 20 years and has opened a legend for more than 20 years, but he has never seen this kind of scene several times. This is true even if the firm has handled countless major cases. How many police cars have been in the past? Xiang Ming recovered in a daze, only to realize that he had lost his mind just now. There are probably hundreds of them. Miss Chiu said uncertainly. Hundreds of cars? Xiang Ming lost his voice. There were some surprises on the cold face. Very soon. As Xiang Ming got closer and closer to Shirmiao village, there were more and more police cars nearby, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Among them, Xiang Ming even seriously doubted whether all the armed police in Yunhai had been dispatched tonight. Then, wait until the Shang family comes to the entrance of the village. In fact, at this time, dozens of big buses came into view. Close to more than 800 people need to be detained and strictly guarded. It is impossible for these people to be detained on the spot in Shirmiao village. There are too many uncertainties. Zhang Tian glanced over to ensure that there was no innocent person, and each of them is deeply guilty. In fact, a big bus can only accommodate about 50 people, of which at least 10 heavily armed police are required to be in custody to prevent accidents. In other words, there are 800 people, just as there are 20 buses. Of course, 20 large buses are actually not very sufficient, and the remaining important criminals are transported directly through armed police and special police. Vehicles.in short, there is plenty of light in the bus.so you can see the details inside from the periphery. More than a dozen armed police officers were standing in the corridor in the middle of the bus, and the people sitting on both sides were full of people. And how sharp Shang Chi's gaze is. At a glance, almost everyone sitting had a common expression. Their faces were as grey as death. At this moment. A horrified thought instantly rose in Shang Ming's heart. Could it be that these people are all criminals, and not an ordinary criminal? Have these people violated the Tenjo? Shang Ming's heart was shocked. She had dealt with too many major cases in her life, but the scale of this terrifying case, at a rough glance, was only the part of the bus. She had already calculated that it was close to 800 people. There are more than 800 criminals in custody. What kind of terrorist case has such a terrifying scale of involvement? Fainted. Shang Jing was a little dizzy. No wonder Minister Tan said that this case is more important. Shang Chi kept taking a deep breath. Chapter 462, Action Received. A great moment in making history. At this moment, when they came to the entrance of Shirmio village, 3 official vehicles were stopped at the intersection for inspection without accident. Especially coincidentally, the guard at the entrance of the village is still an old acquaintance. Step by step, the crisp sound of high heels stepped on the cement floor. Shang Ming walked out of the car, took a look at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but breathe a little bit. Nothing else, because the entire Shirmio village, at this moment, is simply 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps, and 1 post. Although the police cars are gone, some military vehicles have taken over here. Almost all the surroundings are airtight. Overall, the case is too serious. If the punishment was based on more than 50 grams of unlimited or shooting, even the entire Shirmio village would be spared. Except for children, there would be almost not many innocent people. Of course, there are also some women who are forced to be involved. This aspect also needs to be considered. The specific sentencing standards depend on how the prosecutor and the court decide. The municipal bureau can only put forward its own suggestions. Of course, in general cases of this kind, the procuratorates and courts will also conduct trials in accordance with the needs of the municipal bureau. At this moment, Shang Ming had no idea what kind of terrorist case this was. Zhang Fan, why are you here? Shang Ming said with surprise on his face. That's right, it was Zhang Fan who guarded the entrance to the village, Professor Shang. Zhang Fan hurriedly spoke respectfully when he saw the famous quotes of Shang. Answer my question. Shang Chi's expression is cold, and his words are unusually simple. The case here is too big. Minister Tan mobilized a lot of manpower from the headquarters, and I followed suit. Zhang Fan bit the bullet and said, why don't I know? Under Shang Qing's cold expression, his breathing was already short. Good guy, such a big case, she doesn't know the feelings. Even Miss Jo noticed it in advance, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Fan's face was innocent. In fact, although Zhang Fan did not join the tripartite joint investigation team, he also cooperated with the investigation as an operational force in some basic work. Or it is the work of supervision. In fact, generally this kind of investigation team, that is, the tripartite investigation team, basically the responsibility of the headquarters is to supervise the local investigation of the case. After all, after the capital came down, he was almost unfamiliar with life. However, Zhang Fan did not report, and he was relatively innocent, because the entire team of them was directly mobilized above, and he didn't know that the Shang family would not know. Therefore, when he knew that the famous Shang quotes were not known, Zhang Fan was a little surprised and a little surprised, but Zhang Fan didn't know. At this moment, Zhang Fan's expression instantly exploded the flame in Shang Ming's heart 100 times. Zhang Fan didn't know that she didn't know, which means that Zhang Fan had been directly mobilized and hadn't notified her at all. What do you mean? Is this preventing her or doing something? Don't believe her. Okay, I see. Take me to Minister Tan and the others. Shang Ming is used to being cold and cold. Although his inner aura exploded, he still spoke with a deserted face on his face. Zhang Fan shrank his head and didn't dare to say anything to lead the way in front. This made Shang Ming frown slightly. In fact, the commercial department belongs to criminal investigation at the headquarters, and Zhang Fan's anti-drug work, although not a systematic one, but Zhang Fan has been the object of key training before. Even if he made a major mistake last time, he was suspended for a few days for observation, and finally went back to work. It's just a pity Zhang Fan has lost the trust of the organization and the value of cultivation. In other words, unless Zhang Fan has made great contributions, otherwise, his political career in this life is over. Shang Ming had seen Zhang Fan before, and it can be seen from his micro-expressions that Zhang Fan is absolutely proud in his heart, and even feels a little empty in his heart. Shang Ming didn't have much affection for him, but now the famous quotes of Shang were discovered in a daze. Changed. No matter from the inside out, Zhang Fan's whole person has changed, shrinking in fear and cautiously, as if he was afraid of doing something wrong. Scrapped, the child is useless. What happened in the end made a person change so much. Oh, it doesn't seem to be long since the last time we met. It seems to have become like this since I first came to Yunhai and went back to Is Yunhai so scary? It's not a system, but the two sides also cooperate regularly. Of course, it's naturally not with Zhang Fan. When I was working on a commercial case, it was basically a major anti-drug case. That is, Zhang Fan's teacher had been working together for a long time, and the two sides were also very familiar with it. Shang Ming's gaze penetrated Zhang Fan's back, but he was not interested in understanding what happened to Zhang Fan. For her, the village in front of her was the thing that interested Shang Ming the most. Professor, something is wrong with this village.
Miss Joe followed and noticed the abnormality, and Xiang Ming nodded quietly and said, "Yes, it's too prosperous." Just like standing out from the crowd, in this era when most people are even struggling with food and clothing, almost every family in this village lives in small villas. It is conceivable that there will be ghosts if there is no problem inside. Think of the person who has just been arrested. Xiang Ming was taken aback, and Zhang Fan answered their confusion at this time in front of them. This is a drug village, and almost every family makes drugs. Humph. The famous quotes of Xiang widened his eyes and his pupils contracted. No wonder, and the next moment a voice came into their ears from far away to near. According to on-site investigations, a total of 20 sets of large-scale new drug-making equipment and about 100 sets of small drug-making equipment were received. The drugs seized on the scene were about 3,000 kilograms, of extremely high purity, and they basically have a very strong competitiveness in the market. Boom! As soon as he approached, Xiang Ming, who heard this sentence, took a breath of air. 3,000 kilograms, and it was searched at the scene. What is this concept, good fellow? If it is evenly distributed to everyone in the entire village, it can also be evenly distributed to everyone for more than 1,000 grams, which is enough for the death penalty. The sentencing standard is 20 times. What a terrifying concept this is. This is not a ledger, let alone a historical ledger. It's not a total either. It's the scale of the quantity searched at the scene. This quantity, hiss. What kind of case is this? Stepping on a horse? At this moment, Xiang Ming finally understood why Minister Tan was dismissive of what she said about Secretary Mu's case. Compare this case. The case of Secretary Mu's attack is simply not worth mentioning. Once 3,000 kilograms of new and extremely high-quality white powder enters the market, good guy, the scalp is numb. But if this flows into the sea of clouds, the entire sea of clouds may have a huge problem. 3,000 kilograms? And at the moment, Minister Tan thought he had heard it wrong. Looking at Zhang Pang, who was holding a notebook in his hand and reporting solemnly, a moment of confusion flashed across Minister Tan's face, then he came back to his senses in an instant. Yes, 3,000 kilograms. If that's right, this batch of goods should be sold through Shi Haichao. Zhang Pang affirmed again, as Shi Haichao said just now, they are all sold to foreign countries. It seems that there is no threat to us, but it is simply a joke. There are many things about export to domestic sales. This time, once the transaction is successful and brought to Myanmar, it will also be a huge impact on Yunhai. Minister Tan gritted his teeth and said almost word for word. That's right, when a large amount of white powder appears on the market, there must be people who take risks and want to smuggle it into the country to make the difference, not to mention these objective factors. Just the 3,000 kilograms seized this time, the one-time seizure of 3,000 kilograms has already made history. In addition, we discovered a large underground drug-making factory in the village, and we also arrested a group of researchers in it. The system is extremely perfect, especially this time. The types of white powder we seized are still new types that have recently appeared on the market. This type was developed by these researchers. Of Chapter 463. A shocking scene, a case of great importance in history, underground drug-making workshop. When there was a sound of footsteps, the entire underground drug-making workshop was under the control of armed police. More than 20 researchers in white coats, seemingly researchers, squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. It seems to be waiting for the judgment of fate, and when Jiang Tian arrived, he had just come in and smelled a pungent smell. Although the ventilation effect of the underground drug-making workshop was good, the pungent smell that could not be concealed was simply going straight to his forehead, especially for people with sensitive facial features like Jiang Tian. This pungent and disgusting smell is a huge challenge to his endurance. What's the matter? Minister Tan stopped and asked. It's okay. Jiang Tian shook his head. The case has been resolved. Of course, the most important thing is that so many criminals need to be placed, and it is impossible for those leaders to follow all the time. Except for the leaders in the police system and the leaders of the armed police battle sequences, the remaining leaders of the public service system have already went back. Of course, it's not going home. How can such a big thing go home? When they go back, the most important thing is to house these criminals and deal with them in a follow-up. There are also village issues that also need to be dealt with for such a large case, not to mention anything else. The aftermath alone is a huge amount of work. This requires a short period of time, a trial from the police system, and then the procuratorate and the court prosecute and sentence, etc. Of course, the most important thing is the initial interrogation and so on. This is not a small number, but the scale of terror of 700 or 800 people, which can be dealt with directly with one brain, and this is not just as simple as 700 or 800 people, who can guarantee that there are close to 2,000 people staying on the scene. No problem, although Jiang Tian found those with strong red light to take the lead in classifying, the other sins were lighter. Nearly half of the people who stayed in the village were actually flashing red light, but compared to those who were taken away, it was many times weaker. But even if it is many times weaker, with the red light, Jiang Tian also understood the effect of scanning radar. These people have minor sins, and the eye of judgment can't see the specific situation, but according to the consistent situation of the scanning radar. Among the remaining 2,000 people, there are at least close to 700 or 800 people with sinful values, which may not seem to be much, but that is compared to those who are deeply sinful.
Really, according to the law, the level of 10 years to the end of the line is enough, and if the syllabus is really online, then the problem will arise. The entire Shirmio village has a population of nearly 3,000 people, and it takes close to half of them to be arrested, and there are very few left. In other words, the elderly and weak women and children in the entire village will be left unattended in the future, even if this is a poison village. In any case, the children are innocent, and the people who are not involved are also innocent. These people all need to carry out a follow-up planning and treatment plan. At the very least, we must ensure the normal life of these children. These are all big problems. After those leaders go back, they have to solve these problems, and they have to solve the overall aftermath as soon as possible. In short, this can be regarded as a problem for them, but no one dared to say anything. In such a big case, if the follow-up is not handled well, no one can bear the responsibility for the above. For these leaders, Zhang Tian's approach can be regarded as eliminating a terrible thunder for them. Don't think about the credit. At most, they will make amends, and at the moment. In addition to Zhang Tian and Minister Tan, the people who followed to the underground drug-making base were Mr. Shine, Miss Chiu, and Zhang Peng. As for Shinhan, he had already taken people to escort those who had been arrested entering the underground drug-making workshop, not to mention Zhang Tian. Even ordinary people like the two merchants and the others couldn't help frowning slightly, because of the environment. On the scene, some of it was too scary. Huge drug-making equipment. Piled up on the ground, a standard bag of white powder of 50 kilograms per bag. Dozens of bags of white powder are almost all piled up together. It looks numb to the scalp. All the white powder that has just been seized was seized here, a total of 3,000 kilograms. In addition, we found that these people are studying a new type of white powder here. This new type of white powder has two characteristics, that is, it is more addictive, and most importantly, compared with the old type of white powder, the hallucinogenic properties caused are more intense, and of course, the damage to the body's central nervous system is more serious. Zhang Peng said. Anti-drug experts at the scene are already inspecting the white powder at the scene. Zhang Peng also has a preliminary understanding of the effect of the current test. Of course, there may be other characteristics, but more detailed tests are needed. But there is no doubt that some of the new types of white powders we have recently discovered in the market are basically in line with the white powders here. It can be basically determined that it appeared here. No one spoke. Minister Tan's face was heavy. In addition to Minister Tan, Gao Xiaolong is also here with him. To say that Gao Xiaolong, at this moment, his gaze is already constantly scanning, and there are professional research equipment and so on for these equipment on the scene. Finally, Gao Xiaolong's face sank and said, "These are extremely advanced equipment," and after Gao Xiaolong said this, he looked at the researcher crouching on the ground. These people, without a doubt, are all highly educated people, but at this moment, he is doing a terrible thing. In this part, most of them are graduate chemistry students from key universities. Some of them are recruited. The leader is the local reserve of Shirmio village. A considerable part of them should be his classmates. Zhang Tian stood up and explained at this moment, for these people, others don't matter, but for the leader, Zhang Tian has always been the object of Zhang Tian's focus. In the information, he found that there was a young man from Shirmio village who had obtained a postgraduate degree in chemistry from a key university. Zhang Tian recognized the leader at a glance. Beast. Gao Xiaolong was furious, but for the time being, he endured his anger. Shocking. After Gao Xiaolong visited the underground drug-making workshop, he had a concept of the scale of crime in the entire Shirmio village. A shocking concept. Even if the scale of crime in Shirmio village has been overestimated, the things that have been seized are refreshing their lower limits over and over again. Even Minister Tan was taken aback. The main reason is that the equipment is too professional. If it weren't for the pungent smell, he would even think he had come to the main laboratory of a technology and pharmaceutical company. "Hello, my name is Shang Ming." Just when Zhang Peng took Minister Tan and Gao Xiaolong to visit the underground drug-making workshop, Shang Ming came to Zhang Tian. On the way, Shang Ming had already learned about the whole case, especially knowing that the entire case, from beginning to end, was almost all broken by Zhang Tian on his own, even if she had already overestimated it in her heart. After knowing the scale and influence of the terrifying crime in Shirmio village, Shang Qi couldn't deny that she was indeed shocked. She has dealt with all kinds of major cases, but this is the first time she has dealt with such a major case, and this kind of case, can be called the #1 major case. Chapter 464, First Contact. Shang Mingyan completely broke through. The case is too terrifying. The most important thing is that the ability shown by Zhang Tian surprised Shang Ming the most. After discovering the clues, he finally sneaked in and photographed the evidence, and finally took people directly to Shirmio village. Shang Ming had to admit that the shadow of the famous Tree of Man did have some prejudices against Zhang Tian in the past, thinking that he was just a kind of soldier king with strong combat capabilities, but he had a smattering of knowledge about criminal investigation. Level, seeing and knowing. From the front and rear of this case, Shang Ming saw Zhang Tian's criminal investigation capabilities. So Shang Ming took the initiative to come to Zhang Tian and stretched out his hand. Mainly, I want to get to know Zhang Tian at a deeper level, see if you really have the ability to be terrifying in criminal investigation. After Zhang Tian saw the famous quotes of Shang, his eyes flickered slightly. The distance is very close, and Zhang Tian can see the famous Shang quotes very clearly. Of course, this name is definitely thunderous to Jiang Tian. Before the rebirth of the previous life, Shang Ming had become the master of the entire criminal investigation industry, and it is the kind of existence that is extremely famous in the world. It is standing at the top level of this industry. He even often goes to top universities abroad to hold seminars, and now, seeing the current famous quotes of Shang, he is less than 40 years old, and his appearance looks only about 25 or 6 years old. But Jiang Tian knows that the true age of Shang's famous quotes is already 37 years old this year. The facial features are exquisite, but the temperament is too cold, giving people a feeling that it is difficult to touch. Other than that, Jiang Tian stretched out his hand silently during this period. Shang Ming kept looking at Jiang Tian closely, as if he wanted to see something from Jiang Tian's face. No, can't see it. The famous quotes of Shang frowned deeply. That's right, she couldn't even see any micro-expressions of Jiang Tian, or even a subconscious habitual movement of Jiang Tian showing her inner state. No, none of these. How could it be? Even Shang Ming himself knows the inner emotions expressed by many micro-expressions, but he can't control it at all. From the eyes to the expression, as long as it is a person, it is impossible to escape this category. No matter how good the psychological quality is, no matter how well it is hidden, there is no way to hide micro-expressions. Even after special training, they can only hide the surface. Any changes in behavior and facial expressions can express the owner's inner emotions. The famous saying of Shang is observing Jiang Tian's behavior habits, but the famous quotes of Shang were confused, because Jiang Tian always had a smile on his face when he heard his name or shook hands with her. It's just this smile, but there has never been any slight change in appearance or behavior, and there is no movement that can indicate emotions and inner thoughts. Shang Jing was shocked, comparing the shock caused by this case. As soon as we met, the shock caused by Jiang Tian's form was the most terrifying, because this is the first time Shang Ming has seen such a person. No, this is simply not a person. Except for robots, humans can't do all of this at all. Shang Xin believes it deeply. Compared to robots, Shang Jing is more willing to believe that he has read it wrong, and he must have read it wrong. I am the commercial director of the criminal investigation.
Shang Ming reiterated once again that she wanted to cause Jiang Tian's mood swings directly through her name.
She introduced herself so strongly at the beginning, just to let Jiang Tian take the lead in gaps. Now she thought it was her name, Jiang Tian, who had never heard of it or didn't know it. I have just heard the name of Professor Shang, and I am also thunderous.
When I was in college, I used to study your investigation theory by Professor Shang.
The level is very high and it has greatly improved me. Jiang Tian said, still smiling all over his face. It's still like that. There was no displeasure in his expression, no shock, and no admiration as he said, there is no fart. The eyelids of the merchant's famous quotes beat. In fact, Shang Jing did not see Jiang Tian's micro-expressions, but her emotions were all displayed in front of Jiang Tian without surprise, from shock to disbelief and then numbness. Even if Shang Chichi was pretending on the surface, he couldn't escape Jiang Tian's eyes. Legend of Criminal Investigation, Gold, Legend of Criminal Investigation. In the industry of criminal investigation, you have come to an end. Through the ages, you have been as strong as Di Renjie in ancient criminal investigation, Fu in modern criminal investigation, etc., can only look up to your light. All the details of your criminal investigation can be seen. Perfect control can also discover many clues to the case that no one can detect. In your eyes, there are no more unsolved cases. That's right, this is the horror of this entry, the scariest place. This is not just to say that the criminal investigation is looking for clues, but that it is related to the criminal investigation, and those related to solving the case are counted in it. For example, psychology, invincible. Micro-expression, invincible. There are also various mind-reading techniques and so on. It can even be said that Jiang Tian understands more thoroughly than these famous people in the past. Jiang Tian has come to an end in these aspects. Naturally, he controls his micro-expressions, including many small habits, etc., as he pleases, and although the famous Shang quotes were also deliberately hidden in front of Jiang Tian, it was like trying to hide while talking loudly about what he was thinking in his heart. Jiang Tian chuckled in his heart. She knew what Shang Jing wanted to do. Comrade Jiang Tian, you are different.
Shang Ming looked at Jiang Tian's expression intently. It was Jiang Tian who asked, Professor Shang, is there anything on my face? Why do you keep staring? No.
Shang Ming's mood is getting weirder and weirder, more and more. Confused. Can't see through a good guy. There are no subtle movements at all. The same is true of all limb movements. The famous quotes of Shang are a little confused, and some doubt life. Is this really a human being? So much so that when Shang Ming wanted to take the lead and report to his family at the beginning, it did not bring any fluctuations to Jiang Tian, but directly caused Shang Ming's heart to be unbalanced. Jiang Tian knew even more that at this time he even had to take advantage of the victory to pursue him. This woman, from the beginning, wanted to control her own psychological situation and control him casually. Shang Jing didn't know it. There is no secret to everything about her. Professor Shang, you seem to be shocked.
Are you so shocked to see me?
Jiang Tian asked. Perhaps it was because Shang Jing was used to seeing others, so he had been subconsciously hiding himself and putting a cold protective shell on himself. In fact, it's just that I want to subconsciously hide all the thoughts in my heart. Oh, Comrade Jiang Tian, you solved such a big case, shouldn't I be shocked? Shang Ming replied coldly. No, I mean, when you said your name, you were a little shocked. I have seen a lot of shocked people, but the first time I saw it, I was shocked when I introduced my name. Zhang Tian still smiled and shook his head. His smile was natural, but it gave people a very fake feeling. This is actually a kind of micro-expression control. Of course, this sentence, but it directly caused the Shang family to directly break through the defense. Boy, what are you talking about? Chapter 465, Confrontation, Complete Defeat. The professor collapsed. My name is Zhang Tian. It seems that Professor Shang should have heard of my name. I will give you a lot of advice when I meet for the first time. Until this time, Zhang Tian slowly spoke. The mentality of the Shang family is a bit broken. The first time I met, however, Shang Ming swore that Zhang Tian was definitely different from everyone she had ever met. This difference is manifested from the inside out. The most terrifying thing is that too many people, or rather, anyone in front of her, without any pretense, when they get along with others. Shang Jing has even formed an instinct to look at the other party's true side, even if Shang Ming is unwilling, because it has caused boredom in life. It also has a great impact on his own personality. It's just that this is no longer beyond the control of the merchant, because she is too proficient in psychology. Ling Shang has never had any friends, or rather, she used to focus on solving cases with everything she had until now. I met Zhang Tian. Can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. The whole person is like a robot. From the surface of Zhang Tian, you can't see all the thoughts in Zhang Tian's heart. Even if he reported to his family, he just wanted to shock Zhang Tian and then capture Zhang Tian's behavior habits, and then he could see through Zhang Tian. Actually, before coming, Shang Ming had thought about who Zhang Tian was, and he had also aroused some interest on the road. After all, although Shang Ming didn't pay much attention to Zhang Tian from his heart, he thought that he was just a person with well-developed limbs. It is estimated that there are few opportunities for cooperation between the two sides, but for the tasks Zhang Tian did, Shang Ming had a little understanding of Zhang Tian and had some interest in Zhang Tian, mainly because he wanted to know why his students respected him so much. And now, splash. I have to admit it, this meeting brought great shock to the Shang family and broke the defense, even if you don't see it through. The point is, Zhang Tianlai's words directly showed her through. Good guy, just kill it back. In particular, Zhang Tian's next sentence made the defense-breaking Shang Jingji instantly furious. The person who peeped into the abyss never thought that the abyss was peeping at him. Zhang Tian said. Shang Jing's heart shook with anger. This is unacceptable to Shang Ming, no matter what aspect it is. Although Shang Xi has been watching people's hearts for a long time and is even used to it, Shang Xi, on the other hand, is also subconsciously converging his micro-expressions and controlling his emotions. I don't want to expose my truest side. I don't want to be seen clearly by others naked. Because she sees through others, she is even more afraid of being seen through by others. Not only did she not see through Zhang Tian, but she was directly shown off by Zhang Tian. In the end, Zhang Tian said these words even more, even in an educational tone. Are you angry because you are seen through? You hide your heart with a cold appearance. Because you look at others every day, you are more afraid of being seen clearly. You are very angry. I can feel your anger and your shock. There is still a little interest in my heart. In just 1 minute, you have already seen me 13 times with Yu Guang. You are even more curious. Don't you understand why this happened? Zhang Tian continued. Puff. Exploded. The famous quotes of the merchant were completely blown up. She swore that she had never broken the defense like this in her life. Of course, it's more about the numbness of the scalp and the anger that comes from being seen through the heart, and a huge shock, because what Zhang Tian said is not bad at all. As if he was in front of Zhang Tian, without concealment, he was so thoroughly for people to watch. She didn't feel anything about seeing others before, but when she was seen through, that feeling came from the inside out. Most importantly, how did Zhang Tian do it? No, the only explanation is that this Zhang Tian has reached an extremely terrifying level of psychology, and even his attainments are not weaker than mine. The famous saying of Shang shook his whole body when he thought of this, although he was unwilling to accept it. Shang Ming found that there was indeed only one explanation left. Otherwise, apart from this explanation, there is no way to explain what is happening now. Interesting. Shang Ming suddenly calmed down, looked at Zhang Tian with a smile and said, you are right, but I didn't expect that you had been educated by you for so many years. Zhang Tian said without any modesty, I have actually come into contact with many people who have come down from your capital. I have found that many of you have this problem, which is also a common problem. You always have a superior mentality to the place, but without exception, when you come to Yunhai, there is no one. There is a good end. Zhang Tian's words were tantamount to cursing, and it was said in front of the famous quotes of Shang. Shang Ming said with unchanged expression, if you say that those people who came in the 21st inning may have it, but we don't have this problem in the 5th inning, you may have misunderstood. The 21st Bureau is anti-drug, and 5 innings. It belongs to the aspect of criminal investigation. While speaking, Shang Ming was still secretly paying attention to Zhang Tian, and he continued to understand Zhang Tian's behavior at a deeper and deeper level, even if it was just his attitude of speaking. It was enough. A little arrogant, Shang Ming was analyzing it in his heart. I think your problem is the most serious. Zhang Tian said, you are very good and courageous. Shang Ming did not expect that Zhang Tian was indeed a bit courageous, but thinking of Zhang Tian's life of licking blood with the blade of a knife, Shang Ming had a deeper understanding of Zhang Tian in his heart. This made Shang Ming smile in his heart, but Shang Ming didn't know that from the beginning, her inner activities were already under Zhang Tian's control. Do you know why I dare to say that? Because, I know, you will calm down by yourself, and you know even more. After you calm down, you want to know me better.
I know better. You will think that with what I said, you think you know me better. If Jiang Tian was still under pressure before, but what is a living criminal investigation legend, it is no exaggeration to say that non-humans have stood at the top of the pyramid through the ages, and no one can surpass them. Even the famous Shang quotes are very evil, the talent is terrifying, and the experience is even more terrifying, but I'm sorry, Jiang Tian is open, sure enough. Although Shang Ming's face was calm, he wanted to vomit. It was as if he had eaten Xiang.my heart was instantly blocked, uncomfortable, disgusting. The opposite line was crushed. You were stunned for 2 seconds, your eyes were a little dazed, although you were covering it up, but now you are almost unable to accept the reality in your heart, but your distracted eyes have been looking at me with lingering light. You have some appreciation in your heart, your performance shows that you have never seen it. For a man like me, I aroused your curiosity. You want to know me more than the shock in your heart. I pierced your heart, your eyes flashed, and you were panicking. For the famous quotes of Shang, micro-expressions don't work anymore, but sorry, Jiang Tian opened, all your actions and actions seem to be meaningless, but in fact they are all expressing your inner panic. Chapter 466, Recruitment, Promotion? No, he has improved. Miss Chiu, who was standing aside, looked at her teacher and her professor. As soon as she played against Jiang Tian gang, she was directly killed in seconds, even if he knew Jiang Tian was a pervert. But at this moment, Miss Chiu couldn't help being shocked. She knew that Jiang Tian was very perverted, but there seemed to be no such thing as Jiang Tian. But psychology, the famous quotes of Shang have almost come to the end of their predecessors. They are pioneering their own path and have a certain academic status in psychology all over the world. As a result, as soon as he played against each other, he was crushed by Jiang Tian a puff. Miss Chiu sprayed. Of course, the most important thing is that team leader Jiang, Professor Shang is not malicious. Miss Chiu quickly stood up because she didn't stand up anymore. She was afraid that her mentor would be hit and couldn't think about it anymore. It's too bullying. The professor was so badly bullied by Jiang Tian, Miss Chiu was almost unable to see through it. As I said, those who stare at the abyss, are also staring at him. Those who are good at playing with people's hearts will eventually eat their own evil fruits. Jiang Tian shook his head. Even if Jiang Tian has the king of criminal investigation, in fact, except when solving cases, daily life will automatically filter psychological aspects. Always die in daily life outside the task, at least, there must be some unknown pleasures, otherwise, life will be too lonely. Just like this poor businessman. I know, if there is malice, it won't be like this. Jiang Tian said it from the beginning. Shang Jing looked down on him from the top, which already caused Jiang Tian's displeasure. If he had been involved earlier, the case might have been solved a long time ago, and Jiang Tian wouldn't even need to be arrested. Although the trouble was solved after being caught, who would like to live in the soft-packed compartment, especially the psychological hypnosis when he came up? It completely angered Jiang Tian, otherwise Jiang Tian would not have directly messed up the famous quotes of Shang so miserably. The professor doesn't want to do this either. It's just that nature is like this. He is too sensitive to emotions and the people around him. After the psychology comes to an end, it will get out of hand. Otherwise, who would like this? Miss Chiu quickly explained Jiang Tian's mood eased slightly. The expression remains the same. Did you break the defense, and didn't you completely break the defense? Jiang Tian realized that Shang Ming was still observing himself, but he was more hidden. But he couldn't escape Jiang Tian's perception. This made Jiang Tian almost laugh. Before the meeting, Jiang Tian still had some awe of the famous quotes of Shang. After all, before crossing in his previous life, Shang Shiqi had reached a height that he couldn't even look up to after rebirth. Even the current famous Shang quotes have not yet reached the peak of future generations. They are just the legendary experience and credit created by the young famous Shang quotes in their 30s, not a lot at all. This one is also a multiple first-class merit winner, and because of running all over the country, almost breaking a hanging eye is a second-class start. Some very terrifying cases, as well as cases that are also very influential and difficult to deal with, are also a first-class merit. The credit in the hands of the famous quotes of Shang, except for the special merits, may not be less than Jiang Tian. The main reason is that Jiang Tian rose too fast and did too much in a short period of time. Otherwise, Jiang Tian would have done these cases. If it is slower, there may even be 1 or 2 more first-class functions. It's just that for Jiang Tian, it's too irrelevant. If it weren't for the famous quotes of Shang that were too strong, he would have been even more blindsided before, and even refused Jiang Tian to enter the task force, especially to give people a sense that letting Jiang Tian understand the case is superfluous and risky. Comrade Jiang Tian, you really impressed me. In the end, it was a famous saying of Shang, and Jiang Tian's mentality had been almost exploded and broken, but it was also a short time. At this moment, the famous quotes of Shang can be regarded as understood. This Jiang Tian was even deliberately provoking her emotions just now. Originally, she wanted to make Jiang Tian's mood fluctuate, but unexpectedly, unconsciously, she was directly provoked by Jiang Tian, and still unknowingly, Shang Jing had completely put away his contempt and looked at Jiang Tian cautiously reacted. Jiang Tian chuckled in his heart, but it didn't matter if he reacted. As far as he was concerned, he had a level of business knowledge in this area. If he deliberately hit it coldly, it was really not easy to see through. But Jiang Tian is different. And no matter how the famous quotes of Shang are hidden, they are all under Jiang Tian's control. You can reach this point in psychology. I have to admit that even if I don't want to believe it, I have to admit that your psychological attainments are already at the top level in the world.
Psychology is so excellent, presumably your criminal investigation must not be weak. Shang Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief after regaining his sanity. Shang Qiqi understood instantly that he saw that Jiang Tian despised the enemy, and at the same time, he was prejudiced against Jiang Tian before or rather, Shang Ming finally reacted to Jiang Tian's strong educational affection, the capital that people said at the beginning was talking about her on the side. Think of this, Shang Qiqi was in a complicated mood. Mainly, who would have thought that this young man was so perverted after all? Jiang Tian was only in his 20s on the information, and he had still traveled so far in anti-drug control. Even if he studied from his mother's womb, he couldn't figure out how he could still make a difference in criminal investigation. No wonder my own students admire it so much. Of course, after all, if you learn well, you are serving the people. Jiang Tian replied without leaking, since you have such a talent for criminal investigation, why don't you just come to the 5th Bureau to become famous? So why bother to live in this Yunhai to be a small anti-drug police officer? Shang Jing had to admit that he was heartbroken. This is definitely more talented than her student Miss Cho, that is to say. If Jiang Tian joins the 5th round, then it will represent the level of criminal investigation in the motherland will definitely occupy a far ahead position in the world in the future. Your smile is no longer concealed, is it because you are excited? Shang Ming has already become suspicious of his psychology. No, I'm not interested in anything. Jiang Tian shook his head decisively. The famous saying of the merchant was unexpected. Now that there are so many major cases in Yunhai, you have come to the 5th Bureau and join our task force. You can not only help us solve the major case of Secretary Mu's attack, but even participate in Wen Yulin's case. Speaking of this, Shang Ming's mature and exquisite face appeared with undisguised confidence, and after you come, I can guarantee that you will make great contributions to completing these tasks. After a year, I will make sure you can go further. She couldn't think of a reason why Jiang Tian could refuse. This condition was simply too generous, especially going one step further. She knew that Jiang Tian had been promoted many times, and it was impossible to do without extra large labor recently, but she moved her position and within a year, she thought she could still operate. Just when the famous words of Shang had not fallen out, a voice suddenly sounded behind Jiang Tian. Gao Xiaolong said directly with an unexpected voice, Comrade Xiao Zhang has already found the clues to the attack on Secretary Mu. Also, the attack on Wen Yulin has also been solved. The murderers have been arrested. Do Wen Yulin have any other cases? Humph. Wen Yulin's case has been solved. Oh no, not only is it broken, but it has already been caught. Have the murderers been caught? Is this a joke? Chief Gao, your joke is not funny. Wen Yulin's case has just happened a few days ago, and there have been no clues so far. The famous saying of Shang would never believe that the task force did not find a clue to the cold case, but turned his head and was easily caught by the murderer. Oh, Xiao Zhang may have forgotten to tell you just now that Wen Yulin has an interest in this Shirmiao village. The murderer behind the scenes did it through overseas mercenary forces, but the leader of the mercenary forces happened to be in Shirmiao village and was caught by Comrade Jiang Tian, and the case was easily solved. The next step after the interrogation, the murderer couldn't get away with 100%. Chief Gao explained it. Boom. Not to mention it's okay, after these words came out, even Shang Jing's ability to control emotions was still blank and sluggish. He opened his mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Tian blankly, and the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's voice continued to sound, and, after careful research over the years, Comrade Xiao Zhang has been included in the progress list, and he will be officially promoted in the near future. Boom. The famous saying of Shang almost sprayed. Go one step further, and now Jiang Tian seems to be a first-class police chief. Oh no, the lieutenant, that's right, the lieutenant. A 20-year-old child who has exposed his head is already a police lieutenant. What's further, is it a second-level police lieutenant? Are you sure this is not a joke? Chapter 467. Yunhai can't lose him. Just like, how terrifying is this impact? This ability to solve cases is terrifying. Their task force used the resources of the province to investigate and investigate. After more than 10 days, almost all of them were unsolved cases. Yes, all of them were unsolved cases. In fact, speaking of this, Minister Tan and the others are not in a good mood. It is also specifically for this reason. After all, so many resources were used to investigate Secretary Mu's case, and it was easy to check if there was any clue about the recent major cases. As a result, for more than 10 days, nothing nutritious was really found. Not only that, in the end, all of them ended in unsolved cases. What is an unsolved case is a sealed case. Wait until the next 10 years, or even 20 years, after some of the evidence that is now sealed is taken out again, use future technology to investigate some existing evidence, but there are basically 10 cases of this kind, and it is expected that 1 or 2 will be solved, all of which depend on luck. In other words, whether it was the case of Wen Yulin or the case of Secretary Mu's attack, it was basically over. Using the resources of the province carried out a sweeping sweep, and even swept in so many people. As a result, there were no clues about these 2 cases at all. Finally, why now? The only clue, that is, the last idea and clue of Secretary Mu's attack case, was also on Yuan Guangming. The key is that Yuan Guangliang has no hard evidence and can't be found out. There is any connection between Yuan Guangliang and the murderer behind the scenes. It can only be determined that Yuan Guangguang does have a problem. On the other hand, it is to investigate Yuan Guangming's life, but at present, there are no valuable clues. Generally speaking, expectations are poor.
Minister Tan even doubted for a moment whether Jiang Tian and Xiang Ming had exchanged identities. Point 2 Unsolved cases directly by Jiang Tian. All the hard work of letting go of a fart was solved, and it was even in place in one step. Of Professor Shang, Lao Gao is right. It is obviously difficult to investigate the murderer in China. After all, the murderer did it through a foreign power, and it is unrealistic to directly attack a foreign power. It's just a coincidence. It happened that the leader of the foreign power was trading here and was easily arrested. Xiao Jiang is also lucky. Professor Shang, don't think too much. We won't have any opinions on you. After all, Xiao Shan, we still recognize your abilities. Minister Tan turned to speak quickly, not to mention it's okay. After this sentence was exported, Xiang Ming's mood was instantly more uncomfortable than eating shit. It's better not to say this, however, the skills are not as good as others, and the famous saying in business has this advantage. If you make a mistake, it's your own fault, so you will never be hard-mouth. So the famous saying of Xiang immediately said, Minister Tan, Chief Gao, I made a mistake. I reviewed it. After coming to Yunhai, I did make a mistake. I shouldn't wear colored glasses, let alone underestimate others. This is my problem. I will make a deep review later. This case, the most important key person is Jiang Tian, but Jiang Tian did not participate. No, even to say that Jiang Tian's family is already prepared, but because they have colored glasses, they even look at Jiang Tian differently, causing this series of problems. No, even with Jiang Tian's words, these cases are estimated to have been solved a long time ago. Thinking of this, Professor Shang instantly became clogged in his heart. Even Professor Shan didn't think it was a coincidence. Solving cases, especially many unsolved cases, itself required countless details for reasoning. Luck. That's just the opinion of a layman. In the criminal investigation industry, there is no luck in solving a case. If you can solve it, you can solve it. If you can't solve it, even if you were looking for a breakthrough, you will definitely not be able to solve it. What's more, the clues to the murderer in Secretary Mu's case, and the arrest of the murderer in Wen Yulin's case, are coincidences once, and twice. Can it be a coincidence? To say it's a coincidence is simply funny. The only explanation is that Jiang Tian definitely found something. Originally, she wanted to join the task force, but because of her colored glasses, Jiang Tian investigated it by herself. This is a major mistake. Not only was there no depression in Xiang Ming's heart, but on the contrary, he admired Jiang Tian abnormally and looked sideways. After all, this man has brought too many surprises to people. The IT can be invincible with one enemy and 100. Retreat, but also be able to master criminal investigation. He has terrifying attainments in criminal investigation and psychology. This is a genius without weaknesses. How far can such a genius grow in the future? The famous saying of Shang couldn't believe it, and most importantly, Jiang Tian is the first, and even more unique, man who can make her invisible at all, even to say, who can crush her head on in the aspect she is most proud of. As for Jiang Tian, his expression was a bit weird when he looked at the famous quotes of Shang, mainly because the character of the famous quotes of Shang, although it is not absolutely unpredictable on the surface, even if it is capricious, even if ordinary psychological experts come here, they absolutely can't see anything, but Jiang Tian, he can really analyze it simply, and he can also see it. Famous quotes from business, this legend of the criminal investigation world. Jiang Tian had a good idea of what his personality was like, and it was precisely because he had a good idea that Jiang Tian's heart shook wildly before that, except during the interrogation, Jiang Tian had actually avoided using psychological micro-expressions to analyze, because once he got used to it, life was really no fun and no surprises. Only when investigating a case and facing a suspect, Jiang Tian will use it. This is also the first time Jiang Tian has used famous quotes from Shang. It's just that the result really shocked Jiang Tian, because he found that Xiang Ming looked at him with an inexplicable pleasure. This everything else can be understood, but what is the matter with this pleasure? Xiao Jiang, don't worry, this case has been completely and satisfactorily concluded, and only a step-by-step investigation is enough. Minister Tan looked at Jiang Tian and became reconciled in an instant. As for the general administration, your current center of gravity should be in Yunhai. Speaking of this, the corners of Minister Tan's mouth twitched, because Shang Jing didn't know much about political matters. He didn't know the importance of Yunhai and Jiang Tian's importance to Yunhai. In other words, the situation of Yunhai, except for Jiang Tian here, it's useless for anyone to come with this. Is not an exaggeration. After all, before that, there was not one leader who went wrong. Almost all of those who were seriously investigated were inexplicably killed by those criminal groups in secret, and they died inexplicably, and they were bold. The key is that the investigation has not found anything yet, even if it is a real cleanup. The bastards here are like mice. It's not even that some simply leave the country directly. In particular, Yunhai is a first-tier city, an important domestic city with a population of tens of millions, and there are many deep mountains and old forests. Chapter 468, Holding the Greatest Power, completely letting go of oneself before looking at it. Before Jiang Tian appeared, he couldn't even find the cable. It looks nothing on the surface, but the entire sea of clouds has been completely covered by the underground world. Went to the general administration. What should I do here in Yunhai? Although I don't want to admit it. What if there is no Jiang Tian on Yunhai's side? Isn't this pulling a calf? Don't mention Xie trip to the general administration anymore, but Xiao Zhang can go directly to your task force to help you investigate these two cases temporarily.
Minister Tan said these two major cases were both completed by Jiang Tian, and both were solved by Jiang Tian, although Jiang Tian also got all the credit, who would dislike that he had less credit. At least, after entering the task force, at least Jiang Tian can get 2 more collective credits, okay. Although the famous quotes of Shang are very deserted, however, Jiang Tian clearly felt the loss in that tone. It is not, does this person have any tendency to be abused? Jiang Tian was speechless. I was so embarrassed by myself. How did I suddenly find that this famous saying of Shang was even so dependent on me? No, it's not about dependence. It's a deep unwillingness. Xiao Zhang's task in Yunhai is very difficult. In other words, Yunhai can't do without Xiao Zhang. Minister Tan sighed slightly. Although the situation at the top of the capital is still in the stage of confidentiality, at the level of Minister Tan, he has heard some wind and grass movements. He is not very sure. It's just some wind, but it has gradually spread out. At least Minister Tan also heard part of it. I better understand the importance of Yunhai's strategic goals. In the future, it will be a strategic geographical location and city at the same level as Mingzhu. Once the dark forces and criminal groups are dealt with, the entire Yunhai will become an important pillar of national investment in the next stage. Moreover, compared with the capital and the East China Sea, Yunhai has one of the most important advantages, with too many beautiful mountains and rivers. No one dares to think about the future of Yunhai from the point of view of the political road. Jiang Tian's stay on Yunhai's side is obviously the most high-quality choice. If it really wants to become directly under the jurisdiction, Jiang Tian's future is even more limitless, and there is no need to maneuver around, following the sea of clouds. The water can rise and rise. Isn't it a pity to let Jiang Tian leave at this critical period? Task force, it's okay. Shang Ming's eyes lit up, staring at Jiang Tian. His eyes were bright. There is no doubt about it. The current Shang family has become too interested in Jiang Tian. I can't wait to get to know Jiang Tian frantically now. This person is like poison, and just how high Jiang Tian's level is. Shang Ming can't wait to find a few cases for Jiang Tian to see in addition to these major cases. In fact, the task force has also taken over some cases. They are all absolutely major cases that are still in the process of tracking. I just don't know what position to arrange. Shang Ming asked, the level of the task force is very high. It can be said that the task force has the right to mobilize the energy of the province. This gave Jiang Tian no reason to refuse. Because of entering the task force, Jiang Tian found that he seemed to have more room for development. Although there are a lot of big cases on Yunhai's side, if you continue here, you can continue to make a lot of cases. However, after entering the task force, there are more news channels, and they will not be limited to Yunhai, and they can even view serious crimes in the province, relying on the golden entry of the criminal investigation legend. Wouldn't it be said, let the birds fly high in the sky? Jiang Tian was also slightly curious about his position arrangement. That's right. I in the task force, before that, almost all of them were at the top level of experts in the entire motherland. However, before that, because the case had not progressed, most experts had already taken part of the case information to various parts of the province to solve major cases and check some unsolved cases to see if there are any clues. In short, the authority is great, but there is no doubt that almost all of those who can be in it are at the top level of criminal investigation by the general administration, especially those experts, wearing police ranks one by one, are simply killing Jiang Tian in seconds, and the lowest is the level of a white shirt. Jiang Tian is a fart. Now it is the 3rd level lieutenant. If there is really a chance, the level will be raised. 22-year-old 2nd level police lieutenant. It's enough, but it should have made history. Jiang Tian's heart was beating. Of course, even if it is a 2nd-level police lieutenant, compared with those expert bigwigs, it is definitely not enough to see. It's just that I arranged to go in as a soldier, and I don't have any rights. It's the same as not going. There is no difference at all. It's better not to go. On the contrary, I'm more free. If you save money, you can be a younger brother to others. Jiang Tian is not a lowly person. Besides, Jiang Tian has no pattern, right? It's not as if the grade has fallen to that level. Minister Tan obviously took this aspect into account and said, for the time being, let's arrange for a special advisor to go in and give Yifeng the right to handle the case. Minister Tan simply had high hopes for Jiang Tian. I also want to know if Jiang Tian is provided with a bigger stage, whether Jiang Tian will remain as bright as a meteor or fall. That's what I mean too. Shang Shiqi speaks a bit fast, and his expression seems very cold. However, according to Jiang Tian's short-term understanding of the famous quotes of Shang, he only knew the roots and the bottom. With this quick tone of voice, Jiang Tian knew that at this moment, the famous quotes of Shang were probably already surprised and thrilling this woman. Jiang Tian felt, is there such a thing as that? However, Jiang Tian turned his head and thought that he was not very normal, and he calmed down in an instant. After all, geniuses, in terms of spirit, have always had something different from ordinary people. The next thing, Jiang Tian temporarily came to an end. Boss, let me take you home to rest first. You haven't had time to rest for several days. At this time, the little fat man Zhao Wei quickly stood up and said. To say that Zhao Wei's mood at the moment is almost exploding. Zhao Wei, the little fat man, could see everything that had just happened clearly. The abandoned son from the big family in the capital is not favored by anyone, and he has not allocated any political resources, but it does not mean that the little fat man is really an idiot. What's more, when he came out of the capital, he was still in the police system, and he naturally knew a lot about the system, especially the famous quotes of Shang, the existence of this criminal investigation legend. The gods of the two just confronted each other. Zhao Wei was stunned directly, and next, Minister Tan appeared, and a shocking melon broke out directly. Zhang Tian was about to be promoted again. Zhao Wei found that he was about to lose sight of Zhang Tian's back. At the end, Zhao Wei was even more dumbfounded to hear that Zhang Tian was going to join the task force, even as a consultant. My goodness, this is a tripartite law enforcement task force, but in fact, it is the experts in the capital who lead it. Local experts can only play an auxiliary role. It is the experts in the capital who make the decision. There is no doubt that every expert is a well-known big brother in the criminal investigation industry who enjoys a great reputation throughout the country. It is estimated that the youngest must be 40 or 50 years old, of which Shang Jing is the most talented, and the youngest Zhao Wei knows very well, and he knows even more. According to his understanding, this task force has a second generation on the other side of the capital, which is also a police system, and has a very high position, but the professional level is not enough, and they have all been mercilessly brushed off. As a result, at this time, Zhang Tian actually, has he become a task force consultant? Crazy, what do you give away? Comrade Xiao Zhang doesn't need your concern about the problem anymore. I will send him home safely. You can get out of here. Chapter 469. This devil woman, she smiled, huh? Zhao Wei, who had just arrived not long ago, looked at Shang Qing, who had a cold temperament and seemed to burst into a terrifying and fierce aura with afterglow, with a look of astonishment on his face. Gollum. Zhao Wei swallowed the shadow of the famous tree of people. In the police system, you can't know Minister Tan, but who can't know this woman, this terrifying woman? According to relevant sources, anyone who stands in front of the famous quotes of Shang has a sense of fear that all the secrets in his heart will be seen through. It was as if almost everything he thought in his heart in front of the famous quotes of Shang had no cover and was exposed to others. That terrifying feeling, with that feeling of shame exploding, almost all people who have seen it once are unwilling to see the famous quotes of Shang again, but just in fact, Shang Ming is so famous, and there is one of the most important reasons. That is, Shang Ming leads the task force of the general administration, and almost all major cases in all parts of the country have her shadow. This is also the reason why her reputation is so terrifying and loud. It is spread almost all over the country. Once, when Zhao Wei was only in the capital, he saw a famous Shang dynasty quote from a distance, and at that time, Zhao Wei was left with a terrifying impression. If it hadn't been for seeing the atmosphere between the boss and the merchants getting more and more solidified, and it was indeed very late, Zhao Wei really couldn't bite the bullet and stand up, and now he suddenly saw Shang Ming's terrifying eyes. Zhao Wei touched his pants. He touched his head again. Fortunately, I was not scared to sweat, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. It's just a little bit of urine. Your boss, I will send it back in person. This little comrade, I want to send your boss. What are you doing blocking the road? What do you think? Shang Jing said condescendingly to I, and the next moment, Zhao Wei's face showed a smile that was more ugly than crying. Leader, the boss is already very tired, and he has been working overtime without sleep for several days. If others don't know, can Zhao Wei still not know? He watched as Zhang Tian was so tired from running around for the recent investigation of the case, not to mention doing it himself. Zhao Wei's scalp was numb when he saw it. In just a few days, Zhang Tian directly and thoroughly checked the accounts of Shirmiao village for several years and pulled out all the people who had problems. Some of them even had huge amounts of funds credited to the account 2 or 3 years ago, and there were no abnormal conditions in the account in the last 2 or 3 years. In this way, Zhang Tian was able to pull it out. It is conceivable that Zhang Tian has done a terrifying amount of work in the end, and he has to enter Shirmiao village to conduct on-site verification and step on Shirmiao village on the spot, etc. Of course, in addition to these reasons, there are also many terrifying cases in the municipal bureau. It can be said that as long as it is a drug that has entered the municipal bureau, don't ask, they were even about to wait for whoever passed, and they just pulled whoever over to be a strong man, especially in too many cases. Zhang Tian sometimes has to help. In the past few days, Zhang Tian hasn't even had time to go home. Especially before the action, Zhang Tian also arranged for his cousin Zhang Ning to go home to live. Zhang Tian also had to see what was going on. When he saw that there was nothing wrong with these cases, Zhang Tian slowed down. Boss. Zhao Wei looked at Zhang Tian. To be honest, the famous saying of Shang is very terrifying. Now Zhao Wei is shivering as he stands, but even if it is terrifying, in contrast, Zhao Wei still stands by Zhang Tian unswervingly. This made Zhang Tian very satisfied. Have to say, although Zhao Wei's abilities are not enough, Zhang Tian doesn't mind, so help Zhao Wei. At the very least, let Zhao Wei get everything he deserves. Although Zhang Tian doesn't know what happened to Zhao Wei, it can be seen from the attitude of the second generation of people from the capital towards Zhao Wei and what happened to Zhao Wei that Zhao Wei's family's problems are very complicated. Even said, it was a miserable time. The truth is that grandma doesn't love her uncle or her uncle. It's okay, go back first. Professor Shang and I happen to have a case to talk about. At this time, Zhang Tian finally spoke. Zhang Tian was slightly dissatisfied when he spoke and glanced at the famous quotes of Shang. Beating a dog depends on the owner. Although you are the leader, you have the right. But, I knew it, Comrade Xiao Jiang, you would definitely say that. Shang Mingji showed a little smile on his face. It was very light, and it turned into a cold appearance in a flash, but this made Zhao Wei on the side clearly capture it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. God knows, the famous Shang quotes are like demons in Zhao Wei's mind. It's simply a legendary character. The most important thing is that the famous quotes of Shang have always been unsmiling. Are you smiling at Zhang Tian now? She laughed. My team leader, you were a bit too fierce. Zhao Wei fell to the ground with 5 bodies even more admired in his heart, and almost knelt directly to Zhang Tian, especially that smile. It purely shows what it means to look back at by Mei Sheng with a smile. Shang Mingji, who is in his 30s, is the most brilliant age. On weekdays, it is as cold as ice cubes. Who dares to approach, whether in legend or in reality? Zhao Wei smiled when he saw Shang Mingji for the first time. Brother Jiang, be careful. Zhao Wei seemed to have relieved Qin Jun of his burden, and his whole body was completely cleared. In her mind, Shang Qiqi was like a demon, where she dared to say more, or even where she dared to stay for a while and ran away. Before leaving, Zhang Tian, Minister Tan and Chief Gao did some analysis of the case and some follow-up deployment. The case seems to be over, this answer seems to be all in one pot, but they all know that the real challenge has just begun. The first step is to find the most professional interrogation experts and deal with these criminals as soon as possible. Day and night, Minister Tan didn't even go back to the capital anymore. He went directly to the municipal bureau with Chief Gao. Minister Tan decided that in the past few days, he would sit on Yunhai's side to prevent any chaos. It's even more important to look at Yunhai's side. What exactly is the case? What is the level and strength? But after reading it, Minister Tan was instantly moved, or disappointed. Of course, these are all afterthoughts. At this moment, Zhang Tian had already followed Shang Xi and got into Shang Xi's car carefully. As for the driver, dead fish eye Miss Zhou, already expressionless and paralyzed, was driving in front of her. What? Are you afraid I will eat you? Shang Ming's cold voice sounded in the car. Why do you say that? Zhang Tian frowned slightly. Otherwise, why would you hide from me so far, afraid that I will eat you? The famous saying of Shang is condescending. This is a woman who looks strong to hide, behaves strongly and is extremely proud. But in fact, Zhang Tian had already seen through the famous quotes of Shang a long time ago, and he knew the fragile nature of the famous quotes of Shang in his heart, and he couldn't stop smiling slightly in his heart. No, I'm just afraid of trouble. Zhang Tian really doesn't want to be stained with famous Shang quotes. Chapter 470. Emma smells really good. Home. The smell of home. As a result, Shang Ming was not at all polite, and he approached Zhang Tian directly with his butt, and both of them were in the back seat, so that the originally spacious large car was a bit crowded. I'm curious about one thing now, and that is, how did you do it? Shang Jing looked at Zhang Tian closely and made no secret of it. She was also let go in front of Zhang Tian. It's actually very tiring to pretend all the time, but since Zhang Tian can see through if he pretends to be, he can see through if he doesn't pretend to be. Isn't it in vain to pretend? Now Shang Ming almost makes no secret of his expressions and movements. What and how did you do it? Zhang Tian pretended to be confused with understanding. Yuan Guangliang is a related person in Secretary Mu's attack case. Even if you find out, how could it be so coincidental that the murderer of Wen Yulin's case can be discovered at the same time? The famous quotes of Shang approached and asked, close at hand. Zhang Tian's eyes were flat. Jokes, rebirth has been experienced, and the psychological attainments are already terrifying. Zhang Tian is too easy to control his emotions, just like the famous quotes of the Shang dynasty. Although it seems difficult to sustain oneself, few people can even withstand it. But Zhang Tian not only resisted, but also wanted to laugh. It's installed, it's too slut, it's very simple. Before Wen Yulin was attacked, he once said that a key place was Shirmio village. Zhang Tian made no secret. So simple? Shang Jing was a little unwilling to believe it. Zhang Tian nodded. If you say that, you are not afraid that the credit for the case will be divided. As far as I understand, your credit in Shirmio village, coupled with the arrest of Wen Yulin and the murderer of the attack, will be given to a pot of Duan. At least there is a special merit. You are not afraid to divide some of the credit out, and the special merit will become the first-class merit. There is no place to cry. Shang Jing reminded, I also caught Wen Yulin. Can the information I obtained from Wen Yulin be counted on others? Zhang Tian spread his hands. Humph. The famous saying of Shang is confused. It was then that she suddenly remembered. That's right, Wenya Group was killed by Zhang Tian. It is a pillar industry of terror, with billions of terrorist assets. It is also the largest developer in the province. On the other hand, diversification also involves all aspects and so on. Where's Yuan Guangming? The famous saying of Shang does not give up. Yuan Guangming and I don't have any political conflicts of interest, and we don't have any conflicts in private. He jumped out and found someone to do me together. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. There must be a problem. Of course, I have offended too many people, but I just thought about it, and recently several major cases are related. I casually guessed Secretary Mu's case. By the way, I asked you to explore the clues and see the truth. I didn't expect it to be a breakthrough. Zhang Tian is very humble. It's just that every sentence seems to blow people to death. Can this work too? The famous saying of Shang was jaw-dropping. The first time she met Zhang Tian like this, it was as if she was a ghost. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I am becoming more and more interested in you. The famous saying of Shang believes him to be a ghost. The resources of the province have been checked for more than 10 days without even a clue. You broke 2 cases in a few fucking days. He also said that you are a coincidence. It's numb. Click. I'm here. Jiang Tianxia che. To be honest, Jiang Tian doesn't even know how to face Xiang Ming now, because he found that Xiang Ming definitely has a mental illness, and it's definitely serious, especially in terms of his most professional and her proudest aspect. He was crushed and defeated head-on, exposing the mental illness that Xiang Ming had been hiding. Go to the provincial department early tomorrow. Xiang Ming said with bright eyes, try your best. The corners of Jiang Tian's mouth twitched, although he was about to be promoted, and although he had made great achievements, Jiang Tian only felt exhausted. Entering the task force gave Jiang Tian relatively greater development control, but at the same time, it also added a terrifying workload to Jiang Tian. After all, it was not just a task force. Jiang Tian had to make a detailed report on many detailed issues in the Shirmiao village case that had just been solved by the municipal bureau. Jiang Tian sighed speechlessly when he thought about it. It's already early in the morning, so I should be asleep. Jiang Tian walked to the door and glanced at the time, and found that it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Wait until Jiang Tian opens the door, brother. A cheer sounded, and then the impact force directly hit Jiang Tian's chest, directly causing Jiang Tian to retreat after hitting him. As for why the corners of Jiang Tian's mouth twitched, looking at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was already squatting at the door at the moment, covering his head with both hands, and looking at him with tears in his eyes. At that moment, if Jiang Tian hadn't retreated quickly, he would be afraid that Jiang Xiaoyu would be directly hit and bleed to death. Brother, are you wearing a steel helmet? Jiang Xiaoyu cried bitterly. Who made you so reckless and asked for it? Jiang Tian was speechless. Oh, I don't care, I blame you. Jiang Xiaoyu opened his teeth and claws angrily. Jiang Tian could only helplessly raise his hand to show his innocence. He absolutely did not fight back. I don't care, tomorrow Sunday, you will take us out to play. Jiang Xiaoyu cried bitterly. Jiang Tian clutched his head. To be honest, if it weren't for golden fingers, Jiang Tian wondered if he was about to die suddenly. Otherwise, the big leaders all went to work overtime, so they gave Jiang Tian a holiday. Jiang Tian didn't say anything, because even with such a strong physique, Jiang Tian was not particularly tired physically, but he didn't sleep for several days in a row, and the psychological exhaustion was hard to bear. At that time, the golden age of the extraordinary human race was suddenly dead, so it would be funny. Don't make trouble, your brother hasn't rested for several days. Xiaoyu, stop and let your brother rest. Mother Jiang scolded with a serious face. Oh. Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly got up from the ground. Mom, haven't you rested? Jiang Tian asked. Your dad called and said you were back and asked to make some soup for you. Both of them were worried that you hadn't slept. Mother Jiang said. Jiang Tian was moved and comforted Jiang Xiaoyu by the way. When he had the opportunity, he would definitely take them out to play next Monday, so he could comfort Jiang Xiaoyu. Then Jiang Tian turned his gaze and saw Jiang Ning on the sofa. In contrast to Jiang Xiaoyu, Jiang Ning really showed the posture of being under the fence, sitting on the sofa with his head down, and looking up carefully from time to time. After seeing Jiang Tian coming back, he hurriedly got up and lowered his head and shouted, Brother. Jiang Tianshan rubbed Jiang Ning's hair with his hand. Xiao Ning, you have been living here safely recently. Let's talk about it when you've finished the college entrance examination. Of course, this is not only because of you, but also because I have offended many people. Many people want to target me and will find you, not just to help you, but actually to help you. It's also to help myself. Jiang Tian continued to add at last, brother, you have to be careful yourself. Jiang Ning nodded carefully. Look, what a nice little girl. At this moment, a telephone rang. Jiang Tian looked around. It was discovered that it belonged to Jiang Ning. I have to say that although the third uncle's family is poor and can't afford to rent a good house, the third uncle really gave everything to Jiang Ning to prevent him from going out. It might not be safe, and he even bought a second-hand mobile phone for Jiang Ning. It's Nana, worried about me. Jiang Ning explained. At this moment, Jiang Ning also felt the inconvenience of the police for the first time, and he had just finished working overtime in the early hours of the morning. But I have to admit that after a while of not seeing him, Jiang Ning discovered that his cousin had really changed. From the inside out, Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. He also had a fresh memory of Gui Na. She was a very nice little girl. She was affectionate. The key was Gui Na's daughter. Your sister can't take a nap in her room. I arranged for Jiang Ning and your sister to sleep in your room. If you sleep by yourself, you can sleep in your sister's room and on your sofa. Jiang Mu brought porridge to Jiang Tian. This really made Jiang Tian gone hungry, and he nodded indifferently while eating. Emma, it smells so good. Jiang Tian hasn't eaten such a warm and familiar porridge in a few days, but just as Jiang Tian was about to finish feeling, a rapid phone call rang. Jiang Tian frowned slightly. He thought there was something wrong with the municipal bureau's case, so he connected to the phone without looking at anyone. In the next moment, Jiang Tian stood up with a rub and shook fiercely. What are you talking about? Something happened to Brigade Gua, those CS are crazy. Chapter 471 Behind the Hero, there is always an unforgettable memory. Your brother has already returned? Damn it, my dad hasn't come home yet, and his cell phone can't get through. Your brother is back. He should have already gotten off work. This old man, I must ask him what he is doing and why he doesn't answer the phone when he gets home. Listening to the chatter on the phone, Jiang Ning didn't know how to answer. By the way, ask your brother if my dad got off work together. Guana said. This. Jiang Ning stood in the room and looked at Zhang Tian outside the door, holding a mobile phone in his hand. His face seemed to be a little shaken, and a little angry flame was burning up. That's right, Jiang Ning was a little scared. This is the first time Jiang Ning has seen this kind of anger. What happened? It can be said that Zhang Tian brought Zhang Tian completely different senses today, and her attitude towards her, even Jiang Ning, and Zhang Tian's senses, are constantly being rewritten. At the very least, she even had a little sense of security in Zhang Tian's heart. There is also a feeling of dependence, but Zhang Tian looked so angry. Jiang Ning remembered in a daze, as if he had been attacked. Zhang Tian was just cold on his face, but he was definitely not as gaffe-prone as he is now. I dare not. Jiang Ning whispered how else to say. When Jiang Peng called back, he was still caring about Zhang Tian in his heart. When Jiang Mu was cooking, Jiang Ning and Jiang Xiaoyu were actually not sleeping. Not only did they not sleep, although the two of them were not familiar with each other before, they were not the kind of particularly cold people. They introduced each other and were unusually very topical, especially after Jiang Xiaoyu knew that Jiang Ning was about to enter the college entrance examination. He patted his chest and promised to give him tutoring. In any case, Jiang Xiaoyu, as a top student of Yunda, is definitely the top group of students. The two talked happily, and when Jiang Peng called, the two of them kept waiting without sleepiness. Brother, why are you going? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. This moment, Zhang Tian was getting dressed and putting his jacket on his body. It was late at night and the weather outside was getting cooler. I'm going. Zhang Tian paused slightly, as if remembering something, and suddenly looked at Jiang Ning standing behind the door and said directly, Are you on the phone with that Guana? Jiang Ning nodded blankly, not knowing why this brother looked at him, but he was still a little scared. Perhaps it was that Zhang Tian once brought Jiang Ning too much psychological shadow, and he had a traumatic psychological trauma to Jiang Tian. Obviously, in less than a day, Jiang Ning only slightly changed his attitude towards Jiang Tian, but in fact, deep down in his heart, he was still panicked when he saw Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's unfeeling side at the beginning. Jiang Ning's memory of the shameful appearance of their father and daughter stepping on the ground mercilessly is still fresh in Jiang Ning's memory. Seeing Jiang Tian looking at herself, Jiang Ning turned pale with fright. Especially Jiang Tian's angry face, she even wondered. If Jiang Tian was going to drive herself out again, where can I go? Is the rented house safe? Can you still go back? Jiang Ning panicked to me. I use my own mobile phone that my dad bought. Jiang Ning explained in a panic, for fear of letting Jiang Tian misunderstand. The phone bill is very expensive now, and she is usually reluctant to call, that is, Guana called, and it was cheaper to answer the phone. What are you talking about? Jiang Tian didn't have time to comfort Jiang Ning now, but her eyes were a little blood red and she said, Is Guana at home? Nana, at home. Jiang Ning took 2 steps back in fright. Follow me right away. Jiang Tian couldn't help but grab Jiang Ning's wrist. Brother, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyu thought Jiang Tian was going to drive Jiang Ning away. After all, there has been a lesson from the past, but now, through chatting, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly has a deep sympathy for Jiang Ning. Such a young girl, go to that dark, damp and extremely chaotic rental house. It's a pity that Jiang Tian didn't give Jiang Xiaoyu a chance to speak at all. So he dragged Jiang Xiaoyu and ran down in a daze. What's better is that Jiang Tian's phaeton stopped downstairs. Jiang Tian pushed Jiang Ning into the car, and then he quickly started a fire at me. I haven't taken anything yet. Jiang Ning shrank in the back seat. She also thought Jiang Tian was going to drive her away, but she just endured it silently. It's a pity. At this moment, Jiang Tian was not in the mood to say that to Jiang Ning at all. Of this made Jiang Ning feel even more aggrieved with his head down. Why does this cousin Jiang Tian want to treat himself like this, give himself hope, and then cut off his hope? Sure enough, the country is easy to change its nature and difficult to change. Perhaps everything before was disguised because there were too many people in the city bureau. After going home, he exposed his true face. However, Jiang Tian always saved her. This made Jiang Ning's eyes godless, as if he had lost a certain color, and he looked out of the car blankly. It's just that quickly with the passage of time, Jiang Ning was surprised to find out, this is not the way back to my house, it should be at the intersection just now. Jiang Ning said hoarsely, Your house? What's your house? Jiang Tian asked rhetorically, Didn't you take me home? Jiang Ning asked, What will take you home? What are you thinking about with melon seeds in your little head? Show me the way. Where does Guana's family live? Jiang Tian said eagerly. He actually knew the general location of the Guo Brigade's family, which was near the city center, but Jiang Tian hadn't been there. Moreover, because of the special nature of his work, even as a colleague, Guo Yingda has never said or disclosed his residence information in place of residence. All this is for safety protection. It can be said that behind all the rules and regulations of anti-drug control, behind each item, there is a terrifying blood-drenched lesson. Even an internal colleague, although he can be sure that he has not been corroded, after all, the price is too high, and he can't make fun of his family. Therefore, even if it was Jiang Tian, he didn't know where Captain Guo lived. Guana, Nana, what's wrong with her? Sure enough, when Jiang Ning heard these words, he was instantly dumbfounded. Go to Guana. Are you going to Guana's house? Why are you going to Guana's house? And soon, Jiang Tian gave her an answer. It's in this community, Unit 602, Unit 1, Genoa Community. Jiang Ning took Jiang Tian directly to the door. Although Jiang Ning didn't know what Jiang Tian wanted to do or what her purpose was, she also knew that Jiang Tian must have her own reasons. Fortunately, Jiang Ning has been here a few times, and Jiang Ning and Gui Na have a great relationship.
Among the girlfriends, the two of them hardly talk about anything.
When they were at school, they were inseparable for a lot of time.
Two people boom boom boom. Jiang Tian knocked on the door directly. Who is it?
Gui Na's voice sounded. Almost in a short time, the voice behind the door sounded. Jiang Tian gave Gui Na a look. Gui Na hesitated and said, "It's me." Hearing Jiang Ning's voice, Gui Na opened the door instantly the moment she saw Jiang Ning. Gui Na was full of surprise. "Jiang Ning, why are you here?" After the surprise, Gui Na remembered something at this time. She saw Jiang Tian with her eyes.
Gui Na greeted her with a blushing face. "Brother, are you here too?"
Jiang Tian looked at the smile on Gui Na's face, feeling a little heavy.
Chapter 472, Taking over the first team, there will be no more worries. Where's your mother?
Jiang Tian asked. A surprised light appeared on Gui Na's face. "Brother, my mother passed away the year before last."
Passed away?
Jiang Tian's heart sank even more abruptly. Jiang Tian didn't know much about Tingua, and even Gui Na had just met today. For their profession, work would never mention their family, even for one's own people. It is 100% confidential, and it will never be exposed if it is not necessary. Just now, Jiang Tian was in a heavy mood. "In that case, you can go with me."
Me?
Gui Na's face was still confused. "After all, even if you want to go out to play, you have to go tomorrow, right?" After going downstairs, Gui Na still asked in surprise until she got in the car. "Brother, it's so late, where are you taking us to play?" Jiang Tian didn't speak but drove blindly all the way to the hospital. The hospital in the middle of the night, normally speaking, should be quiet and a bit scary, but now, it's completely different. The chaotic sound of sirens continued to resound in disarray. When Jiang Tian drove all the way to the door of the emergency department, Gui Na had almost no way to act. After going downstairs, Gui Na vaguely guessed something in her heart. After arriving at the hospital, Gui Na's premonition of fear became stronger and stronger in her heart the moment she got out of the car. If it weren't for Jiang Ning's quick hands and quick eyes, Gui Na would even have to sit on the ground with her buttocks on. At the entrance of the emergency department, at this moment, 2 ambulances were parked. There are also several police cars flashing their sirens on the road. It was especially harsh in the silent middle of the night,
but Jiang Tian glanced around. When he saw Wei Sun next to the ambulance, Jiang Tian stepped forward. "Wei Sun. Xiao Jiang, you are here."
Wei Sun looked at Jiang Tian with blood-red eyes. "Where's Brigade Gua?"
Jiang Tian said heavily. Wei Sun didn't speak, but looked at the ambulance. Jiang Tian rushed over quickly.
With just one glance, Jiang Tian's brain was buzzing. A doctor was writing on Gua Brigade and pressing frantically, doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and the nurse was holding medical equipment to assist. But at this moment, Brigade Gua lay there, but there was no movement. His eyes were open. No matter how much he pressed, he had no response. Jiang Tian kept taking deep breaths. Even though Jiang Tian had these psychological preparations, Jiang Tian still felt a strong impact at the moment when all this really happened. The person who used to be very familiar, the captain who was very familiar, he is also a very familiar leader. Of course, what Jiang Tian couldn't accept the most was that in his previous life, Brigade Gua had no accident at all. Even before he was reborn, Brigade Gua, who had been promoted, asked him to eat together and indicated that if he had the opportunity, he would help him transfer it out. But at this moment, Team Gua was already lying on the stretcher without any sound. "Officer Jiang, you are here." Liaoing, who finally got out of the ambulance, rushed up quickly the moment she saw Jiang Tian. How else to say it? If there was no such magical performance by Jiang Tian before, it would be nothing, but Jiang Tian's wave of terrifying medical skills shocked the entire hospital. Good guy, the horror of medical skills is the kind of perversion that has never been heard of. "How is the wounded?" Jiang Tian asked. "We were out of breath when we got into the ambulance, and we were just doing what we could to provide humanitarian assistance." Liaoing said in silence. How could Jiang Tian not see it? Brigade Gua, it has been a long time since he died. Even before she died, she didn't even see Gui Na, her only relative. Jiang Tian was in a very uncomfortable mood. "It is very heavy. Team Wei, what the hell is going on?" Jiang Tian said in a low voice. His eyes flushed, because he was fine when he left, and even the whole operation went smoothly. I don't know at all.
We encountered an attack halfway through.
Those people, crazy suicide attacks, especially the important criminals who were escorted, took the same action to die together.
Brigade Gui was unfortunately shot while resisting.
Brigade Wei explained. Although the explanation is very simple, but what happened? Almost instantly, Jiang Tian finished the exercise in his mind, and he probably understood something. "Didn't you say when you left, be careful, be careful?" Jiang Tian said in a low voice. "We didn't expect that those people would be so crazy.
Some of them were even suicide attacks.
Moreover, when we were about to be escorted to our destination, it was crazy and frenzied." Wei Sun said with lingering fear, but at this moment, a painful cry suddenly resounded. "Dad!
Dad, woohoo, look at me, you move."
Guana lay down on Guaya, crying loudly, but at this time, no one spoke. Even the doctor who was performing first aid stopped, stood silently and bowed his head. This is the doctor's most noble farewell to those who cannot come back with first aid. Moreover, along the way, they have already given first aid, and, when it is obvious that it is completely impossible, they are benevolent to the fullest. Zhang Tian looked at this scene and sighed deeply after Team Guo was pushed to the emergency room. Zhang Tian stood at the gate of the emergency department. At this moment, what Zhang Tian was welcoming was a terrifying existence of a high-level crack. The door of the bus opened. Minister Tan stepped on it and gradually walked down. Minister Tan. Zhang Tian greeted him, Xiao Jiang. After Minister Tan got out of the car, Zhang Tian could feel that Minister Tan's palms were cold and even a little cold when he shook hands, frenzied. Do you already know the case? Minister Tan just wanted to curse and thought of something. He looked at Zhang Tian and suddenly asked, it's not particularly clear to understand one thing. Zhang Tian shook his head. What was said on the phone just now was not very detailed, and Wei Sun did not say it in particular detail. Minister Tan lit a cigarette and handed it to Zhang Tian, who took it and lit it. Along the way, Zhang Tian has encountered many such things recently, and the sacrifices of his companions have followed wave after wave. Today's incident, the accident of the Guo Brigade, has had a great impact on Zhang Tian, and it's not just a brigade, the sacrifice is great. Although we have prevented it in advance this time, I didn't expect those gangsters to be so desperate, let alone that the other party actually started when they were about to reach their destination. It is estimated that we just started on Shurmio village. Someone is already completely crazy, afraid of pointing the next one at him. Minister Tan's eyes shot murderous. Amidst the smoke, Zhang Tian's face was also looming. Those people carried a large amount of TNT, a powerful explosive, and the first brigade suffered heavy losses. The Guo Brigade is just one of them. Cheer up and avenge the first brigade. Minister Tan said after a moment's pause. Minister Tan then said, Xiao Jiang, from now on, you will be the acting captain of the first team. I hope you don't let us down. Chapter 473, a terrifying shock that changed the girl's life. The dim environment, wide open eyes, and silent face are hideous, but they are not scary at all. Some are just shocking. At least, for Jiang Ning, the terrifying sense of impact. Zhang Tian just felt inexplicably uncomfortable with the death of the colleagues and leaders he got along with, as well as the leaders who took good care of him. But for Jiang Ning, this sense of shock is absolutely terrifying, because tonight, she had just met Brigade Guo, and even Jiang Ning had actually met Brigade Guo more than once. Before that, she had actually seen Brigade Guo in the past, when the overall work of the Municipal Bureau was not particularly busy. Brigade Guo was actually relatively leisurely, and he spent a lot of time with Gui Na when he went home. Therefore, Jiang Ning would often see Brigade Guo when he was a guest. In Jiang Ning's impression, Captain Gui is an amiable, and a very familiar, and very impressive uncle of familiar people. There was no sound in particular, the face looming in the dark. Even if someone is already frantically doing CPR, it is too late. Can't come back. Sorry, I didn't let you see your father for the last time. Originally, everything went well in the mission, and only the last criminal was escorted, but I didn't expect that someone would attack frantically. Maybe, if I were there, it would be better. Zhang Tian lowered his head to mourn in silence, and came to the stretcher. His medical skills were already very strong, and he knew at a glance that he was hopeless. The injury is terrible. Even if Zhang Tian now adds the entry to the golden medical skill entry, being able to save people does not mean that they can bring people back to life, let alone that they can save people who have stopped functioning for a long time and whose injuries are almost like breaking a sieve. In a days. Zhang Tian's voice also made Jiang Ning suddenly come back to his senses. Unconsciously, Jiang Ning's legs were trembling just now, and his face was already pale. In fact, now, it is Gui Na who has suffered the most. Originally a single-parent family, she lost her father again. For Gui Na, the only pillar of support fell. With that kind of impact, she didn't cry, didn't shout, and didn't tear her heart out of her mind. Some only sorrow is greater than death, and the impact is like a walking dead. Even before they realize it, their minds have not accepted the loss of this person. This is the greatest pain, and I will never see the bits and pieces of life in the future. That time, it was the most terrifying period of the outbreak of pain. Don't say sorry, you are all great people, aren't you? Guana wiped her tears silently, then looked at Zhang Tian. That's right, anti-drug, when there is no task, forget it. However, in peacetime, the most dangerous team, everyone, is great, and Team Gui is just one of the many great people. Don't say, only my dad has sacrificed. You should have lost a lot of comrades in arms. I am very happy that my father can contribute to defending the peace of the motherland and protecting the safety of the people's property. I am proud of my father. Gui Na continued to speak at this sentence. Silence. Even Zhang Tian looked at Gui Na in amazement. He didn't expect that Gui Na would say such a great thing at this time. Zhang Tian was taken aback, and then he looked at Team Guo. He used deep breaths to suppress the fluctuations in his heart. In his heart, he suddenly had a huge admiration for Captain Guo at this time. I admire Captain Guo for his ideological education of his children. Such three views. Brother, will you avenge my father? Gui Na looked at Zhang Tian and asked it. Zhang Tian was in a heavy mood, but he nodded heavily without any hesitation. Yes, I will. The real murderer who killed your father, I will let you watch them get the punishment they deserve with my own eyes. Having said that, Zhang Tian clenched his fists, and there were flames burning in his eyes. If this case is not completely solved, if let those murderers go unpunished, even if it was Zhang Tian's own heart, he couldn't get through it at this moment. The sound of an emergency vehicle continued to sound at this time. Liao Ying hurriedly said to Zhang Tian, the scene was very tragic, the casualties were very heavy, and many comrades died on the spot, and a considerable part of them were seriously injured. Those criminals seem to be prepared to come, I'm going to be busy first. When Liao Ying saw Zhang Tian, she was in a daze, as if she hadn't seen her for a day, like 3 autumns apart. Or rather, Liao Ying's recent experience was also exhausting. First, she discovered that her younger brother was smoking white powder, and then, her younger brother had to kill himself for money. Finally, it involved selling crimes. It can be said that a crime is simply not a pity to die. Such a huge change was Zhang Tian's appearance at this time, and it was Zhang Tian's existence that saved her. If it weren't for Zhang Tian, she couldn't imagine what the consequences would be for her crazy brother. Unknowingly, Liao Ying, who had always had a good impression of Zhang Tian, became more and more unable to control herself. Although I was very happy to see Zhang Tian, it was obviously not the time to catch up. Sure enough, accompanied by Liao Ying's voice falling on the road in the distance, ambulance after ambulance roared into the emergency department under the escort of police cars, and the entire emergency department was already busy. A comrade who has already died, and someone who is howling but has been injured. Obviously, at this time, under limited time and medical conditions, those who have lost signs of life have been given up for rescue, and the priority for rescue is to have a breath of hope to survive, especially similar to the Guo Brigade, except that a nurse was left to command the armed police, which was pushed out of the emergency room lobby and parked outside. At this moment, although it seems ruthless, it's just that there is no choice now. Brother, I'm fine, I can do it here by myself, I'll stay with my father, so go ahead and get busy. Guana wiped tears from her eyes with both hands. Although he spoke calmly, the tears in his eyes just couldn't stop falling, and he couldn't wipe it clean. Zhang Tian looked a little distressed, watching the corridor go up and down. Zhang Tian knew that this case was very big, and the impact had even reached the point where it could not be spread. How to spread to it is no longer meritorious for this to spread out. This is almost like a rebellion, and when Yulin has nothing comparable to this kind of bad influence. Only now, Guana is still here, accompanying Guana, who has lost all signs of life. Even if Zhang Tian is used to the strong winds and waves, facing this kind of life and death, facing this kind of situation, it is still inevitable, very uncomfortable. Brother, the case is so big, you go and do your own thing, and I will take care of Nana. Zhang Ning said silently. At this time. At this moment, she suddenly discovered what a terrible and dangerous profession her cousin was engaged in. This kind of harm is not only to yourself, but also to your family. Chapter 470. For the sky collapsed, it exploded completely, and Yunhai will be famous throughout the country. Looking at such tragic scenes, looking at the injured people coming and going, this shocking scene did leave a painful and deadly attack on Jiang Ning's young heart. More than that, this time, Zhang Tian came back with good luck. So, if Zhang Tian happened to be working overtime tonight, would he be one of them? If Zhang Tian knew, he would definitely tell Zhang Ning. If he were on the scene, this kind of thing would not happen, the kind that would never happen in this life. Not to mention that everyone will not sacrifice, but at least, even if someone sacrifices, it is absolutely impossible for more than 3 people. How could it be like this now? I'm bothering you. Zhang Tian took a deep look, and then there was no pause. Indeed, no one has privileges. Even if it was Zhang Tian, if he lay down one day, it would probably be the same. After all, priority treatment can be saved. People who have lost signs of life, even if they use all medical resources, can they come back to life? The hospital just treats patients and saves people, and deals with them urgently to prevent the wound from worsening. I don't know fairy skills, with a few medical resources, it may be possible to treat more patients. Zhang Tian knew this cruel fact very well in his heart. Even the emergency department hall was full, and the Guo Brigade could only be arranged in the corridor. Even if there was an armed police guarding it, he was abandoned by the world and sacrificed without being treated. Anyone who ends up like this will feel cold and uncomfortable. It's just that this time it was dealt with, obviously, although ruthless, there was no problem. Zhang Tian turned and left ruthlessly. The case is too big, Zhang Tian has no time to be here with him, but he has a more important thing to do, and that is revenge. Just as soon as I walked to the door of the emergency department, I met an acquaintance head on. Yes, it was a famous saying from Shang. At this moment, Shang Feng had already rushed into the emergency room with people in a hurry. After seeing Zhang Tian, the next moment, he stopped in an instant. Xiao Zhang, you are here too. Shangming's expression was cold, as if there were 2 people in the car. The seemingly cold appearance, in fact, Zhang Tian could see at a glance, the famous saying of Shang, the heart of surprise. How else to say, under normal circumstances, Zhang Tian doesn't like to use this ability to see through others. People's hearts, there are few people who are not selfish. There is a saying that is well said. Don't try to see the true side of people's hearts, because that side is far darker than imagined. Professor Shang, you are here. Zhang Tian nodded and looked at Miss Cho. Sure enough, did Miss Cho come with you? That's right, both of them came together. The matter is too urgent. On the task force side, I have been assigned to the province to review serious cases, and to review and check some cases. Temporarily, I can't come back for a short time. Let me take a look at the details. The famous quotes of Shang are only known on the road now. The case happened 20 minutes ago. The specific section of the road is on this section of an N road, which is only about 2 intersections from the detention center, and it is in the downtown area. The other party carried out a violent bombing of the detention center and directly blocked the door of the detention center.
Indiscriminate bombing, as well as firearm attacks.
The other party moved very quickly, and quite a lot of suicide attacks were launched. Almost none of them were ready to leave alive. A few were caught by us, but they all committed suicide on the spot, leaving no living mouths.
The total fighting time was only about 30 seconds.
The opponent did not fight, and he seized a gap period and attacked the vehicles escorting Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao.
There were about 12 people in the operation. 2 of them ran away. Because it was too sudden, many people did not react.
After the operation, the 2 escapees jumped into the Yanjiang River on the spot. Now there are no deaths or corpses.
Now let's talk about how to solve this case. Municipal Bureau, even after several days of sleepless nights, Zhang Tian's spirit was still excited. There was some fatigue before, but this case, has completely angered Zhang Tian. The more he listened, the more Zhang Tian frowned. It's broken, the problem is serious. Zhang Tian's mood sank. Good guy. One case is pending and another is pending.
The most important thing is that the escorts are suppressed by anti-drug personnel from the Municipal Bureau. Of course, as a special operations team.
Zhang Tian is not in this sequence.
He can join this operation or act freely.
Especially after the case is over, Zhang Tian didn't expect any problems, so he went home and went to bed. Never expected it. It's just that if Zhang Tian remembers correctly, he and Minister Tan had already repeatedly told Shinhal before leaving. It's impossible for Shinhal not to prevent it, so Zhang Tian glanced at Shinhal, but didn't say anything, and looked at Minister Tan again. It was obvious that Minister Tan was already on the verge of anger when he presented the case. The main problem, although there are not as many actors on the other side as in Wen Yulin's case, the influence of the case definitely far exceeds that of Wen Yulin's case. As the saying goes, there is one, there is two, and there is no three. That's what it said. This case is somewhat similar to Wen Yulin, but the two sides are very different, and the background is also very different. The same point is that they are all suicide attacks, seemingly for rescue, but in fact, they all want to put the target to death. Why do they do this? Obviously, it is to prevent it from being exposed after being caught. There is definitely information about the murderer on them. So after Zhang Tian heard the analysis of the case, he immediately asked the most critical place, what about the safety of Shi Haichao and Shi Hailiang? Minister Tan has already understood all the specific circumstances in advance, so to speak. The local area is no longer qualified to intervene in this case. Minister Tan has taken over with full authority. This time, even Hubei province no longer had the right to speak. In the last Wen Yulin case, the capital had already given Yunhai a face. Although a task force was dispatched, it also gave the local area some autonomy, but now give it back to the autonomy of a fart. The last case is not over yet. This time the case has appeared again. What is this? This is simply blatant, a kind of unquestionable positive provocation to the entire motherland. If this cannot be completely resolved and a quick example is made, no one can predict what the consequences will be in the END.at this moment. Minister Tan spoke silently. The Guo Brigade sacrificed several shots in order to save them. Zhang Tian suddenly raised his head and couldn't believe it, because, is this a dream? Even if Zhang Tian was not at the scene, Zhang Tian knew how large the escort was, and along the way, it is impossible to be unprepared. Then, how could Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao in the car be forced to death by just a dozen people? Even if the opponent has strong explosives, it is impossible. This is the key place. That's right. According to the investigation, at that time, after the gangsters attacked, Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao rushed out in disorder. The Guo Brigade just wanted to stop them. In the first round of the gangsters' shooting, they threw them both down. Our comrades reacted and fought back as soon as possible, but it was blown up by the opponent's powerful explosives. But the environment of Xiaoguo's brigade at the time had already been sacrificed on the spot. The sky has fallen. After Zhang Tian understood the description of the case, he only had this idea in his mind. Those people were already completely crazy, and Yunhai, Zhang Tian needs to know even more this time. It's going to explode completely all over the country. Chapter 475, Test? No, it's just an opportunity for me. Judging from the facts of the case, Zhang Tian has probably thoroughly understood it. Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao, the two people, are crucial to the entire trial, as well as the subsequent conviction, etc. Guo Brigade obviously understands this. At that time, these two people even begged for death, and even if they died, they didn't want to be caught. So when criminals attacked, they ran frantically towards those criminals, but at this time, the Guo Brigade rushed up for the first time, even resisting bullets for them. Is it because of the Virgin? No. It is precisely because through these two people, even more crimes can be unearthed, greater peace can be maintained, and more people can be saved, even if the price is to sacrifice oneself. Team Gui is confused. Zhang Tian breathed heavily in his heart. As a veteran anti-drug officer, Brigade Guo could easily guarantee his own safety under that situation, but in order to save the two sinful and frenzied criminals, he was willing to die willingly. However, this can obviously be discussed in the long run. It's not that if you lose those two people, you really can't find out anything. You can also investigate slowly later. For the sake of the two scum, he sacrificed himself, but in any case, Team Guo's
Approach is admirable. At the very least, under empathy, it is difficult for Jiang Tian to do it himself, especially to sacrifice himself to save the two scum. The sacrifice of Brigade Gua has given us a wake-up call. No, it should be that the recent cases have brought us a huge wake-up call. Over and over again, we have seen the criminals' aimless lawlessness, the criminals' frenzied madness, and even their ruthless. Therefore, in the future handling of cases, no matter what happens, we must take ensuring our own safety as the first important task. Minister Tan propped up the table and glanced around. There are not many people in the room. In addition to Minister Tan, it was Chief Gao in the task force with Miss Zhou's famous quotes, and in addition, there was Jiang Peng. At this moment, Jiang Peng obviously saw that his mood was a little sluggish. Song Ligua didn't say a word, lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking, but Brigade Guo was Song Ligua's old comrade in arms and a colleague who had been together for many years. This incident may have brought Song Ligua a terrifying blow. A huge blow. As for Wei Sun, he is also here. He is also a participant in the operation. At this moment, his face is disheveled and his expression is lonely. Obviously, the sacrifice of the Guo Brigade made them all feel a sense of sorrow for the death of the rabbit and the fox. Because of the recent pressure and successive sacrifices, even the anti-drug detachment has changed. Nearly half of the people, either sacrificing or being hospitalized from time to time, his companions have sacrificed, and anyone will have to bear this terrifying and huge pressure. Chief, I made a mistake. This time, and I will make a deep review. At this moment Shen Han stood up and accepted the mistake. Remember the mistake first, and I will settle the account with you when the case is over. Minister Tan waved his hand. He just learned about it for the first time, and Shen Han can't be blamed for all of this. After all, Shen Han did explain it too. Pay attention to safety, however, because the team had just finished the task, they relaxed their vigilance a little bit. Even if they were upgraded, they were on alert at the beginning, but after approaching the detention center, they still walked to the city. This location, coupled with the early morning, naturally appeared lax. When the enemy situation appeared, such a big problem arose if the response was not timely. Otherwise, there would not be such a big sacrifice. After Minister Tan finished speaking, he paused before continuing. Regarding the sacrifice of the captain of the first team of the Yunhai anti-drug detachment, there is a gap in position. People always need to look forward, and the task must be continued. It is also wrong that there is always a vacancy. Comrade Xiao Jiang, regardless of his ability or credit, it's enough. For the time being, Comrade Jiang Tian will take over as the captain of the first team. That's right, originally, there was no hurry about this matter. Now Jiang Tian's police rank is not enough. Normally, the captain of a provincial city like Yunhai needs at least a second-level police lieutenant, or even a first-level police lieutenant, which is generally one level higher than the police rank of other prefecture-level cities. Jiang Tian is now a third-level police lieutenant. After all, the rank of police is not enough. This makes it easy for other situations to occur. There may be elderly people under their hands, or the squadron leader under them has the rank of third-level police, or there are elderly people who have the rank of second-level police lieutenant. The squadron leader is higher than the captain. Isn't this a CAF? According to the original plan, this matter should be that after Minister Tan returned, he would refer to the current Yunhai environment. Naturally, there is an emergency way to deal with it in an emergency. In the case of Jiang Tian's indispensable situation, he would try his best to promote it, and Jiang Tian's performance has never disappointed anyone. In the operation, taking advantage of the special merit level of Shirmiao village, Jiang Tian was promoted to the whole level at once. In this way, even if someone objects, you can't say anything. If you have the ability, you can get such a big credit. The police rank has come up, and when the natural position is vacant, it will be able to take over smoothly. Or after Jiang Peng was promoted, there was also a chance to come out of the empty basket pit layer by layer. As the team leader, Song Ligua's recent performance is not terrible, but following Jiang Tian can be regarded as a one-person ascension to heaven. As Jiang Tian's immediate boss, Song Ligua naturally followed suit. After Jiang Peng was promoted, Song Ligua was also a strong competitor for deputy director. As the former leader of Jiang Tian, Brigade Gua naturally had to be promoted as well, and he was a strong competitor for the team leader. At that time, Jiang Tian also succeeded smoothly, but no one expected that the plan did not change quickly. But it was good that Jiang Tian was directly promoted at such an urgent moment, when the storm was turbulent, and this absolute, for Jiang Tian, is no less than shuddering in the fire. 22-year-old captain, what concept? 22 years old is the age when you haven't graduated from college. Jiang Tian turned out to be already the captain of the team. This can be said to have made history, and this reputation is not a good thing. Mu Xiu Yulin, this is even more of a challenge for Jiang Tian. If he doesn't do well, the problem will be serious by then. There are problems with Jiang Tian's entire political career, and the first and most likely problem is to control his subordinates. But Jiang Tian didn't speak, but the scene exploded in an instant. Does Jiang Tian have a lot of credit? It's just a joke. In terms of credit, in recent decades, who can compare to Jiang Tian? But after all, the police rank is still not enough and the qualifications are not enough, so it is not easy to convince the public. But Jiang Tian obviously does not have this trouble, because in the past, those people were very familiar with Jiang Tianke, and they all took this group of people with them for meritorious service. The specific performance of the scene was that
Everyone looked at Jiang Tian in consternation. Minister, is this a bit too fast?
Shinhan was indeed stunned. That's right. 22 years old, Captain, and it's still in the municipal bureau, and this is not an ordinary prefecture level city, this is in a provincial city.